CC, the CEO, wanna change your life? Come see me, yo. I'ma teach you how to build up wealth for your family, not just for yourself. I'm a bestseller, a house flipper, a businesswoman, a go-getter, a big investor, a goal builder that can teach you to get richer like millions, baby. You really about to fill your savings. You about to have multiple streams to pass your children, baby. Let me teach you to get your credit on track in the long run. You'll make it all back at Catalyst and watch it all psychology black on firm, but we ain't all black.
Everyone out there, what's up? What's up? Come on in. Come on in. Welcome, 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 friends. I should start dropping some bars because, you know, how you see how these rhymes just be coming to me. Come on in. Welcome, friends. Come on in. What's up? It's your girl, Constance Carter, and this is the Grow Your Money podcast. I'm so happy that you guys are here. Look, I see you guys was already in the waiting room waiting on us. You guys ready to engage and have this conversation. You know we love it when you talk back to us and talk black to us. So as always, every single day, this is a dialogue, y'all. This is not a monologue. So I seen the comments before we even came live. So thank you. You guys were waiting on the show. Thank you. Continue to engage because we love it when you engage. We're going to shout you out. We're going to answer your questions. We're going to talk back to you and talk black to you as well. Every time we come here every day on the Grow Your Money podcast, we're always trying to figure out ways that we can help you. Everything that we do, regardless of what's going on in the world, we're going to angle in the way that it benefits or it helps or informs who? Black people, because we love you. And, you know, there are so many things. There's everything, you know, and honestly, to be honest with you, I kind of get tired of talking about what's going on political, but there's so much that happens every single day that it's like, okay, we got to talk about this because we need to talk about how this is going to help or hurt us as a people. And so, you know, if you have anything to add to the conversation, you know, chime in, put your information in the comments. We love that. So the first thing is, where are you watching from? We know we have people that watch from all over the world. So put in the comments where you're watching from. Are you watching from Canada? Canada's out there, you know, just, you know, standing Canada's ground. Are you watching from overseas, maybe in Europe or Africa, Zimbabwe or South Africa? Put it in the comments. Are you watching from California or the DMV or Chicago? Where are you watching from? So we want to shout you out. That's the first thing. Second, every time we come live, I need you to text my name, Constance, to 87948. Text Constance to 87948 if you want to get notified for when we come live every single day, Monday through Friday, 5 days a week, 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern. Okay. So make sure you text Constance to 87948. All right. And finally, if you have a product or service, because like I said, we come here to talk to you about things that really, really matter for us Black people. And the thing at the end of the day, it's going to be important that we create our own opportunities. The only way we're going to make it as a people is if we support Black-owned businesses, if we practice collective economics like every other people do. You know what's funny? And I want you guys to go over here. Go to my. It's so funny how you know, when we talk about uplifting Black folks, white people get mad for some reason. It's crazy. It's so crazy. You know how I'm doing the Black History videos every day. So, you know, I always have trolls on YouTube on my page. They talk because it's easy for them to talk mess because, you know, YouTube is pretty much anonymous. But even on my Facebook page, like my business page, the Constance Carter business page, I did a video yesterday. And some white person got on there and was like, you shouldn't say Black history. You should say American, and white people are the ones who freed the slaves and Black people were the real slave owners. And it's so funny. It's like every time we try to uplift ourselves against your oppressiveness, white people get mad and white fragility happens. And I love to see it. I really don't try to address the craziness that I see out there just because I don't try to give it a whole lot of energy, because it's like you can drop facts, statistics, show people exactly what's going on. But when they have a certain opinion about who they are and who you are, nothing will ever change. So I don't even waste my time typically with that kind of thing. You know, Lyndon B. Johnson said, if you could take the lowest white man and convince him that he's better than the best Black man, he won't even know that you're picking his pockets. He'll give him somebody to look down on, and he will give you everything he owns. So, you know, white supremacy has done a really good job of making people who won't benefit from practices that that the powers that be that have to vote against their own best interest just because they don't want you to have it, Black people. That's how they are. That's the unfortunate part. But I do want to shout you out. So I said all that a roundabout way to say that put your product, your business, and your service in the comments, because we want to be able to shout you out. We want to be able to talk back to you and talk Black to you. We want to be able to promote your business. Wait, go back to that one. Franchise owner of British Swim School of North Bay. Okay, Sharonda, where is that at? What's your website? How do they get in contact with you? I want to know. So we want to put your information out there so people can know. Yes. Thank you. I see Dimitri O'More in Stockton. Janelle said, I think people just really want to get away from this administration. It's better to leave them in hell. So that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the idea of 40,000 people taking this buyout, which I was actually rather surprised when I saw it, because I didn't know if people was going to fall for the okie doke, because there's so many variables to this. You know, just think about this. You wake up and you get a pink slip saying that your job is over. This federal job, this good out here, they call it a GGJ, a good government job. Your good government, you've gotten a notice from your good government job that it's no longer secure. Not because of budget cuts though, but because of the influence of one man, Elon Musk. So over 40,000 federal employees just took a buyout. And what does that break down to Black people? What does it mean for them? And most importantly, for you? Okay. So I want to talk about that. I want to talk about the Elon Musk Act that was proposed by the Democrats. I want to talk about how to be insulated from all that. But before we get into the discussion, I want to bring my girl, my homie, my partner in crime, Miss Tiara. You ready, Tiara? What? Because Tiara ain't never scared. Tiara ain't never scared. I can't even hear you, T. You ain't never scared. What's up, T?
Oh, man. I was in that. I was in that.
She said, I ain't never scared.
Hey. What?
What's up, T? I had to play that song because I'm loving that skull cap you got on there. You had to come to come bring it.
Yeah, I'm on a little, this is my little Erykah Badu moment, y'all.
I love it.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Constance.
What's up?
I had to show up to the gym. You had me ready to run or get pumped. That's what I was thinking.
Hey. So T, before we get into it, yesterday, because she was like, Constance, I ain't really trying to get in the gym today because I got so much to do. I got to go record this album. I got to do all this stuff. Then we got Net7 tonight. And I said, get your ass up. You got to get in the gym. Sometimes you just got to push yourself to get in the gym. How was your session yesterday?
Because I was tired.
I know. How was your session yesterday?
It was good. We got a song and a half done yesterday. It was good. And then we go back on Friday. Yeah, it was good.
Okay. When's the album coming out? Speak up a little bit.
Can you hear me?
A little bit more. You good though. You good.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
I know my mic is probably a lot louder than yours.
Okay. All right. Well, you asked me a question. What'd you ask me?
I said, how's your album coming along?
Man, I feel like Rihanna at this point. I'm like, I don't know, sis. When is the album coming out? But it's coming. It's soon. It's soon, y'all. We literally, I have another a song and a half left to record, and then I gotta sprinkle all of my interludes and just make sure all the finishing touches is on that thing, and then I'm done.
Okay, y'all. You know what? I've never told you this, and I don't know if you'll like it or you'll hate it, but you know what it puts me in the mind of, like your style?
What?
Money Long.
What?
I love her.
Oh, yeah, I like Money. I mean, listen, Money is good.
I love her. Yours, mine, ours. I could do this. Yes.
Yeah.
You put me in that, like her shit is dope. Your shit is dope. Like I love Money Long.
I love Money Long too. I'll take it.
Friend,
I'll take it.
Where have you been? Nobody knows me like you. Yeah, all that.
No. All right. Listen. I'm about to put you on a track. Tell me what you
I
tell me.
play the
What
bass.
y'all
I can go get on the bass.
No, I'm gonna have you sing on that thing.
Okay.
Can y'all imagine? I can definitely imagine. Constance on a little, at least an interlude.
Yeah, no, you don't want that. You don't want that smoke. But I know I wanted to say that because I know, first of all, you're an actress, you're a singer, girl's a comedian, she funny as shit. Like before she got on here, she was doing an imitation. She's hella funny. And I didn't even know how funny she was until we was at the All Black National Convention. Shout out to the ABNC, which hopefully you guys will go. We're going to be there in August. Also, y'all, if you guys are in Miami, it's in August now, babe.
Oh, they changed the time. We in October no more?
No, we're in August this year.
Are we in August then? Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then next month, where we going to be?
In Miami. We're going to Miami for a millionaire training.
So we're going to be in Miami for a millionaire training. What date is that?
Girl, you asking too many questions. I don't know. Oh, no,
I'm thinking it's the first week in March.
March 7th and March 8th.
Okay, March 7th and 8th. You'll see Tiara and I and Dr. Boyce Watkins in Miami for the millionaire boot camp, millionaire training or something like that. So we're gonna be out there. I'm gonna be talking about I'm gonna be talking about how to grow your money and not blow your money. So
I'm gonna be talking about how to tell your story and
sell your story.
Tell your story. Tell your story and sell your story.
That's right.
That's right. Bow.
Yes, you need to get up there. Get out to the millionaire training on March 7th and 8th. Come see us in person so you can holler at us and you can, yeah. So, Tiara.
Yes.
When I woke up this morning, or maybe it was last night, when did I send you? I think it was this morning. When I woke up this morning and I saw that 40,000 people had taken this buyout, I was surprised because I'm like, it made me think, okay, folks is falling for the okie doke. People are falling for the okie doke. And so I was really shocked. What did you think when you saw that 40,000 people? And let me just tell you guys, I'm in the DMV. And most of the people out here work for the government. Most of the people, they got these GUJs, these good government jobs. And on average, Tiara, the average, what they make, let me show you this slide. The average income out here is pretty good. No, not too many people out here. I'm gonna tell you, they don't make under six figures. So there are 2.2 million civilian federal employees. Most of them live right here in the DMV where I'm at. So that means 2%. So with that many employees, 40,000 people taking the package, that means almost 2% of them. That's almost 2% of the workforce. So if we break it down into Black people, there 18% of the federal employees are Black. That means about 7,200 of the employees that are taking the buyout are Black. Okay, the average age of the federal employees here are about 47 years old. So they've been in these jobs for like 20 plus years. Yeah. And the average salary is $91,000 per year. So that's pretty good. Like I said, a lot of people here, nobody really makes under a six-figure salary. Everybody's living good. They doing good. They're eating good. They driving these good cars, these nice cars. They live in these big houses. But what is that? What does that mean? And why would they take that? Why would they take it?
Yeah, I mean, well, we know why they want to take it. Shrinking the government. At some point, dismantling the government is the goal. But you said, what did I think about it? I feel like it's a coercion. I think people are scared. I think people, in terms of, it's like, okay, if I saw a stat that said basically like, I'll get to the stat in a minute, but basically what we know is that federal jobs has been a means of stable income or a pathway to stable income for Black families. And so, I just think that you get in a situation and that the tide is changing, the administration is changing, there's going to be more audits. If you stay, then it means it's going to be more stress and hardship for you. We already got to go through enough, but you're saying like, there's this looming fear because of the administration and Elon Musk. You never know when they're going to come in. Yes, there's so many uncertainties. It's like he came into USA with a hostile takeover. They came in like just locking people out of computers. So just imagine you keep your office open for the next 4 years. That you're leaving yourself susceptible to harassment. Yeah, basically, because they don't want you there. So I could see those 40,000 people saying, you know what? I got a little, y'all gonna give me a little money. I don't know if they still can receive their pension. I don't know what that package looks like, but
Yeah.
it says like, let me just go on about my Black business, take this money and figure it out.
Yeah. Jay said most of the employees taking the buyout are those planning to retire in 2 to 3 years. So
Okay.
that very well may be the demographic. But what about the ones who aren't? And my fear for us Black people is that sometimes.
Concerned. We ain't scared. We ain't never
Okay.
scared. You're
Okay.
concerned.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay.
So my concern for Black people is that sometimes we can be a little bit short-sighted.
Okay.
Okay. So you get that 7 months worth of severance. And what happens in month 8? What we doing? What you gonna do in the 8th month? Because out here, Black period in the United States, the federal government is the largest employer for Black people. So if the private sector ain't really messing with you like that, then what's next for you? And so I need them to see the biggest picture. And so the reason why I said my concern, not my fear, is the short-sightedness sometimes of our people is that it's just like gentrification. And I'll say DC as a prime location. Now, DC used to be Chocolate City. It was like 80-90% Black. Oh, beautiful, 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 right?
Yeah.
Over the last 15 years, it's been gentrified. Now it's Marble City or Caramel City or not so Chocolate City. So you have the Black population has declined significantly. And then Black people are mad at white people because white people have moved in. And they've seen opportunities that Black people didn't see. They saw opportunity that Black people didn't take advantage of because we just wanted that quick money. If we would have held out a little bit longer, then we may have been able to get more. Don't sell grandmama's house. And so we take the early buyout, we take the early payout, and they end up benefiting in the long run. And then what happens to us? Now we mad at them because they saw opportunity that we didn't see. And so I just want us Black people just because he only gave y'all a week. So you really, 40,000 people really making that kind of life-changing decision in 1 week. That's huge.
Yeah.
That's my concern is the short-sightedness.
And not in defense of Black people. I just think that it's tough because, I'm not going to say the others have might have a little bit more in place, are a little less vulnerable than we are to take that. I just feel like sometimes when we're talking about Black versus white or Asian versus Black or whatever, pitting us against other races, we're just most vulnerable. Like we just don't have the capital to be like, I'm gonna sit this one out and stay. Like,
That's true. That's true.
We might have the consumer spending power, right, to buy things, but in terms of like saving and I just don't think we have that. We're not there yet.
That's why that's so important. That's why the mind shift got to happen, because if we just talked about the other day, if we got $2 trillion in spending power, sure enough, we have the wherewithal to just kind of come together, just sit for a minute. Maybe you can't buy the Nikes, maybe you can't buy the Jordans, maybe you can't buy the Gucci, but let me sit here and let me think strategically about my life, about my future, about my community. And that's how we got to start thinking now, Black people, and less about now, this quick gratification, this microwave mentality that a lot of us, we have. And it's because, I'm always saying white supremacy, but it's because we haven't had a lot of things. And so when we get a lot of things, we want to just hurry up and take it. I just need us to have a plan when we do, because I don't, what's going to happen is unemployment's going to go up significantly. Right? Black wealth is going to go down. Being able to pass the wealth, what's going to happen to the communities? There's just a ripple effect that's going to happen as a result of this happening. And so we got to just look at the bigger picture. Now, I'm always about entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship. I'm all about that. I want us to be business owners, but my thing is we got to have a plan.
Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with, just as a collective. I'm not saying that we all don't have a plan, but as a group, we don't be planning. We don't be planning, and for good reason. And it's not like we haven't been conditioned not to do that. Yeah. It's just like we don't have a plan. And so I think the question is always like, we ain't gonna get into solutions because we in the first 15 minutes of the show, but the question is like, how do we promote a change that catches on like wildfire in our community? How do you get that Kamala web, what they got on Zoom. How do you get 40,000 black people on a Zoom call
How do
to
you get
raise money?
information?
Like, how do you do that?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So that's true. So all of this disruption, I think, should breed some type of unity, should breed some type of solution-based change that we got to get information, Black folks. So because you think about the generational wealth opportunities, like I mentioned, access to healthcare benefits, that's also a biggie. Now, we just talked yesterday about how the medical insurance are inflating cancer drugs 1,000% higher, and how Black people are paying more, making less. Like all of these things are factors. So now if you lose access to your job, now you lose access to healthcare benefits. And then for those who aren't in a position to retire in 3 years, what about that pension for those who aren't able to retire? You got to consider all of those things, Black people, when you're looking at that. I look at your job as being your investor. You don't necessarily have to stay in your job forever. Let that be your investor while you invest in yourself. But have a plan. Danny McClure said, yep, this is Trump. We are talking about Trump doesn't pay his ends. They want to see who's against them, and anyone who take the buyout will be screwed. That's the thing too, Tiara, is first of all, there's a bunch of attorney generals that are suing so that to block this. Okay. Yeah. And what if they do take the buyout? We are talking about Trump here, who don't keep his promises to certain people. He keeps his promises to his base.
Yeah.
But once they get out, remember, this is the same man who filed bankruptcy, who didn't pay people, who worked at his casinos, who discriminated against people who lived in his houses. Like, when it comes to people of a certain demographic, he's not paying his bill. He's not coming through. He's not following through. He's following through for the Proud Boys. He's following through for his white billionaire cronies and buddies, but not following through for the regular people. So say these people take the buyout, and I don't know what their legal ramifications are, but say they do, and then they decide, oh, we don't have enough money in the budget. Sorry, and we've already cut your job. Then what recourse do they have then? I don't trust Trump.
No. I mean, you guys, somebody elected this person as the president, right? Supposedly, allegedly. Somebody, so it's like we brought a felon into, to run the country. And so you hire a criminal, a criminal's going to do, criminal things. Like, right. He's going to do that. That's what he's going to do. Yeah. You walk like a duck, talk like a duck. It is a duck. Like, he's going to do his thing. And so I'm not surprised.
Somebody told me, why do you expect a liar to do anything other than what a liar does?
That's it. Like
why are you expecting anything else?
He's shown us who he is. Like, he came in like gangsters. Was it you yesterday that was saying that they used to call themselves like a mafia? Or is that Marlo?
Must have been Marlo.
Yeah, Marlo was just saying they had like named themselves, like these billionaires had named themselves like the mafia, the Dons, and all of that. It's like, literally, if that's the way that they're approaching, these billionaires are called, literally have this like little cute, it's like when you get with your friends, like, we the boys, they're the mafia, right? And so if you think about it, that's really not funny. That's not, and they said it jokingly. I guess Elon has said it jokingly, like, Zuckerberg's the blah 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 and he's the Don and I'm the, it's like, what? That's the way that they run in the country. These are the people that are running the country.
Wow.
So I just think that's interesting.
It is. And you was it Steve Bannon? Do you know Steve Bannon and Elon Musk was beefing? Mm-hmm. And I wish I would have brought up that article. I actually wanted to talk about that. There's a Steve Bannon and Elon Musk beef. That Steve Bannon is like, you're not, they're both vying for Trump's, and Steve Bannon has been a staunch racist that was on Trump's team. And so now there's that inner fighting. So, I think, so I think this is sort of an indicator of us seeing what's that's getting ready to implode inside this whole administration. And Black people, let's sit back and watch them do what they do. Let's watch the implosion happen while insulating ourselves. The Democrats have enacted a Elon Musk Act. Have you seen that?
I had not seen that, but they was on the internet cussing the other day. I said, yes, okay, they mad.
Girl, the Elon Musk Act. So basically the Elon Musk Act, they even got a whole acronym, sis. Look. Oh. Eliminating looting of our nation, mitigating unethical state kleptocracy.
Ooh, Ooh, what's kleptocracy? I ain't never used that word before.
I'm assuming
Let
that
me
it means
Google
something
it.
that has to do with being a klepto, like stealing.
Oh, like a kleptomania. Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
Kleptocracy. Is that
yeah,
a word?
yeah,
They
yeah.
just made that up.
Yeah, no,
Ooh,
I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a word. But
okay.
what they're saying is that Elon Musk is getting billions of dollars in federal contracts. Why does he then have access to all of this? The federal information. So what they want is for government officials or people who are affiliated with the government to not get those same subsidies. So that's going to actually impact him and his business. This is Congress is introducing this bill for him to secure future government contracts because it is a conflict of interest.
Yeah, absolutely.
He has SpaceX, Tesla, Starlink, Neuralink, and the Boring Company, and they all hold billions of dollars in the government contract. So how it affects his business is SpaceX, they could lose key defense and NASA contracts. Okay, Tesla risks losing the clean air and the renewable energy subsidies, and then Starlink, I guess they're military, so there's a threat for them to lose military and rural broadband contracts.
Yeah.
And then the Boring Company and Neuralink limited opportunities for federal funded infrastructure and research. So billions of dollars that this man gets in federal contracts. What they're saying is that we want to prevent him from being able to, because it's a clear conflict of interest. This man has now access to all of his competitors who got the contracts. I can look in there and I can see what's going on, and I can make sure that my company is getting the lion's share of these. That is just crazy. And then Tierra, and I wish I would have did the video. I wish I did the video if I thought about it. In Congress yesterday, they moved to have him come and testify so they can question him. And the Republicans blocked it. And there was one Democrat who's from the Silicon Valley, who is a friend of Elon Musk, who didn't show up for the vote. So they're saying, let me read you this. Wait, because I know I did screenshot it. It was this is not government decorum. So Kana he's a Democrat, Democrat representative from the Silicon Valley, and he's a friend of Elon Musk. And he's saying that he didn't know that they were having the vote. But if he did, he would have voted against him. And you know what Elon's response to him? This is his homeboy. His response to him was on his Twitter, "Don't be a dick."
That's so funny. It's like there is no, I mean, people are cussing. I told y'all when we seen that video, it was like, because I'm with the shits. I was like, what is going on?
It's a whole, like the Congress and they taking it to the streets right now.
But ghetto, y'all.
America is ghetto. And you think about it. I seen a picture of Putin. He just sitting back and looking. Because he's like, everything is going according to plan. I don't have to attack America militarily. Just put some people in place to make it implode from the inside. You think about that. Think about that. Like, what's really going on? What's really going on? Sophia said, the Proud Boys can't use the name anymore because that black church they vandalized owns their trademark. And that's actually
I saw that.
What's the name? Dee, who's in Net7. That's her church. That's in DC.
I saw that. Shout out. I thought that was so smart. So they get all revenue from anything that's sold, any of the merchandise. Like, that's the way you do it.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Yeah. And shout out to Oscar, who said the red lipstick don't do us no justice.
Thank you.
I love
Oscar.
it. Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Oscar. Anyway.
You know what? Do you want to know what the theory of kleptocracy is?
Tell me.
Kleptocracy is one of the most notorious types.
Oh, it's a word. Wait. It's a word. So it's really a word.
Yeah, it's a thing. All right. Kleptocracy is one of the most notorious types of non-democratic regimes. And the ruler in these regimes take advantage of their control over the state and over the state apparatus, over the state apparatuses and resources to extend their various personal, economic, and political interests, leading to a severe violation of human rights and underdevelopment in, I don't know what the rest says because it cuts off, but that's good. That is exactly what that is.
So they want to eliminate looting of our nation, mitigating unethical state kleptocracy.
Yeah.
That
That's
was
what's happening.
That was a whole mouthful. That was.
So what does that mean? I mean, so what? How will they do that? Like, so
They're basically
okay, what
saying-
is in the act? Like, what are? I see what's in the act, but what
Yeah.
are they? How will they enforce that? What is
Yeah,
that?
well, it has to go through Congress, and we know Congress is heavily Republican, and everybody's bowed down and kissed the ring. So it's going to be interesting to see if it'll actually pass. But even with the federal funds, all that stuff has to go through Congress, them approving the buyouts, the payouts. Like it still has to go through. So they're going to figure out a way to siphon. They're trying to figure out a way. And are they doing this through the U.S. Treasury? You got to ask that question. Is that why they got the data from the U.S. Treasury so that they could loot the U.S. Treasury so they could pay these civilians for the buy? And there's so many questions that we have. But I also was told that I seen on a video Moya sent me, and the guy was saying they're just doing a whole bunch of stuff to distract us.
Yep.
So it'll what are they really doing?
Yeah.
What's really going on behind the scenes? Because if they can keep us all talking about all this shit that they doing every single day at Rapid Fire, what's really going on?
Yeah. Yeah. The chaos is obviously, it's so interesting because I saw something else that and I've been saying this ever since. We should have a government that is transparent, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that there has been transparency with the Democrats, because I don't believe at this point either party has done us justice. Let me just put that out there like that. I wasn't pro Kamala, even though I did vote for Kamala. I was like, let's see what you do, sis. Do it, sis. Whatever you're gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
But I do feel like democracy is something that should not happen in the shadows. It shouldn't. It's not happening in secrecy. So if you don't know what's going on, likely it's corrupt. Again, there are corrupt people running the country. So it's just gonna be more. Now they just gangsta about it. Like, we want to take over. We don't care if funding is already approved by Congress. Get that shit out of here. Like, everything's like, get that shit out of here. Whatever y'all was doing, we don't give a fuck.
We'll get
out of here. How can you do that? You can't, but you can, clearly.
But so the thing about it is, like you said, Tiara, we know that the government has been corrupt since the inception of this country. There's no doubt about it. We know that the Democrats never forget a fuck about Black people. The thing that I can't even say I respect it, but the thing I can respect about Donald Trump is he has a base, and he says that this is what I'm gonna do for y'all. And then guess what? He gets up on there and he does it. The Democrats have been pandering to Black people for years. They say what they're going to do and they never do it. It's like that absentee daddy that say he gonna come pick you up, and you out there on the curb waiting for him, just waiting for daddy, and he never shows up. That's what the Democratic Party does to Black people, is they always making these promises, but they never deliver. And now we mad, but then the other thing, on the other hand,
what does he do? What did he do for his base, though? Tell me what, outside of what's already been done, because Donald Trump is the one. I sent you a video that said, like, Dr. Fauci was like, I just knew I was dealing with a different human being when, I sent it to you. So he was at a press conference, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but he was at a press conference talking about how you should swallow bleach or whatever it was during COVID. Yeah. And he said he called him to the office after that, and he was like, basically, like, I knew it wasn't true, but did you see these ratings? You see the ratings? Like, they were through the roof. Yes.
Wait. Go back. I need you to say that again. So Donald Trump told them to swallow bleach so he can get ratings.
Yeah, right. So when Fauci walked into the office and was like, I thought we were going to have a little briefing, like telling him not to do that. And he was like, it doesn't matter. Do you see the ratings? And I was thinking, he still thinks that he's on The Apprentice. Right? He still thinks that he said, but what about the ratings? The ratings are through the roof. He said, so I knew then that it didn't matter what he said. He was just trying to be provocative. Y'all, I tell y'all every day, I worked on The Apprentice, that y'all have an actor as your president, a person that cares about ratings and is still at Mark Burnett, like, what are we going to do for the ratings? I got to be provocative for the ratings to get attention. Attention is best. Y'all, this is who running y'all country. Anyway, go ahead. So what is he doing? But like recite, because you said the other day, like nothing really happened. He's just going to countries saying like, I want y'all to do this. And they're giving him
what they're already doing.
Already been doing anyway. And he's like, great. I did it. Carry on. Like,
because you sent me that. So let me, I'm gonna read that thing that you sent me. Where's your text? So here's what these far right wing people are saying, that all of the accomplishments that Donald Trump has done. Mexico caved, Panama caved, Colombia caved, Venezuela caved, Canada is panicking, mass deportations, hostages are home, DEI programs ended, bureaucracy slashed, FBI purges are underway, U.S. aid funding canceled, gender ideology eliminated, Doge already saved billions, 51 intel agents lost clearance, border crossings dropped by 93%, reservoirs filled up in California.
No, they didn't, by the way. Go ahead.
Just to name a few. So they are really drinking the Kool-Aid. And if you go to these other countries, what they're saying is, yeah, what do you say? We're making Mexico put 10,000 troops at the border. Well, they already have 15. So, okay, we'll just pull our 5,000 back. Yes, Donald Trump, we're going to put 10,000 troops. Now we don't have to, there's less money for us. Yes. See, victory.
All that it just has to look like a win is something that he can report to his base and say, look what I've done for you. Look what I've done for America. I'm the best U.S. president that's ever existed. That's all that he cares about. And so, there don't have to be a plan. That's my concern. If we're getting back to the federal workers, it's like you're taking people out, right? 40,000 people are leaving, which leaves a shit show for the rest of the people that decided to stay. So people will be grossly overworked if you think about it. Like, what is that going to mean? How do you put those people back in place unless there's a plan to dismantle the government and let them run it and let them do it?
Now, the reality is there does need to be a government overhaul. And, when was that ever going to happen if things were run in a traditional manner? I want to bring Kim Booker on here. She was with us last week to talk about that. Because, the thing I love about Kim is that she is, bring her on, I'm pulling music on. The thing I love about Kim is she's like from the DMV and she's been around all of this, and bring her in. And,
okay. And Kim is in the car. Kim is in the car. Did you tell Kimmy she can't be in the car?
I told her, but she said she wasn't going to be driving.
So my apologies, and I'm not driving. So let me just drop this real quick and get on up out of here. Then how about that?
Okay. Well, you ain't got to get up out of here. At least take your seatbelt off. Look comfortable, Kim. Like you look like.
Listen, you ladies have got me in this Donald Trump administration. We all need to wear our seatbelts.
Okay. All right.
Yes, because as the kids say, this is a true crash out. So it would do us well to have on our seatbelts and be grounded. Listen, as of today, 2%, that 40,000 that's taken, that quote unquote buyout, is only 2% of the federal employee base, right? Mm-hmm. And on top of that, you have congressional leaders saying pretty much, this man has wrote a check that his ass can't cash. And unless Elon Musk and him plan on funding this, you cannot and do not take this for word. Now, think about it, too. It would take an act of Congress to fund this thing, right? Yeah. And if it hasn't gone in front of Congress, when you typed that one word reply, resign, all you have done is made them aware of your intent.
Oh, that's what they had to do. They just had to reply, resign?
Yes. Now, if you wanted to reply other things, you sure could have. But the key word was the word resign. Now, you think about it, you guys, it is not a phallus. There is about 4 to 5 software developers ranging between the ages of 19 and 26 that are his, if you will, these are his tech SMEs. And all they know is what they know, right? And so the key word was resign. What Congress and the union and attorney generals are saying to these people, when you typed that word resign, the only thing that you truly did was gave affirmation that your intent is to leave your position. And should you never get paid for doing that, you have already committed to leaving your position.
So what does that mean?
What that means is whether you ever get a dime or not, you typed in writing that you resigned. And I mean,
how binding is that?
And common sense ain't that common, because it was asked that you type your intent from your government email. That in and of itself is a contract.
To a Gmail account, no less.
Because that's all those 20-year-olds could come up with.
So ghetto.
So,
oh my God.
I mean, yeah. So then let's just put on our legal ego caps, if we will. Who of us would respond to something as important in our lives as our employment with a one-word response to a Gmail account? Who? Raise your hand. Raise your hand.
It was, listen, I'm saying it was AI. I'm like, that wasn't me. I didn't do it. Somebody hacked me.
So that's the one thing that I wanted to say. The second thing that I wanted to say, and Constance and I were talking about this offline. For our community, this is 2020 all over again. A lot of us are regretful that we didn't do some of the things that we could have done during the pandemic had we known that we could do these things, right? So there was a lot of entrepreneurs, there were a lot of authors, there were a lot of inventors that happened during that time. Well, This is the 2020, because if you do take that buyout and they do fund you, let's just say all things going well, it happens. This is the time to get into contact with people like Constance, subject matter experts that can help you develop your business, grow your business, and take it from concept to actualizing, showing you what to do in another environment that isn't as health constrained as the pandemic was. But you will all of a sudden come into this lump of money that you weren't expecting, that now you can add some stability to your life that no other presidential administration may be able to take away from you.
Right. And that goes back to, and thank you for saying that when I was talking about my concern, Black people, my concern, Black people is yes, I'm not fearing, because at first I said fear, Kim, and Tierra had to correct me. She said, no, not your fear, your concern. But my concern is that I want to make sure that if you do take this buyout, you 7,200, whether it might be a disproportionate amount, because, you know, if it's 40,000 people, they say 18% of the workforce is Black. So that means roughly 7,200 people are going to be resigning or taking the buyout. But it may be disproportionately more, because Black people just might be tired. You know what I'm saying? They might just be tired of working for the government. But if that's the case, then what are you going to do? What are you going to do? So let's talk about what you're going to do when we come back from this gym commercial. It's Constance Carter, your wealth activist, and it is time to get in the gym. The Grow Your Money Club. The Grow Your Money Club is a 12-month comprehensive training where I teach you how to build a sustainable business and go from being an employee to an investor. Go to growyourmoney.club to sign up today. Well, that's one thing that you can do is you can go to Grow Your Money Club. But I do want to dig into that, because you will be, if you decide, and this is for anybody who gets a type of buyout. One of the things when I first got my real estate license, I was fortunate. I was in the Silicon Valley and I was working for Silicon Valley companies, and I was in the IT field. I was an information technology analyst. And so I had gotten laid off from Cisco Systems, and I had only like a 3-month severance package. And I was already in the process of getting my real estate license. I don't know if you know, but if you get a severance package, if you get laid off, you also are entitled to unemployment as well. So I have my unemployment, I have my severance, and I had me. I said, this is do or die. You know, I was like, I could fail when I first started, I was embarrassed because, you know, shit happened, right? I'm driving my Ford Windstar minivan. I got my clients in the car and it's raggedy as shit. But I'm hungry because that's all I had. All I had was me to try to figure out how I could make this happen in spite of all this stuff. The severance package was running out. I knew unemployment only lasted for so long. So I had to invest in myself. So I'm driving my minivan and I was afraid that the door was going to fly open when I want my clients in the car. Guess what? The door flew open and I was mortified and my minivan was raggedy, but it was do or die for me. So when we're looking at, you know, going into this, there might be situations where you have fear. You may fail the first time, because I failed. I ended up filing bankruptcy. You might get embarrassed, but if you do this, you have to go all in.
Yeah.
You have to be willing to go all in. There are no plan Bs. You got this money. I got 7 months put aside. Okay, so now if I make $100,000 a year, that's about $8,500 a month. Let's say $8,000 a month that I have. So 8,000 times 7, how much is that? That's $48,000, say roughly. Let's say $30,000 that I have that I'm able to invest in myself with. What am I going to do?
Mm-hmm.
That's the real question. What am I going to do? And what we do know is that a lot of Black-owned businesses fail within the first year because of certain things that don't happen, because they don't get in alignment. It's because they don't build foundations. It's because the barriers, the self-sabotage, like Kim and I were talking about, that a lot of people end up going through when they're, you know, they not thinking that they deserve it or they're good enough, or they don't have the right mentorships or the right coaching or the education. Like starting a business isn't just about you having the best fried chicken on the south side of the DC, right? And Southeast DC. It's about knowing how to start a business around that fried chicken place, knowing how to market it, knowing how to sell, knowing how to, like, all the things that come along with the business. You got to invest in that piece too, Black people. So if you decide, listen, I'm gonna go all in and take a risk,
strategy,
you got to have some strategy. Yeah. What you think?
Don't jump in that 12 to 18 months, right? Because we talked about it the other day on the show, Constance, where, you know, that first 12 to 18 months, 80% of those businesses, those Black businesses fail. So you want to don't spend all your money.
Yeah.
Not you just to throw it out thinking you could do it on your own. Because a lot of times we just run, we bootstrap. Yeah. We just be like, I got this idea. Even if you ain't wrote all the idea down, you don't know the pros and cons. You haven't done any type of assessment. Right. Yeah. You want to make sure you're covered with people that have.
You're right. Mm-hmm. So I want to talk about, do you have anything to add to that, Kimberly?
What I wanted to share too is it's very important, I also think, to strategize, right? That word could not be any more poignant at this time. You've got to strategize for what's happening today, what's happening next week, and what you want your family to see. In fact, this may be the only come up that some families may have happening for them because they relied so heavily upon that good government job, as what they say in Prince George's County. And in this particular case, you cannot tell me that there is one federal worker that thought that this could ever happen in their lifetime.
Right.
And because we are looking at this is what makes it akin to the pandemic. You could not have told me in 2017 that we saw a pandemic coming in 2020. Yeah. So with that having been said, it takes a little bit more than a bright idea for those that may come into this buyout. And then look at the multiplier effect, though, Ken. Look at the multiplier effect. If this happens to the federal government, then what about all of the subcontractors and the independent businesses that were involved in that ecosystem?
Yes.
It's going to be the trickle down theory. Yeah. And to me, that's something that I want our community to prepare itself for as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So the 40,000 people is not just the 40,000 people who said resign. 40,000 people are the other people that are associated with the federal government. And here in Prince George's County, before Donald Trump was elected, they said that they were going to put the FBI. They were fighting for years about putting the FBI headquarters in Prince George's County. I heard that's off the table now.
Well, I'm not sure how that could be off the table because pretty much that ink was sealed with the previous administration and the final decision that was done there. Now, that does not mean the Trump administration can try to undo that deal, but I'm going to tell you, for the likes of his for 4 years, I don't think that they're going to undo that deal because that's been being worked on for probably at least the past 11 years.
Wow.
So no matter what he wants to do, he can only do it in the next 4 years, right? And when we're talking about the FBI headquarters,
no, wait, go back, because what this man's done in a week, the dismantling that this man has done in a week.
Yes, but understand this, even though he is even trying to downsize the CIA, how will we know if the CIA was ever downsized? I mean, do you feel me what I'm saying?
Because he's putting all his people in place. Right. Yeah.
It's that part.
And then he's going to make civil servants government employees so he can kind of take over that part of the government too. And then the FBI. So for people who are outside of this area, they don't understand the amount of resources that were going to come into this county, especially for Black people.
Yes.
With the FBI coming to this county was going to be huge. It was going to provide thousands of jobs and infrastructure, and it was just supposed to explode. You know how people be like, Amazon coming, FBI coming was going to do such amazing things for this county, especially for our people. Mm-hmm. And so if that is off the table, then that's it's
detrimental to our whole country. It just doesn't impact Prince George's County. As you know, we are in the DMV area, so it will actually impact the DMV ecosystem, right? And then you have the new Metro Purple line that was going to come in service. Not to mention, we have military that's located near Greenbelt. We have NASA that's located near Greenbelt. So there's a lot of federal agencies that were reliant upon the FBI finally coming out of the nation's capital and being more accessible to other agencies as well. The multiplier effect, Constance, imagine this, 40,000 people being paid differently going somewhere else. That means the restaurants, the hospitality, the parking, the roads, everything where they spent their money is going to be impacted as well.
100%. So you think about going downtown and where all of the federal employees are. That's going to affect the restaurants. That's going to affect every single industry in that immediate area. So them saying we're going to lay everybody off, it's not just hurting the federal employees, it's hurting the entire communities.
Yeah.
And your expertise, real estate. DC already has a commercial real estate problem since the post-pandemic. Right. We have empty buildings there. So imagine now if even more people are not showing up. What's going to happen with those buildings? Let me tell you, ladies, I don't know that much about real estate, but what I do know is I think this man still thinks he's on The Apprentice. And I think that he still believes that he's a real estate mogul, because anytime that you
go, him and his buddy's gonna buy it up. Him and his buddy's gonna buy it up and make it into housing.
Listen, I don't even want to bring up what this man said about the Gaza Strip and wanting to purchase the Gaza Strip and turn it into
the prime minister agreed with him
and turn it into a resort area owned by the United States government.
People are just looking at us around the country and just like, the fuck?
They're like, you know what? This is how I feel. I feel like from this month forward, when we set foot on foreign lands, like when we check in and come into their airports, they're going to look at our passport and say United States, and they're going to roll their eyes.
That's the least that they can do. I mean, hopefully they don't do anything any worse. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And let's put the shoe on the other foot, ladies. If you were Canada and you were facing these exorbitant tariffs, why wouldn't you charge a surcharge for every American citizen that crossed your border to make up for it? I mean, if you hustling, why would Canada hustle backwards? They say, okay, no problem. For every one of your citizens that want to come here, they'll pay an extra $100 per citizen.
Why not?
Why not?
See, the problem is when you have this drunk, this power drunk politician who just wants to be right, because as we know, he really didn't make any real changes. He just wanted to look like or appear. We know that Elon Musk threatens national security, because you think about this too. If all of these jobs go away, and if he loses these contracts, then now he's a government official. Now he's going to rely on foreign aid to come and help him build his companies, which is also a problem. Because remember, that's the reason why him and what's the other guy who's supposed to be on Doge? He wants it's actually Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon was mad because Elon Musk wants to bring more visa employees over to the country, and Steve Bannon wants to keep it white. He don't want these foreigners over here doing this work. But it does speak to, and I've always been saying this for years, it speaks to the national security when we're not educating our children on STEM, on engineering, and all this stuff. Like, I'm from the Silicon Valley. When I would go to work at Cisco Systems, everybody in that mug was not from this country. No one was from the country.
Right.
What does that do for our national security? So you exacerbate that with all the things that are coming in place, people losing their jobs. Now we have these foreigners coming in, doing a lot of the jobs of the American people. What are then going to happen to the American people? What kind of class are they creating by virtue of everything that's going on politically?
So, Queens, I do want to say this, right? When we think about the future, it's almost like we can't take these emotions that we have today into the future, because it's sad, right? It's sad, it's frustrating and such. But I see in the comments where someone commented, we are a superpower together. Someone else commented, this could be good for us. Without strategy, without the proper bedrock, without the proper tool to sustain ourselves, this is a very vulnerable time for people of color. And we've got to me, we have to put some differences aside so that we could strategize, and we could now begin to build the educational system that we want to see, the socioeconomic system that we demand to see, the health system that we demand to see. By and large, this may be a time that we could possibly be heard, more so than any other time. But it is a matter of how do we amplify our voices for that to occur.
I think it's time for us to talk to ourselves. But really quick, Tiara, Fly Nubian Money is getting ready to come up in the next hour. What are we talking about today?
Yes, on Fly Nubian Money, that comes on from 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are talking about the shortage, actually marriage material shortage. I saw a report that basically said that, and again, this might be a story, I'm not sure, you'll have to come and see, but that there's a marriage material shortage in America for Black people, Black men and women, not just Black women, because usually it's like there's not enough men out here, but men are also saying there's not enough women out here that are marriage material. So we're gonna have a conversation.
Can I come on there? Can I come? I want to talk too. I'm not
Please.
I'm no longer on Thursdays. I'm just on Tuesdays and Wednesdays because I'm trying to be a good boss. But I want to talk about this because this is like I'm out here. I'm outside.
I'm outside too. We have some people that are married on the panel, and we have some people that are single. So we're gonna play a little game, and we're gonna have fun today. We're gonna play a game on the panel. We're gonna play a game in the chat. So make sure that you come and check us out and have a good time with us.
Yes.
Let's try to figure it out. Because.
We need this, and we need each other, and we know that we're so far behind on Black wealth. Kevin on LinkedIn, he said that we're on our way to this zero net worth in 2053, and the Black family, Black marriage is a factor.
Yeah.
Black wealth.
Yes.
And so we need each other. Yeah, we need each other. I mean, but I got a question, but I'll ask it if I can come on the show. Can I come on the show? Okay, I got a question I want to ask on the show because I do got a question. Just being out here, and I was asking April today. I'm gonna just tell y'all. So I was asking April today, do people really get in relationships and settle? just for the sake of having a man? I couldn't imagine. She's like, yeah. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe that. Like, I'd rather be by myself. That sounds like a life of misery. Like, there's no way that I would just be in a relationship just to have a man in my bed.
Yeah,
Ugh.
I mean, and or a woman, right? I think it's both. So I think we're gonna have that conversation on Fly Nubian Money in an
Okay.
hour, y'all. So come through, check us out.
Okay.
And then also, because I'm gonna get out of here, but I
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that everybody knew that we in retaliation of what's going on, we are starting a Fly Nubian Money business directory. So if you have a Black business, please email me at info@realvirtual.net. I'm compiling this list. I want your business. Please make sure you don't send me, put all your information, Black people, in the chat. Don't just send me a YouTube link and be like, this is my business. Because I'm
This
not
is
going
my
to research.
business.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not
Right.
going to do all that. But if
So
you
what
give me
you
all
want?
the
You want their
proper
name? What else?
your website, if you want to put your number, you can your email, like make sure I have all of that information. So that is, and of course we have Fly Nubian Money Club, which is also it's something that we're doing this weekend. If you know, you've been watching, we have a sales training teaching you the skill of selling from business to business, business to customer, in-person sales, prospecting, cold calling, all the things we are talking about this weekend, this Saturday, February 8th at 11 a.m. my time. What time is that?
No, 11 on my
No, it's
time, 8
11
your
your
time.
time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 8 a.m. Pacific time. So
Yeah.
come on, come
But
through.
I do want to say this here. This directory that you're compiling is just for Black. You're doing it for free. You ain't trying to make no money off of it. You're just trying to get information so that we can do business with one another. So I really want you guys to know this is like a labor of love for Tiara that she's doing because she just wants to see us win. So you guys, if you have a product or service, a business, because you already you was matchmaking.
I'm matchmaking businesses out here. People ask me for a CPA. They've asked me for certain things, and I've been like, "Wait a minute, I think somebody came through for that." Here's the introduction. And so so it's good.
That's beautiful, beautiful. All right, I'm gonna see you in an hour. I'm going over there to Fly Nubian Money, and we're gonna talk about Black love and relationships.
Perfect. It was good to see you again, Kim. Thank you for coming through.
Yes,
I love y'all, Black people. I will see you all soon.
Absolutely. Bye now.
Kimberly.
Yes, ma'am.
So, what is your take on how this is going to affect? Because I'm here in the DMV. I'm new, of course, I've been here 2 years. You have sort of, and of course, it's not just affecting people here, but this is where you have a big concentration of a lot of Black wealth, which I love to see. And so you've been here she's originally from the D. It's so cold in the D. She's originally from the
What up, though? What up, though?
But you've been here at least 20 years, 25 years.
Yeah.
So you know about the ecosystem and how all of this stuff works and how, just navigating through this. What do you think? Do you think this is going to be detrimental? What do you think is going to happen in the area?
So one thing that you've got to know, the basis of the wealth in Prince George's County came from those federal government jobs back in the 60s and 70s and such. That is what brought most of this population to home ownership. And then on to entrepreneurship of small businesses in this area. It was the security and the financial rewards of those government jobs and those benefits.
Right.
So were it not for the equality, the employment equality that the government jobs brought to people of color and especially African Americans, I don't believe that Prince George's County would have sustained the economic success that it did.
Yeah.
Back in the 70s and early 80s and such. And Constance, I don't have to tell you, you look around Prince George's County, you see as many seasoned African-American housing communities as you see new.
Yeah.
So that's how you know that this. Exactly. We've been having this. And how did we get this? It was by way of those federal jobs. Yeah. Now, that having been said, 40,000 is a drop in the bucket to the whole federal employee force, 2% or so. Mm-hmm. Of that 2% out of 40,000, surely we know half of them are not African Americans. It's a smaller percentage of even that, right?
15%.
But should that number grow, because that 40,000, the deadline, if I'm not mistaken, is today, correct?
Thursday,
Right.
yeah.
So we can anticipate that that number may grow. But what you also need to know is that this whole initiative is being ruled upon today in the court system in Boston. There is a judge that is going to go before who may very well block this whole initiative. Now, if that happens, and I think it probably will, those federal employees, unfortunately, would have identified themselves.
Lord have mercy.
So they would have identified themselves, number one. And then secondly, though, and most important, we've got to look at the agencies that they are targeting.
Yeah.
And if those agencies were so in step with EEO laws and DEI that there's a heavier concentration of African Americans there, like the Department of Transportation.
Yeah, but all of them. But yeah, the DOT, but all the federal agencies here, they have definitely been inclusive, supported DEI. This is
right,
like you said, why we're so heavily employed. Well, number one is the amount of the percentage of Black people that live here.
Yeah.
If you didn't have at least 18% Black people in there, it would be a whole problem. But the thing that gets me is, Kimberly, we do need an overhaul with the federal government. But do you have crooks to come and hold the federal government hostage and come, and you can't believe them because they're saying, oh, we've audited everything. Now, how do you audit a whole federal agency within 24 hours and then come to the conclusion that it is horribly ran and there's just a lot of corruption going? How do you do that within 24 hours? So you can't believe the people in the federal government who have been running these agencies, but then you also can't believe the people who are auditing the agencies either, because you can't believe a liar. So then what do you do?
So again, this comes back to that theology that I mentioned to you not too long ago called the wicked problem. Because you know that the overhaul needs to happen, but you also know there has to be trusted agents of change to make that overhaul happen. And also, too, let's wonder why such a thing has never happened before, because it is a huge undertaking. And it will probably take more than 2 presidential 4-year terms for that thing to occur.
The Constitution was written 300 years ago.
And so, Constance, to your point, there are experts, there are pundits. This is not a job for one oligarch to attempt to do. There have to be people from both sides of the aisle to make sure that this is done fairly.
But can you trust them? Like, it's like, how do you trust? Like, how can the police themselves? But if you have the federal government, which you can't trust them, then you have these people who are coming in with on a hostile takeover. And Elon Musk just the same thing that he did with Twitter. This is not Twitter. This is the federal government. These are people's lives.
Exactly.
But he gave them the same one sheet. He gave them the same option, the same writing, the same language, and everything that you did with your Twitter takeover. And now you're running the federal government in this way. There has to be. It's like, okay, we got to shake things up, and maybe the extreme is needed. I'm playing devil's advocate because on one hand, the federal government was corrupt anyway. Everything's just swept under the rug, but then you can't let these motherfuckers do it. So who is trustworthy enough to actually do this? Like,
I don't think that there's one person that's trustworthy enough. I think that this has to be a group effort. It has to be a bipartisan effort. And I think that, too, the American people need to have a say-so from beginning to end, right?
Yeah.
If that makes sense. And for my druthers, I don't want the ringleader to be someone that wasn't even born here.
Number one. Number two, who was a staunch racist and was a benefactor of a racist system in South Africa.
Absolutely. Generationally.
Yes.
Whose father was a part of the structured system of apartheid in South Africa and gained his wealth that way.
This motherfucker said he had so much money he couldn't even close the safes.
Listen, so to me, those are the people that we don't want to have a say-so, because those are not the people that are mutually aligned with the core of our population here in the United States anyway.
Right.
So that's number one. And that's why I said that it probably needs to be a bipartisan, diverse group of people from all different kinds of backgrounds with all different types of fields of expertise, with standing to receive no financial gain.
Right.
And not related to anything that would amount to financial gain. Not just financial gain in currency, but financial gain in influence, power, legacy, right?
Right. Right.
That they're just good people with good knowledge to do a good thing.
Right. And not 20-year-old boys who still, get hard on when the wind blows. Like, why are these people that are in charge of, auditing the federal government? And then you have Elon Musk, who is a benefactor of government contracts. Why does he have access to this information, this private and sensitive information against his competitors? That's the reason why they got the Did you see that, the Elon Musk Act?
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, though, Congress asked for Elon Musk to come in front of them yesterday. And the Republican Party refused to vote positively on that request.
Yes.
So there's that.
So what happened was, so let me just tell you, what happened was there was one Democrat that didn't vote. He was from the Silicon Valley, and he was a friend of Elon Musk. He conveniently didn't show up for the vote. Oh, I wasn't notified, but everybody's saying you were notified. Said, well, if I was notified and I voted, I would have voted, like my partners. You know what Elon Musk's response to him was? Don't be a dick. So
to me,
it's America's government system is ghetto.
Yeah, it is. And Constance, which bears to a topic that I've really been wanting us to crack open is it such a good idea to put all of our eggs as African Americans in the United States basket? And I know we're going to talk about this in the future, but more and more you could see the best, the brightest, those that really have their fingers on the pulse of the future for African Americans as far as the financial world is concerned. They are moving out of the United States. They're seeking dual citizenship. They are finding ways, not just for themselves, but for those of us who want to invest in, to do things outside of the United States. And I think that's very important. And it certainly bears to bring to surface for further discussion.
Ghana's not looking too bad for your girl. South Africa is not looking that bad. Like, there are some other countries outside of the United States that are
Colombia,
really nice. But that's what they want. They want us to leave. That's exactly what they want. But I may end up giving them what they want. If I can move across the country from my family, from West Coast to East Coast, a few more hours, further east may not be such a bad idea. Just to get out of the rigmarole and the rut of what America, the ghetto that America as a whole has become.
Yeah.
And create more opportunities with people who look like us. What's so funny, when I talk to Africans or I talk to Caribbeans, they say, when we're in our country, we don't think about being Black. You don't got to think about being Black until you come to America, where everything you got to think about who you are, how you show up, how do you act, how are you perceived? I got to be like this. I can't be the angry Black woman. I gotta, I have to do,
Absolutely.
And to be able to go somewhere, when Chinese people go to China, they don't got to worry about being Chinese. When white people go to Russia, they don't think about, even here, white people don't think about being white here in America, but Black people, that's, and James Baldwin said to be Black in America and relatively conscious is to be in a rage all times.
At all times. Absolutely.
So when you understand what's really going on beneath the surface and all of the things that they are doing intentionally to destroy your Black ass, it's frustrating, and you are in a rage at all times because you see all of the inequities and the atrocities that happen to us all the time. But Kim, we can't take control. from here, from this point. We can't take control. So even people who, whether they are, you said something, you said we can't put all of our eggs in one basket. We can't, and you were talking about just being here in America, but we can't put our eggs in all in one basket, just being employed by the federal government or by a private sector company or by anyone or anything that controls your destiny, your finances, your future. We have to be removed from that. Ecclesiastes 11:2 says you have to have 7, no 8. First it says 7, then it said 8 revenue streams in case a disaster strikes the land. So us having all of our eggs in one basket, looking at the federal government, what are we going to do? You know, I need them to pay my bills. We got to look at other resources, Black people. We're going to have to start looking outside of them giving us jobs, giving us money, worried about, you know, now we want to go to the NAACP because Microsoft don't got a DEI and Meta don't got DEI. No, we got to start doing for ourselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Working for ourselves, working with each other. It's important.
I think that this is going to be the bloodline for the African American community. Just like there's some of us that said, okay, so now I'm eating healthy, I'm eating green, I'm eating organic. I think that this is going to be the very beginning of us believing in our own powers, whether they're financial, education, the sharing of knowledge, the sharing of technology. I think that that's what this stands to be. And if we had to get quote unquote scared into it, then so be it. If our very foundation had to get shook, then so be it. If the pandemic didn't teach us enough, then here we have a presidential administration that's saying with every day, not every month, with every day, I'm coming after an agency. I'm coming after a group. I'm coming after a segment. When I say that if this isn't a wake-up call, this is the wake-up call of all wake-up calls. You know why, Constance? Because every time we turn on the TV or we turn on the radio, it's been something new. It's like shock and awe. Shock and awe. Shock and awe every day.
It's overload. It's sensory overload. Like you wake up, you're like, oh, what's going on with this bullshit today? And you know, who said that? They said the golden age. E. Steiger said the golden age is 2025. I believe 2025 is the year for Black people of the Great Awakening. I do believe, y'all. They said in 2053, which is 20 years, less than 18, is 18 years from now, that our net worth is going to be a zero based upon our spending today. As of 2025, we have $2 trillion in spending power. And we're consumers. It's just consumption. We're not investors. So we have to change the way we think about how we're spending our dollars, who we're spending our dollars with. We have $2 trillion, 2% is spent with Black owned businesses. Imagine if 10% was spent with Black owned businesses. 6 hours is spent in our communities. Imagine if we spent a week in our own communities. What that would do for our Black wealth and how it would close, like just baby steps. I'm not saying be like the Jews in 30 days, because the Jews, they do 30 days. They say we're not doing business with nobody else outside our community until we find and we scale, we look and see if there's nobody else that can do the job, then we will go outside of our communities.
Correct.
They are so staunch on making sure that they do business with people who look like them. They look to them first. Arabs the same way. Hispanics the same way. White people just by virtual white supremacy are going to look for white people to do the business for them.
And Asians definitely the same way.
Definitely the same
way. And so I think it comes to the forefront of, we got to call it what it is. We, by and large, could do a much better job with committing to us.
Yeah.
We could do a much better job in giving us what's owed to us. Right? And what does that look like? Constance, it's nothing but small steps, just like you mentioned. It's the smallest steps. It's instead of getting in your car and driving across town to a major grocery store chain, taking the effort to find a Black owned grocery store, even if it's driving a little bit further, taking the effort. Listen, Constance, I know the African American owned beauty supply stores in Prince George's County.
I love it.
And I go there.
Yes.
Because I need to go.
Yes. And you know what? It's so funny. I'm sorry. It's so funny because where I was in California, they had two, but they had an African one. And then later on, they had a Black owned beauty supply store. And Black people be like, I don't know, Africans is rude. I don't give a damn. I'd rather give it to some rude Africans than some rude Asians. Because when I walk in that Asian store, guess what they doing? They got a Black girl that's in the front.
Yes, they do.
Looking at me on the camera.
Yeah.
Right. And then if I'm walking aimlessly, I hear them calling the Black girl. What is she doing? And I hear the Black girl reporting to them because now they watching her and they watching me. I'd rather go to the rude African and definitely a rude African American before I go to a rude Asian in my community. Do you know only 3% of the businesses in our community are Black owned businesses? But if you go to an Arab community, you're going to have Arab businesses. You go to Asian community, you're going to have Asian businesses.
Absolutely.
You go to white community, you're going to have, but when you come to our communities, you have everybody else except for us. And then they will disguise their business because the Asian beauty supply place is called Ebony Beauty Supply. Like,
yeah.
Oh, it's Black.
No, they're trying to be clever. And I know that, Constance, you remember there was a time when they never had Black employees. And it's almost like they got together and had a conference and said, okay, so this is what you got to do now.
Yes.
You got to put Black faces. Yeah. Put Black faces in front so that you could really watch them on camera, because you can't watch them and follow them around and not have them steal from you at the same time. So let the Black young people talk to them, engage them while you're watching the surveillance camera. That's the trend now. But what I do is I call them out on it. I will even go into their stores and I'll say, no, I don't want her to help me. I want you to help me.
Yeah. For real.
I want you to come from behind the counter and you show me. I don't want her to do it. She doesn't know what she.
You did something at a store. What happened?
Girl, it's no telling. You know, I have an adventure every time I go. I believe in this verse that Jay-Z used in one of his rap songs. He said something to the effect, sometimes foreigners act like they forgot how to act. Let me say that again. Foreigners act like they forgot how to act. And I remind them that if you believe the hype and how you need to come here and treat African Americans, let me let you know how you're not about to get my green dollar.
Yes. Unless
you treat me with some respect. And if you give me too much agitation, I'm going to ask to see your business license.
Right.
And you give me too much agitation past that, I want to, not only do I want to see it, I want to know who granted it and when was it granted and when are you up for when does this business license expire? Yeah, I'm going to go into all of that. I went into a situation with one business only to find that their business license was expired. The people that they had working there were not citizens, did not have work visas, and I took it for all I could.
Ooh.
And all this was behind a broken phone case. Now you got an ICE. Now you got an ICE. You got an ICE situation because you decided to be rude, to be nasty, and to treat me less than how I deserve to be treated. Now you got ICE. Now you got the FBI. Now you got the. Come on.
Because you thought you was better than somebody Black.
Because you came here with the preconceived notion that you don't have to treat African Americans with dignity and respect. Someone told you that in some back alley meeting at some conference or on some investment conference call.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work for me, and it doesn't work for my kids. They've seen me do it. And guess what? I don't even do it as an angry Black woman. Yeah. I do it as the very educated, give me all the information that I need. I'll see you again.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's how we do it. Dr. George Fraser said something. He said you would never see a Black owner of a delicatessen restaurant in Chinatown. It just don't happen. But you will see them in our neighborhood selling to our people, selling our hair and treating us like shit. And so that's the reason. That's why I was saying that we have to, not only we have these online businesses, sure, but also we need to also have local brick and mortar businesses too. Now, I do understand everybody's not going to be a business owner, but if you have an idea, then why not? then why not go for it? Yes, we know most Black owned businesses. We do within the first 12 to 18 months, 80% of Black owned businesses fail. It's true. I failed at a business owner as a business owner, but I did what I had to do to keep going. And so that's what we got to do, Black people. If you fail one time, it's okay. You can get up and you can go again. Just because you failed twice, it doesn't matter. I failed and I filed bankruptcy. I've closed my business and I've reopened my business. I had to start, I went through a divorce. I went through a disaster that struck my land, that struck my world. I went through a divorce, lost over $1 million, had to restart, and that's okay. You have to be resilient in this day and time if you really want to close a wealth gap, if you want to change your community, if you want to change the legacy for your children. You have to be willing to take those risks, because you just might fail, Kim. You just might fail, and it's okay. But have the wherewithal to do it. And that's the reason why, for me, it's important. Like, they said in year 2053, our wealth is going to be at zero. I believe that they done fucked around and gave us the internet. We have more power in the palm of our hand with this than they had when they put the man on the moon. They didn't have that much technology when they put the man on the moon, and they were able to do that. What then can't we do? Right. Those barriers, the brick and mortar barriers, the white supremacist barriers, although they exist in a lot of corporate spaces, they are non-existent in a lot of digital spaces that you can create a business. You can start a business. Number one, you got to have good credit. Got to get your credit together, because you can use your credit as leverage to start your business. Let me tell you this. When I had my business, I was bootstrapping for years, right? I had to decide on if I was going to pay the rent or pay my mortgage. And a lot of times I didn't pay my mortgage, and I paid my rent because I had to bet on myself. The moment that I started using my credit as leverage to build my business, that's when I was able to scale my business. But a lot of Black people don't understand the importance of being able to scale your business by using other people's money. So I had to do that, but in order to use other people's money, you got to have good credit. So that's one thing. Black people, our credit on average is a 671, while everybody else is a 700. We got to get our credit scores up. That's number one. Number two, you got to really start investing in yourself. So that means take a class, take a training, get a mentor, get a coach, go to a conference, do a meetup, like just get enthralled in business. We have to change the dynamic, and we got to change the mindset. One of the things that you said when we were talking earlier, Kim, you said, there's a lot of self-sabotage that we have with Black people. Hi, Taylor. There's a lot of self-sabotage that we have as African-Americans, based upon what we've told ourselves, what we sold ourselves, how we've been conditioned, whatever ego we have, the things that we have accepted and adopted for ourselves. Do you have to leave? Oh, do you want to say, oh?
Yeah.
You gotta leave?
Yes. I did want to say this one last thing before I go. Constance, I think that leaders like you and people that have mentored you, and some of those in the financial world, educational world, just like we all came together for the Kamala Harris with that huge Zoom call, that was quick, down and dirty. We got objectives, we got missions, and we did it. We created all of that money and all of that awareness. Yeah. I believe that we need to take to Zoom regionally in our community, and we need to put together a strategy with funding that moves as quickly as that did.
I love that. Maybe I'll start the Zoom call. Maybe I'll start the conversation. We'll see.
And I think that those minds of like individuals like you and like Boyce and whether it's Al Sharpton, like all of those people that are either revered in our community or have been good trouble on the behalf of our community, we need to pull it together. And whatever we got to hash out, we need to hash it out. But we need to have a Zoom call. Maybe we'll call it African Americans for Resilience.
Yeah.
And how we're going to move forward. And thank you so very much for having me here. Yes. I got another meeting to go off to. I appreciate your audience and the comments that they're making in the chat. Wonderful comments in the chat. It is time for us to move forward. It is time for us to be resilient.
Mobilize. We got over 1,000 people watching right now from different platforms, Kim. And I appreciate you coming on here. I'm going to give them my final thoughts, and then I got to jump off here and get on this other podcast. But thank you. Tell Taylor I said hello. What's up to the baby?
Will do.
All right.
Thank you, Constance. And thank you to your audience. Have a good day.
I appreciate you. y'all. So as I was saying, we have to be resilient as Black people. Emma said, I like that. Emma said more Susus. I think that's great. Let me just tell you, I don't know if you know the story of Berry Gordy. Berry Gordy. I was in Detroit a few months ago. I was doing some training, and we went over to Motown. Did you know that the way Berry Gordy started Motown was sort of like a Susu? So it's such a cool story because his parents had money. They were real estate, they were in insurance. His father owned a grocery store. Like, his parents were well off. And what they would do is they would put all their money in a pot, his family. And every time somebody wanted to start a business, they would decide as a family if they wanted to invest in the business. And that's how he started Motown. But these are the types of things that we could do on a small scale to say, hey, this is what a lot of Asians do. And they also do this in the African community, is you have a small group of people, and you're just putting it up, say $100 a month. Say it's 20 people, you're putting in $100 a month. That's what? That's $2,000 times 100, 20 people. And you do that for 12 months. And you decide as a collective who's going to go out in their business, and what you guys are going to do and how much you're going to invest as a group. And then you push that person up. And then that person still continues to give back. And then you do the next one and the next one and the next one. Imagine if we did that as a community. Now there is where our funds, our capital go or come from, is if we do it internally, because less than 2% of the venture capitalist funding that goes out, the billions of dollars in venture capitalist funds that go out to these businesses, less than 2% actually go to Black owned businesses. We're not getting them from these white owned businesses, and we got to stop begging for white owned businesses. And that's why the Fearless Fund was so important. And Arian Simone, who's a friend of mine, that's why that was so important, was because less than 2% of Black people actually get this funding. We have something to address that. And now through the anti-DEI laws and anti-affirmative action, they don't want to have anything specifically for Black people or Black women, which is a crime, which is a shame. But you have all these companies that specifically will give funds to white-owned. 98% of them go to white-owned firms, and we can't even get a low 2%. You worried about our low 2% that we give into ourselves. So the Susu idea is a great idea. The other thing somebody said is, Constance, I have a credit score of 750. Where can I find your training to leverage it to build my business? There's two things that I do. I have what's called the Net7 Collective, and I see Precious Jewels, Jahari's on there. Kim is also part of the Net7 Collective. Tierra's a part of the Net7 Collective. I have women, and I changed it. I changed the whole dynamic of the program. It was a 12-week cohort where I would take Black women from all over the country through a 12 weeks of just showing them how to go from ideation to manifestation and helping them build their businesses, showing them how the techniques. But first thing I do is we have to get rid of the mindset. So we go through the mindset and the blocks and all the things that we've been told as a people of what we can't do, and break them all the way down to build them back up. And then we go through the steps of what they need to do to build their businesses. And so so what I've done is I've taken the 12-week off. Net7 is for life. So for all the people who joined the Net7 Collective, you are now in for life. It's not just 12 weeks, all of the ladies. So now we have a community of women, over 65 women who are in, maybe 80 women. I think about 80 women, 85 women who are in this collective that are from all walks of life, from all areas of the United States. They do everything from your employee to your person who's just starting their business, to doctors and lawyers and real estate agents and PhDs. It's just a plethora or a variety of Black women. And the common core, because we were going through our strengths last night, and the common core that I seen with the Black women that we have inside the Net7 Collective is they were servers. They were servants. They were people they were encouragers. So the type of people that are in this group that I attract, that I'm helping, are not only people who want to help, who want to build for themselves, but they want to help other people. And so if you are interested in being a part of that or seeing what that looks like, I do have the Net7 Collective. You can go to Net7BBS, net7bbs.com and fill out a form just telling me a little bit about yourself. And I'm definitely down to help you. These Black women are dynamic. They are unicorns. They're different. And so if you are different, if you're maybe a person in your area that, like, the smartest person in your area, or you're that person that everybody comes to, or you have an idea that you just have not been able to seem to get off the ground, or you don't know what your purpose is and you really want to be in alignment with your purpose and you want to figure that out, That's what the Net7 Collective is. That's what it's about. And oh my God, it's fueled. It's so much love. It's so much love. And it's so much positivity. Oh God, I get fueled every time we have our meetings on Wednesday nights. So there's that. But the other thing is, like I was saying, getting your credit together, start sacrificing, start taking risks, believe that you can do it. Here's the 4 keys to the broke code, or the 5 keys to the broke code. I wrote a book. Let me just tell you about this book real quick. It's called The Secret of Breaking the Broke Code. And this is not an advertisement of my book, but I will tell you this book is a dope ass book. When I wrote this in 2019, I think 2018, 2019, when I was going through my divorce, I was going through my therapy, right? And my therapist was like, Constance, she was like, I didn't tell her anything about it. I wrote a book. She said, I Googled you. And I was like, okay, that's what's up. And she said, I read your book. I said, which one? She said, The Secret of Breaking the Broke Code, because I have a bunch of books. And I said, okay, what'd you think? She said, I think you have all the answers in your book. Why are you coming to me? And I was like, what? Of course, when you're going through it, of course, you need your therapy. So she said, your assignment tonight is I want you to read your own book. And when I tell you, when I read this book, it changed my life. And I was like, shoot, I just forgot the principles in which I had already was living on and that I knew to be true was right here inside the book that I had developed and I had created. And so anyway, the 5 principles about breaking the broke cycle and the broke code is B, you have to have the belief that you deserve it. Okay. When I was 7 years old, my aunt Rosemary Jenkins, she was my Sunday school teacher. And she said, God loves you the same as he loves everybody else. And you could do anything you want. You could be, do, or have anything that you want. And I said, even the president of the United States? She said, even the president of the United States. And I knew in that moment that I could do anything. And that belief that I had, that unbelief that I had by virtue of the programming that was already put in my mind through media, by school, all those things were just broken in that moment because I knew that I was equally as important as everybody else. And that meant I could do anything I wanted to do. Okay. So we have to have belief that we deserve everything. We deserve abundance. We deserve happiness. We deserve wealth. Wealth is our birthright. We have to believe that. The R in the broke code is you have to be ready to receive it. You have to be the right person in the right place at the right time. I am ready. I'm ready for all God's blessings. I'm ready for the abundance because I know that I deserve it. The O is being obsessed. You still have to work for it. You got to envelop yourself in whatever it is that you want to do. So if you want to start that business, go to school. You got to eat, breathe, drink. You got to be obsessed. Read Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. All the people that he interviewed, they were obsessed with their success. So you got to be obsessed about that thing. The K in the broke code is being knowledgeable. Get the training, go to workshops. Remember I said, go to meetups, read a book, get a mentor, get in a class, get coached, join Net7 Collective, join the Grow Your Money Club, where it's not just for Black women, but it's for everybody. I'm going to take you from being an employee to an investor in 12 months. But you got to have the knowledge in order to do it. You got to know what you're doing. I've been going to training for the last 15 years. I invest in myself. And that's where the E comes in, the economical, the investing in yourself. You got to put out if you want to get back. There's a reaping and a sowing. So every time I sow, I believe that I'm going to get a return on my investment. You have to believe that you're going to get a return on your investment. So you got to put money out to get money back. You got to be willing to be economical and invest in yourself. That's the broke code. I'm going to get up off this broadcast. But I appreciate you all just joining me and understanding that I know that there's so much going on in the world. There's so many different variables, and there are a lot of questions. There are a lot more questions than answers, but this is the time, Black people, that we need to mobilize more than any other time. This is the time that we need to get information. If we got to get on that Zoom call, like Kim said, there's something that we need to do, but it can start very small with you. So that's what I say. Let's get information. Let's start getting focused on the things that we need to focus on so we can be insulated. So when all this shit go down, we are not affected. Okay. So that's what we need to do. Stop. And just like Emma said, stop begging these folks. Create and don't beg. So before we go, I want to head on out here with the Black History video of the day. Y'all ready?
They don't teach you this in school, but let me put you up on it. Before slavery, Black people weren't just running around in huts. Nah, Africa was home to some of the most powerful empires, richest rulers, and greatest intellectual centers the world has ever seen. Let's talk about the real Africa before slavery. Africa wasn't just one place. It was a continent full of advanced civilizations. Let's start with the Mali Empire, home to Mansa Musa, the richest man in history. This brother was so wealthy that when he traveled to Egypt, he gave away so much gold that it crashed their entire economy for 10 years. And then we have the Songhai Empire, which controlled massive trade routes and had an organized government, tax systems, and military forces that rivaled Europe. And let's talk about Timbuktu, one of the greatest learning centers in the world. Before Europe even had universities on that level, Africans were studying mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and philosophy in massive libraries and schools. The University of Sankore in Timbuktu had tens of thousands of books. Some are the oldest books in the world. And let's be clear, Africa was a global trade powerhouse. West African kingdoms traded gold, ivory, spices, textiles, and even advanced weaponry with Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. African artisans were masters of bronze, gold, and terracotta, creating sculptures and jewelry that are now in museums around the world. And when it comes to technology, Africans were smelting iron, forging steel, and engineering irrigation systems before most parts of the world. So why don't they teach us this? Because if they did, we wouldn't grow up thinking our history started with slavery. Black people weren't just victims. We were architects, we were warriors, scholars, and kings and queens. Africa was thriving long before European colonization. It's time to rewrite the narrative, y'all. Black history didn't start in chains, it started in greatness. So drop a black fist in the comments if you're claiming your history and share this to make sure that the truth gets told.
Yeah, it's CC, CEO. Wanna change your life? Come see me, yo. I'ma teach you how to build up wealth for your family, not just for yourself. I'm a bestseller, a house flipper, a businesswoman, a go-getter, a big investor, a gold builder that could teach you to get richer like millions, baby. You really about to fill your savings. You about to have multiple streams to pass your children, baby. Let me teach you to get your credit on track in the long run. You'll make it all back at Catalyst and watch it all psychology black on firm, but we ain't all black.
What's happy Monday? Do you guys know? Let me see. Make sure my mic is on. Yeah. Do y'all know how much I missed y'all this weekend? Like for real. Like I really missed y'all. I really miss talking to y'all. You guys just always come in. You guys always are so warm and it's so engaging, and I absolutely love it. And so I've been waiting all weekend to talk to y'all today. Welcome back to the Grow Your Money Podcast. It's your girl, Constance Carter. And as always, you know I love for you to talk back to me and talk black to me. You know that this is a dialogue and it is not a monologue. So I love the engagement. I see Sophia. She was on there waiting even before we came in. I saw lovely JR already waiting before we came in. Thank you, friends. Every time we come live, I need you to, if you want to get notified, just in case you forget, text Constance to 87948. Text Constance to, you see that right there? Text my name to 87948 so that you can get notified every time I go live. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is, I like to know where y'all watching from. So put in the chat where you're watching from. Sophia already knows. So she already put that she was from Stockton. Yes. But where's everybody else watching from? Because I just like to shout you out because I know that we have people that are watching from all over the world. So whether you're in the United States or across the pond, maybe you're up north in Canada, maybe you're down south in Mexico, put in the comments where you're watching from so that we can shout you out. Okay. So that's another thing. See, we got Brandon McCarthy from Australia. What's up, Brandon? What time is it over in Australia, Brandon? I see JC. What's up, JC's in Columbus? What's happening? Where everybody else from? Born and raised in So you over there by my homegirl, my partner in crime. She's not too far from you. She's not in Compton, but she's over there in Southern Cal. And I see Teresa is from Gastonia, North Carolina. What's up, Teresa? Brooklyn. Big up to Brooklyn. Gino, Charleston. What's up, G Macbeth? What's happening? You from Compton. I love it. I love it. I love it. So also, we practice collective economics up in this piece. So every time you on here, if you have a product, if you have a service, put it in the comments because we want to shout you out. Okay. Put it in the comments because we want to shout you out. Now, I'm upgrading a little bit. So I'm doing a little, I've been working real hard and I try to make this as engaging and informative for you as possible. So I did a little pre-roll that I wanted that I'm a
For decades, they push one narrative about our communities: violence, crime, despair. But what if I told you the real story is a little bit different? Here's the truth. Black on black crime is on the decline. While the media focuses on fear, we're going to focus on facts. The real story is about progress, resilience, and the power of community. This isn't just about crime rates dropping. It's about how we're investing in our communities, we're building wealth, and we are changing the narrative. It's your girl, Constance Carter, and on this episode of the Grow Your Money podcast, we're going to dive deep into the facts, the impact, and the future. So hit play and stay or chat live because it's time to change the story.
It's time to change the story. Yes. So listen, I don't know if you knew, how many of you guys knew that black on black crime is on the decline? Did anybody in the comments know? And as you answer that question, I'm going to bring up my girl, my partner in crime, the one and the only Miss Black Hollywood. Where you at? Hey, what you doing today?
Good morning, Constance. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, baby. What's happening?
Perfect. Man, I'm working with my daughter. I'm on the set of Abbott Elementary today. She's working, so I'm somewhere in a corner in the middle of some sheets in between. They're doing hair and makeup for the kids over there, all the things. So that's what's happening today, y'all. I almost didn't hop on because I was like,
look at this is dedication. My homie is dedicated. You hear me? She is dedicated to y'all. She dedicated to giving y'all the tea. She's dedicated to having these great conversations with me.
Yeah.
So thank you for hopping on anyway, boo.
I love that little intro video. I see you. I see the.
Let me tell you something. Can I tell you
And
something?
it rhymes.
Let me tell you.
Black on black crime is on decline. Like, listen, that's a bar.
I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to be a producer like you. I did that in my car on the way to, as soon as I got into the gym, I did that in my car.
I'm not mad at it. I love it.
And then I did the graphics when I was on the elliptical.
Look at you.
See, you
Super
talk about
productive.
time management.
Man, that's productive. What's up, y'all? What's up, everybody? Y'all in the gym today? Welcome.
Stay in the gym. So, Tiara, did you know about, because you don't hear this in the media. What you will hear is that we killing each other at high rates, that we out there wilding out, that we're in teen pregnancies is outrageous, that
nobody gets married.
Yeah.
There ain't no good black men.
Yeah, black men ain't in the home. They're not taking care of their kids. But actually, when I've done my research on this here, the opposite is actually happening in our community. And that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So black on black crime is on the decline. But if you didn't know, most people don't know, because the way they exacerbate black on black crime is that we're just out there just killing each other.
Yeah.
Well, did you know white people are killing each other at the same rate as black people are killing each other?
Okay.
So over 80% of the homicides that happen to black people do them. But guess what? 80% of the homicides that white people do are done by white people. And guess what? 80% of the homicides by Hispanics do them. Yeah. So there's not this big epidemic of black on black crime per se. People really do crime based upon the people that they're around. So if you're in a black community, or if you're in Hispanic, or if you're around all whites, you have a proximity to committing crimes against the people who are around you.
I see. I didn't know that, but I knew, I don't believe anything I hear. I got to look, like you said, you got to look at the numbers, but I know that there's definitely a story that's always associated with our community. I say that all the time. Y'all know story is my love language. And so I know that a lot of it is cap, as the kids say.
It's cap.
And we have to, we have to really look and see what is really going on. So I love that. I love hearing that. It makes me feel, because I know we say this all the time, but Constance, when we're like, I don't know black people like that. I don't know. I missed it. How often do we say that? And where are these stories coming from? There's these generalizations black people just can't get it together, and we sometimes we buy into that.
We
We
do.
buy into it.
Yeah. If you tell the story long enough, then it becomes true.
Yeah.
Because you're a storyteller. So,
Yeah.
look, people, I had this motto: nobody works harder than Constance Carter, right? And everybody's like, Constance, you just work so hard. I could have been laying on the beach, but somebody think I'm somewhere working hard because I've created this mantra, and that's it. I repeated it over and over and over and over again, and then other people started to buy into it. And so now, what do they think? They think this chick is the hardest working chick in real estate. I might not have been doing shit.
Listen,
Y'all
I mean,
think.
that's good marketing. That's good marketing. Let me ask you this question. Who's the best rapper alive?
The best rapper alive today?
Who's the best rapper right now?
I guess Kendrick.
Kendrick is the best rapper right now?
I would say.
Okay.
Who you
Okay.
say?
Who's in your top 3?
My top. Okay, Biggie.
Okay.
So you said dead or alive. Okay, so Biggie.
There's a reason why I'm asking this question, y'all.
Okay, I would say Biggie. I would say top 3. Who do I be listening?
Come on. This is I'm just trying to prove a point.
Ice Cube.
Okay. Listen, Constance obviously is from the West Coast. Most people that I talk to, there's a Jay-Z in that top 3.
I was gonna say it, but I don't really listen to Jay-Z like that.
Okay, so here's the deal. I feel like for the longest time, Jay-Z was like, I'm the best rapper.
Got it.
I'm
Okay.
the best rapper. I'm the best rapper alive. And then people just, whether you believe it or not, I feel like people just associate him with greatness, right? Because it's something that he just kept saying and telling you through the music and just in interviews and, so I don't know. I just think that maybe if we did that, we took those cues. I was like, that's good marketing.
That's
Because now you can't associate him without being one of the greatest in hip hop.
Well, of course, it was in my thought, but I'm thinking, me personally, I don't listen to Jay-Z like that, so I couldn't say that was true for me.
Yeah.
But of course, I be sea walking. I'm West Coast. I mean, it's all through my DNA, baby.
So how did you feel? How did you feel about last night, y'all? Tell me how y'all felt about last night's.
I enjoyed it. I was out here, I'm out here. First of all, I was going for the Eagles just because KC kept whooping my Niners ass. So I just wanted Kansas. I didn't have a dog in the fight, but I'm a Niner fan. So I wanted KC to get their asses whooped because, there's just this thing. And then of course I'm on the East Coast. So everybody where I was going for the Eagles. So, it was sort of that thing too. But I love the halftime show. I thought it was awesome. I thought that Kendrick did a great job. Now, I had to go back and listen to it and look at it. Of course, the youngsters, they knew exactly what he was saying. So I had to go back and listen to the symbolism, and I saw the pictures, and I saw the commentary.
I had to go back and watch it and study it again. Why you sound like an old lady just now? Because the kids could get it on the first listen. I had to go back. I'm still boycotting the NFL, to be honest. So I didn't watch the game, but I did hop on YouTube and watch the halftime show just to see what Kendrick did. And okay, I was like, okay, it was cool. I mean, it wasn't Usher dancing and flipping and fireworks, but there was a point. There was a point he said it was bigger than the music, like this moment was. But I felt bad for Drake last night.
Yeah.
I felt really bad for Drake. I felt bad, y'all.
You felt bad for him?
I did. Nobody wants to be on the biggest platform in the world being called a pedophile. That was awful. I was just like, how is he allowed to do that? This is awful. Yeah. Anyway,
they said a minor in unison on that stage.
I was so
it was like off with his head. Yeah,
it was secondhand embarrassment for Drake. Like, that's awful. A whole
he was somewhere crying in the car.
Man.
They said he was in Australia and he was ranting and raving about ex-girlfriends or something. And I saw a video. I didn't get a chance to listen to it, but Serena was his ex-girlfriend. She's sea walking during the thing, so it was just the whole thing. Yeah,
it was like my baby. Oh,
yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I didn't mean to take you off course. Go ahead.
No, but that was good. But I mean, that's part of that black on black crime. But they banging on wax, right?
They was banging on wax.
But I did want to kind of go through, historically, like where all this stuff came from. because you think about, and I like to give a historical perspective because I love history and I'm a history buff. But when you think about after emancipation and when we were free, did you know that Black people had like 19 million acres of land? This is right after the Civil War. Even though we didn't get our 40 acres and a mule, we worked. Our people worked and worked and worked. And despite like all the systemic barriers, we ended up getting like 19 million acres of land. Today, I think we have like 3 million acres of land, but so our land ownership has decreased significantly. So therefore, our access to wealth has decreased, but our access to wealth has decreased, but our wealth has increased, right? So when you think about what happened after slavery, you had the 13th Amendment, which says slavery was abolished except for servitude, indentured servitude. So then you have privatized prisons. Then you have the increase of the Black codes. And that's where they criminalize Black people at a high rate for doing things like loitering. Black man's loitering in front of a store. They arrest him. They give him life in prison of hard labor. These are the types of things that they did all across the South. So this increase in mass incarceration. Then you go through the years, and then when we've amassed wealth and we've built wealth and we've done all these things, then you have, when we've talked about this, Tiara, we've had, situations where we've had these affluent neighborhoods and, these communities and these cities. And what did they do? They bombed it and burned it down. Then you have the evolution of crack. And you have our leaders rising, right? Trying to unify us and giving free breakfast to the kids and trying to, overcome police brutality. And, then they label and target our leaders as threats. They breed mistrust within the organization. They have, spies in there. And then, the government killed, a lot of the leaders, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, so there's been this infiltration, this constant infiltration that every time we take 2 steps forward, they push us 10 steps backwards, right? So there's always just this, every time we go, but we are resilient. So even though, crack cocaine came into the community and it destroyed the community, and then that's when you see a huge significance of Black on Black crime increasing. We've been able to just even wade through that. Yeah. Like, it's just like, we're just like, and you got to wonder why too, Tiara, you got to wonder why do they do all of this stuff to our people? Why is there a constant and ever evolving threat against Black people? Why?
Because we're powerful, because we're amazing.
Yeah.
Because it's a threat to America, right? I don't even think we're a threat to America. We've been a good contribution to this country. Like, we've been the contribution. We are America. You know what I mean? Like, this is America. Us, right. It wouldn't exist without us. So I don't know. But it is interesting that now with the erasing of Black history and them trying to do away with DEI. And actually, I didn't watch the game because, did you see the article that I sent you where they removed in racism from the end zone because Donald Trump was coming to the game? Yeah. And so I was like, I'm not watching that. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel, I just feel like they appease him in ways. It's like, why would you remove that and then try to make it like we're all one or something like that? Like,
we're colorblind.
Yeah. But that's not what it is. So I feel like this is the attack, y'all. This is the attack of maybe this decade, because every decade to me is something new. But this is the thing, right? Let's target Black people and get rid of them with DEI, and then also let's erase the history. Let's stop talking about racism. Let's stop talking about racism. Let's stop talking about slavery. Let's create get rid of race theory, because it's all theory. It wasn't real.
Yeah. But then what they don't realize is they fucked around, gave us the internet. And so now we have access to shit like I do these. So all this whole month, I'm doing like a Black History Month moment, like every single day. Yeah. So, a lot of them are getting some good views on TikTok, and people are saying, wow, I'm learning more on TikTok than I've ever learned in the history books. Yes. So, they didn't mess around. They gave us the internet. We got TikTok. We got all of these other things that we have access to. So you could try to take it away from the schools, but guess what? our kids aren't primarily learning things in schools.
Yep.
They're not. So
Yep.
you could try to take it away from us if you want to, but see, that's the thing about it is, I think when you talked about the different decades of different things going on, and now you're seeing on one side of their mouth they say, oh, we're going to end racism and we're going to have a colorblind society. On the other side of their mouth they say we need competent white men running the country.
Yeah.
So you are exacerbating this racist, systemic system, but then you basically want to throw a rock and hide your hands, and that's what the powers of that be have done this whole time. And it's so funny because we've just been asleep. They've always done this. We've just been really pacified, and believing that we were in a post-racist society. Hey, you guys got Obama.
Yeah.
Look what happened when we got Obama. Then
I think we're still paying.
We're paying.
I mean, Trump is mad. He big mad, y'all.
Yeah. And all the white people have saying that we have the audacity to try to be equal or try to be have authority over them, and that's the crazy thing. So we're still dealing with that. But here's the thing.
I'm so glad I'm on a black set, y'all. I'm so glad I'm on a black set because people are over here like. So, I'm on a set of Abbott Elementary. I'm on a set of Abbott Elementary, so it ain't like I'm on another set where it's like.
Yeah, but how is it over there on the set?
It's blackety black. I wish I would walk around, y'all. Yeah, there's black crew, there's black.
Yeah, you gotta give us the behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not fancy. It's just some kids.
Yeah. So are they on there on certain days?
What, the kids?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's kids. There's kids on every episode of that.
No, I'm saying, is this like only a kid day?
Oh, no. Everybody is here.
Oh, okay.
Everybody is here. Go ahead, continue.
No. So just looking at all of the things that continue to happen. I was looking at the numbers as I was doing research for this. Okay, so over the last several years, let me just tell you this. Entrepreneurship amongst Black people has this is in the last 2 years. Entrepreneurship has increased by 34%. Home ownership has increased up to 44%. HBCU enrollment has increased by 34%, and 30 college degrees have increased by 31%. Okay, I love that. And then if you look at what HBCUs produce, 40% of the Congress members are from HBCUs. 40% of Black engineers are from HBCUs. 50% of Black lawyers are from HBCUs, and 80% of Black judges are from HBCUs. So as we continue to forge forward with our education, you can't take our education from us. And the more that they try to stop us, we going harder. Black women are the most educated population in this country, and we're getting more educated. And then they're saying that, we hear the statistics a lot about Black men not being in the home. Black men are taking care of their kids more than ever before, and they continue to take care of their kids. You good over there? You good over there? Okay.
Yeah.
It's a lot going on behind you.
Yeah. Huh? Yep. I don't know what's happening, but they just brought a whole bunch of people in here. It's live, baby. I'm gonna mute myself.
It's all good.
But I'm here.
Yeah. So then I want to talk about the cities that have declined. So if you look at all the major cities, New Orleans, crime has decreased by 25% since 2024. Baltimore was one of the most dangerous cities. Crime decreased by 20%. Miami, DC, Austin, Columbus, Omaha. Okay. So while when it was sensational for them to say that Black on Black crime was, just outrageous and we were just killing each other in record numbers, you don't see the same statistics about the crime decreasing anywhere. Nobody's going to celebrate you Black people about decreasing crime in different areas. And so the reason why I wanted to have this discussion is because crime has decreased significantly, and we need to know that we are making gains. So when they said that, Black median wealth in 2053 was going to be a zero, and that we were just going to be, we're just going down this tunnel, I believe, Tiara, it's a narrative that they're trying to create for us. So because they've created these narratives all throughout since since our inception in this country, since our arrival in this country, they talked about, us being 3/4 human, and then us being lazy, even though we built this country. Then we're violent animals, and then we're criminals. And if they keep saying all of these negative things, then guess what? We're going to believe it. And so then we've adopted the same language. Yeah. Yes, we see, crime on TV and online and all that stuff that they pinpoint with Black people, but that's not true for the most part. But they're going to look at small segments and they're going to, magnify it. But this is by design. So I just want to change that conversation and say, no, listen, we're not doing all the things, especially on the same level. They put the crack in our community to demobilize and mobilize our communities.
It's gaslighting, right? It's like, I'm doing it to you, and then saying, I'm poking the bear, I'm doing it to you, and then saying, like, I don't know what you're talking about. You're the one. It's you. You're the problem, right? And so I just see the projecting that they have done with us. You shared a video of somebody cutting somebody's baby, Mary Turner's baby. Somebody cut that lady's baby out of her stomach, and we are we're barbaric, right? Like, I just think we've been, if we've learned anything, I think we've learned that behavior from them. I mean, I think that's the reason of if we whip our children, it's just like that whole thing, like keep them in line, whip them. I just feel like everything that we've learned about who we are, we've gotten it from them.
Yeah. And it's the gaslighting, just like you said. So it's like, first I do this to you, and then I ask you, well, why are you doing this? Why are you responding in this way? It's just like you dealing with a narcissist man. And he's lying to you, and then you going crazy. It's like, why are you going crazy? Why? Because you lying to me. I'm not lying to you. You're the crazy one. Then they make you think that you're crazy. So then they make you think you're an animal because they've said it enough. They've tricked you. They put all this stuff in front of you, and now you're the freaking animal. So, that's what America has done. But I just really wanted to have a new conversation and just change the narrative and change the conversation to let you guys know, Black people, we are doing very well. We're doing extremely well. So I want to bring our guest. We do have a special guest. I want to bring our guest on here.
Yes.
This is Lisa. Lisa is so dope. She's so amazing. Lisa is, she's a Black and Blue mom. She's been in law enforcement for over 30 years. And now she is an advocate and a visionary leader for Moms of Black Boys United. And she's originally from Philly. So, she got her victory last night. I know she's happy she got her victory last night. But she's been out there on the streets. She's been advocating for it. And it's so ironic that not only has she been a Black and Blue mom, like in law enforcement, but she's also seen how they turn against Black boys. What's your story, Lisa? Like, what's your experience been like just being in law enforcement? Look, I gotta be your twin right now. So
I know. I was thinking the same thing. Good morning, everybody. And yes, I got my whistle. Yes, go Eagles. I got to shout out Philly. Sorry. Anywho, as far as the police thing, I went through school and thought, I could make a change, right? So fast forward 30 years later, imagine looking around in your office and realizing nothing has changed. I literally read my thesis from 1987 and realized nothing has changed as far as us progression and getting equity and justice and things that, are making a difference, right? I worked in the DC and MPD with racist internal affairs agents. I worked and I saw things happening internally. And that's when DEIC all came on, and we're supposed to be making great strides and changes. But it was really like checking the box on the outside, but they weren't doing the work on the inside because you still had the middle managers and the officials that were very racist, very biased, and very outward with it that were controlling the narrative. So that catapulted me into, someone from Moms of Black Boys United found me. We call it Mob United, Moms of Black Boys United. And I've been doing that since 2018, 2019. So that's where the Black and Blue mom comes in because, I've always been Black, been a mom for 31 years, but the Blue thing over 33 years, but having skin in the game. I got 3 children and 2 sons. So it's real.
Let me ask you a question because, I was when I heard you talk about, these really racist systems and people that are inside law enforcement. When I was in Stockton, California, I was in Leadership Stockton,
you know, how you have, you know, how all the cities have the leadership programs. I was a part of Leadership Stockton. And, you know, some of the police officers or some of the ones who were trying to become leaders in the community had to go through Leadership Stockton. And so I remember talking to a police officer and his mindset of what he thought about criminals. And I said, but, you know, people could change it. He was like, no, they can't. He was like, they're scum of the earth. He's like, you sound like my wife. My wife is a counselor and she thinks people could change, but they can't. They're just scum. They're just like, there's no hope. And so you have these types of people that are policing our children. And of course, if they think criminals are scum, then you add the fact that they're Black or brown on top of that. How then are they going to be community facing or facing the community with their biases of thinking that they're already criminals? That was a scary thing for me because my kids were small at the time, but that was the realization for me that shit, at any given time, these, you know, they can come across somebody like him who automatically is going to criminalize my son. Did you find that people like that in law enforcement that you work with?
Absolutely. I mean, I literally would hear them make jokes about Black men, you know, inside of the department. I literally heard them say things that were negative and completely biased. And you can't do an investigation, especially an internal affairs one, with that kind of bias in the street, because now everything that you touched is now corrupted or in question, right?
Right.
Because, you know, you think it's a joke. You just know, you know, all Black men are this or that. So are you really fairly, you know, processing that situation and serving that family? No, you're not. And, you know, when the regime internally doesn't really get those folks out of there, but they say they are, you're just doubling down on the problem. So
how do you
think, talking about that warrior guardian, I'm sorry, that warrior guardian thing, like you're saying, they come in like boom, 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 military, thinking about how police started, right? And we got away from the guardian thing where we're officer friendly and we're really helping build up the community. That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be serving, right? But literally, the problem that I find in the urban areas, especially here in DC, is that you're bringing in transplants from other places across the country that haven't even seen Black and brown. Then they get in here, then they scared. Then they get, you know, they don't want to get out, you know. So when you have that type of anxiety, you can't properly help or propel or do anything purposeful because you're scared, right? No training in amount of that. And what were you going to say? I'm sorry, I cut you.
No, I love, you know, it's so interesting because I do have a really good friend of mine who's been a police officer for quite some time. And like you said, Constance, automatically there's a lean towards the negative because of the kind of people, a bias that you deal with a certain kind of person every day or a certain kind of people, so you automatically think negatively, right? But how do you keep that conscious, like how do you like kind of like keep that in check every day when you're dealing with certain kinds of people, Black, white, brown, doesn't matter. You're dealing with people that are slick every day. Like, how do you keep that centered? So every day it's like, I can't assume this person everything is from a negative lens. Like they're just,
right.
You know?
Well, the first thing is that you have to have the mindset and be wise enough to come in intentionality. Each situation is different. You can never come into the situation assuming you know what you're looking at, because you don't. Right. And so if you're in a city where, like in DC, there's 7 districts and certain districts are known for being worse and other districts are known for not as much, they have a system. One of the positive things in the police department is they'll switch them around, you know, so you're not in that area where you're just inundated with all of the stuff that's really negative, and they'll put you in another district. So then you have a balance of it. Right. There needs to be more of that, because that not only helps the community, but that also helps the officer. Right. And so there is a Black side and there's a blue side. And that's kind of when I got into Moms of Black Boys. We were doing a roundtable about safe traffic stops, because I met Valerie Castile, Philando Castile's mother, and meeting her and hearing the heartbreak of what was going on in Minnesota was like very emotional, and also, you know, very hurtful, because I thought, like, I've been here for 33 years and we didn't really make as much of a dent as we thought we did, you know, going back to the basics.
Yeah. And even with those traffic stops, there's a situation that happened to my son about 1.5 years ago. And it was very scary, Lisa. My son was coming home. I was in California. My son was in, can y'all see me? Is it me? Is it me? Okay.
I can see
my son was I was in California. My son was in Virginia, and he was coming back to Maryland, and he got pulled over by the police. And so he calls me. He's like, Mom, I got pulled over by the police. He's in an all Black Lexus, black on black on black, right? Black boy, Black dreads, everything Black.
So he's in a black Lexus, tinted windows. He's like, Mom, I got pulled over by the police. I said, okay. So I said, put me on FaceTime. So, it takes the police about, 5 minutes, 8 minutes to come to the window. So we just chopping it up. And he's like, yeah, I don't know what I did. I don't know. Did I get in the left lane without using my blinker? Like, he has no clue. Suddenly, I hear the police yelling, and my son is begging and pleading for his life. Tears are streaming down his face, and there is a gun to my son's head.
I don't think you ever told
and
me
so I
that.
started recording. I'm just quiet because I don't want to exacerbate the situation. I don't want to cause the police to, get scared and accidentally shoot my son. And my son is just begging. He's like, I'm sorry. I don't know what I did. I'm sorry. He's just like, what did I do? I'm sorry. He's just saying, I'm sorry. And the only thing my son said he could think of was, please don't let me get shot with my mom watching me on FaceTime.
Oh, wow.
And that police officer, he thought of every excuse he could in the book to say, you changed lanes. When he finally saw my son was just some kid, you know what I'm saying? My son's in college, Dean's List, he's just a black kid with a black Lexus
driving while black.
Driving while black. And he could have easily been Philando Castile. You know what I mean? So, and I'm on the FaceTime and I have a video of just the tears streaming down my son's face while all of this is going on. And, it's just really scary. And I'm so grateful that nothing happened to him. But it was scary. And so it affected him for months and months and months. Like he was dealing with anxiety behind that. And I've been preparing them for this their whole lives, and some people say, well, why are you putting that out there in the universe? Why are you preparing your sons for, the worst case scenario? You got to think positive. No. I got to think reality, because look at what ended up happening. My son's driving.
Did they ever give him a reason? What was the reason that they stopped?
He had a bunch of excuses. Like I said, you changed lanes. And then I think it was finally, your tint's really dark. Your tint's really dark.
The not legal tint. But see, this is where I want.
And he let him go. He was like,
that was good. He was blessed, and grace and mercy on that, because this is where I tell my children, all of them, girl, boy, whatever, when you get stopped, make sure you take a note of the little things. The badge number, the squad car number, and all of those things. Because in that instance, that's when we got to put our pen to paper, right? My mom always said the pen is mightier than the sword. And we know that now, right? Right, Constance, right? You got to put it down. Like, every department has some type of accountability office. Now, I'm not saying they all are doing everything right, but once you start plucking at something, right, you gotta document this stuff. You got to report this stuff. You got to report it to the agencies, to the media. You got to continue to make a paper trail. Because at some point we need to be talking to each other, because in Philando Castile's face, that guy, I can't remember his name, and I don't want to remember his name. The guy shot. Yeah. He tried to get a job someplace else, or you know what I mean? So if we start talking, they shouldn't be able to do that, to move around and do those types of things going from county to county.
Okay. So my question is, how can it just be like, I put a gun to your head and now I just let you go without any repercussion, right? Like, shouldn't there be repercussions for even that?
But we have to report it. Like, Constance, I don't know. Did you make a report? Did you tell anybody his superior? You got to know how to ask for who's the watch commander. I want to see your supervisor. You got to write. You got to show up at these are the
none
things
of that stuff.
We don't
was somewhere in the Commonwealth of Virginia, somewhere in the country. I don't know where he was.
I'm not saying in the moment, because you want him home safe. Number one, just get the badge number, get home safe. I'm talking about the next day. We going down there. We getting a watch commander. We getting a chief. We writing a report. We report it to internal affairs. We call it Fox 5 exclusive. Yeah. We have to use our voice. They have silenced us from using our voice. If you continuously do that, it brings a light. It's a lunch. We shouldn't have to fight that hard, but we do. But I mean, those are the things that you have to do. I mean, my son has had issues. And, and he's not, as he's working through his issues, I don't care what his issues are. What you're going to do is treat him with respect. What you're going to do is not abuse him. I always ask him, did they rough you up? Did they do this? And he'll tell me no, yes, or whatever, because the first thing I'm doing is I'm on the phone. I'm calling. I'm asking, who's the watch commander? Number one question that shuts them down. Who's the watch commander? I need their name and their email. And they're like, huh? Now they want to talk to you a little different because you're speaking their language, right? The watch commander is not their immediate supervisor. That's like their supervisor. So now they're like, oh, okay, you asking for the person that's running this whole shift right now. Yeah, I am, because what you're doing is not, is not proper.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had an incident here happen in my apartment. It wasn't about a traffic stop, but an officer came for a complaint and he pretty much blew me off. And even that little small thing, he blew me off and didn't do what he was supposed to do in relation to some people that were disturbing the peace out here that wasn't us. It was crazy. And what I do? I called back to an emergency number, got the supervisor's name. They were calling me. They were catering because that paper trail, that contact.
Okay, I got a question. All right. Okay. I like this. So could you give us a step-by-step of what to do? I know in this situation, it's almost like a fire drill, right? If you will. Like, what do we do? And in those spaces, I don't think you will have especially if there's a gun to your head, I won't be like, I need to see the watch commander. Like, I just
I'm
don't,
not talking about
right?
that.
But give us a play by play. Everybody take notes in the chat so we can have it.
Yeah.
So we can have it. But give us a play by play of what to do if something like that happens to us. Tell us step by step what to do.
That is so good. Well, really quick, just really quick. I'm so glad that you asked that question, Tiara, because the next day or maybe after that happened, I was like, I need help.
Yeah.
And I didn't know anyone in law enforcement at the time. And so I didn't have the resources. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what to do. So this is actually very important because there are going to be more people who are like me who don't know what to do.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we're talking about traffic stops, right? So the first thing to do, to kind of try to take away their excuses. And what I mean by that is, you're getting pulled over for no reason, right? And a lot of times, civilians may not know these things. But like I just talked about, that transplanted officer that's already scared, but he's out there trying to do traffic stops are very dangerous from the blue side, right? So you as the driver can do some things to de-escalate before they even approach your car. Put your interior light on, put all your windows down. That dark tent, had him on tent because he can't see what's going on in there. So that's just one little small thing. Now, if you have a officer that's ethical and above board, he's going to see that and relax a little. It's not going to be all of that, right? So let's say this person continuously escalates it. In your case, Constance, you were on the phone, so that's good. So you had a witness. I would have somebody call somebody, not let them see the phone is on, but somebody's recording it, hit live. I mean, thank God. And Philando Castile, the girlfriend in the car, videoed it, right? Or we would have never really known that this guy just lost his mind and shot him up, right? That video really helped bring the charges, even though he didn't get convicted. It brought light. So after you do that, I think, like you said, getting them home safe is another one thing. You got to tell your son or daughter, remain calm, do everything they say. You don't even have to ask them their badge number. It's right here. Just look at it, make a note of it, and then once you get home, this is what you're asking. The next step is, first self-care, right? Document everything. You're looking in your district to figure out what district is it, who's the supervisor, who's whatever. And then you hit everybody in that chain, their supervisor, the watch commander, the city council, whomever. You have to really go full-fledged out and notifying people. If somebody puts a gun to any of my kids' head, trust and believe the next day, everybody's going to know about it. Maryland Barrows or everybody in DC going to know about it, or wherever I am. We got to do that fight thing. Like, you can't just treat us any kind of way, because like you've seen after that, then he's traumatized and he's got flashbacks and he's got all kinds of things. And then they don't get to go back to work and go back to their life like nothing happened, because the police department where I came from, if you pulled your weapon out, you had a whole lot of explaining to do, whether you use it or not. So if all it takes is for us to notify those officials that person pulled their weapon. If they don't know, they can't do anything. So we really can't talk about their non-doing anything at that point, because we didn't tell them. Because once we tell them, they have a certain protocol that they have to and must follow. And if they don't, then that's egregious. And then it goes to another level at that point.
That's good.
What's the protocol for de-escalating a situation where, like Constance situation, or if, like Shirley says, there's already yelling, screaming, put your heads down, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's all this. How do we get out of those situations if someone already kind of is approaching the vehicle with a bias, with a mission? Is there a way that we can get out of that?
Those are the best thing I can say is just to try to keep your voice lower, to be calm, don't move. I mean, but like, as you can see, Philando did everything right? So sometimes there's just nothing you can do. You can't make sense out of nonsense when you get an idiot that's scared and untrained. And that's what he was, an idiot that was untrained and scared, right? But in a situation where you have someone that has just a little bit of sense, if you speak softer, don't move. Like I said, your windows are down, your lights are on, and say, hey, listen, like, I don't know what's going on here. Or maybe just not say anything. My son, in his encounters, I mean, he's been blessed and I've been grateful. He just doesn't really say anything to them. He just quiet. He just looks at them. And then they don't really know what to do. He's not saying nothing. He's just kind of standing there, you know. That has worked for him. That may not work for an aggressive officer, because then they look at they being disrespected. Now they want to get their chest out, right? So when you have someone that's on that warrior bias racist thing, there's nothing we can do but pray and hope God intercedes. That's it. But, you know, if you have someone with a little bit of common sense, then yeah, sure, you can help it by de-escalating, you know, and talking and being still. And here's the thing. I do see videos, and we've talked about this at one of our roundtables. We did a roundtable at UDC about safe traffic stops. We like to, because we've been so abused in the system, we like to, what you stop me for? And we'll start like, I think that we have to stop that. Yes, we need to fight. Yes, we need to use our voice, but not in that moment. It's not equal playing field right now. This person got a bullet they can put in your head. You need to get home, zip it, and use your skills and your other tools to do what it is that you need to do. You don't want to do it. You don't like to do it. I had a state trooper stop me in Pennsylvania. My kids were in the car. My tire blew, and he was nasty as hell to me, y'all. Like, my kids were young. I was coming back from Philly. My tire blew up coming through the racist part of Maryland up there, coming like south of the Mason-Dixon line. And he was yelling because he thought I was just pulling across the road. I'm broke down in my truck with my kids. And I said nothing. Now, this is when I was an agent for Federal Protective Service. I was full-fledged law enforcement. Didn't tell him nothing. I let him act like an ace boom nut. I let him do everything. And I was just quiet. And I didn't say much, but I was seething mad. But guess what I had? Exactly what I just told you. I had his badge number. I had his squad car number. I had the time. I had the mile marker where I was stopped. I had the situation. When I got back to work, I had an advantage because I was working in law enforcement, so I got a little bit further up the chain. But all that stuff went out in the documentation to the state police of Maryland, and they were calling me, apologizing, sending me stuff, all kinds of stuff, because he was completely, I don't even know what his problem was. My tire literally blew out. He should have been making sure we were safe.
Right.
But he was nasty.
That's the thing, is they've gone from protecting and serving. They're not serving. Is now they want to exercise their authority, and they have the wrong mindset. Is it because is that the way they're trained?
Well, some of it is. That's what I was touching on earlier. The warrior mentality versus guardian, right? So a lot of some of the military concept or whatever, and you take a lot of people that are trained to like fight military, whatever, but there has to be a balance, right? That's why they're implementing more diplomacy and tact, more communication skills and things like that. Those are things that need to be massaged now, right? Yeah. Instead of just the brawn, the fighting, the hand-to-hand combat. We do a lot of physical stuff and fighting. We're prepared for that. What we're not prepared for is having a conversation with somebody who's just having a crisis or they had a bad day or wasn't, we need to have tools on both sides of it. So it's really lopsided. It's up here. We can fight, take you down, cuff you, throw you, do all of that. But how do you serve on the other side of that when that's not the necessary thing that you need to do? But officers that are not trained and are afraid don't need to be in our community
at all.
But now our folks, here's the dilemma. Our folks, we don't like the police anymore. I got kids that don't like the police. My own kids, right?
Yeah, and they daddy's the police and you the police, so
and they don't want to be nothing part of the police at all, right? Yeah. So if we got back to a place where there was some respect, because when we were kids, there was at least a little bit of respect. I had an uncle that was a chief of police where I came from. Right. And we respected them back then. We don't have that same thing. So the men and women in our communities don't even want to do that anymore. We don't trust them. We don't want to be a part of them. And I mean, even I left it apart. After all these years, I'm gone, Yeah. So you get tired. You throw in the towel and realize that you just can't spin out over these people.
How do you feel about our shifting, like policing our own communities, like just the idea of that, right? Like us moving. Remember, we were talking about that whole idea of defunding the police and maybe
Little
like
Breonna
starting to look
Taylor.
inward.
Yeah.
Yeah, after Breonna Taylor, us like looking inward and maybe like trying to figure out how to have people in our communities that look like us policing our communities. What
Right.
do you think about that? The idea of that.
I think it's a good idea to have, because if Lisa and I grew up in this neighborhood, and you guys know me, went to school together, I know your kids. I think that's going to make a big difference. I do not think that defunding the police in entirety was a good thing. That's not. Now,
I think it was the wording. I think it was the wording.
The defund. You can't defund. That's realign, or whatever. Restructure, revamp. Because what we need to do is actually focus more on the mental wellness, right? We need to, like, a lot of times these folks that are out there that are having issues, it's not that they're just kirking out on crimes. They're having some kind of mental problem, or they done smoke something. They think they know they so much. They don't know nothing. They don't even know what they smoking these days. It ain't like back in the day, right? So now they tripping off of what they smoke. You have to be trained to know the difference of what these things are. They know what they're exhibiting.
But Lisa, they have more patience. You got to think about. So even the introduction of the drugs into our communities, which increased the police presence, the police brutality, right? So now you have these aggressive people, or people who are on drugs, and they treated even drug addicts like criminals. They were giving them, you go and steal. I think we did last couple weeks ago. This guy stole a hoe, and they gave him life in prison in New Orleans because it was his third offense. So they treated them like criminals. But now that the war on drugs has changed, the face of drugs has changed, right? Now they're Caucasian, and now they're on a different type of drug. It's a different approach.
Now it's a health crisis.
Now it's a crisis.
Yes, now it's a health crisis.
It was war.
Right. Right. So it's all, of course, people police differently with people who look like them. And then when you talk about defunding the police, I think that was really semantics. If they said restructuring the police, but I think a lot of it got lost because it said defund the police. That means we're taking money from the police, and we're not going to give the police any money to do their jobs. And that's the only thing people saw. They didn't understand what defunding the police really meant. Was restructuring the police. It wasn't about taking the money out of the police department. It was really around the training and restructuring the police department.
Well, remember, our emotions were really high because you're talking about George Floyd and then Breonna Taylor. It was like bang bang, right? And then all of us watching George Floyd take his last breath after 9.5 minutes. Come on, we all were just like, wait, what just happened? And then you bust into the house and shoot Breonna Taylor, like what? And then there was the person in Texas, another girl or guy got killed. I mean, it was a lot going on. I can't even remember the name for that particular one. So I think what we saw was a knee-jerk reaction and not a response that was sustainable. Right? That's what we need.
Yeah. And so how do we go forward? Because when you have all of these implicit biases in so many areas across society, whether it's in medical,
reallocate. Yes, Sister Shirley. I'm sorry, reallocate. Her comment.
Yeah.
Reallocate.
Yeah. It shouldn't have been defund. Should have been reallocate. Yeah. But how and then because we know the history of policing is slave patrols. So when you have slave patrols, they were out there catching the slaves and bringing them back to the masters, and they had their little badges, and they were they went from the overseers to the slave catchers. Now they're police officers,
right?
And so they still have that mentality. They're not really there to protect and serve. They've never, for our community, they've never been. If you look at the history of this country, they've never been there to protect and serve Black people. They police white people much differently than they police Black people.
They do. Yes.
I mean, firsthand, right?
I do. I have some examples. Yes.
Yeah, give us some examples.
I got one example that just popped in my head when you said that. So 70 is a district where it's mostly us, right? And so there was an official, and we won't name him, but we'll just talk about the scenario, okay? So there was an official who saw a young white female move into this area that was predominantly us before gentrification really happened. And this man, I can't watch my turn.
He's an official?
This is the official. He's an official. He's a sergeant. He's a lieutenant now. He's still there. He went back to this is how comfortable they are in their boldness, right? He went back to the district, sent out an email to all the people, asking them to do a special patrol, and gave the number of the house of where this white female had moved in with her baby. And he was bold enough to put why. Because she just moved in. She was a single mother. And he added that she would more likely be the next victim of a crime. Yeah. And he was dumb enough to put that in writing and send it to his subordinates, who were mostly Black and brown folks, right? We're talking about 7th District. Well, needless to say, he got in trouble for that, I guess.
But you said he got a promotion since then. So
well, later, but not right away. He shouldn't be there now because there's still issues with him. But that's another story because that's still a legal part, right? But in that moment, it was the sergeants and the officers who really took him to task. They said, okay, so what about all of our Black single female moms that live all over? Are you sending patrols for her? What makes you think she's going to be the next victim? What is it? I mean, they pummeled this man. I actually have, this is what I mean about the pen, the sword, the pen is mightier than the sword, because it was those emails that was coming from different officers and sergeants that really racked him up to the point that it went all the way up the chain of command, and they had to discipline him. Did they want to? Probably not. Would they have swept it under if nobody would have said anything? Sure, they would have, but they couldn't, because it was too many of us that united, had paperwork, and stepped to him about it. You cannot correct what you will not confront. We got to use our voice, stop being scared, and step up.
Wow. Wow. So how can the system change, though? If, how does the police police the police?
Well, first of all, you got to get the puppets out and get the people in there that aren't scared and to really do what you need to do. I mean, you can't have people in there that have biases. You can't keep people in there that are making jokes, that have sustained charges about making jokes about Black people, passing around Trump tea. You can't have those people. Got to go, right? You really have to revamp and rebuild it from the bottom up. You really do. And the leaders that are in there that have, they got to go if it's just checking a box. And the DEI being now gone, so how much more bolden? I don't know if you guys followed MPD's Lieutenant Shane Lamont. It was associated with the Proud Boys. Have y'all seen that? Look that up. Yeah. So he was literally part of the intel community that was connected to the Proud Boys somewhat, and he just got sentenced or convicted not a couple weeks ago. Just look it up, Lieutenant Shane Lamont. So that's an example of someone who was in the community, in mid-management, who was feeding information to the Proud Boys that led to January 6th.
So Trump didn't commute his sentence?
I don't know. Maybe we got to check that. I need to figure out if he did or not, because he might have. He probably did. I'm not sure, though. I would have to fact check that, verify that. But what I'm saying is he literally was giving the people on the ground information as they were moving from inside of the police department as a lieutenant in the intelligence.
I mean, we know that it happens all through police precincts all across the country, especially, some are more bold than others. And so what do we Black people got to do in order to protect ourselves?
Get city council. We got to start voting on this. Next 2 years, we need to get all them people out. First of all, everybody
council. Wait. Before you give a solution, Tiara, I know you over there on set, girl, and I know you got to get. What are you guys talking about today on Fly Nubian Money?
So, Black people are having some issues finding jobs right now. People in the Black communities are having issues finding jobs, and that may be because of automation and the way that they're putting those resumes into the system, and they're kind of weeding you out. So I have, so we're going to talk about some ideas for side hustles or things, entrepreneurship ideas, all the things. So make sure you come through. I have a list of 40 side hustle ideas that you can start that I'm going to send out to people who watch the show.
Okay.
So, just trying to get you together because, that we have some forces against us, but we can rise.
I love it. I love it. So that's what's the topic? I know it's going to be on Black people in jobs, but what's the subject?
Basically, Black employment is unemployment is down, or Black unemployment is up, and so we want to make sure it's much harder for people to find jobs right now. So we want to make sure that we talk through side hustles. That's the alternative. So
side hustles, all right.
Yeah,
bet.
Side hustles, entrepreneurial, entrepreneurial teams.
We need that. We need that. The Bible says we need to have 7, no 8 revenue streams in case of disaster strikes.
Multiple streams of income.
Unemployment is a disaster.
Yes.
All right, cool. Okay, well, we'll see you, girl. Anything else?
Yeah, make sure that y'all check us out. Like I said, Fly Nubian Money. We're on at 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're coming up right after this. And yeah, if you have a business and you are interested in adding your business to our Fly Nubian Money directory, make sure that you email me at info@realvirtual.net. You know, I feel like we have to spend, we talk about this all the time. At this point, we have $2 trillion in consumer spending money that we need to start consuming with our own people. We're only spending 2% of that wealth with our community. So we just got to take that up 10%, then 50%. You know, we have that in the internet. That's basically our reparations, y'all. We gotta bet.
We're going to keep saying it till our faces turn blue.
We're
going to keep talking about that thing.
We will. So I love y'all for real. I love y'all for real. It was so nice to meet you, Lisa.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for giving me all the things. I mean, she gave me a lot of things to think about today in terms of like when we're stopped in. And I could have really had gone on and on and on with this conversation because we don't know what to do when we get stopped. Even as a Black woman, when I see a police car, I could be in just completely, my tags are good, everything is good, and I will still feel like
that heartbeat.
There's some anxiety that still like comes up in me. It doesn't matter. I'm like, is everything good? Did I do anything? You feel guilty for no reason.
Traumatized.
And so, you know what I'm saying? So it's really like starting to like unpack what to do in those situations. Like, how can we change those relationships that we have with law enforcement? How can we?
It's ingrained in the system. So you really got to say, well, what can we do differently? And I think when you talked about how you got to change your attitude and not be so confrontational, you know, for me, for my son, I just want you home. We'll figure it out when you get home. And then, you know, my son's in the country somewhere, so he don't get no badge number. He don't know where he was. I don't know. So I was just happy he was home. But now I know going forward, these are the things that we have to do. So this definitely was very informative.
I think it's so interesting that we can't be not confrontational, but it's like, we have to be the ones. We've been violated, but still we have to be quiet.
We can ask. And then even though he didn't have any of that content, I'll just say this. It don't matter. He could have came home with nothing. That dispatch in that county knows when and where that car was stopped. All you need is your car tag. You still can go with that tag number and your son. And if you get there and they don't have any record of that stop, then that person is even more trouble. So don't stop.
I'm sure I feel like he didn't have a record of the stop because the way he let him go.
Yeah, he may not have, but he would have probably ran his tag, so there would have been a footprint. We would have just had to do a little harder digging. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm out of here, y'all.
All right, we'll see you now.
Okay.
All right.
So
what do we do, Lisa? Go back and give us the blueprint for the people.
We're still on. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we still on. We still got a lot of people watching you.
Okay. What were we saying? Go back and give the blueprint of
the blueprint of what we can do from our end in terms of how we deal with the police. Because even though Black on Black crime is down, that's great. I feel like they're still looking for a reason to criminalize Black people, to try to arrest us. You know, you got to think about it, because I look at everything from a historical perspective and a systemic perspective, and I see how you know, America was built on free labor. Okay. So then once free labor went away, they had to figure out, well, how can we still maintain this and not have to pay out a bunch of money? Well, let's start criminalizing a certain group of people. So then they start criminalizing Black people. And so now, you know, disproportionately, we're jailed at higher rates than everybody else. And so there's this intentional warfare against Black people to jail us, to keep us, you know, locked up, to break down the Black family and all of those other things. But it's really around, you know, capitalism. But how do we, you know, what do we teach our sons? What are you teaching your sons, and how to deal in those situations? Not even in just stops, or, you know, what if they're walking down the street while Black? You know, one of the things I always said is my kids could had they pants up to their chest and look like Poindexters, but because they have Black skin, you know, they're still a threat. It doesn't matter. So how do these young Black people, how can they, you know, how do they have to show up in the world so that they aren't criminalized, aren't arrested, aren't, you know, harassed by law enforcement? And oh, by the way, for those of you who are just tuned in, we are talking about Black on Black crime being on the decline. Lisa Burton is a Black and Blue mom. She's also in Moms of Black Sons. She's also an advocate for Moms of Black Sons, and she was in law enforcement for over 30 years. And she actually fought law. You know, she's been on both sides, fighting against law enforcement and fighting for law enforcement. And so she's just the perfect person to have this conversation with. But go ahead, girl.
Oh, listen, I guess I was thinking about, let's talk about our sons that have already had some kind of encounter, right? That's minor, that shouldn't have the record. This is what we were talking about earlier. We got to teach them to do what they do and expunging their records and getting in there and doing the paperwork. When you have these little marijuana charges and all these different things that are keeping you from getting jobs, you know, make yourself more employable, fight those things, do the things that you don't want to do. It's going to be tedious. It's going to be a lot of red tape. They're going to make you go through a lot of steps that are going to frustrate you because they drag it out, but it's very well worth it. It has to come off your records, right? And I mean, I hope at some points we can all come together and figure out how do we come together as a people. And if the president of the United States can be a felon, then there isn't a felon in the United States should have a problem getting a job now, right? So we have to figure out how to undo that, because if he can be POTUS, then our sons or whomever in the community had something that happened 25, 30 years ago should not be restricted to this little box of jobs or the Black jobs that Trump thinks that we're supposed to have.
The Mexicans are taking the Black jobs.
Yeah, right. So we have to do that. But I think I can't say it enough. It's about our voice. It's about documenting. It's about showing up, paying attention to what's going on in your politics locally. Yeah. I think last year, actually 2023, then I testified in front of City Council when MPD was trying to implement a new thing about body worn cameras. I was still working there then. I didn't agree. They basically wanted to give the office of the agents the opportunity to look at the video before they gave their statement. I said, hell no. It did end up passing on, with different tweaks or whatever. But I did testify as Mob United's advocate against that, because I felt like you're giving them the answers to the test. What we're doing is trying to test their aptitude and their intention in that moment. Mm-hmm. So to let them see what happened first is cheating.
Right.
That's not ethical. There's nothing ethical about that. That's absurd. So, and at the time I did it, it was, I probably didn't leave the department in my chief's highest light, but hey, we have to use our voice. We have to stand up for what's right, no matter what. But there's both sides of it. Some of my closest friends and I didn't agree on that, because I have a good girlfriend and she was like, no, Lisa, we should be able to look at it. But what her point was, they should be able to look at it for like minor things. Like I couldn't remember the color of the car that they stopped and they're trying to write an accurate report, right? Well, that's different. I'm talking about when there's use of force, when somebody's injured, when there's a discrepancy about the arrest or the stop, right? No, you don't get to see what you did with your body worn camera before you tell me what happened as the internal affairs agent. Hell no.
Right.
That's where I'm at.
That part.
That's where I was with it.
Well, here's what I love about you, and I'm gonna tell you business real quick, because I know you're not ready. I know you're not ready for this part, but I do want to get you prepared. So Lisa is a part of the Net7 Collective. I know you guys hear me talk about Net7 Collective all the time, where we have just dynamic women from all over the country that are doing some really, really amazing things. One of the projects that Lisa is working on is helping helping people get their records expunged. And I know you don't have that now. She's going to start doing some seminars and some workshops around that. But if it's something, if there's somebody that if it's you or somebody that that needs their record expunged, if you don't mind, DM Lisa at leaky_love. She'll put you on a wait list because she's going to start doing some education around how to get your records expunged, because that is important. Even though our current president is a felon and he's able to get the highest position of the land, your Black ass still can't go on a Target and get a job because of your criminal record. So you still need to work on getting your, and it all things being equal, it's not equal. So he can have a felony. You cannot have a felony. You're going to have to get your record expunged. Lisa is going to be doing that in the near future. This is one of the projects that we're working on as part of her give back to the community, which I think is awesome. I think it's amazing because there are so many people that need this. So if you or somebody Go over there, follow her on Instagram, first of all. And then number two, shoot her a DM and tell her that you want to be on this wait list to get this information on getting your record expunged. Because this is what she does. She knows how to do this stuff, and she's going to either start showing you how to do it, or she's going to either do it, help you do it for you, or whatever. But this is something that that she's going to be doing pretty soon. Okay.
Yes, Coach Carter. Yes.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna put you I'm gonna put your feet to the fire. You already know what it is. You already know what it is. She's like, I'm not ready yet. Well, we gonna get ready. You ain't, that's right. So this is something that's needed, and this is something that you're really talented at, and this is also your passion, not just Mob's mother of Black sons, but also you giving back to the community and helping our community in a way that we really need. We really need that service from you. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate you, obviously, and of course.
Yeah. So before we get out of here, can you tell them about your experience with Net7?
Woo, wow. Let me tell you, it has been phenomenal. Net7 come together for one thing and shared our testimonies and our stories. And I mean, it just really helps you get out of that box that you put yourself in. Constance is awesome, coach, because she really doesn't take no for an answer. So get ready to you better stay ready. She's gonna, but really all she's doing is helping, not all, because it's amazing, tapping into what you have inside of you that you've been hesitant or afraid to let out, right? So you have that person that holds you accountable and pushes you forward and thrusts you. And then you have this community of other women across the country that are just phenomenal also, and you share and you have a sisterhood. And in our cohort, it turned into a book. So, I mean, you never know what's going to happen, because we didn't start that.
Where your book at?
My book is right over there somewhere. I don't know. My daughter's getting it.
Oh, okay.
So we didn't start this up. We had 17 people in my cohort, and we all had stories. Here it is, Unbreakable. Yes. And so, once you realize, but here's the thread, the common thread about Net7 I love. We were all 17 different strangers, right? And what is the one common denominator? It was God, his intention, and his grace that thread us all together to tell them stories. And they were so linked and intertwined. And I have hair, like my hair stands up on the back of my neck, because all glory to God and how he did that thing.
God.
Because as I read our stories, because we didn't all read everybody's story, but when we finally read, and I'm reading through, and I'm like, wow, we're really smart, but we're not that smart. This was all God, really, really. But definitely CC is the one to whip you into shape. So if you haven't signed up, you should.
Yeah. If you're interested in Net7 Collective, go to net7bbs.com and we'll have a conversation. So we'll have a conversation about what that looks like for you, because, I like to meet everybody and have a personal conversation with everybody personally to see if they'll be a good fit, because some of you may not be a good fit. There are definitely people that I've said, this is not the thing for you. And there's people for sure. And there's people that I've said, yeah, I think you would be a great fit. It just has to match, because energy and synergy is extremely important. That's real. That's real. We can't just have anybody. So, but that's the reason why, that's what makes it so amazing, is that all of these ladies were handpicked. And I was making sure I was very intentional about the culture and the environment, and just really respective of who each individual was, what they were able to bring, and then what they were able to receive, because they're all serving each other. Everybody's giving to everybody, like all day. Like this phone is like on fire all day with them, just just
talking to each other. Yes.
Just talking. And this one right here, and I want to offer my condolences. She just lost her sister a couple of days ago.
Thank you.
And the lady stepped up, and
they really did. I was gonna say thank you. I was gonna close with that. I just wanted to thank you guys. It's really been helpful to help me even keep pushing, because for a minute I wasn't even sure I was gonna come on, but here I am, because of the strength, love, and support, God's grace, and then you guys really lifted me up and my family. So I really appreciate that. It's a difficult time. And I don't know if you even knew, but I lost my sister, and 12 hours later I lost my cousin.
Yeah.
So I've got 2 deaths. So yeah. But life, life is, what they say, you can't reign with them if you don't suffer with them. So here we are.
Jesus, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So 2 things again. I want to make sure that you guys, hit up Lisa at Leaky_love. Make sure you follow her. DM her if you know anybody or if you need your record expunged. She'll put you on the list for when she starts this. But she's going to be starting now that she's, especially since she's dealing with all the things, all the family stuff. That's not going to be something that she does like right now. But it is something that we are putting together for her.
Yes, I will come back to you for certain.
Yeah. So, but you'll over the next several months. You'll be able to work with her to get that expungement. And then what are you doing for moms? How can they work with you with Mother of Black Sons?
Oh, so Moms of Black Boys United. It's mobunited.org.
I got it all wrong. Moms of Black Boys is Moms of
Black Boys United is mobunited.org. They can look that up. And, we're in the middle of transitioning with our executive leadership right now. So we'll see. But the whole idea and concept is the same. We support the mothers that have lost sons and just families that are just going through something. We also celebrate our sons. We don't want the narrative to always be about all the negative things. So you'll find a lot of things. There's a Facebook page that is, I want to say 166,000 moms across the world that go in and talk. I mean, they talk about things where when I say Moms of Black Boys, I'm not just talking about Black and brown women. I'm talking about any person that has a child that's Black, right? So we have white moms, Asian moms, Hispanic moms that are all in there. And some of the support is as simple as, I don't know how to do my child's hair. Can you help me? I mean, it's a sisterhood. It's a real sisterhood. And then, it might be something else, but I mean, it's not all about the ones that have been killed, but that is the heaviest lift. But there's also positive celebrations. They share, graduations, prom pictures, all of that. Now there's also the organization where you can get a part of, and then you can build a chapter in your area where we actually come together collectively, like I've done in DC, meet the local moms and do things together around, serve the community and things of that nature.
That's awesome. I love that. Thank you for your service. That's awesome. Okay. So they can follow you on Leekie_love, LEEKIE_love. Do you have any last words before we get up out of here?
Do I have any last words? Just use your voice. Remember that. Use your voice and let your pen be mightier. The sword is mighty. I mean, the pen is mightier than the sword. Don't always have to fight in the moment. Sometimes you pause and then come back to fight another day. That's it.
Yeah. I would say that I just want to tell people, do your research. There's a lot of information on the internet. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe everything that you hear in the media. Black people are doing well. You may not see Black people in your immediate circle doing well, but please know that there are Black people that are doing well and that will be happy to mentor you, to train you, to coach you. Reach out to people outside of your circle. If you don't have those resources inside your circle, reach out, get educated. Make sure that, if whatever you need is out there. You can Google anything. Google University is free. But if you need a much more guided approach, you can come to me. You even have Lisa. Lisa could probably, I'm sure she could mentor you and train you because I only deal with really, 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 really positive women that are just on the move. So just reach out to us if you need anything. We are here to really help you to improve your life. And before we go, so every day this month, Lisa, we are doing you got your book? Put your book up again. First of all, I want to tell them to get that. So go to Amazon, get her book, Unbreakable. Search for Lisa Burton, Unbreakable. Grab her book. Your chapter is what, Lisa?
17.
You're the last chapter.
I'm the closer.
She's the closer, and her chapter is called Unbreakable or something like that, right?
Yes, I forget. It has it in the title.
Yeah. So she's the closer, and amazing story. So you guys pick it up, support us. We will also support you. And like I was saying, every day we do a Black History Month tribute. I always try to do something that's going to inform the people in one way or another. And so we're talking today on the Black History Tribute about medical apartheid. They say trust the medical system, but do you know what they've done to Black people? From forced experiments to medical abuse, the history of medicine in America is built on Black suffering. And the receipts? They're all in Harriet Washington's book, Medical Apartheid. Let's talk about the real history of Black bodies in medicine. Now, first, let's start with the father of modern gynecology, J. Marion Sims. His name is on hospitals and statues, but what they don't tell you is he perfected his surgical techniques by operating on enslaved
Black women without anesthesia. Women like Anarcha, Betsy, and Lucy were forced to endure excruciating pain so that white women could benefit from better medical procedures. Now let's talk about one of the most infamous medical abuses in U.S. history, the Tuskegee syphilis experiment. For 40 years, from 1932 to 1972, the U.S. government knowingly let hundreds of Black men suffer from untreated syphilis just to study the effects. Now, doctors lied to them. They told them they were receiving treatment, but in reality, they were being used as lab rats. Some of them died slow and painful deaths, and others passed the disease to their wives and their children, and this is all because of medical racism. And then there's Henrietta Lacks. She's a Black woman whose cells changed medicine forever without her consent. In 1951, doctors at Johns Hopkins took her cells without her permission while treating her for cancer. Her cells, now known as HeLa cells, became the foundation of modern medicine. They helped create vaccines, cancer treatments, and even led to advance in HIV research. Her cells made billions for pharmaceutical companies, but her family never saw a dime. And then let's not forget, the abuse didn't stop in the past. For decades, Black women, especially in the South, were forcibly sterilized without their knowledge. This happened under the government programs called Mississippi appendectomies, where doctors lied to Black women, telling them that they were getting a routine procedure, but instead they were being sterilized. And today, Black women are still more likely to die in childbirth, and doctors are still more likely to ignore pain. This is why medical distrust in our community is real. Medical racism, it is not a conspiracy, it's history. But here's the thing. Knowing our past helps us protect our future. Harriet Washington's Medical Apartheid, it lays out all the receipts. So if you haven't read it yet, now's the time. Now drop a Black fist in the comments if you're reclaiming knowledge, and share this so many people will learn the truth.
Did you know all of that?
Not all of it. I knew about Henrietta.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I read her book and I knew. Yeah, I didn't know all of that though. That's
yeah. We have been human guinea pigs in this country and this is the reason why I'm always trying to go and try to interweave all of this stuff into where we are today, because people think that where we are is a result of us. Oh, we just need to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. We got to stop being lazy. We got to stop getting the Gucci belt and all that stuff. It's way deeper. It's way bigger than that. That's surface stuff. But we got to change the conversation. But the only way we're going to know where we're going is where we know it's when we know where we've been. We know what we've done to us. We wake up and then we do things different. You got to do things different. Yeah.
Amen. Absolutely.
So last but not least, you guys, I do have the Grow Your Money Club, which is much cheaper and much less expensive. The investment is way less than all of the other things that we have going on. So if you want to get training for the next 12 months,
It's Constance Carter, your wealth activist, and it is time to get in the gym. The Grow Your Money Club. The Grow Your Money Club is a 12-month comprehensive training where I teach you how to build a sustainable business and go from being an employee to an investor. Go to growyourmoney.club to sign up today.
y'all, I got over 30 trainings that take you from being an employee to an investor with multiple revenue streams, all the things that they're going to be talking about on Fly Nubian Money in the next 30 minutes. So go to growyourmoney.club, sign up so that you can not only become a credit expert, use your credit as leverage to build your wealth, get business credit, learn how to build your business, learn how to invest in real estate and stock, and then learn multiple revenue streams. It's a whole 12-month process. So you go to growyourmoney.club if you're interested. And then finally, we out of here. Hold on, Lisa. We out of here. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same.
You guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I am here today with having the privilege and the honor to speak with a very special guest by the name of Pastor Akeisha Jefferson. Pastor Akeisha is the pastor of First Sundays Church, which I heard about when I went to go speak at Bowie University in Maryland, Bowie State, and I was so impressed with Pastor Jefferson that I said, "Gosh, I'd like to really talk to you again because what you're doing is pretty amazing." And so, without further ado, I'd like to welcome Pastor Jefferson. How you doing today, ma'am?
I am great. So good to see you again. Happy Friday. Happy Valentine's Day. An honor and a privilege to be with you today.
Well, thank you. Thank you. The honor and the privilege is all mine. So you told me something that kind of tripped me out. I didn't know when I got there. I knew that I was invited to speak at Bowie State, and I knew that that somebody was doing something to make something happen. And as I started to find out more about your Wealth Summit, I found out that you were the main person behind it, not just behind it spiritually and everything else, but also behind it financially. Like you actually did something that I thought was really impressive. You actually decided to hold a Wealth Summit so our people could get together and get better at wealth. And also you did that at Bowie State, which is that your alma mater?
It is. Bowie State is my alma mater where I got my undergrad degree. Yeah,
and to introduce our young people to wealth, which I thought was just extraordinary. Tell us that story. Like, how did that summit come to be?
Yeah, honestly, in full transparency, after the presidential election in November, I was just as disgusted, discouraged, and depressed as so many other people. Just kind of got quiet to ask, like, what does this look like for my family for the next 4 years, for my community, for my people for the next 4 years? And just kind of got quiet. And so I didn't know whether that looked like bringing some other faith leaders together to sit at a table to talk about what this looks like for our community for the next 4 years. Reached out to a couple people, crickets, nobody replied. I'm like, is this, to have a prayer breakfast and, try to encourage the people, because you could feel a spirit of hopelessness hovering over DC, because we're in DC, the heart of the government. And so got quiet, God was quiet. And so God dropped in my spirit the Wealth Summit. And this is God. This has nothing to do with me. I'm a vessel. And so God said, he said, I want you to host the Wealth Summit because the next 4 years looks like chaos, but it smells like money. And you all are going to miss it because you're going to be so focused on the distractions that you're going to miss the money. And it's not that our people don't have it, because I'm looking at you all carrying $1,000 purses and wearing $1,000 tennis shoes. So it's not that you don't have it. It's just that you don't know what to do with it. So can you imagine if instead of you bought that purse, I thought about in 1998 when I graduated from Bowie, instead of buying a Gucci bag, if I had bought Gucci stock, that stock would be worth so much more. But I didn't know that. And so nobody taught me that, so in school, they teach us fractions and not finance. They teach us calculus and not credit. They teach us literature and not investing. So I didn't know. And so that's really the heart of the Wealth Summit. And no, we did not have any sponsors. The sponsor was me, Akeisha Sharon Jefferson. That was the sponsor. That was the sponsor.
Well, I'm gonna tell you that, and that's what you're supposed to do. You're the sponsor. You're the spark. I like that you're what I call a playmaker. I'm a former athlete. Once an athlete, always an athlete. And a playmaker in sports would be just somebody who makes something happen. In football, you get an interception, you sack the quarterback, you score a touchdown because your team needs you. Your team needs you to score points, especially when they're having a hard time in the game. Somebody's waiting, and a lot of times, you think about, even to go with the sports analogy, you'll have times where the team is sitting there losing, getting pummeled, and they're waiting for a hero. Everybody's waiting for somebody to be able to step up. And either nobody can or nobody will. But then when somebody does step up, everybody's excited, like go. And that's how I felt when I saw you step up. I said, okay, we got a winner here because you took that initiative. You listened to God. You made a move. You made a sacrifice. And I want everybody to just sort of, I want everyone to understand how important that is. A lot of folks will talk a good game, but won't follow through.
Yeah.
And for us, sacrifice and investment are very much connected. You made a sacrifice, which was an investment, but you were making a special kind of investment, which was an investment in other people.
Yeah.
Because I can see, I saw that nice suit you had on and stuff, and I bet you Pastor Jefferson and her family are okay. I'm sure you and your husband are okay, but you were thinking about people that are not okay.
Absolutely.
Which to me makes you more than okay, in the eyes of just God and just what's right and what's decent in the world, the kinds of people that we need in the community. Can you speak to some, or just more of that?
Yeah. What do you do when God tells you to build an ark and it's not raining? And that's what he told me to do in November. Who knew the climate that we would be in right now? Who knew what was to come with people by the thousands losing their federal government jobs? People that knew how they were paying their mortgage this month won't have a clue how to pay it next month. What do you do? And so, our community, we've got to make better decisions because nobody's coming to save us. Nobody's coming to save us. Batman, he doesn't exist. And so our way of life is, who knew in November when God told me to do that our very way of life would be under attack. I'm in DC. So pretty much it's impossible to not know somebody that has been affected by the new administration. Majority of people that live here are employed by the government. If they're not employed by the government, they are employed with an agency that gets funding from the government. So right now, off the top of my head, I have 3 people at my church who have lost jobs in the last 2 weeks. And these are single mothers with children and mortgages. And so we've got to do more than sing and shout on Sunday, because we've got to give people a relevant gospel that helps them live from day to day and be able to navigate and pivot. So if you lost this job, then what's next? So yeah, we've got to give people some other tools and tips and strategies about what to do with their wealth. Nobody's coming to save us.
Well, I agree with you. And everybody, in case you just came in, I'm talking to Pastor Keisha Jefferson. She's the pastor of First Sundays Church. And what city is your church in?
We're in Clinton. We're in Clinton, Maryland, right off of Old Branch Avenue.
Okay, Clinton, Maryland, right off of Old Branch Avenue.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I want to make sure people know where you're at so they can go find you.
Yes.
And your First Sundays is a unique kind of church because you don't go to church every single Sunday.
No,
it's the first Sunday of every month. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Because I really believe that we are called to be supplemental insurance for the kingdom. And, so people have supplemental dental insurance and supplemental with Aflac. We are supplemental insurance for the kingdom. Everybody, I believe there's a population of people that absolutely love God, but they don't necessarily have to be in church every Sunday. And I'm one of them, and I'm the pastor. And so literally First Sundays, we are non-traditional, but we absolutely love God. We are called to serve our community. So we meet once a month, the first Sunday for 90 minutes. Service starts at 2, and we get it in praise and worship, communion, the word, and we're back out the door. But yeah, that's who we are.
Well, and I really love that. I really like the idea of you kind of understanding, that the importance of our faith, the importance of spirituality, all these things that can get us through a tough spot, really keep us going, renew our energy, mentally, physically, and otherwise, it mixed with the importance of taking action.
Yes.
You used a term earlier where you talked about, building an ark when it's not raining.
Yeah.
All that is investing or insurance. That's what, as a finance person, I can tell you that's what that is. It's it's easy to say we need to build an ark when it's raining. Yeah, of course. Or everybody wants to build an ark, get an umbrella when the rain is coming down. The question is, do you have enough consciousness to realize that just because the sun is up right now, that this too shall pass. And at some point, the rain is coming. And I talk to my students all the time. I say, look, winter is coming. The bad days are coming. Hard times are coming. And you prepare for the hard times during the good times. You don't try to scramble and react to the hard times, And I think that's the shortcoming that happens when we get tricked into letting others train us to become reactionary people as opposed to proactionary people. Can you kind of speak to that?
Yeah, when you think about Jesus in the New Testament, the man with the withered hand, he told him to stretch out his hand. The man that was on the mat, he told him to get up and walk, pick up your mat. And so your miracle requires your participation. Your breakthrough requires your participation. It requires you to do something. The only shots that you miss are the ones that you don't throw. And so literally this season is going to require you to do something. And so you talk about faith. We're not new as a people to trouble. We're not new to discrimination and racism. We've been living under the illusion that we've arrived in America. We have not. This regime has showed you, these times have shown you, we have not arrived. We have not. And so our mothers, our grandmothers, they didn't have the internet. They didn't have Gucci bags, and they didn't have 1 million followers on YouTube. They had faith. They had faith. And so we have lost that because we have this thing where we feel like we've arrived. Our degrees have put us here, and our networks have put us here, and our resumes have put us here. But no, we got to reach back into the arsenal of the foremothers and forefathers whose shoulders we stand on, the people that literally had scraps and made meals, the people that took shacks and made homes, the people that took moans and made a movement, the people that took songs and made the blues. These are the people's shoulders we stand on. And this season is a reminder to us of who we are and who we come from. We have not arrived. We have not. And so the fight is going to be won, but we can't win it broke. We can't win it broke.
That's right. That's right. And I'm gonna tell you, when I was listening to you and I'm enjoying what you're saying, I thought about something someone said in the chat where they mentioned faith over fear.
Yeah.
And I think that's important. And I think that faith and fear can kind of coexist a little bit.
Absolutely.
But faith has to win, right? I feel the fear, but the faith helps me overcome the fear.
Yeah.
And really another thing that can help you overcome the fear in addition to the faith is the finances.
Yes.
If you got finances and faith, then fear is not so much of an adversary or an obstacle. And so anyway, it looks like, there we go. Pastor Jefferson's back. There she is. Yeah. And so what I encourage people to do is to understand that that your goal in life isn't just to be a faith-filled, courageous person.
Yes.
You can feel the fear. We all get a little bit afraid sometimes, but be faith-filled and be courageous, but also give yourself some financial security.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you, I would get credit all the time, Pastor, where people would say, gosh, Dr. Boyce, I don't know how you do it. You just say the stuff everybody's thinking, but other people are scared to say. And I'm like, we scared to say it. Like, who's listening? Is Master listening? And I'm being silly, but I would be thinking to myself, well, actually, I'm not really I'm not more courageous than you.
Yeah.
I just put myself in a position where nobody who does not have my best interest at heart is paying the bills in my house.
Yes.
I'm financially independent. That's all that is.
Yes.
What you're doing is what you're hearing. That's surprising is you're hearing the words of a free Black man. I'm not beholden to nobody. I'm not scared of anybody, because it's like, well, what you gonna do?
Yeah.
Oh, you gonna take away the money? Oh, that's all right. I got some money over here.
Yeah.
Because I went through that. Speaking of that, because I spoke at your summit. I speak at different places and stuff. And there was one place that I spoke, another similar kind of event, that was very nice. It was down in Birmingham, and lots of amazing Black people. And unfortunately, a lot of them were still kind of tethered to the corporate plantation in various ways. And the sponsor wasn't a courageous person like you. They had corporate sponsors, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now here's the thing. I went down there and I spoke. They loved it. I was happy because, my goal is just to tell the truth, right?
Yeah.
And they said, we loved you so much, we want you to come back next year. I said, great. So then, but here's the thing. If you decide you ride with me, that means you got to understand that I'm gonna go find the truth wherever it's at.
Yeah.
And if the truth has me in the middle of some poo poo or something, in a stinky situation,
yeah,
I'm gonna go over there, and I'm not gonna care. I'm gonna keep moving. So, so there was a little controversy that came up, and I said what I said, and I did not stutter. I did not back up. I did not care what the media thought, and it became a thing.
Yeah.
And I remember they reached out and my speaking fee is not cheap. They had paid half the money, but they canceled the event. And so the way it works is I kept the half that they put down as a deposit is now refundable.
Yeah.
And the other half I didn't get. And I just remember kind of saying, well, I'm sorry that you feel this way. I'm sorry this happened. I'm not even angry at you.
Yeah.
I know why this happened. I know that the sponsors were not comfortable with me. I know how you feel about me because you and I talk directly. We all look each other in the eye. Y'all love me and I love you. But what's happened is that man's money has disrupted our ability to have a relationship because they're telling us which Black people we're allowed to be friends with.
Yeah.
And this is what I talk about. That is inappropriate to me. I don't get to tell Elon Musk if he can be friends with Donald Trump.
Listen,
you don't get to tell other people what they can. So how the hell they going? Excuse my friend. How they going to tell us that I can't be friends with Akeisha Jefferson?
I just told my brother and husband yesterday. We had a conversation. I don't know if you remember this. They literally made Barack Obama renounce his pastor Jeremiah Wright.
Yep, that's right.
They literally, when he was running for the president, they made him literally renounce his pastor, not because he said anything wrong, not that he said anything that was incorrect, but the fact that he was too radical. We need you to make a distance to basically renounce your leadership, your pastor. And then on the other hand, you have somebody in the Oval Office calling you a parasite, calling your mother a parasite because she needs to rely on Medicare, or calling your child in the inner city who needs to rely on a hot breakfast or a hot lunch a parasite. And so what America has shown you is just what you said. As long as you are comfortable, and long as you're not, saying anything that's going to make people uncomfortable. No. You don't get to tell me what to say. You don't get to navigate my history. No, you don't. You don't get to water down, discount what my people have been through and what they're still going through.
Yes. Well, and the thing about it to me, Pastor Jefferson, is that we've been falsely led to believe that we live in a country that allows for free speech.
No, sir.
We do not have free speech.
No.
Free speech must be accompanied by enough financial independence that you can endure the consequences of the things that you say.
Yes.
And what happens with us is that because we are raised and trained to become economically dependent on people that are also seeking to oppress us.
Yes.
Is that every time the situation calls for us to stand up, somebody sits over us and tells us to sit right back down.
Mama.
Or I'm going to take away that paycheck.
Mama.
Yeah.
It's a scripture that says, it was good for me that I was afflicted. And I absolutely, this is very uncomfortable. It is discouraging. We're living in very trying and troubling times. But I really believe this season is good for us as a people. Yes. Because we have gotten too complacent. We have gotten too comfortable. We have gotten too comfortable with the illusion that we've arrived and we've made it. But what can feed you can starve you. And so this literally it's good for us as a people so that we can come to the conclusion that we've got to put some things in place so that we can have generational wealth, so we can build our own table. So I don't know, you and I, we talked about this, but my family and I have been talking for years about starting an investment group. And so last year we were like, yeah, nobody's coming to save us. So we finally took the idea out of the family group chat, and we formed an investment club. We finally took it out the group chat. And so we literally, we formed an LLC, and we purchased our first investment last year, which was a hotel. I had the honor of being able to go to Lake Charles, Louisiana, for the investors retreat with all the owners, with 100 other people that look like us, black and brown people from all over the country, who had helped purchase this hotel in Lake Charles, Louisiana. It was absolutely amazing, but it was such a reminder to me of who we can be when we come together and collaborate and decide that generational wealth starts with me. It starts with my generation today, not tomorrow. Just an absolutely beautiful thing. And so, I just think that a lot of times we don't do it because we just don't know. Like, I didn't know the first property I bought when I was 25 for $40,000, I shouldn't have sold it. I didn't know. Instead of buying a Gucci bag, I should have bought Gucci stock. I didn't know. My mother was a DC public school teacher, and she taught me how to be a lady. She taught me how to take care of a house. She taught me how to serve in church, but she could not teach me what she did not know. And 50%, I read an article that said 50% of Americans are financially illiterate.
That's right.
50%. So how can you manage money? How can you grow money if you don't understand money?
Yes.
Everybody's uncomfortable talking about giving it in church, but you're not uncomfortable talking about buying Beyonce tickets.
Nope. My wife and my sister was talking about that this morning. they said I said she's on tour again.
Yeah.
So, that was this morning.
Yeah.
That's heavy that you say that, Pastor. By the way, everybody, I'm talking to Pastor Akeisha Jefferson. She is the pastor of First Sundays Church in Clinton, Maryland. It's right off of Old Bush Road. I can't remember.
Old Branch. But they can go to our website. They go to our website, or our Instagram page, any of it, and follow us. But our website is www.firstsundays.org.
Firstsundays.org. Okay.
Yeah. But we're right in Clinton, Maryland. But we're on Instagram and Facebook. First Sundays. You can follow us.
Firstsundays.org. I'm gonna put that on the screen so everybody can see it. Also, you can listen to this podcast on Spotify. If you look up my name, Boyce Watkins, you can find me there. And in addition to that, you all know that every single morning, if you are not as financially literate as you'd like to be, there's no excuse. We actually teach finances, and we do our version of First Sundays. We in there every day, Pastor, and you're invited too. And we teach every single morning. I teach finance. There's something called Money in the Morning. And
I've been logging on. I've been logging on since you came to the Wealth Summit. And so many people that came to the Wealth Summit have joined the movement, and they've been logging on every single day.
Nice. I love it. Well, you know what? And bless. I mean, one come all. I mean, we were doing this before things got bad. We'll be doing this after this Trump stuff is over.
Yes.
I encourage everybody, like, look, don't constantly shift who you are based on what other people are doing. Be who you're going to be and stand on that.
Yes.
Just be who you're going, so this is where we've been here for a while, Pastor, because money matters. So many people have money problems, so much stress over money, people scared over money, financial anxiety. My wife is a therapist, and we talk about that a lot. And I would just say that also there's very few things that are riskier than being Black in America. And when you are under that level of risk, you have to be prepared.
Wow.
Process that. Like, why would you go into a highly risky situation completely unprepared and not expect to be living in the middle of chaos and disaster every single day? So I want to invite everybody. If you aren't coming to the class, you can text the word morning to the number 87948. I put that on the screen. I'm also put Pastor Jefferson's website on the screen so everybody can go and check out firstsundays.org, because firstsundays.org deserves our attention, because Pastor Akeisha is here because she is a soldier. She is not just somebody who talks the talk, she walked the walk. And that's why I wanted to invite you, because, and I'd love for you to kind of talk even more about that, anything that comes to mind. But there's a lot of people that, you know, can do a lot of this. Talk is cheap, but when you sit up and you write a check, things actually happen. And this is, I think, a conversation we should have with some of our Black celebrities, right? We just had a Super Bowl that was defined as the blackest Super Bowl ever. And you have Black people on the stage, Black people on the field, but
none in the owner's booth.
Exactly. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. You were paying attention. And that is that's a plantation. That's what that is. Don't get me wrong. I'm not making fun of it. It was a lot of fun. Plantations, I'm sure they had fun on they had some fun days on the plantation, maybe. You know, like you have a day where, you know, the slaves are dancing and singing and celebrating, but at some point we got to figure out, you know, who's going to own all this. You know, I say the people providing the labor should own things, but in order for that to happen, somebody has to step up and make something happen. Namely, somebody has to step up and write a check. So can you kind of talk about the Wealth Summit, just what that was like for you to put on an event like that? You know, we do the All Black National Convention, and I get 18,000 headaches every year we do it. It literally, it's a labor of love for people. If I just not do it anymore, I would stop because it's hard. So tell us about that, what that experience was like for you.
It was absolutely, like you said, it was how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? And keep in mind, God gave me this to do in November, and we had this in February. So really to execute an event that on this size, this magnitude, really, it should be 6 months. We probably had 60 days. And so we literally had 60 days, but I had an amazing team. So when God gave me this vision, I'm like, God, you got to give me the team to help me do this. And so I had an amazing team. So people saw me on the front, but they did not see the women and men that were beside me that were literally helping me execute and carry the vision. But the Wealth Summit, you know, literally the whole goal of the Wealth Summit was literally to provide financial financial intelligence to our people, to give them some new insight and equip them with some new tools of what they can do with their money. Sometimes people feel like, I'm too old, I've missed it, I'm too young, I don't need to start it. No, you're right where you need to be. And so I wanted to have you just as a pioneer to jumpstart, and that's just what you did. I thought that it would be negligent to just have you come and talk about money, but not have a clinician come and talk about health and wealth in your mind. Because I know a lot of people with money, but they can't sleep at night, or a lot of people with money that's taking medicine to get through the day. So, you know, we had a clinician to come and talk about how to navigate your mental health for the next 4 years. Because no, you cannot watch CNN. You cannot watch the news 24 hours a day and think you're going to be positive and you're going to be able to function. And so, you know, the goal was really to give everybody just a different perspective of what to do with your money. So this is the beginning of a movement. We've already decided we're going to do this again in 2026. We want you back. You know, we're going to jumpstart Black History Month with it. And we're just believing that every year it'll catch on. And, you know, more and more people will come out and get what they need to change the trajectory of their lives. The thing is, the next 4 years, we can't change who's in the White House, but we can change what's going on in our homes.
Yes.
Yeah. We can't change what's going on Pennsylvania Avenue, but we sure enough can change what's going on in our homes if we make better decisions. We were born looking like you were born looking like your parents, but you're going to die looking like your decisions.
Right on. Ooh. Oh, you're going to die looking like your decisions. Like, let me write that down. Die looking like your.
Yeah. You are.
And that's heavy because, you know, when you think about some of these messy situations where someone dies and it's a mess. You're looking like your decisions, and I know as a man, I don't want to look like that. I don't want my children to see me that way. You know, and I want to say, I just want to thank you for everything that you've done. I want to just make sure I publicly make it clear to everyone that I just have admiration for the fact that you stepped up to the plate. I see a lot of people do a lot of stuff and I respect it, but there's a difference between the people that are willing to sacrifice and invest in something versus people that just will talk about it, you know. And because I can just even when Diddy was still, you know, popping and popular, he called Dr. Claude Anderson and flew him up and danced around and talked about how great Powernomics was, but did not write a check. Did he? But you're writing checks for everything else. You're writing checks for baby oil and and private jets and big, you know, $1,000 liquor bottles. But you can't write a check for something structural for your community. Then, you know, I mean, because our community is a community that needs the grown-ups to really understand what it means to really build and develop something. And I like the way you also blended mental health with the finances, because it's all connected. You know, we want a bunch of, you know, crazy rich people running around the community. And that's what America is. America is a rich country full of crazy people. Every study shows that Americans have the most highest net worth or highest income of, you know, of anybody on the planet per capita. But we have the lowest quality of life. You know, our families are broken. Our mental health is gone because everybody's working so much. That's how we're so productive. Capitalism really got y'all cracking the whip on y'all, right? That's what capitalism's doing, and it's making us really financially productive, but we are empty spiritually.
It's so funny you say that. This morning I went to the gym and I was thinking about Luther Vandross. And today is Valentine's Day, and all I could think of on the treadmill was a house is not a home if nobody's living there. A chair is just a chair. And Luther testified. And so it's like, you know, you can work so hard and ascribe to get all of these things, but what is a big house if every room is empty and it's just you in there by yourself? What is a pocket full of money and at the end of the day, you are by yourself, or you at dinner by yourself, or you vacationing by yourself because you're so jacked up you can't have relationship? And so, and that's why I love when you came to the Wealth Summit and you talked a lot about relationships being a big thing of wealth. And so you're absolutely right. I know so many people with a pocket full of money and don't have a pocket full of peace. And then I can go to Southeast and see a client that lives in a 1-bedroom efficiency, sleeping on a mattress and got a song in their heart and joy in their spirit. And so you gotta be careful. And so the thing is to have balance. The Bible says there will always be poor among you. It didn't say you had to be among them. And so that's the thing, is that I pray for balance. Is yes, I don't want to just be wealthy in my bank account. I want to be wealthy in my spirit. I want to be wealthy in my relationships. What profit a man for me to live and die and have never lived? So all I did was work. Never. The people around me don't even know I love them. You gotta wait till I die to come and stand over top of me and tell me what you needed to tell me. No, tell me why I can hear it. Tell me so why I can appreciate it. Give me flowers now so I can smell them. Like, life is a precious gift. It is a gift.
Yes, it is. You know, you made, when you said that giving your flowers while you're here. I was, you know, I was saying amen because I was thinking about my mother who just passed on Christmas Eve. And one thing I can say is that 5 years before she passed, we got together as a family and we came up with the idea to do something. I said, isn't it funny how people always wait until somebody's funeral to tell them how much they love them, and they can't, and they may or may not be able to even hear you because you can't confirm, they're not going to respond. So why not? Why don't we do that while people are alive? So what we did was we did something called, I said, let's make it fun. Instead of calling it a funeral, let's call it a funeral.
Wow.
And let's talk about each other as if we're at each other's funeral. Like let's really lay it out. What does that person mean to you? How much you love them? Like just dump it on them, right? And we did, and we got it all out.
Yes.
When my mother was healthy and we had no
Yes.
idea, the cancer was coming, none of that stuff.
Yes.
And so I encourage everybody out here, like, don't
Yeah.
wait, like go do
Yes.
it now,
Yes.
and find your peace, and
Mhm.
you use money as a tool to help you
Yes.
get there. Like,
Yes.
money's part of the equation, but money ain't the whole puzzle. If money was the whole puzzle, you wouldn't have so many people that I've seen people made a lot of money,
Yes.
and they made their money at the expense of their mental health, their physical health, their relationships. So you're sitting there with a big bank account full of money, up in the hospital with a terminal illness,
Yeah.
and ain't nobody coming to visit you, and big pharma is already draining your bank account with every second that you're in that hospital. So don't let that be you. Make sure everything is balanced. So thank you, Pastor, for that message. I appreciate it.
No problem. And I remember when your executive assistant shared with me that your mom passed, and I prayed for you because I know firsthand. I was 27 when my mother passed, and so we were young adults when my mother passed. And I remember the New England Journal of Medicine coming out and saying that science had finally confirmed that there was a thing called a broken heart. Well, New England Journal of Medicine, you didn't have to tell me that, because my heart was clearly broken and shattered. And so I know, not because I read it, not because I heard, I know what that feels like to bury a mother. But something happened when my mother died. I made my decision because I saw my mother work when she didn't feel good. I saw her struggling, trying to make ends meet. And I just remember looking at her and saying, something's got to give. And I'm not coming out of this I'm not coming out of this empty-handed. I remember at 27, I'm 48 now, but I remember at 27 looking at my mother, 51 in the casket. And I remember saying, I'm not coming out of this empty-handed. And literally that moment, her death changed my whole life. And so, yes, I'm a pastor, but literally that changed my whole life. I quit my job. Like, I bought a franchise. I'm like, I became fearless. So you talking about at 27, when my friends were partying, I was in business meetings signing contracts to buy franchises. I didn't have a mentor. I had faith. I didn't have a coach. I had faith. I felt like I had nothing to lose. So that was what Oprah calls an moment in my life, So yeah,
Wow.
that really was.
I love that. What was your mother's name?
Sharon Deborah Green.
Sharon. Okay. So everybody put Sharon Green in the chat. We gotta bring Miss Sharon into
Yes.
She's got to be here because I can tell you that I love that. I mean, it sounds to me like you were born again. That your mother passed so you could really live.
Absolutely.
Like she was your starting blocks. Like in the track meet, she blasted you out, and I love that. Because that about 28 actually for me was when I became who I am now as well. It was I was going through and most of the time the moments that inspire you to go to the next level of your life and to just break off the chains, let go of the shackles is usually something very painful. It's like in the middle of like some relentless loss where life done kicked you straight in your face,
mama,
and you laying on the ground bloody and bleeding, half dead.
Mama.
And so you almost, for me anyway, I remember I almost felt like I died that year.
Yes.
The guy from the year before, I'm not him.
But that guy did die. That guy did die.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that guy did die, and you are absolutely so right. You don't go through that level of hell and stay the same. You don't go through that level of trauma. And I remember somebody telling me, like, you changed. Oh, yes, honey, I have. You don't cry yourself to sleep at night for a year and stay the same. Literally, I just had a meeting with my team at church, and I said, your greatest ministry will be born out of your greatest misery. Oof. It's not you're not going to champions aren't made on the stage. Champions are made in the dirt, in the mud. They're on off season. I remember somebody telling me one day, "Oh my God, I want to pray like you." No, you don't, silly. You don't want to learn how to pray like me. I learned how to pray giving my mother CPR and watching her turn blue and watching the paramedics put her in a bag and feeling my mind slipping away and God pulling it back. You don't want to learn how to pray like me. You got to go through hell and high water. Go to hell, get a bumper sticker and a t-shirt and come back out and not smell like smoke to learn how to pray and preach and do the things that I do. Don't you ever. This is not osmosis. You don't get this just because. You got to go through some things to get this.
Woof. Oh, okay. Wow. You know what? Everybody go to Pastor Green's website, because y'all can see that she is a woman that you should know. And I got to start introducing you as the daughter of Sharon Green. That's what I want to. That's what
I
I'm
love
thinking.
it.
I'm like I see your mother in your words and your passion and I thank you for that. This has been I don't know about everybody else in the chat, but I'm feeling more alive than ever right now, and I really think that this is an example of the fact that this situation, Trump, whatever it is that's concerning you, that it's an opportunity for you to rise up.
Major.
Be who you're supposed to be. And so I want to say thank you very much, Pastor. It was so great to have you today. And her name is Pastor Akeisha Jefferson. Make sure y'all spell it right. It's on the screen. I don't know. I know you're known, and you're definitely. I don't know. I don't know nothing, right? So I don't know how known or unknown you are, but you should be super known, in my opinion, because you got a great message, and you are the right kind of person that. We will look up to the rappers and stuff, but y'all got to realize you got people like this right in your community. This woman's a superhero. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins. I appreciate you. Thank you for your yes, for coming to the Wealth Summit. The people were blessed. Just immeasurably, just by the nuggets, the tips, the information that you gave. And so thank you for your yes, because a lot of times, you send these invitations out and people they want you to qualify yourself on, and of why I should come to your event. Well, first of all, I can afford to pay you. And, secondly, I'm giving something for the community. But, you reach out to people and everybody's so bougie and everybody wants to be a diva or superstar. And I always tell my husband, I don't want to be famous. I just want to have clean hands and a pure heart. I want to go out of here knowing that my living was not in vain, that somebody's life is different and better because of something that I said or something that I did, and so, you never have to. I don't want to be famous. I don't, that's not my prayer. My prayer is to be effective. My prayer is to be a change agent. My prayer is that some little girl will read about me 50 years from now and know that God takes ordinary people and does extraordinary things with them.
Right on. I love that. And I agree with you 100%. And you are right. The divas in the speaking industry it's amazing. I saw some of that. I've seen that up close. I did not know. Like I would have people like, to me, it's an honor that someone will pay you to go somewhere and give a speech. I never ever took that for granted. In my opinion, it's like if you're paying for my time and I come speak for you, I work for you, which means I'm gonna do everything right. I get there a day early. I do, whatever you need, I'll do it. But I've seen people who almost take it the other route, where there's almost maybe an over embrace of the celebrity culture. Yeah, where they're like, I need a first class this, I need a police escort, I need 5-star, blah 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 blah. And I was like, people will pay them for this. You act like that with me, I'm not giving you my money.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And I'm telling you, I have a master's of divinity and I have gone places to preach and they don't even have a budget to pay me. But I still go because it is God who takes care of me. And so literally, so that's why it's so amazing to me when I, see these divas and divo requests, because I'm like, my, I'm just, I'm okay. All right.
Right.
No,
Aren't
no
you a
thanks.
bougie Negro? Okay, well,
Yeah,
good luck to
yeah. And
you.
that's why I'm like, no thanks. And that's why I'm like, you were so easy, and the process was just so effortless, and your staff was so amazing, and so professional and so excellent. And that's why I shared with you when you came to the Wealth Summit. I said your staff was just amazing. Because I mean, it's crazy out here, so
It,
I
it,
wanted to thank you for that.
well, yeah, well, thank you for saying that, and I don't think it's that hard to be a decent human being,
I didn't think so
you
either.
just try, you make a choice, and then you surround yourself with decent people.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of people I've worked with have worked with me for many, many years. And I told my brother, I said maybe I must be a nice guy because everybody that's working with me, they've been here 5 or 6 years, so that makes me feel good.
Mm-hmm.
But also what I do expect is if I hear anybody in my team that's disrespecting,
Mm-hmm.
let's say students in the Black Business School, whatever, it's like no, you got to get out of here. This is not that energy, that evil energy, is not healthy in any context. And so, I've met a friend, and I want you to know. I want you to just let me know whenever you got something going on. If I can support or promote or whatever, I will. And I hope y'all will go to Pastor Jefferson's website. Pastor Keisha Jefferson, daughter of Sharon Green.
I love that. You gonna kill me. So 2 things I messed up, y'all. It's firstsundays.net. Sorry, it's not .org. Sorry about that.
.net. Okay, well, that's
No,
all right.
that's
We can fix that. We can fix that.
yeah,
Okay.
it's firstsundays.net. And then the second thing I wanted to share with you is that Wealth Summit really now has just become a movement. We have gotten so many text messages from people saying before we came, we just didn't even know where to start with money. We thought it was too late or too early. So what we're doing in March, I'm hosting Turning Your Business into an Idea, which is going to be a master class. It's going to be online. You can go right to our website, which is thewealthsummit.org, and you can go on there and register. And I have been an entrepreneur since I was 27 years old. I went from owning a franchise to now I have a staffing agency. I have a workforce development corporation. If you've never had a time before where you didn't have a plan, you needed a plan B, you need it now. You need a plan B. And some of you have been sitting on an idea for years and you don't know what to do, how to do it. This masterclass is going to bless you. It's going to help you from step A all the way to step B. So you can go right to the Wealth Summit .org, and you can go in there and register for the masterclass. I would love to have you in class.
There you go. Thewealthsummit.org, everybody. There's the website. And I love the idea of making it into a movement as opposed to it shouldn't be a moment.
No.
It's got to be a movement. It should be a culture,
Yes.
Your wealth is like it's like staying healthy or even just breathing. You're gonna need money every day.
Yes.
So you want to be economically intelligent every day.
Yes.
So God bless you.
Thank you.
Pastor Jefferson, daughter of Sharon Green,
Yes.
who will live forever because
Yes.
the spirit's too strong here. And and the Black Business School is going to partner with you on something. I don't know what it's going to be, but we're going to figure this out. So, you have a good day, ma'am, and give my best to your husband as well.
Likewise to your wife.
Oh, thank you so much. And and happy Valentine's Day to y'all and
Thank you.
everybody out here. Much love to everybody in the building. And we will check back in with you a little bit later. So have a good day, everybody. See you soon. Take care.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Have a great weekend. Bless you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope everybody's having a good day. So good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in. Today is a beautiful day. Today is Valentine's Day. What? Today's the day for love, y'all. Love, and I love y'all. And I want to ask everybody in here, will you be my Valentine? And for the fellas, you can be my Valentine too, but y'all know, no Diddy now, no Diddy. Anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. I wanted to bring somebody I love dearly into the room, my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and she's going to join us today. So I hope that's okay with y'all. I hope that's okay. She's in case you don't know, my wife is a licensed therapist, a full professor of social work. She's been a college professor for a while, and so we have kind of a crazy house. We torture the kids because they don't even know that they were born on a college campus, pretty much. And so anyway, how you doing today, babe? I think you're muted.
I'm muted. I'm not muted anymore. I'm doing great. Happy Valentine's Day, boys.
Yeah, happy Valentine's Day to you too, babe.
I had a fun morning with you.
Yes, we did. We did. We did the 5 a.m. club. We went to the gym. We went to breakfast for like a little getaway, and then we took that nap. Naps, the older you get, the more naps just are the most amazing thing in the world. Thank God for naps. And then we decided to come together to have class, and it's really awesome to get a chance to work with your wife. It takes work to establish the right rhythm, but I can tell you the good definitely outweighs the bad. And also, everybody, I want to let you know I'm about to send you all a text to give you the wake up call for this class. And if you're not on the text list, make sure you get on there. Just text the word morning to the number 87948. So, babe, what's been going on for you? What's on your mind? It's just generally.
Well, you know what's on my mind? Valentine's Day weekend and the Black Love weekend. I think this is like such a great idea that I kind of fleshed out to you because my very first introduction to the internet was the first Black Love weekend. Do you remember that?
Yeah, yeah, it was a lot of fun. We did
It
that. What
was
year was
so
that?
great.
What
Hmm?
year was that?
Oh my God, I can't even remember. We still have the recordings. I still have the recordings and I have it up. I think it was before COVID.
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
was it before COVID? I don't know. But
it
it
was a
was
while back, like
February.
2018,
It
right?
was February. It was in February because oh maybe not, maybe it wasn't. I can't remember when we recorded that, but we did the first Black Love weekend. That was your whole idea. And it was great. It was almost like you were indoctrinating me into this platform that I was resistant about being part of. Do you remember that whole thing?
I don't, you
Keeping
know
our
what?
stuff separate. At
I
one
don't,
point
I
I
don't
was
remember
that
what I
was
had for lunch yesterday. So,
well, oh, I totally remember because I was like, there's no way I'm getting on YouTube with you. I ate those words. And then, but it was the very first time that I was like really just really honored by your support in my business and the things that I want to do and my skills and to be able to share everything. Like that was the very first time that you really, just opened up your platform to me. And I mean, not only did you know me personally, but you knew me professionally as well. So you really had a lot of confidence in me. And so I hope I've done pretty well to you. And I think that it's great to do it again. Part two, Black Love Weekend, part two. This time we're focusing on intimacy. This time we're focusing on how Black people can love each other in the way that is helpful and not harmful, in the way that's compassionate and not blaming. And people who are hurt, let's not turn around and dump our hurts onto our partners. Let's talk about our hurts in a way where we can support each other and have compassion for each other, which I feel like is lacking. And I've talked about that with you personally, about how we need to change our narrative about how we speak to each other, interact with each other in a way that's much more uplifting.
well, I know you and we've actually had conversations about
Hmm.
Trump, and I know that you feel that there's not a lot of compassion necessarily in the White House, and before we dig into that part, I want to kind of pick a particular angle on that. Um, Financial anxiety, right? You and I were talking about financial anxiety today, and the research project you were going to do as part of our Black Financial
I'm
Therapy
doing,
Department.
yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, and so one of the things I thought about is I read the headline about how many government jobs are disappearing and how many people are just, really, really nervous about that, really upset. And I thought about this in terms of just coping with financial anxiety and just how the Trump era has kind of created a new set of realities for African Americans that we kind of have to deal with, whether we like it or not. And So it's almost like this opportunity. It's a situation where either we're going to rise or we're going to just buckle and fold, and we'll probably do a little bit of both, right? I'm assuming that you're going to have some people who are going to do one of each. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, it is definitely a dilemma that Black people are in right now. And you know what my stance is. My stance is resistance. And part of me and part of the whole dilemma and the dynamic of the whole thing is, you know, Black people, I kind of understand what the boule. I like where they come from. The boule talk about where it's just like, you know what, we built this country, and don't think that our blood, sweat, and tears and free labor, you're just gonna co-opt this government and do a hostile takeover and not give us a piece of what we definitely deserve. I mean, that's one end of it, right? So these systems, we need to be involved in it, lead in it, because we have not received reparations, and we have gifts to give, and this is our government that we worked hard for. So you got that. But then you have me who's talking to you over breakfast like, maybe we just break off. Maybe we just don't participate in these systems anymore, and then we just create our own country. Let's just carve out, let's see, west of the Mississippi, and let's grab some states, and let's just have our own nation within a nation, and just say screw it. It's almost like United States of America is a failed attempt. It's a failed project. Maybe Earth is a failed project. Who knows what's going to happen from day to day? So, it is definitely a place that we're in betwixt and between what's happening. And, I began this conversation with the compassion piece, and, all of this viciousness, all of this nastiness, all of this individuation, that's all whiteness based on white supremacy. And that's what we're seeing right now. The collectiveness is part of who and what we are. And I do think we need to get back to that.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I'll say my personal. I've always been down for the resistance.
That's
it's not, I'm not really one of those people who's sitting back in shock of what's happening right now.
Yeah.
Because I've always been. I literally haven't budged 1 inch. When y'all were walking closer to the fire, I was one of those people who sat back and said, that fire can get hot, and it can expand, and it can burn you. And now the fire has expanded, and you have, these burning bodies running, screaming, oh my God, it's on fire, y'all. And I'm like, that's why I stood 100 feet away from the fire. I am not an anti-integrationist. I'm not anti-integration. But I am not a person who is hell-bent on the idea that integration is the complete answer for the Black community. I've never felt that way. I've never felt that there will be enough DEI jobs for all of us. But again, I'm an economist, and I can do math. And as an economist who does math, I said, how in the hell are they going to hire all of us? They can't hire 40 million Black folks unless, I guess, if we all, worked in the, in the rice fields or something. Like back in slavery, they hired all of us. But since then, they haven't been able to do that, or at least give us enough opportunity to truly build wealth. And so what really got my attention today was when we were at breakfast, and you told me something I did not know. You said, and you can feel free to recite what you were reading this morning. You're always reading stuff, taking the information. You said that there was, I think it was the National Society of Black Engineers, or a group like that, NSBE, that was basically they're kind of scrambling and struggling, because typically, and I thought about this, there's so many groups called, the American Society of Black blank, the National Black blah blah blah. Whether you're talking about nurses and MBA,
social workers,
social, right? And at all those conferences, the same thing would always happen. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Give me a yes in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. If you ever been at one of these conferences, there's always like a big slew of white companies that would have like an expo, and they're all lined up, and they got their little recruiters, and you're going from table to table and talking to company after company. And you said, and I want you to elaborate on this. You said that you read that they're like kind of stuck because these companies are all like,
they're pulling out. They're not even coming to their conference to recruit.
We won't be there anymore. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, even the armed forces. who would come and say, you know, we need to recruit some of the best and brightest minds for engineering to work for our country, for the government, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine, they're all pulled out. They're all not, they don't have their booth set up recruiting people in anymore. And good grief. Isn't that something? So they're not even looking for even people who are qualified. We talk about merit-based employment. I mean, these are people who've gone through strenuous engineering programs, the greatest minds, and these are qualified individuals. So it's not like you can't say people are qualified, but really, we don't even want qualified African Americans, engineers. We're going to get somebody from another country to come in and do it now. Here we go. You know, these K-1 visas, which are great. You know we need it. There's not enough engineers in our country. So you do have to go outside of the countries for the K-1 visa. And when they do come, they are wonderful contributors to this country. These are facts. But at the same time, we have people here. I mean, exhaust the resources that are already here. That's not necessarily happening. So pure racism.
So,
Thank you, Irma.
so
Looking at the comments.
you know why I started this daily class, right? I
Yes,
mean,
Boyce, I
you
know.
remember how I was kind of processing, like, oh gosh, would I want to commit to something that I got to do every single day? I haven't gone to work every day, like by requirement in a long time. But I did this class because I wanted to focus on one particular idea. And that idea surrounds something that I don't think I've never seen in any textbook anywhere, and I didn't even write about it in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, because it took me a while to formulate this concept. But the concept is financial consciousness. And I said, there's a need for us to have an economic awareness in terms of understanding not just how to get what you're trying to get, like that's part of it, but just understanding where you are, how you got there, what your risk assessment is, what your thoughts, what potential problems could arise that could disrupt your financial stability, right? So, here's the thing about consciousness. I would argue that the majority of our community is deliberately kept financially unconscious. The majority. That's how the banks and the predatory lending happens, all that, because people don't know what's going on, and next thing you know, things are going on. So a lot of us, unfortunately, are asleep, and it's not necessarily our fault. We take some responsibility though, but a lot of it is by design, right? We say,
Yeah.
okay, Mr. White Man, educate me, and then they just say, okay, well, come over here and sit in the back of the bus, Negro, and we're gonna teach you how to give us all your money. And what I know about consciousness is that sometimes when you're asleep, something has to wake you up. Something has to smack you, throw some cold water on your face, kick you in the testicles, and have you go, and maybe have you scream, "Ah!" Right? And you jump up. Oh, and your senses are heightened. Now you're aware. Now your head's on the swivel. Now you're alert, right? In fact, the pandemic was like that, right? Give me a yes in the chat if you can identify with this. Did anybody notice how many people during the pandemic when suddenly they were at home with nothing to do, and some of them had lost their jobs, and suddenly they were like, I don't know what I want to do with my life. Let me think about it. They became very conscious. They became very aware, right? Well, I would argue that this is one of those wake-up calls. Paul Mooney, remember he used to call it the Igor wake-up call? I'm not gonna say the N-word, but he used to call it let's call it the Negro wake-up call. Sometimes the world's got to wake you up and remind you that you ain't white. Because some of y'all fell asleep. Some of y'all really were thinking we have overcome that race is a figment of our imagination, that people like me are too alarmist. And I think that Donald Trump is literally a walking alarm clock for the Black community that I think will lead some people to rise to greatness. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh my God, nothing is waking us up more than Donald Trump. I mean, we call him Sleepy Joe Biden. We didn't have to worry about these things under his administration. And even Barack Obama, to some extent, we really fell asleep in his presidency. We were like, woo, it's all taken care of. I can go back to normal. But now that I see you, and now that I know what side you're on, and now I can't unsee this. We can see it's a demarcation. The MAGA group and the non-MAGA group, it's a demarcation between I see and know who you are now, I can't unsee this. So it's not like we can get another change in presidency in a couple of years and we can go back to being friends again. We can't be friends anymore. So it really is dividing, but it's also a wake-up call because now we can see you. It's like that song. What's the song I'm thinking about? Thank you for letting me be myself again. That's what it is. People are like, oh, I can be myself now. I don't have to do DEI. I can cancel the whole DEI program for whatever it was worth in the first place. But at least it was a nice nod. It was a nice gesture. But now they're not having to do it. And now it's getting to the point where corporations are being forced to abandon their DEI programs. Not even like they want to. Did you hear about Aldi Foods? Who put out a statement. It was like, we don't want to abandon it, but there are external forces that are forcing us to abandon our DEI, and we don't want to do this. And we know Aldi's. Where are we gonna shop? What's happening now? So it's not like you even have a choice in it all. But this is where the resistance starts in. And I applaud anybody that speaks truth to power, because I am a social worker. I am a social worker first. Well, I'm Black first, but then I'm a social worker. And my values adhere so closely to that as a profession online. So now that I see this, I can't unsee this anymore.
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be enough of an economic pushback, from those who are unhappy that DEI is gone. I mean, one simple rule of economics that even Trump understands is that you don't give your money to people who aren't giving you something back, right? And if you think about the Black community having 1.7 trillion in spending power and all this other stuff, I wouldn't even call it spending power. I would just call it 1 trillion in spending. But it's not spending power. It's a 1 trillion available in terms of income that you can either spend or invest. Investing gives you power. Spending gives power to the person that you're spending your money with. So, so if they were to call it 1.7 trillion in spending power, you should be clear that it's power you're giving to another party.
That's right.
It's not Black power. It's not Black power. I'm sorry, Black enterprise. But so when you say 1.7 in spending power, make sure you mention that that's 1.7 trillion in spending power for white people or for the people that own corporations. How about that? Because they're not all white. Many people in this room own stock in companies, and a lot of you are making more money because you've been affiliated with the Black Business School. I see your bank accounts. So here's the deal. I think that I wonder if economic backlash could be enough to get companies to kind of understand that they can't just go along with what they think is the trend in the country. If that is a solution aggregately that could help to make a point. I don't know. It's interesting that companies feel that they can just let go of all DEI efforts or any effort for any kind of diversity and still be profitable and still make money. What do you think about that?
We'll see. We will see. I know Target took a hit. Black people aren't spending their money there. And I mean, it's going to have us temporarily short term. We're going to be scrambling. Where do we go to put our dollars? And I mean, this is where networks of Black owned businesses and all of those networks really need to be vamped up, because we need to have our own systems in place for when these types of things are happening. So yeah, what do we do with our money? And we're going to invest it in this system. Are we going to leave the whole system? Are we going to work the whole system? Are we going to be like, you know what? I don't even want to be your friend. Let's just be kind to each other. Let's just be cordial. You go along your way, I'll go on my way. Like it's a very chilly climate in this country. And I mean, who knows? I mean, what is your prediction? I know you got some financial predictions about what you want. Yes, the green book. We need another green book again.
Well, Actually, before I do that, I want everybody to know, in case you just came in, this is my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and she is the chair of our Black Financial Therapy Department. We actually have a think tank in the Black Business School focused specifically on you. This is not a DEI effort because we're not focused on everybody who's not a white male. No, we're focused on Black people. So this is a B1 effort. That's a B1 is far superior to DEI, and basically she's here today to not just talk about her Black Love Weekend that's happening tomorrow, but also some exciting research that she's doing, academic research on Black financial anxiety and Black financial self efficacy. And so I'll tell you guys more about that a little bit later. One thing I want to mention really quickly is that if you want to go to the Black Love Weekend, it's going to be the 15th and 16th. She's bringing in experts and therapists and other individuals that can help you to really tighten up your relationships with each other because every study shows that Black wealth is dropping primarily because Black relationships are suffering and we don't know how to love each other and love ourselves. She is a person that can give you the science on that. So that's what they're going to do this weekend. You can bring your whole family, and the URL to join is theblackloveweekend.com. That's theblackloveweekend.com. And she actually offered a special discount to people who are members of Money in the Morning, and I'll give you codes. There's regular access and VIP access. And if you do the general access admission, and you want to do a discount there, write this code down. Use the code, morning 100, morning 100, and that'll take a big chunk off of the price and make it it's already very affordable, but it would make it a really special offer just for you guys. So morning 100, all one word. Use that code when you check out. Or if you go VIP, use morning VIP. So if you want to be VIP, it's morning VIP. If you want to do general access, do morning 100, and the URL is theblackloveweekend.com. So it starts on the 15th and ends on the 16th. And
Tomorrow morning.
yeah, and it's all online.
I can't wait.
Yeah, and it's all, and remember, one word, morning 100, all one word, not two separate words. So anyway, let's hop back into this. So my prediction in terms of all of this, well, here's my prediction for sure is that Trump, cutting so many government jobs is going to hit the Black community hard. A lot of us are raised to get government jobs. The government was one of those few places that when opportunities became available, the government provided a lot of them. My grandmother worked for the government for a really long time. She hated her job, but she did work for the Census Bureau, and she knew she had job security. And African Americans, I think, culturally, I get the sense that a lot of us come from families that are somewhat risk averse. And so if you're looking for a secure job, that good government job was very consistent, and a lot of people are going to suffer from that. The second thing is that cutting DEI and having companies, when they're not recruiting at the NSBE conferences, they're not recruiting at the National Association for Black MBAs, things like that. That's going to also have an impact, right? Because you have a lot of educated folks. They were never introduced to the idea of Black economics in an appropriate way. Black people are not en masse introduced to Black economics hardly at all. We're introduced to white economics and blackface. That's what you get. You don't get Black economics. You get white economics and blackface. The reason they send you to that school, that HBCU even, is so you can go work for a white company when you get done. And so what happens if the white company decides, look, we don't really want to hire Black people. We didn't even like you guys that much anyway. We just couldn't say it until Trump came along. And now we're all sort of openly able to tell you how we really feel. And I think that's a problem because what that did, in my opinion, is that only allowed you to see your value through the eyes of whiteness. You only saw your worth if white people saw it. I remember those days. Anybody remember those days where and I went through this when I was a straight A student at University of Kentucky. I had the highest grade point average of every Black student on campus, and I was kind of a hot shot. I was like a superstar. I was like the Jalen Hurts of my campus because everybody knew how many companies would want to hire me. And I felt myself. I saw this. I said, "Look at me. Everybody wants me. Everybody's trying to hire me. Everybody, And the question you got to ask yourself is, well, how do you feel about yourself when nobody wants you? Do you want yourself? Would you hire yourself? Do you have the ability to hire yourself? Because if you really truly have value there, then the value should exist whether they see it or not. Do you understand? So I'm not saying that you can't go work for other people and all these other things, but I'm saying if they're recruiting you, why not recruit yourself? Instead of them making money from you, why is it just out of the question for you to capture that value instead of you transferring that value to other people? You understand? Because if you look at a Mark Zuckerberg, for example, who's a great asset to the Jewish community because he's worth a quarter of $1 trillion, it wasn't like they said, "Oh wow, that kid's really good with a computer. Let's go sell him to somebody else. Let's have him go work for somebody else so that they can make $250 billion off of his talent." No, he's captured that value for his family and for his community. And we have a lot of our young people that have that same level of talent, but the entrepreneurial skills not there, the financial consciousness isn't there. So they're not even aware. They don't even have the consciousness to even know how valuable they are. So my big thing, Dr. Alicia, I'll call you both, is I don't even know if I think that part of the reason we're so concerned about them not wanting us anymore is because deep down we're thinking, well, if you don't want me, then nobody will. Almost like an abusive relationship. What do you say?
Yeah, it reminds me of a module I taught in undergrad program about the Black identity development. Where'd you go? Okay,
I'm
everybody.
here. Keep talking. One
That
second.
is so distracting to me. Black identity development. And I think y'all should read this article called "Why Are All of the Black Kids Sitting Together in the Cafeteria?" And it's all about Black identity. And the premise is that when you're early on, our Black kids early on start to realize that they're Black, that they're different faster than other kids do. And it's because they're noticing that they're being treated differently, they're being discriminated against. They notice that they are a different color and a different culture as everyone else. Now, of course, this is when you have this big melting pot of everybody together. And then you continue on, with your identity. And eventually you get to a point, usually in junior high, when hormones kick in and you start to wanting to assimilate with whiteness, and then a racial incident will happen. And maybe you share it with your white friend, the person who's your friend, and they look at you and they go, "No, that's not what happened. They're not racist." So they invalidate you because they don't understand racism either. So what that does is that one experience kind of is what happens when children are in the cafeteria, and educators have realized this, that in multi-race educational communities, when we're all supposed to be a melting pot, all of the Black kids are sitting together in the cafeteria because they're trying to figure out what it means to be Black. It's a identity development there. What does it mean to be Black? And so you have conversations with each other that none of your other white friends, who were really your friends early on in elementary school, all of a sudden they're not your friend anymore. And you start realizing, coming into consciousness about what your race means. That's usually around the time where you stop getting invited to birthday parties, around puberty. A lot of the Black men, they ain't gonna invite you. Them little white girls, their daddy don't want you at their birthday party all of a sudden when puberty kicks in and you start becoming a man and all of those things. So you start really seeing people for what they are, and then you can get very what? What's the next stage of assimilation? You become very bitter. You become very angry. That's when y'all see those angry Black people, the angry Black people, angry Black men, because you're just like upset by what happens. But it's a necessary part of your identity development. And then eventually you start seeing somebody who's wearing Afrocentric garb. You start seeing something. You're like, you know what? I can celebrate my culture and it can be okay. You can start to have confidence in who and what you are. I mean, it's a stage that all of us go through where you get to the point where you just accept who and what you are. And you're not apologetic about it anymore. And that's probably, in that stage, is probably where people start to follow you, boys. They start to see you as refreshing. They start to see you as somebody who's talking and speaking, and you're somebody who has experience and are talking about some of the things that everybody has felt and experienced too. So that's why people come. How many people are on here today? There's hundreds of people here. We've all had the same experience.
Mm. Wow.
And that's our Black identity development. And it's moments like Trump that's waking up a lot of people and pushing the Black identity much faster. And maybe we all can get along. No, maybe we can't all get along. And you think about interracial dating. You know, in a sense, it's so funny how you have some Black men, not all, of course, but some Black men, you know, will date a white woman because that's their way of kind of sticking it to the man. It's like, okay, you won't accept me for who I am, but I'm gonna now date this white person, and now she's gonna be, ha, I got her. You know, it's almost like you're not aware that you're doing this, by the way. It's an unconscious thing of kind of saying, well, you won't accept me, but you know what? It's okay if you won't accept me because I look who I got as my spouse. It's part of it's an unconscious thing, of course. But you know, it's and that's why I feel like this identity process is normal. And I don't think that when we see people at different stages of identity, we see people in the assimilation stage, we see people in the angry Black stage, we see people in the acceptance, no matter where you guys are in this stage, personally, don't feel bad about where you are. When you see other people and you see where they are and they're not where you are, they're where you used to be, don't look at them and say there's something wrong with them. Don't look at them and say, oh, they are Uncle Tom and oh, what's going on? It's a necessary process in the Black identity in America, and it's complex.
I do get that. I get that. Because I told you about that lady that I worked with who didn't talk to me for all those years on the faculty because she thought I was too she didn't really want to be seen hanging around the Black people like that because she thought it would hurt her opportunities, prospects.
Give it an
And
understanding.
yeah. And I remember seeing her transformation when they treated her like she was Black. And despite all her many efforts to convince them otherwise that she was different, and that's when she became real radical. She started inviting me to her house and every and I just thought that was hilarious because I said, man, this is so crazy because years ago you wouldn't even speak to me, but in that moment, I remember thinking about what you said, and part of me is like, see, I told you so. But then there was another part of me was like, no, everybody has to go through a process.
Everybody.
You're right, like right. I think that the racial struggle is something where so many people are just called to battle. And some of us earlier than others. Some of us are just brought into the war by our parents. Like they let us know what's going on, and I wasn't in that category. My parents gave me some of the game, but not all of the game. I think I had to have my own experience, and then I'm like, hold on, wait a minute, what's going on? And then you're like, wait, this isn't right. So then next thing you know, you're putting your dukes up and you're in a fight, and I think it's tough, right? It's a tough transformation process, because it's very sad when you find out that the people that you thought were your friends are not your friends. The people that you thought had finally overcome racism and accepted you for who you are, no, they haven't. I think it creates a lot of mental health issues, quite frankly, and I even, I'm from Louisville and Muhammad Ali's from Louisville, and I remember reading his stories about throwing his medal into the Ohio River, his Olympic gold medal into the river, because he's like, in Louisville, Kentucky, a Black man will never be treated fairly. And I was a Black man in Louisville, Kentucky, and I felt the same way. And I left at 18 too. I didn't have a gold medal to throw in the river, but I still got the hell up out of there. It's frustrating because it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be, it's not fair that we have to start our own businesses because we did help build this country. It's not fair that we have to be a little more alert and more prepared. It's not fair that we're going to have to clean up some of the mess that other people should be helping us clean up. But we got to do it. If we don't do it, nobody else will. If we don't build the businesses and create the jobs for our people, then no one else will. If we don't clean up our community, no one else will. If we don't fix our families, no one else will. And now my position though is that I'm kind of the person that says, okay, look, you're supposed to be my damn ally over here, but you ain't acting like an ally, right?
That's right.
You ain't helping me. You're not empathizing. You're not hearing what I'm saying. You're not helping me fix this. I'm not gonna press you too much. I'm gonna let you know what you're supposed to do a couple times, and then I'm gonna just stop talking to you and go focus on fixing the thing you should be helping me with. But don't you dare show up in my house and ask me for a damn thing.
That's right.
Don't you ask me for shit. And I'm sorry. Don't be asking me for no
My
money.
vote.
Don't
Yep.
be asking for no
Yep.
votes.
That's
Don't be
right.
asking for my expertise. Don't
That's
be
right.
asking me to come save you. Don't be
Oh,
asking.
and don't
Don't,
ask me to give you a hug and a kiss and pat you up like
right.
the good old
Right.
master.
You are not invited to the cookout,
Not invited.
and I'm not coming to yours with your damn raisin lace potato salad. Get the hell up out of here. Seriously.
Right.
Black people have never had true allies.
Never.
Haven't. And because if we had real allies, we wouldn't have to go through this crap. And so don't be pretending to be my damn ally.
I mean, think about
and I think
boy,
that's appropriate.
yeah, I mean, think about the Amish community. These people, Amish community and variants thereof, they were abolitionists. They were like, slavery is wrong. We need to cut it out. But once they got free, they were like, wait, you can't come and you can't come and live with me. You can't, I'm not about to feed you. The Quakers, yeah. They were abolitionists. They thought slavery was wrong, but they didn't want to sit down and share a meal with you.
Wow. That's really heavy. That is heavy where people can they wanted us to be free, but it's like once you get out of jail, you can't come stay here.
You can't come here. You can go home. They're like
You
ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah, and I don't think we naturally have a home anywhere in America. We have to build a home, But the good news is that there are home builders. Like that's a skill. That's a skill you can learn how. If you don't know how to have a home, you should be taking classes on how to build a home. We should be teaching our children how to build a home. No, really, seriously.
Is that why you've been watching those videos on how to build a home?
I have. I sure as hell have. I have been. I've been fascinated with y'all. I have been fascinated. My wife's laughing at me now. I have been fascinated with these videos on these channels where one of them's called what is it, the Outdoor Boys, or stuff like that, where they'll go out in the woods and they will build these like amazing structures they'll be in the middle of Antarctica and have a really nice comfy warm tent and cook food and got the little chimney, and I love that
I'm
stuff.
watching you at 3 a.m, look at these videos, and I'm like, why don't they just get a hotel room?
Well, that's true. But I'm obsessed with no, I'm obsessed with it because I have such admiration and respect for the ability of someone to create something for themselves. What their talent reminds me of is it reminds me of how deficient I am.
Yeah.
Because I'm sitting here, and I think that's why millions of people watch their channel. They're like, wow, you built this really amazing structure in the middle of the freaking woods. Why didn't I learn how to do that?
Man, we need to get back to these skills because the way things are looking, we may have to be living off the land for real.
and that's the point, right? That's the point. See, Black people we have to learn how to build things. We need a whole generation of children that are trained, and this is what we do in the Black Business School, in case you have a child and you want to introduce them to these ideas. We have to have a generation of children that are trained to create something out of nothing, who can say, I could go look for a job, but I could take that same energy and pull out my hammer, pull out my saw, and start getting to work and build something better on my own than I ever could have had by begging somebody else. Some people don't want to beg. Some people don't want to spend their lives on their knees. And I think at the very least we owe it to our children to give them an option. That's why I say the new DEI is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That means you teach the kids to develop the realities that they want to see, economically speaking. Every child should know how to be an entrepreneur. Every child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. And also, everyone should have investing as a core philosophy in their life. Every time you exert energy, you're investing. Every time you spend money, you're investing. Every time you pay attention to something, you're investing. When you have a relationship, you're investing. And financial consciousness leads to that question that we've talked about in this class, which is, what are you investing in? What are you investing? Are you investing in watching Netflix all day? Are you investing in eating unhealthy food that's going to kill you? Are you investing in going to work for a boss that doesn't even respect you, that's going to build wealth off of your labor? Are you investing your consumer dollars into companies that won't even have a DEI program? Like what are you investing in? Because you're investing. We talked about the Super Bowl. Black people are the biggest investors on earth in the NFL. We sacrifice half our boys to all try to get that NFL lottery ticket, and half of them get brain damage and all kinds of stuff. But we are massive investors in the NFL, but we are not beneficiaries of the investment, and that's the issue, people. I need you to understand that when you make an investment, you're supposed to get something back from what you're investing in. But if they train you in the wrong way, like they did with black folks, starting from slavery, we're trained to invest in things that benefit other people. That's not how strong economics works.
So meanwhile, what do we do? So here's the thing. Let me tell you what I've learned. It's really fascinating because from 0 to 18, my whole world was blackness. I grew up in Gary, Indiana. I was born in Tuskegee, Alabama, and rarely did I go far off of that trail. Tuskegee, Gary. Those were the two places that cultivated me. I was educated by Black people, went to an all-Black school, had the sense of confidence in myself that I could do anything I ever wanted to do. And when college and I became in contact with like real racism and real discrimination and how people look prejudice and all of those things, it knocks you down a little bit. You can't, it does something to you and you get locked into their acceptance. And I have found that my best days have been where I just said, I'm not looking for acceptance from you. I am hired to do this job. I will do this job to the best of my ability, and I'm going to let the chips fall where they may. I cannot tell you how many times I've had to say that to myself. And I will say to people, let my work speak for itself. And it's stellar because it has to be, right? And I just let it go. Things that I can't control, I don't even try to worry about it anymore. And this is what I do in my therapy. What is it of all of the things that you're worried about? What are some things you can control? What are some things you can't control? The stuff you can't control, you just let it go. And I have found that my relationship with my job, my relationship with my position as a faculty member, where I'm able to advocate and speak up for myself and be assertive and be, 10 toes down in what is right thing to do and what is not the right thing to do, as long as I can clear consciousness, do my work, I have found that my relationship with white institutions, I don't have no issues at work anymore. Once I realize that I don't need your acceptance, I do not need your acceptance because I accept me. I am confident in who and what I am because I was trained by the best.
Well, and I love that. I mean, I think that the mental health side of it is really important, because we know that our mental health can be affected by changes like this and things that are happening in the world. And I don't want to minimize the stress that a lot of us are feeling. I want to just encourage you to just know that we can fix this, we can overcome this. And in fact, that's what we dedicate our time to, is teaching what we know, with our doctoral work and everything, and the research that we're doing, ways to kind of fix this, and focusing specifically on our people. I don't think there's a lot of that. I don't think there's enough of that. And I think that when we're solving problems, it's harder to solve a black problem at an institution where the money's paid by people who are not black. Right, even in HBCU. I think if you think about it, for example, you had great scholars like Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who was literally kicked out of an HBCU. Come on. Cornell West told me that he used to that there was a long time where HBCUs wouldn't have him speak because they felt like he was too radical. Later on, when he became more mainstream, things changed. But even our own institutions don't allow us to really solve our own problems. And if we And that is why we struggle. Dr. Claude Anderson talks about how we don't really have any true black think tanks that are focusing specifically on like what's going on with the black family, what's going on with black people, what's happening, in the community. Why is the family breaking apart, and how does that affect, the economics and the physical and mental health, and how do you fix that? And the beauty of it, though, the opportunity is that there's so many resources in terms of experts that we have just sitting around, these brilliant black teachers and therapists and mathematicians and everything else. And I love it. I love it when a scholar shows up that's truly black and courageous. Or both. You got to be both. If you're a coward, I don't, you're not. I'm probably going to scare you. But like that young brother, that social work professor at University of Kentucky that we met, I gotta say his
I
name
love
because
him.
oh my God, that kid.
But you know what? Because I text him, he didn't text me back, and I'm mad at him about that. Wait till I see
Okay.
him. I'm gonna be like, you did not call me back.
Yeah, his first name is Keith,
Keith,
and
yeah.
and I wish I had his last. I just put Keith Kentucky social work professor, but I just would like
Yeah.
his last name. He has a name.
Maybe we call him out. Maybe somebody will get a hold of him.
Yeah,
And
look him up. I mean, and I
he's an
saw him.
amazing guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Keith speak. Keith met with me in a small group kind of consultation thing, and he said he had a doctorate, which honestly, sometimes you have to say, well, what kind of doctorate? Like, what? Tell me about what you. And
No, he
this
got a real doctorate.
brother he went to a great institution. He's a faculty member and he does real significant research, and he's 32 years old, and he talked about how the things he learned from me affected the kind of scholar he became.
Mhm.
And also, he told me how he started investing like just $5 a day in 2017. And he said, now I have, it was a lot of money. I'm not going to put his business out there. But I said, that's amazing because you have so much more money than the other social workers. Most social workers are complaining about money. But I love the fact that you've mastered the best of both worlds because now you have a type of power uh, other people don't have, a type of power that will protect you and a type of power um that really gives you options that most people do not have. And I just to me that was like a dream come true because that's what I always wanted, or like when I went to Invest Fest and I saw all these, thousands of black people and I couldn't even walk 2 feet. I kept getting stopped by people. That was my dream. My dream is like as black people, we need to be like dominating economics, focusing on ourselves. I don't want to sit around and talk all day about what white people are doing. They're doing cool stuff. They're building rocket ships to Mars. God bless them for that. What cool stuff are we doing? That's what I want to talk about. And because I think that we are the coolest people on the planet, and I think we're already doing cool stuff in a lot of areas. We just need to do that in economics also. And so my wife, like I think my wife is cool stuff. I think that us as a couple, like black couple with the credentials to do it or whatever, working together every morning to solve an important problem, that's cool stuff to me. Dr. Claude Anderson and his wife Joanne, who also got her doctorate at the same school you went to,
Yeah.
State. Yeah, like the fact that they were working together as a couple with doctorates to solve problems specifically for black folks, to me was the most beautiful thing you could ever see. Married, what, 50, 60 years. And here's the part that I want everybody to pay attention to that really concerns me. A lot of people saw that as being like just dangerous. They just thought they didn't get the support they should have gotten. They didn't get treated like a Beyonce and a Jay-Z. They didn't get treated like a Will and a Jada. To me, the Beyonce Jay-Z stuff is here. Dr. Anderson and his wife, 10 levels higher because they were working together as a black family to talk about developing institutional infrastructure in the black community that would last for 10 generations. You don't get more powerful than that. And I think we have to kind of focus on the right things. And don't get me wrong, nothing wrong with the people that are singing and dancing and all that. But I'm gonna just tell you the truth, and I'd like you could take it from here, babe. But I literally thought about this and I said, isn't it interesting that that we had the blackest Super Bowl ever. We talk about how much money that we have and how famous our celebrities are. But out of that, you haven't seen any black-owned hospitals. You haven't seen any black-owned school systems come out of that. You haven't seen any any industry come out of that. You haven't seen any automobile manufacturers built that are employing hundreds of thousands of people. Nothing structural. Everything's just symbolism and excitement and emotion and all this other stuff. No, we need structure. We need institutions. Alicia?
Oh my God. And I think some of the celebrities who do all that singing and dancing, I mean, they in a sense they do look at us. I mean, I'm surprised at how many celebrities know who we are and support us. They don't openly support us, but they know that they're
They
singing
can't do
and
that.
dancing and that's their talent and that's what it is and it ends there. But they understand and look to you. I'll just say you, I won't say me necessarily, but they look to people like us. They're like, go do this because we're here on this Hollywood plantation. It ain't always wonderful for us. Our backs up against the wall too. So it's like they relate to a lot of our experiences, but they're looking for us to be scholars. They're thinking we're not the ones that put us on the platform and you guys don't have a platform. I think for a lot of it, a lot of the celebrities, those who are starting to wake up, I think a lot of them, they are looking for us to really build these institutions. We'll see what the support we get for something like this. But yeah, mainstream, and I wanted to comment on mainstream is not going to take a radical idea. If an idea is too radical, they're not going to be on board and they're going to see it as a threat. So I don't know. It just made me think about the Nation of Islam. Like, that's a beautiful institution. You want to talk about a black institution that does wonderful things, but why are they seen as such a threat toward the white establishment? Like, I don't, that part I don't understand because if you actually sit down and listen to the ideologies, a lot of the ideologies of the Nation of Islam, that's a black institution that's been built that is all, positive and uplifting and about peace, believe it or not. It's about peace and love. That whole institution is about peace, love, helping your own, like uh I don't know, the qualities of the Nation of Islam is inspiring. I don't know, like
Well, I do agree with you. You know how much I love Brother Nuri and just all the other brother and the minister lived around the corner, and I
you
love.
already got the blueprint.
Yeah, I love. I love. I've been sitting and talking to the ministers. It was as amazing as I thought it would be, and it was an honor. And I think it's and even when I have my security and brother Khalil, yeah, he just one of the most solid
Cool
people I've
guy.
ever met. Yeah, it's awesome because they have a brand. It's almost like the way McDonald's structured their brand to have like consistency across the world. Like anytime you see a McDonald's restaurant, you kind of know what the fries are going to taste like, what the service will be like, everything else. I think the nation just has that brand of black man that
Mhm.
is just something that's so honorable and so inspiring to observe, and so that's the source of the threat, right? The source of the threat is they're not, there's no one other than the black community that would benefit from that brand of black man. I don't think that the white establishment could look at a black man who is stable, sturdy, independent, a free thinker, all these other things, and say, oh yeah, I can enslave him, I can use him, I can make money from him, right? So naturally that's when you emerge and you go from being sort of this pathetic little charity case, the broken black man. They love to market the broken black man, the black man on drugs, black man, the black man rapping about how much he hates his baby's mama, the black man who got shot by the cops because he was messing around doing something silly or whatever. And no disrespect to anybody in that category, but they don't really necessarily know what to do with the man who's like well put together, who's actually
Mhm.
thinking and reading and eating healthy and exercising and loves his wife and is
Come
taking
on.
care of his kids. And that honestly that's the kind of man when I shake his hand,
Yeah.
I want to stand next to men like that. And the beauty of it is that there's millions of men like that. And I think that
Yeah.
those messages have to be amplified because they get muted by society. And but at the same time though, when you were talking about entertainers and stuff, I don't want to entertainer bash. Last night I talked to Killer Mike for the first time in a while. And you know how much I love Killer Mike, and I got to
He's a
give
real one.
I have to give a shout out to Mike because he
Yeah.
came to our first All Black National Convention, and I thanked him for that. He spoke there, and I invited him to the one coming up in August,
Oh, where's he gonna
August
be? He
24th.
should. He needs to come.
Well, yeah, I
It's gonna
hope
be
he can
great.
make it. It's in Atlanta, and so I let
Yeah.
him know about it. And he's doing the work with Greenwood Bank, and we're doing a summit in Tulsa this year, by the way, guys. So I'll let you all know when that's going to happen.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, yeah. So not every so a lot of celebrities, I think there are quite a few who get it, quite a few who are cheering us on, quite a few like Ice Cube. When Ice Cube and I talked, he was looking to the black scholars to kind of like, okay, y'all be the scholars, I'm the rapper, and I love that. He's like, I got the platform,
Yeah.
y'all have the knowledge, let's partner together, and I love that.
And he did not care about the backlash because we were like, what's going to happen? These white people are not going to like you. He was like, I don't care. So what? They'll get over it. And guess what? They did get over it. He was right.
I will say this, Ice Cube and Snoop Dogg are good friends, but they're built very different.
Let's
Snoop,
not start
Snoop
with
Dogg's a
Snoop
little
Dogg.
different. Snoop Dogg's a little shaky, wobbly. I don't know how I'd feel partnering with him on anything significant. Ice Cube was very consistent. He was very consistent about, what he cared about and what he did not care about. And I would just say, well, what do you think about this? And he'd say, I don't care. And I just kind of feel like that's kind of what we need. I think that we need unapologetic blackness. In fact, I encourage everybody to go take a look at the contract with Black America that Ice Cube spearheaded. He
Yes.
actually had scholars help him write this. And I read it because I was like, okay, what is this stuff? Written by a celebrity. Let me see what he's got to say. And I was like, oh, 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 oh. I mean, and I mean, he hit all the nails. So check out the contract with Black America, y'all. If you're mad about what's going on and you want to find a solution, go find the solution. That's one of them. If they ever say, well, there's no black agenda, I think that the contract with Black America is a great start
It is
on a
very
black
great.
agenda and something that could be rallied around because it's
Mhm.
nice and comprehensive in terms of touching on a lot of different areas. And we know the black economic agenda. We've been having that for, since forever. So Dr. Anderson gave you the black economic agenda back with Powernomics. Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X could have told you the black economic agenda. So never let anybody tell you that there is no black economic agenda. There always has been one. The question is, are people actually going to listen? And in fact, actually, did you notice that there are actually Democratic politicians now talking about reparations now, like vocally doing press conferences on reparations?
Okay,
And I
let's
was
see what
like,
you got. Let
and
me
I was
show me
like,
what you got.
well, no, but I was kind of like, so now you're doing press conferences on reparations and demanding reparations, but were you demanding reparations 2 years ago? What's going on here?
Okay.
I didn't understand.
Yeah, let's hear what they got. Let's see
Mm,
what you got. Give me a good deal. My heart's broken now. What you gonna do to make up for it?
we shall see. We shall
We
see.
shall see. You gotta take actionable steps. Don't just be
Exactly.
telling me
We
what I want to hear.
well, you know what, babe?
We gotta go.
Let's finish up on this note. I know you got to go, and
Yeah.
just so y'all know, Dr. Alicia's hosting the Black Love Weekend on the 15th and 16th. The URL is theblackloveweekend.com, and there are two. There's general access, and then there's also
The
VIP
VIP.
access, and it's all online, so you can join through a private Zoom. And so, if you want to get a massive discount on the general access pass for people that are in this space, use the code morning100, all one word, morning100. And if you want to get a discount on the VIP access, use the code morningvip.com, or sorry, morningvip, not .com, sorry, morningvip, all one word. And the URL is theblackloveweekend.com. And if you
TheBlackLoveWeekend.com.
Yes, and if you also want to just get stuff alerts from Dr. Alicia, you could text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. And you guys have a great day. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
See y'all tomorrow
And
morning, bright and
yes,
early.
yes, and her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. See you soon. Bye-bye. Thank you, babe.
Oh my gosh, how y'all doing? It is 1:30, and I was supposed to go live earlier. But anyway, my daughter had a dance competition today. So as soon as I came back into the house, ate my food, my husband and I, we had sort of like a date night. We went out to a steakhouse. Anyway, I'm here. I'm so happy to be here. Hey, everybody. I am Dr. Alicia, and this is my book club. And the book we're reading is How to Be an Adult in Relationships. And it's the 5 Keys to Mindful Loving. And gosh, for the past couple of months, I've been going through this book, and we are more than halfway done. So exciting. Hello. Nalisha, how you doing? Hey, I like that. Nalisha Mitchell, how you doing? Elaine, how you doing? Who is this Dr. O? Dr. O. Okay, Dr. O, how you doing? Is that my coworker? I got a coworker named Dr. O. I don't know if it's him, but if it's you, oh my God, my daughter did not win. Y'all, let me tell you. First of all, they have been killing it at this dance competition. Her high school dance competition, they have been killing it. They've been winning first place at all of these competitions. And today they did not win. They didn't place. And it's so interesting because like they're so used to winning. And I was like, Taylor, how you feel? She was like, this is deeply humbling. She said, I feel so humbled by this experience. So you win some, you lose some, but I was just happy that she was able to get out there and do some dance. Hey, Kim, how you doing? Kim Johnson. Hey, Lisa. Oh, Margot, you like my hair? Thank you. My 17-year-old, she did my hair for me. She does soft locks, y'all. I don't know. I needed something to spice up the holiday season. Do you like my makeup? Y'all like my makeup? It is a Black-owned company that does my makeup. Her name is Vanity Vegan. Y'all check her out on Instagram. She sent me a whole package of makeup, and I was like, I'm wearing it on the air. So y'all check out Vanity Vegan. She sends me makeup, and she's really good. I think her makeup is amazing. And I got to meet her in person, and she's absolutely beautiful. I was like, why would you have a makeup company? Her face was flawless. So anyway, so that's where I get my makeup from. I don't even think about it. I just go into her little box that she sent me, and I really appreciate that. And I just wear it. So I guess I should probably promote it more because not many Black-owned makeup companies. Vanity Vegan, y'all check her out. Anyway, hi everybody. Look at this, Life Beyond the Ring. How you doing? Wait, who is this? I know you from Clubhouse. That is not me. Okay, I'm glad you mentioned this because I do not have a Clubhouse account, and there is quite a few people on Clubhouse who's pretending to be me. It's not me. I'm not on Clubhouse. The real estate syndicate. I'm a therapist, I'm a social worker, and I'm a college professor. I do not dabble into real estate. Please do not buy anything from me. And please do not sign up for anything on Clubhouse because I do not participate in Clubhouse. I probably should. I wouldn't mind. But I'm glad you put that Life Beyond the Ring. I hope you did not give that Alicia Watkins any money because it's a scam. Oh my gosh. Spread the word. Spread the word. Tara, how you doing? Hi, everybody. Who else is in here? Tell me where you're coming from. While you put your information in there, tell me what city you're from. I do want to reiterate, this is How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's the 5 Keys to Mindful Loving. This book is deep. This book is very deep. We are on chapter 5. So chapters 1 through 4, if you want to get that, you're going to have to text. Let me see. Where is it? Text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. Many of you guys did text the word love to 87948 because that's how you know that I'm going live. I'm sorry I'm late, but I had some family obligations today, and nothing was more wonderful than watching my daughter dance out there. She danced her heart out, and she had a really good time. It was a great bonding experience with her and her teammates. And I just think like, anytime she's on stage, she's having a fun time. Okay, so look at everybody. Oh my gosh, Kim from Oakland, California. That's what's up. Charleston, West Virginia. Good grief. How you doing, Ashley? We got Regina from the Chi-Town. Hey, Regina, I lived on Drexel. I lived in the south part of Chicago. When I lived in Chicago, I went to University of Chicago in Hyde Park. So that's where I went. Artery from Virginia Beach. Hey, that's what's up, Virginia Beach. Sharif in Boston. Yes, New York. Helen Weaver, how you doing? From Georgia, Lawrenceville, Georgia. Erickson from Fort Lauderdale, California, all over the country, from one end of the country to the other. I know I got some UK people, usually people from the UK. Y'all are in here too. So anyway, I am so excited. We've been talking about many chapters in this book. What I like is that this book talks about the 5 keys. Can y'all see that? The 5 keys to mindful loving. Do y'all know what it is? I should quiz y'all. The 5 keys to mindful loving. What is it? It is mindful loving. What does that mean? It is attention. So it's giving your partner attention and then receiving attention from your partner. Attention, affection. That's another key to mindful loving. Key to mindful loving is affection, being affectionate with each other. It doesn't have to be hugging up all on each other, but it's affection in the way you guys interact with each other. Affection, allowance, no judging, allowing that person to be who they are. Sometimes if you see stuff that you don't like, and we'll talk about it here, if you see things that maybe you don't like, you still have to allow that person to be who and what they are, even if it doesn't work for you. So still have to allow. So attention, affection. Thank you, Elaine. Allowing, you have to allow people to be who and what they are, and you have to appreciate them. So the 4th A is appreciation, showing the utmost level of appreciation. That is the 4th key to mindful loving. So instead of criticizing that person, you have to appreciate that person. And the last one is acceptance. You have to allow somebody, you have to appreciate them, and you have to accept them. And guess what? They have to do the same for you. So what this book centers around is all of the 5 keys to mindful loving. What I like about it is that it goes from the root. It talks about how you receive this from your parents growing up and how it has an impact on your current relationships. And today we're going to talk about conflict. We just finished up chapter 4, which was all on romance, all on high romance. So we don't fall in love, we rise in love, right? So that's how we need to see it. Not a falling in love, we rise in love. However, when it comes to conflict that arises, we really need to talk about falling into conflict because it is something that is inevitable. A lot of us do not know the inevitable piece of conflict, but we're going to tackle it today. Well, we're going to tackle part of it today. Today, I'm just going to read a couple of pages in chapter 5. Chapter 5 starts on page 133. I have the paperback book. You can get it on Kindle. There's even an audio book version. So I do have the Kindle version. I also have the audiobook version, but I prefer, because I'm old school, I prefer the paper. So I'm old school. I prefer paper, and I'll be reading from the paper copy. And we're going to talk about when conflicts arise, because this is a phase that happens in all relationships, and most of us don't know how to deal with it. Most relationships end in the conflict phase. Most relationships, as soon as somebody gets so scared, as soon as conflicts arise, we get scared and we end the relationship. And I think that sometimes we do this prematurely and we're missing out on this opportunity to learn, not necessarily about the other person. You do learn about the other person on the other side of conflict, but in the process, you also learn about yourself and you also grow. So we're going to talk about that today. Okay, when conflict arise, and it's on page 133. Y'all ready? Okay, here we go. I like what the author does because he begins every chapter with a quote. Here's the quote. Time force, and death. Lord. To do this body what extremes you can. To do this body what extremes you can. But the strong base of building of my love is as the very center of the earth, drawing all things into it. Shakespeare said that. Okay, so this is written in Shakespeare language. That's really tough to read. But I think what he's saying in this phrase, I had to really think about it. He's saying that when conflict arises, it sometimes shakes the foundation of the relationship. Think about it this way. You're in this romance phase where you just love that person. You can't get enough of them and everything is going well. You agree on a whole lot of things, but the inevitable conflict arises when you disagree on something, when you're starting to find out, what's going on with this? What's going on here and there? And it can shake the foundation of the relationship. The relationship is tested by time, force, and death. Oh my goodness. The relationship is tested by time because eventually you're going to have conflict. The force of that conflict and even the weight of mortality. Think about that. Death. Death means the possibility of that person not being in your life again. It's the death. That's deep, right? So it's a sentiment. It's just beautifully captured by Shakespeare. And he says, do it this body with extremes you can, but the strong base of building of my love is the very center of the earth, drawing all things into it. So I think kind of what he's saying here is that we all need to be reminded that while arguments and difficulties can shake the foundation of a relationship, a love that's built on a strong foundation, even though it may shake, it won't crack. Yeah, but the strong base and building of my love is the very center of the earth, drawing all things to it. So this drawing strength from a deep, unwavering commitment pulls everything back to its core. Damn. That's saying quite a bit about how it feels when the person that you've fallen head over heels in love with, you now have your first argument. And I'm talking about first real conflict, not, oh, are we having the first argument? This is so cute. Not that. I'm talking about real, I don't know if I like this at all. I don't know if I can deal with this, right? It can shake everything to its core. But if it's built on love, and if you want to know how to build conflict on love, I think you should pay attention to chapter 4 or chapter 3. Chapter 3 talks about how to find a partner. And I think if you follow the steps in chapter 3 of this book, you'll have something that's really built on a strong foundation. I won't go into it because those recordings are out there for you to look at, but it tells us, this invites us to approach conflict, not with fear, approach conflict with a reassurance that love, if it's nurtured, if it's maintained, somehow becomes like the grounding force that's capable of withstanding the extremes. It's capable of withstanding conflict. So that's what's important. You know, this is why, you know, honestly, I think I used to listen to people talk on the internet about there was a lady on the internet, and I know Boyce really liked what she had to say, and I was kind of like, I don't really know if I agree with that. But she would say, I can't remember her name, but I guess it doesn't really matter. She would say stuff like, women, y'all take direction from your bosses, but you don't take direction from your husband, or something like that. And I was just like, that doesn't sit well with me, because I really do believe that a romantic relationship, it's incomparable to any other type of relationship you could have. Like, I think that, you know, if I'm married to somebody, he's not my husband is not my boss. Like, and I'm not his boss, you know, we're equals. And it's not like an sterile arrangement. And, you know, unless, you know, some relationships can be like that, but that's not something that I would sign up for, like a sterile arrangement. I think that the connection shared between my husband, it holds like a depth and an intimacy that I don't think can be mirrored in other relationships, particularly a boss, a coworker, or even, I would even say to some extent, a business partner. Like romantic relationships, you know, we see each other in our birthday suits. You know, it's like, that's not the same. You know, it's built on this emotional vulnerability, mutual affection, and that's not appropriate in work environments, you know? So I really think it's a unique bond. It transcends professional or even platonic relationships, because if y'all remember, Boyce and I were friends, platonic friends for a really long time. And I knew him as a friend, but dating him, it was totally different from being friends with him for several years, you know, for a long time, actually several decades. We were friends. We talked a lot, but that was different from stepping into a romantic relationship. So workplace, business relationships, to me, it's more like logical, and you got goals set and responsibilities, where I feel like a relationship with my husband, even though we do work together, but my relationship with my husband, it's more emotional. There's more a deep companionship that we actually have. I think we've gotten closer. I know y'all know recently he lost his mother, and I lost my mother-in-law. So I'm grieving, he's grieving. I think that deep companionship, you know, dealing with a spouse going through something really awful like that, and you really painful experience like that. And, you know, it compares to no other. And he helped me. It's interesting. When we first started dating, my father passed away, and he was there for me when my father passed away. And it was a very painful experience. It was probably the worst experience in my entire life. The whole experience of my father passing away and all the drama, it was a lot of drama involved. Maybe one day I'll share that story about my dad and all the drama. Oh, daddies, y'all do it to us. But it was a lot of drama, but he helped me through that. So I don't know. I just feel like it's important to make that distinction. You know, the connection is irreplaceable. The connection you have with your romantic partner is irreplaceable. But anyway, let's move on. We've gotten Shakespeare out of the way. So, I mean, they're comparing conflict to the possibility of death. Like, this is core stuff, I think. Very core things. Okay, continuing on. In heroic tales, enlightenment is often followed by a descent into the underworld. Woo! Yes, it is. This is interesting. Enlightenment is often followed by a descent into the underworld, the darkness. That is your subconscious. Let me tell you something. Enlightenment can only follow descent into darkness. If any of you all want any type of enlightenment, if anybody has an idea that pops into their head, I want to be enlightened, you are welcoming darkness into your life because enlightenment only comes out of darkness. George Lucas knows that. He knows. Y'all watch Star Wars? I'm more of a Star Trek person, but I really appreciate and honor and respect the concepts in Star Wars, because he's talking about the dark side. Okay. He talks about the dark side, all moving all through that series. And it's a necessary step for enlightenment. You cannot have enlightenment unless you're willing to go to the dark side. There's songs written about it. Step into the dark side. You know, that's a necessary piece. Stepping into darkness. Okay, our journey in a relationship goes down from the summit rather than up to it. So the process of a relationship, it has to go down. So this is talking about conflict. How are you now going to deal with the inevitable conflict? The second and usually the longest phase in relationships is conflict. Facts right there. Dang. As the light of romance is replaced by the shadow of tension, you should welcome this. The shadow of tension. In this phase of the romantic image, the romantic image of you gives way to the reality of you. Peeling all the layers back, putting your best foot forward. You can only do that for so much. Eventually, your partner has got to know the real, authentic you. Not to say that putting your best foot forward is inauthentic. So in pathological people, we'll call them narcissists or even manipulative people, you never see who they are. But we're talking regular relationships, right? You do see who they are, but you see the good parts of themselves because that's what they're showing you. However, you're not seeing your partner in their totality. So their good parts, the bad parts, the shadow parts, their tics, their issues, their obsessions, their compulsions. You don't see all of that. You may see hints of it, but you're so interested in falling in love, you ignore all of the negatives and you see the beauty of it. So this is inevitable, the shadow of tension, the reality of you. It's a grieving process because what you thought that person is, they still are to some extent. It's just that there's more to them. There's more color. There's more dynamic that's in there, that's in them. Like, you know, we do not know ourselves, nor can we integrate our experience until we meet our own shadow and befriend it by struggling with it. How can we know our partner until we do the same with her? How can we love what we do not know? It's not real love. At the beginning, when you're falling in love with the great parts of somebody, the real love comes after conflict. That love needs to be tested, boy. If we truly know ourselves, nothing anyone else does is ever strange, entirely strange, or unforgivable. Yeah, it's like we do not know ourselves, nor can we integrate our experiences really until we meet our shadow, until we meet our insecurity. So the shadow, and we've talked about this several weeks. For several weeks, we've been talking about the shadow. The shadow is like the hidden parts of yourself. Sometimes you don't even know what it is. So it's all of your fears, all of your insecurities, the things you're insecure about, you know, and these are things that you repress. And sometimes you have to face that in relationships. Many people can't do it because they don't have a good self-esteem, by the way. But to truly grow and achieve self-awareness, you are going to have to confront these, and you only confront them in relationships. So I really do think that true growth comes when you marry somebody. Yeah, true growth comes in a relationship with that person, with anybody, right? So I think sometimes there is a struggle there, and we have to uncover these profound truths about our nature, our capacity to lead more authentic and compassionate lives. I really do think that that is what conflict is going to have to test, your ability to be compassionate for another person while you're hurting. The person could be hurting you. Okay. So, befriending the shadow, it tells us that we have to reconcile our inner conflicts, and a lot of us have them, to integrate the humanity of each of us. Test your love. Yes, Ronald. Cherry says the representative. Yes, you're seeing the representative of someone else, and that's just interesting. But hopefully that representative is a true reflection of who you really are. It's just a good side of yourself. Okay. Romance shows the love object's brighter side, the positive shadow, the untapped potential for good that we project onto those we idealize, putting people up on a pedestal. Conflict exposes a person's darker sides, the negative shadow, that is a proclivity to meanness, abuse, or even selfishness, which is then projected as strong dislike to those who display such behavior. Woo! Once blinded by romance, now we are free to see all sides of the partnership. We confront pettiness, lack of consideration, self-serving choices. Woo, y'all know this happens in relationships. The arrogant ego and its need to be right. I need to be right. I'm right and you're wrong. Something wrong. I'm perfect and there's something wrong with you. That's what the need to be right is saying. To get in the way and to avenge itself. We notice all the things in our partner that we cannot abide or hide. What we see in our partner is a projection, right? What was cute in romance way becomes acute in conflict. Woo, boy. I mean, we choose to often, the people that we choose to date is a reflection of parts of ourselves. Like, our romantic partners can serve as mirrors. So suppose you have an abandonment insecurity that came about when you were growing up. Maybe, ladies, maybe you were waiting for many weeks. You used to wait for your dad to pick you up from school, and he didn't pick you up from school, or he wasn't there, or he didn't show, or you had a parent that disappointed you in some way. And you had this insecurity, like, what's wrong with me? I feel like I'm insignificant, or these are the thoughts that you tell yourself, and it has nothing to do with you. Sometimes our parents just aren't perfect, has nothing to do with you, but in that childlike state, that is what you were hurt. So maybe there's these unhealed wounds that reside in us, like abandonment. Okay. And you can bring this. Suppose you're calling your partner and they're 10 minutes late picking you up, and it triggers something in you, this deep-seated of abandonment, meaning I'm not worthy. This person thinks I'm not worthy. It had nothing to do with you. Maybe they just got stuck in traffic, or maybe some of these things happen and you notice a pattern in this, but you're uniquely keen and sensitive to that because it is a wound that you had when you were growing up. And so it's interesting, I think, that we subconsciously pick the perfect person, not only for companionship, but we pick this person to help us address some of our wounds. And it's important during this process to really be cognizant of that. Like, gosh, this is why mindful loving, this is why mindfulness comes apart. Because instead of reacting, oh, you left me here, you abandoned me, you said you would be here, you must think I'm, what you're doing, you're suspicious of that other person. Instead of letting all these insecurities out, it's important to, in a mindful relationship, we have to consciously decide to do this, step back and say, what is this person bringing up for me? What's going on? And start working toward becoming whole and start understanding some of those things and processing it with your partner. If you have a partner that can help you process these things, like, gosh, these feelings are coming up for me. Let me just tell you what happened, and telling that story and being vulnerable in those moments. That's how you, first of all, that's how you heal, but that's how you gain a deeper emotional connection with another person. And that's what I do in my practice when I'm working with couples. Things come up. for people. I expected you to be there for me and you weren't there for me. And that really hurt me. And we start processing some of that. Not that there's something wrong with you, but in a way where we can have a beautiful conversation about the pain and the hurt that your partner felt and why. What is it reminiscent of? Sharing that story with each other. And that's how you connect with another person, being vulnerable. You are not going to do this with your boss. You may do a little bit of something, but your boss doesn't care about that, you know. So it's that love and that deeper connection that you can potentially have with another person that makes, you know, relationships unique. And I really do think that conflict, you know, it does this. By the way, they talked about in that last paragraph, they did talk about like, there's some negative aspects that can come out. Like when you have a conflict with another person and you see how they react to conflict, it can be kind of shocking. You know, you're like, dang, this person is mean. This person is abusive. You know, you could see selfish. You can see that. And I do work with couples about these are losing strategies. Like in conflict, that is not the time to be mean. That is not the time to be verbally abusive or emotionally abusive and like calling someone names, telling them there's something wrong with them. That's not the time to just think these are losing strategies in a relationship, and it will create more resentment, you know. And I think, you know, these behaviors are projected out toward other people, and sometimes both of them can be quite awful to each other. Only a romantic relationship can do that because it's an intense bond that you have with another person. Okay, let's move along. Hey y'all, we are on page 134. If you're just joining me, I just want to say I am reading How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's the 5 keys to mindful loving. You need to mindfully love each other. How do you do that? What are the 5 keys? I really want to read this out because I think that if you're in a relationship and you're having some issues and you don't know where to start, the best way to start is with the 5 keys to mindful loving. And that is attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and allowing. These are the 5 keys to love someone in a mindful way. You're not going to be reactive. You're not going to say and do things that you're going to later regret and have to say you're sorry for, and you need to apologize. Accountability is so important in relationships. Not only do you need to be accountable, but you also need to tell a story about how and why you reacted so strongly. And you need to do it as much as you can to repair relationships, particularly in conflict. Being able to repair, being able to go back and say, you know, I'm sorry. I've had some time to think about it. I'm starting to become more mindful. And I want to be able to do better moving forward. Let's talk about how me and you can work together and deal with this issue. So these are the things that you need to do to maintain that bond and connection with that person, even in the midst of conflict. Seeing it outside of yourself and you working together with your partner to make sure you do that. And we do not have enough examples of this in our culture, in our society. We don't live in a world that models enough of this in our relationships. And we need to. I mean, these are things that our families are hurting. And it's more than just being together. It's being healthy together. And I think that's it. That's the key. That's the key there. So anyway, so that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about conflict. Conflict is very scary, but it is inevitable. It's something that you cannot avoid, and you need to know how to deal with it. So we're going to talk about it today, how to deal with conflict. So how y'all doing? Listen, if you want to know, God knows when I go live on Sunday. I thought I was going to be live an hour ago, but I just got back from my daughter's dance recital and dance competition. And so I didn't go live until a little later, but please be sure to text LOVE, LOVE to 87948. That way you will know when I finally go live on Sunday. I will go live next Sunday. I got nothing going on. Let me look at my calendar. Nope, got nothing going on next Sunday. I will be live next Sunday, and we can pick up with chapter 5, but we're still continuing. Chapter 5, it is all about conflict, how to deal with conflict. I don't think we have enough examples of it, so we're going to talk about it today. Okay, so we are on chapter 5, and I am on page 134. I've read one page. It's been a half hour, and I've only read one page, but I do want to talk about the human experience. I love this part. Oh, no, wait. Where am I? Oh, I'm here. Okay. I'm on the second paragraph at the top. The phase is this phase, the conflict phase, is a totally normal, necessary, and useful part of the process of building a lasting bond. Hello, that's what conflict is. Conflict is a phase in your relationship that is totally normal. Don't think, what's wrong with us? We're not getting along. Totally normal, necessary, and useful part of the process of building a lasting bond with someone. Without the struggle it entails, we might be lost in another and thereby lose ourselves. We need conflict in order to evolve from romantic projection to mature self-affirmation. In this phase, the conflict phase of love, that corresponds to the detachment phase of the heroic journey. You have to squeeze that coal to make a diamond. Conflict, restricting, uncomfortable. Can you imagine how coal feels when it's being squeezed? When you're squeezing that coal and you turn out, it ends up a diamond. I think that's where it comes from, right? Diamond, it has to have some conflict in order for it to be something worthwhile. Diamonds are valuable, right? It's a necessary process. It's a necessary part. That's what George Lucas, that's what that Star Wars franchise is nothing but an illustration of the necessary part that happens in us. We got to go to the dark side to end up being enlightenment. So therefore, your relationship must go to the dark side in order for there to be the diamond. Oh, and a diamond is what you give your wife when you get married. Maybe that's the real reason of a diamond. Hey, it just occurred to me. Maybe the real reason why men give their wives diamonds in general, or diamonds when they get married, maybe diamond was the stone that's representative of enlightenment, of going to the darkness in order for enlightenment. You seen them cold? I think that's what diamonds are made out of. Ooh, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what diamonds are made out of. And that's the darkest thing. Ain't nothing darker than coal. It's black, right? So black coal and then diamond. There we go. Wow. Okay. So that is the symbology of the enlightenment. Bright. Things are bright. Very fascinating. What else would I say about conflict? I think what else I want to say about conflict is that it is a catalyst for growth. And that tension that they talked about, what did he say? There's a tension that's necessary for a lasting bond. I think through conflict, we're often forced to face some uncomfortable things. And we do have to peel back some of these illusions that we have of each other. And I think this is how you become self-aware. I think also when you have conflict, you need to resist the urge to say to yourself, what's wrong with them? I think we need to, conflict in relationships challenges us to take responsibility for our emotions and actions rather than externalizing them. And I think that we see so many examples of what's wrong with these men? What's wrong with these women? What's going on? And I think that we need to pull away from that, and we need to often kind of look at how we play a part in that conflict and own up to it, instead of externalizing all of this into our partners. So for instance, suppose you were insensitive and your partner was offended by something that you did, instead of saying, what's wrong with her? Why is she so sensitive? Oh my God, she got daddy issues and she too sensitive. Go fix yourself and have that. No. That's not how you deal with conflict. You recognize that, yeah, you may have been offensive to your partner. Instead of saying, what's wrong with her? Why is she so sensitive? You need to look back and say, how was I not being as sensitive as I could have been with that person? And I think that is that's the part where relationships can transcend, right? So instead of conflict being a sign of failure, it can be like a bridge, toward some transformation. Maybe I need to watch how I speak to her and what I say to her or him. It could go either way, instead of pointing the finger and thinking it's somebody else. So how y'all doing? Anyway, how y'all doing? We are moving on. We're talking about the human experience now. Okay. So human experience occurs only in a relational context, and specific conflicts from our past are excavated in relationships. As a result of relating to an adult partner, we can remember our life with our parents more vividly than we ever thought possible. Wow. So this is interesting. As a result of relating to an adult partner, we can remember our life with our parents more vividly than we ever thought possible. So it's bringing up things with your own parents. In the conflict phase, in fact, we cannot help but meet up with the remnants of early life. This is the phase in which we hear ourselves saying to our partner and our children the very words we heard our parents say to us long ago. So you start realizing, hey, I'm running a script. I'm becoming my mother. I'm becoming my dad. I can't believe I'm running a script based on what I experienced when I was younger. Yeah. Okay. This is the phase in which we hear ourselves saying to our partner and our children the very words we heard our parents say to us long ago. This is when we carefully train our partner to help us reenact our earliest and most bitter disappointments. We are reenacting these things. We are reenacting our bitter disappointments, hurts, and losses. Y'all ready for that? Are you ready to confront the fact that many of the things that you complain about your partner about is a reenactment of bitter disappointments when you were younger, hurts and losses, whether it's happening or not? So projective identification is a real thing. There's feelings that you have that you're so uncomfortable dealing with it that you project it onto your partner. Whether they're displaying these behaviors or not, you can't help but to unconsciously project onto your partner all of the hurts, the disappointments, and the losses that you've experienced in the past. Y'all ready for that? Most people I know are never ready to really confront that. And it takes a lot of dancing that I have with clients. It's a lot of dancing to try to get them to become vulnerable enough to make the connection between the presenting problem, because that's the first thing I say. Anybody ever want to meet with me? Very first words out of my mouth is, what brings you here? What's on your mind? What's going on? Tell me what's going on. And I usually write down verbatim what you say, because I know that that presenting problem is a representation of past hurts, past disappointments, and past losses that are unresolved. That's just how it is. So, but it's a process to get to that point where we start peeling all the layers back and start getting down to the real presenting problem. But that's the presenting problem that you give, but there's a real problem. And so we start getting down and we dig into that. It's fascinating. I feel privileged. I honestly feel privileged. Every single client that I work with, I feel privileged to work with them, because they share with me, and it's confidential. So I ain't telling nobody, well, unless somebody's in danger, of course. But if no one's in danger, I ain't telling a single soul what we talk about in session. And I think that's privilege. That's a privilege. Okay. So, where are we? This is the phase we instinctively bring up the issues we are now ready to grieve. Ooh. Y'all ready for that one? In this phase, the conflict phase, we instinctively bring up the issues we are now ready to grieve. Issues that person triggers in you that you're now ready to deal with. Because if you weren't ready to deal with, you wouldn't have picked that person to date in the first place. Happens that way. And if you weren't ready to deal with it, you wouldn't even be bringing it up as an issue. So that's another thing. But now you're ready to deal with it and reenact the past to show what happened to us and to master it in the mirroring help of some illusions. This is why I love couples therapy. It's so much better and so much more impactful than just individual work. Couples work is the most growth happens in couples work, I believe. But anyway, as the psyche continually adjusts itself to newly revealed truths, it's adjusting itself to what we now know. Wow. Yeah, I really do think the sentence that was really struck out at me was the part about you're reenacting early, most bitter disappointments, hurts, and losses. Roles that you played as a child has an impact on how vulnerable you feel like you can be in your current relationship. But let's move on. Okay. The way we center is through the extremes. So it has to have some extremes, right? You need to have the romance side. You need to have the conflict side, because eventually you get up to balance. Because romance, oh, he's so wonderful. She's so great. Putting each other up on this pedestal. You're falling in love. It's romance. Then you get to conflict. What was I thinking dating this person? I thought that I fell in love with the free spirit. Like, how sometimes it can be a relief to be like, oh, this person is so free spirited and, open and honest. And then you start realizing, well, they're a little too open. They're a little too honest. It hurts my feelings. The conflict, the things you fell in love with can turn around and be a double-edged sword and be some of the things that you kind of get on your nerves, right, about that person. So it's interesting. The way to center is through the extremes. So it's almost like a pendulum. The pendulum is a necessary process. So it goes great, then it goes horribly wrong, and then eventually you center yourself. Center. We move from the extremes of romance to the extremes of contention in order to reach the center of commitment. According to the cycle of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, nature too moves from the lushness of summer to the dead of winter so that we may exult in the liveliness of spring. My goodness, this is bringing up that Stevie Wonder song. Y'all know that Stevie Wonder song? When the summer came, no, when the winter came, you were not around. Y'all remember that song? Now the winter's gone and love cannot be found. Where were you when I needed you last winter? Y'all remember that song? Y'all check out the Stevie Wonder song. I can't remember the name of it. I have to look it up. The Stevie Wonder. There's a Stevie Wonder wrote a song about relationships, and he connected relationships to the spring, summer, winter, and fall. He knows this is a necessary process. Stevie Wonder knows it, but that's what that song reminds me of. That song reminds me of this passage about we can now see that relating to someone or something, rather than being possessed by him or her or its equivalent, to acknowledging that the relationship will inevitably go through phases, just like the year, just like the seasons go through phases. Yeah, y'all listen to that song. He's talking about the phases of love. You know, it's like you feel abandonment. Where were you when I needed you? You know, last winter. Where were you when I needed you last winter? Oh, yeah, summer came and you were loving all over me, but now I feel abandoned. He's talking about some of this, you know, the feeling that you have, the death of winter, and how it is definitely connected to the death of winter is connected to how you feel when you mad at your partner. I'm mad. Sometimes I'm mad at boys, and I just be like, I cannot believe him. Why are you mad at him? I do be feeling alone and abandoned and all of that. I'd be like, I be wanting to listen to Stevie Wonder when he get on my nerves. But he do be getting on my nerves. But we have a very solid foundation, fortunately. I think that we do. Anyway, let's move on. Okay, finally, it is useful to realize that in the journey from romance to conflict, we move through 3 modes. So I guess the author is saying that there's 3 modes. It's realistic. Every relationship goes through this, so don't think it doesn't. And it's strange having a somewhat public relationship going through these normal things. Okay, so every relationship goes through the ideal. Y'all know about that? The ideal. That's my favorite part, of course. The ideal is the best of all possible situations in love, where y'all are just vibing, you know. You're in love with each other and you're vibing. At my best in this mode, you will see me being loving, yes, heroic, compassionate. There is little need for work on myself. So in this moment, when things are going great, the ideal is there. You don't need to work on yourself. You know, you're already pretty. Your natural default is hopefully is to be loving, is to be heroic, is to be compassionate. That's, I think, Boyce and I, we have a lot of compassion for each other. Okay, normal. Sometimes it's this normal part. I think that's in the middle. Routine living with no major stresses or highs. No major stresses. Adult functioning. In this mode, I am clear, I am reliable, I am committed to the relationship, to the work of addressing, processing, and resolving things. So there is a point in your relationship, there is some things where you're just totally committed to resolving things. You're on the same page, you see conflict, you're dealing with it together. You're clear, very reliable. That means repeatable. I'm also a research professor. I teach research all year round. Last semester, I taught research one in the master's program. This semester, I'm teaching research 2, advanced research. So I'm a research instructor, and I always talk about reliability, which is repeatable. That means you can trust it. Reliable means you trust. You trust that that person is always going to show up. I can trust that my husband is always going to do certain things at a certain time. He's very predictable in a lot of ways. There's things that he does and that's really, I love that. Like, I don't like chaos, right? You know, so I love the fact that He always comes through. He always says what he means what he says. I love that part of him. And hopefully to him, I do that too. Okay. Things can be resolved. We have hiccups in our family and things happen. And so we try to resolve it. That's the normal phase. Okay. Then there's a low. Necessary process for all relationships where you have you hit rock bottom. There's high stress. There's breakdown in a relationship. There's deep depression. You sad, got agony because the things ain't going well. This is okay, right? At my worst, in this mode, you will see my mean streak, my self-pity, my paranoia. You will see me. This is at my worst. No relationship work is possible here. Personal work is required first. So you need to go within. So when the relationship is at a low, that's when you need to really work on yourself, because those are the qualities, those are the aspects of yourself that you need and that you need to grow. You need to repair. And part of that repair process is not sweeping the issues under the rug. The repair process is looking at it, pulling that rug out and looking at all of the issues and being able to be mindful. This is where you need skills. It's hard to deal with skills when you're wounded. When you're dealing with past issues, you're dealing with the past issues, the hurts, all of the things in your life that's getting in the way, that's coming up for you. There is no such thing as a perfect childhood. There is no such thing as a perfect relationship. Clearly, we're talking about this here. So this is where you need to look, and you need to look at yourself closely about what is it that how am I contributing to this? What am I doing? What conversations do I need? And this is a very tough time for a lot of people to deal with this, because there's so many people that have so deep insecurities that they're not able to look at their partner and say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I totally get what you're saying. Yes, I understand what's happening. I shouldn't have said that. I know I said that. I shouldn't have said that. This is the point in a relationship where you're going to have to grow and you're going to have to look at yourself. And some people can't do that. They're not at the point. They're so deeply wounded that they're not able to look at themselves. And if you can't look at yourself, you can't grow, and you end up being labeled as narcissistic. And really, narcissistic people, and there is a such thing as narcissist. People who have narcissistic tendencies are not going to be able to look at themselves because the pain is so deeply entrenched in them, and they're so insecure about themselves that it's too painful for them to even look at themselves, because it puts them down into a depressive state. And so a lot of work needs to be done there. And it's unfortunate because a lot of resentment can build up in these types of heavy conflict relationships. Resentment can build up, and you can end up losing your partner if you're not able and open to examine some of these things. So anyway, so that's what we're saying. Going on to page 135, mature people, not childish, the wounded child. Y'all heard of the wounded child, the protective child, and the functional adult. When you're the functional wise adult, mature functional wise adults, they can go from best to worst and back to the center many times. They're not afraid to look at themselves. To accept this as a fact releases us from taking a partner's behavior too personally. You're bringing up something in them. Don't take it personal. Help yourself, help them. Y'all help each other through this. From blaming, so you can't take it personally, from blaming and even from fear, all the ways of letting go of the ego. All the ways of letting go of the ego. when we are stuck in the low ebb mode where there's lots of conflict, as in the mythic scene of the ship stuck in port, we need to take especially strong action because standing still may have become more comfortable than the effort it takes to move. You got to work on yourself. This is why risk becomes the hero's style. Yes. Oh, Tammy's tapping in here. Tammy is saying, I dated a narcissistic man. I had Bender experienced anything of that manner. Never. I had never experienced anything of that manner. Thanks for that info. Yeah, it's a tough thing because they're not able to look. It hurts too much and they're not able to look at it. But anyway, that's not going to be all of us. We all know better now. And even that narcissistic man that you dated, Tammy, even that person is in a lot of pain and lives wherever that person is right now. I'm certain he's very unhappy. And that's unfortunate because happiness is a choice. And you can make the choose to look at yourself and to see your part in why things fell apart. Okay. So we are here. Okay. We need to take especially strong action because standing still may have become more comfortable than the effort it takes to move. And this is why risk becomes the hero's style. Okay. How y'all doing? There's some people just joining us, and I just want to say I am reading from How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's the 5 keys of mindful loving. You got to go back to the other videos in order to be able to understand what the 5 keys are, but this is what we're talking about. The book is by David Richo. I interviewed him, David Richo, the author of this book. He's got another book coming out, so I'm going to bring him back on for my Monday night podcast on YouTube, and he has another book, so we'll be talking about that other book. But anyway, so we're right here on page 135. This is chapter 5, and it's all about conflict. So when conflicts arise, for today and the next couple of weeks, we're going to talk about what to do in conflict because most of us don't know. Guess what? How about that? Most of us don't know what to do in conflict because most of us, like myself and everybody included, we didn't necessarily come from the perfect childhood. No one had a perfect childhood. And for many of us, we were never modeled the proper way to deal with conflict. So much so that we're scared of it. And rightfully so. We should be scared of it because sometimes conflict is paired in our minds with yelling, screaming, fighting, drinking, violence. Sometimes in our mind, conflict is dealt with throwing things and losing people important to you. Sometimes we don't know how to terminate because termination and saying goodbye to somebody in a peaceful way was never modeled to us. Sometimes we grew up in environments where conflict was dealt with in a very childish way, not a very mature way, and definitely not mindfully. So this is about how to deal with conflict in a mindful way where you can grow from it instead of it being paired with something awful and horrific, like many of us experience. Okay. All right. So we are on page 135 and we're learning. We're getting better, right? Okay. Or to use another metaphor, nature requires the breakdown of established structures to accommodate new conditions in their environment. This means that life necessarily includes turbulence and disillusion. Life necessarily includes turbulence and disillusion. Wow. The harborers of transformation. You can't have transformation. You cannot grow as a person without turbulence and dissolution. I don't like turbulence on an airplane, but it's necessary to get where I need to be. Sometimes turbulence is just what happens in the air. I don't quite understand it, but anyway. In fact, natural systems zealously participate in their own self-transcendence. Saint John of the Cross speaks in just these terms about the ego. Okay. Swiftly and with nothing spared, I am being entirely dismantled. Oh my goodness. John the Cross speaks in just these terms about his ego, that swiftly with nothing spared, they ain't sparing nothing. I am being entirely dismantled. That's how it feels. That's what the ego feels like. He does not merely say that, but prays for it. He prays for the dismantling of his ego because he understands that that's how you grow. That's how you transcend, is to just disrupt things as it is. Reminds me of another song about everything must change. Nothing stays the same. This is what this is saying. Everything gets dismantled. He does not merely say that, but prays for it because he understands that's how you grow. Disturbance of the status quo and the dismantling of old forms are signs of healthy evolution. It don't feel like it in the moment, but sometimes things need to be disrupted. Conflict needs to happen in order for you to transcend. We asked for it when we were born. We asked to be transcended. We asked to be born here on earth, I think, so that we can experience life, so that we can learn and transcend to, I think, other forms. I think that's why when we pass away, people say that person transcended, because I really do think it's a you're transcending to another whatever. Okay. Nature rejoices the sprouts of spring, but is equally excited by autumn. So nature loves spring. The birds are beautiful. The trees are blooming. Nature gets excited about spring, but it also gets excited about autumn. And that's when everything dies. That's when things transcend, which ensures another and richer spring. So it's a necessary process. We have to have autumn. We have to have winter in order for us to enjoy spring. In relationships, we have to have romance. We have to have a foundation, but we also need to have conflict in order to transcend, transitioning. It happens in us all. Okay. But is equally excited by autumn, which ensures another and richer spring. Can we see our conflicts in this same optimistic way? I can. In the moment, I'm mad at my husband because he did something that pissed me off. In that moment, I don't know if I can see it. Looking back on it, I can definitely see it sometimes. You know, I like the John the Cross because he says, swiftly with nothing spared, I am being entirely dismantled. That's how I feel. Like in an argument, I do feel that way. Nothing spared. I mean, just think about the imagery of being dismantled. You know, it resonates, you know, deeply with how many of us experience conflict. You know, it just hurts. In the process of dismantling your ego and confronting ingrained patterns often feels like an intense stripping away of these old identities and defenses. So, you know, some of the defenses, how did you feel? You know, you felt abandoned by a parent or rejected by a parent growing up. How did you feel in that moment when you were younger? You know, and were you able to articulate how that felt for you? Or did you use your defenses? Defenses is like minimizing, maybe, denying that it even happened. You have these defenses that protects us from feeling how we really felt, because it hurts to be rejected, so it's a humbling but necessary process for self-awareness and to grow and connect in that way. So, okay, so we're moving on, page 136. There's another quote by Ken Wilber. I don't know who Ken Wilber is, but he is saying, the process of evolution is wildly self-transcendent. So, he's saying that the process of evolution to evolve spiritually and psychologically sometimes involves transcending old limitations and moving forward and integrating the experience in your life. I think it's letting go of these identities and just having a more expansive look at yourself. Okay, so I think that is, we're almost, we've been talking for a while here. Thank you guys for joining me, learning about conflict, how to deal with conflict in a way that's mindful. These are the things that we've been talking about today. We will continue. We will pick up the next couple of sections of this text next week. According to my calendar, I am totally free next week. No travel, nothing like that for me. So I'll be around, and which means I will be here, right here. So please join me. Y'all follow me on Instagram. Coaching with Dr. Alicia on Instagram. Y'all see that? Wait, let me see if I can bring it up larger. Follow me on Instagram. Coaching with Dr. Alicia. I'm so close to 10,000 followers. I'm hoping to get there soon. I'm so close. And to know next week when I go live, I'll try to post something as soon as I find out what my schedule's like. But to really find out when I go live, text love to 87948. And you'll be able to get notifications, and you'll get other information from me, but definitely you'll be able to know next week when I talk about this. Tomorrow on Mental Health Monday, I'm going to be interviewing Miss Trinidad and Tobago. Where's all my CARICOM people out there? I see y'all Caribbean people. I got Caribbean people in my family. And so y'all come out and show some support to Miss Trinidad and Tobago. We're going to talk about body positivity and body images tomorrow night. And then Tuesday, I'm going to be on Fly Nubian Money. Talking about whatever they want me to talk about. I'm not sure of the topic, but thank you. We're going to continue with this because we as Black people, listen, all of these mindful techniques this white man wrote about, these mindfulness techniques, this all Black stuff. This our stuff. This our science. But I'm so happy that this guy wrote about it and is bringing it back into, we need to embrace who and what we really are. And part of that is healing. And this is a great way to do this in a way that's mindful. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Rhonda and Stephanie and Tammy. Tammy, girl, that relationship with that narcissist. Ooh, honey, you learned your lesson. Hopefully you learned your lesson. Kashi, Margot, how y'all doing? Rhonda, yes, Rhonda, thank you for following me on Instagram. Hold on, let me put that back up. Oh, wait, Lord. Here I go. Instagram, follow me on Instagram. And if you want to reach out to me, you can definitely go to my website, Coaching with Dr. Alicia, fill out the intake, and I'll be in contact with you. You can schedule a consultation with me. I can work with you on a more confidential, intimate level with my coaching program. And I will see you guys next week. Bye, everybody.
You're a little bit off basis from what I understand.
Ooh, child. Hey, everybody. I'm just sitting here having a fun time talking to two men who are therapists, and there ain't nothing better in the world than a man who is a therapist and understands all of the psychology of relationships and understands what's healthy and what's not healthy. And we're having a good conversation behind the scenes here, but I'm going to bring all y'all in here because I am so excited today. Of course, today is Monday, and this is Mental Health Monday, and I am Dr. Alicia, and I am joined by two men, real men, y'all. Joseph Carley with Vulnerability is the New Sexy. Y'all check him out every Tuesday night. Hello. He's bringing the male voice here on this platform, and I think it's so wonderful. And he got his friend in here, Carlos with a K. Look at that. Carlos Lyons.
No better way.
The better way. I love it. It's the better way. Have confidence in who and what you are. And that's what I'm getting from you, Carlos. And y'all know, we're going to talk about men and intimacy. But listen, y'all listen to these two men because they're going to be joining me. Valentine's Day weekend, hello. And y'all have to tune in to my my wonderful event that I have, Valentine's Day weekend. That is February 16th and 17th, 15th and 16th, Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th. I'm doing a special Black Love Weekend. It's Intimacy Edition. And I'm going to have these two gentlemen on here with me. And if you go and sign up for the VIP, you'll get to have their wonderful ear, and they'll be able to talk to all of the men about what masculinity really is and what it means with intimacy. And I'm so happy to have both of them here today as we talk about this topic. Oh, let me give y'all the website. Listen, go to, theblackloveweekend.com and sign up. I'm going to leave the website up, but I'll go back to the website. I want to let everybody know that when you want to be notified, when I do all my little wonderful interviews that I have, like today, text LOVE, LOVE, to 87948. And then you'll get updates on when I have conversations, when I am here doing YouTube videos and on Facebook. Hey, everybody on Facebook. I see y'all on Facebook. But anyway, y'all go to theblackloveweekend.com. It's $99 for general admission. You get 2 days of workshop. You get to my brain all about intimacy, all about what it means to be connected and be connected with the person that you love. Hello. And I already got people signing up. We got the early bird going on right now, sale going on, the Black Love Weekend. If you want to do the VIP, because the VIP you'll have it be in contact with Joe and Carlos and their Black male therapists. Hello, you get to talk to them and have one-on-one interactions with them. And so I think that is super duper valuable. So be sure to check me out, theblackloveweekend.com. And that way you'll be able to sign up. And if y'all men out there who are tuned in, y'all want to know what to get your woman for Valentine's Day, I'm sure she would love for you to give her something where y'all two can spend time together talking about your relationship. And no better opportunity to do it with a whole weekend series of how to connect and how to love each other, because Black people, we need to know how to love each other. But anyway, I'm done. I want to welcome, I want to start with Carlos with the K. That's the best way. I love that. I just want to thank you for coming on. This is my first time meeting you, and I just love talking to you. I want to start with you. I'd like for you, today's topic is breaking barriers, men, vulnerability, and the journey to intimacy. That's our topic for today. Carlos, tell us some thoughts and insights in relation to this topic, please.
Well, first of all, thank you, Dr. Alicia, for having me and the invitation that was extended. It's a pleasure to be here. I love talking about all things mental health and just wellness in general. That's become a part of my livelihood. So thank you so much for the invitation. As far as the idea of breaking barriers, men and vulnerability, and the journey to intimacy, I think when we talk about this idea of vulnerability, just that term in and of itself, one person I think about is the vulnerability guru, I would say, is Miss Brene Brown. And she talks about the courage to be vulnerable, but how that process first starts with ourselves and really kind of diving into our own transparency with self. So before I can be in relationship with other people, what is my journey with my relationship to myself? And that takes a lot of unraveling for a lot of men. I think we come into the world with certain kind of presuppositions that we're given from other men, from our context, from our family, And there's just like a script that I think a lot of men exist with when it comes to what they're comfortable talking about and they're comfortable exploring. And it just takes a little bit of digging deep. And there are some men that are actually very emotionally intelligent. So I don't want to paint with a broad brush and say that all men are not tapped into their emotions. But by and large, I think as a cultural narrative, most of us aren't given the freedom and the, I guess, the model for how to be vulnerable without some fear of rejection or ridicule or criticism or something of that nature. And so exploring ourselves becomes more difficult in that process.
I really like what you're saying, because I'm thinking about what little boys are told when they're playing outside and they come back and they're hurt. Mm-hmm. You want to give them a hug. You're supposed to give them a hug and tell them, yes, you are hurt. Let's bandage you up. You're supposed to meet little boys, because they're children. Meet them with that love, care, and attention. And how sometimes we're given that messages where we'll say, man up, up. Stick your chest out. Go on out there and take them. And I'm thinking about youth sports. I'm thinking about all of these things where very young age, they're given these messages that it's not okay to even be hurt or to even acknowledge that you're hurt. You have to man up and tough through it. How can you be transparent and be yourself when you're in your most vulnerable state and no one's letting you express all of that? So yeah, they do get these messages, and it's reflective of our society, and it's reflective of what men were told and saying to other people. So I really love that. And I love Brene Brown because she's a social worker like myself. So I'm partial to her. She does a wonderful series on, oh my God, on authenticity and being transparent and being vulnerable. It's so tough to be. So Joe, what's happening? He's the fly Nubian king over here. Coming in here. Right. I missed you, Joe. I haven't been on with you in a while. I missed talking to you. I need you back on with me. Come back on the day I'm there. But yeah, what do you think about this emotional vulnerability that's often seen as a weakness in men? And how can we start to change some of that perception?
Well, it starts with community first. Like, if you have a large amount of brothers that are coming to the space and learning how to be vulnerable and taking away some of the shame that comes with being vulnerable and, making it, so erasing the taboo and the stigma around it, then, you can, you're going to have more healthy and whole individuals. And, for me, I'm always telling people, like, this is who you truly and genuinely are, and this is the mask that you're wearing, and you're pretending to be someone you're not. And the further apart these two individuals get, the more room for depression, anxiety, and all the things. Depression and anxiety, usually for us, showing up as anger, when really we're just, most times afraid or sad, and unable to process those emotions and communicate those emotions. So, with authenticity, and you're bringing these two things closer together, you are dissipating the shame around, showing vulnerability, and it does not looked at or viewed as a weakness. If you are, confident in your masculinity, then you really can't be shamed. So that's what that's the message that I know myself and Carlos and brothers like us are constantly pushing out. Like, you cannot be ashamed, or you can't be shamed by someone if you are confident and understanding of who you are. Everything that comes with us came from somewhere, usually somewhere early in our childhood. We have developed these emotional triggers, and they have gone unaddressed for so long. And when something comes about that triggers, so to speak, triggers us, then, like I said, it shows out as anger. But as we're for myself specifically, as I understood more about what those emotional triggers are and what they were rooted in, they started to dissipate, and the anger goes away. And so it's okay for me to say, hey, I'm sad today, or I'm afraid today, and I can communicate that with the people in my life that matter.
I like this. What you're saying is that a community of men who get together and they're modeling for each other, led by real men, modeling for each other what it means to be yourself versus your mask, and making sure that, okay, you do have to have some sort of a mask, but you want to make sure that the mask is totally reflective of who you really are on the inside, keeping this close together. But when that mask and who you really are starts separating, that's when you start to lose it a little bit. You start to have all of this mental illness steps in because you're not being your true authentic self. That is really interesting. And then you're walking around, you're not understanding how to deal with some of this. And then you start to have all these feelings. But what's been shown to men as acceptable is anger. Anger has been the most acceptable way to express yourself, when really you're feeling all sorts of feelings in there. And when you're walking around angry, how you going to connect with people? How you going to connect with your significant other? How you going to connect with your children? How you going to connect and have really good pro-social behaviors and pro-social experiences with this disconnection? And it's funny to see men when they finally let down their guard and they start addressing their triggers, how more full they become and not so insecure. Oh my goodness. Carlos, weigh in on this. This is really interesting.
Yeah, I love everything that's been said. I thought of talking about the dissonance or just the distance between the authentic self and then this. I think of the mask as more so the roles that we have to play or the roles that we think that we have to play. So the narratives that we tell ourselves of how we should show up in the world, what is, as you mentioned, acceptable behavior for us. And I also feel like it's not even just that. I'm gonna kind of dig a little bit. It's not even just the fact that men have been taught this to other men, but I would say that there are some expectations from women as well, that men should show up with a certain type of bravado and strength and toughness that some women have taken. I've even seen this in my own practice. Some women have taken advantage of when a man is willing and wanting to let that guard down. That's looked at as being weak or less than, and not earning or yearning for more respect from her.
So what do we do with that? If you're coming across men, I mean, it's definitely once a man, because this is interesting. So what you're saying is that when men are becoming healthy, because I think when the mask is together and it's more of your authentic self, that means you're really healthy. When men become healthy, there are some women that don't even want any piece of that, that healthiness. How do you deal with that?
And healthy in the sense of like, if I share with you how I really feel about certain things, will you be able to accept me and handle me for what is really true to me? Or do you want me to continue to play the role that you have placed me in, or that I have kind of allowed society to put me in? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yes, it makes perfect sense. So what do you say? What do men do? All you men out here, y'all let me know in the chat. Y'all got some men in here? I got Dennis. Dennis is talking about the mask we wear. Yes, I think that's a typo. I'm sure it's a mask. Dennis, weigh in. Men in the chat, y'all weigh in. Do you feel this pressure from us as women? I'm here listening. I'm actually taking notes. I got a whole page full of notes. I'm taking notes here. Is it like, do you get this from us, that we feel more comfortable with you being in this masculine Old Spice man role? Are you feeling that when you're vulnerable, you have women around you that can handle all of that? Like, what advice? Give me some advice. I want some from the chat. Jesse's talking about it's a lot of pressure. Tell me about the pressure. They do feel pressure. Okay, Wayne Solomon and Jesse McDaniel is talking about how they feel pressure. And Chris is talking about the Old Spice men. Okay, here I am. Ladies, we got to listen up. Okay, Any one of y'all can go.
What I'm just
what do
thinking
we
of
need
is
to
like,
do?
Before we get to that part, I want to just say like the roles would be, I'm supposed to be the breadwinner, the provider, the protector, and then when I get some of these roles in place and I'm getting your attention for those things that you want from me, I don't know if I have the freedom to do anything else or be anything else. It's where a lot of men, they're in that space. So it's like, once I check those boxes, what else do you need? Oh, and also I got to be good in bed too, right? So like all of that is a part of the process. What else is there that shapes me or that I can be open about? I mean, Joe, is that accurate?
Yeah, if I don't check these boxes, then I absolutely have no value.
No value.
And it becomes pressure to perform, because a lot of times it often feels like more people, the outside world is more concerned with our output and our production than they are with our emotions and our vulnerability.
Correct.
Hey, yes, the world is tough on you, black men. I understand, but you still have to go out and you got to suck that up, and you got to go out and perform. And I can't be concerned with how I'm telling you to go out and perform either. You just have to go out and perform. And I don't have the time or the sensitivity to massage your emotions to prop you up all the time, because then you may, and this is just for some women, not all women, you may become a burden to me, or I'm going to present you as a burden. And then, if you happen to just deal with one of those women and you get on to the next woman who is emotionally intelligent, has an understanding, you've already locked in your mind that if you show up with any vulnerabilities or any hurt, then you are a burden. So you have closed yourself off emotionally and made yourself unavailable to this woman who is willing to accept your vulnerability. And you have to be taught again that this is a safe space for you to be vulnerable. All the things, So, in answering your question, what do we do as men? I would say what we do as men, we trade the mask in for a fence. The fence, and we can consider that fence a boundary. So, understanding your vulnerabilities and also your boundaries, what you're willing to put up with, what you're not willing to put up with, the things that bother you and hurt you, and you're willing to accept and not. You have to know and understand these things and then communicate them with whoever. And my understanding, man, for most women is, most emotionally whole women appreciate that a lot more than you just hiding and pretending to be something that you're not. Wearing that, take that mask off and put up that gate, and then decide if you want to cross into this space where I'm emotionally vulnerable. You have to accept with some of my boundaries, or at least be able to negotiate, so that we can exist in the same space.
Yeah, that's so good, man.
Oh my God. I mean, this is really something. It really pains me to hear that men are coming, and I'm seeing this in the chat, by the way, that men are coming across women like this. Like, this is painful for me to hear this, because I'm listening to women and women are saying, this dude is hurting my feelings. And when I tell them that my feelings are hurt, they looking at me like, you're complaining that I hurt your feelings. That's disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't pay the bills. You got clothes on your back. You got a roof over your head. What else do you want from me? Leave me alone, woman, and let me watch the game. Like, these are the things these are the complaints that I'm hearing from women. And I don't like that either. Like, what is going on with these men who are just saying, what else do you want from me now? And I don't like that. I don't know. I'm teasing all of this stuff out, in my office space about trying to get down to where, of course, childhood wounds. Someone mentioned trauma. I'm teasing a lot of this out. A lot of it is based on some really uncomfortable, unprocessed feelings and experiences. But this is what I'm getting from a lot of women who are complaining too. So it's complaints going all over the place. And we're not spending enough time getting down to the fact that really, it is all about vulnerability is necessary for intimacy. And I see so many men and women, especially men, when they got an abundance of women out there, because y'all men be having choices, right? But at the same time, these men with all these choices are still lonely. They're still searching for intimacy, and they're still not quite getting it. I don't know. Any one of you all can take it from here.
I wanted to say about what you're coming with, the women that have come into your office. What I have heard from, and I've worked with couples and men, individually, I think sometimes what is presented to them isn't just, well, that's just the way I feel from the woman. It's they take it in as criticism of them. So I'm doing all these things, and then when you come to me with something else, it's like another indictment on what I'm not doing right as the man, and I'd rather check out and not hear it and kind of stonewall and separate myself emotionally from tuning into what you're sharing. That's kind of what I've seen is like a lot of times it comes back to them as you not doing enough. I feel that you're not doing enough. And therefore they may interpret that as I am not enough for you because I'm not doing these things or I'm not this. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, because that makes perfect sense. They forget that, yes, I appreciate you, and yes, I have a lot of gratitude for everything that you've done, but I want to know who you are. And I want us to be able to do some of these other things together so that I can feel safe and secure emotionally. It's not just protection physically and providing and, how much money is in your checking account. It really is, I want closeness. I don't want to be lonely in this nice big old house that you have. I really want that. And I think sometimes men hear that and they're not understanding that, yes, women do appreciate you a lot of times, but they also want these other things from you that you ain't got enough money. You can't write a check for this intimacy and this closeness. You can't write a check for it. Right. If only you could, you would.
Right.
Oh, Joe, what you gonna say to that?
I want to say, a lot of times with, tomorrow night on Vulnerability is the New Sexy, we're going to try to have a very nuanced conversation about some of these gender wars, and we're going to talk about, how I'm going to try to talk about how the marriage or any relationship is a system. And the problem with, people going into these systems, we got women that blame men for things, we got men that blame women for things, but understand that any part of a system, if it's malfunctioning, the whole thing is broken. So we have to know and understand what the other purpose, what the other partner's purpose is inside of that system. And like I said, negotiate and talk about these things so that the whole thing can function the way it's supposed to function. And a lot of people are going into relationships without having these conversations, obviously, because a lot of us haven't been taught how to have these conversations. And, I know that, a lot of us grow up not seeing what these healthy relationships could be like. And then we all come into relationships with our own emotional triggers. And I think it's very important to understand your partner's emotional triggers so you don't step on them. And that's just part of a system. You may think something is not important or not a big deal, but you don't have the same lived experience as your partner. So you are minimizing and invalidating their experience by not taking the time to understand, where this trigger came from, how it developed in them, and how it's grown over time. Most times you're going into a marriage, you're marrying an adult. So this is somebody that's lived with these these emotional triggers for an extended period of time. And if you're, most, like I said, most couples that I see, I don't know about you, Carlos, most couples that I see, they haven't done or dealt with, their own individual emotional triggers. They just know that their partner keeps stepping on them.
Yeah.
Of course.
Off. So there's a lot of communication that needs to go in. It's a system, guys. Let's stop blaming the men. Let's stop blaming the women.
Yes.
And let's start talking about you as an individual and the things that bother you, and give your partner the choice to decide whether or not they want to respect those boundaries and emotional triggers.
Oh my goodness.
Can I add
Go
on?
ahead, Carlos.
I was going to add on to that. I 100% agree. I think what I hear is unmet expectations and miscommunication in that process. A lot of what I see with couples and working with men as well is that it's just like we don't know how to communicate our expectations, and that healthy dialogue really has to be, as you've said, Joe, systematic. Mm-hmm. And I always say, I believe in abundance of communication. When I talk to clients, an abundance of communication. Do not assume the other person knows. Do not assume the other person gets it or understands. We have to really like break all of that stuff down. But honestly, to understand your expectations also requires you to go explore your own narrative. As Joe mentioned about you come to the relationship with all this stuff. I spend time with individuals, couples, all the things, right? Kind of walking through and unraveling the narrative, going back down the line of where this first started to present itself and pop up during the course of your life and your life experiences, to see why that became that trigger, why that became that landmine for you in your life. And, you know, just seeing that plain as day, sometimes they're like, oh, I never saw it that way. They start putting those two things together, and they can see, because for change to happen, the awareness has to be first, the thing that they notice, right? Awareness of what is the issue. Then they can begin that process of change. Mm-hmm. But they got to come to some level of awareness. We call that contemplation in addictions therapy. Right? So yeah, I just think it's unmet expectations and miscommunication, along with not understanding your narrative.
Whoa, my goodness. Okay, I want to comment on Joe and Carlos. I got words to say to you all, but before I do that, hey everybody, how y'all doing? Y'all listening to this? I want you to like and share this. Women, Deborah, I want you to share this to all your men that you know. Take the link and share it right now to all the men. Ladies, share this with all the men. And I think ladies need to hear this too. Y'all need to share this. Share today's video. Please share it with people. And I just want to remind you guys, don't y'all like what Joe and Carlos is talking about? Oh my goodness. So they're going to be with me at the Black Love Weekend. Go to the blackloveweekend.com and sign up. It is Valentine's Day weekend. It is Saturday, February 15th. And Sunday, February 16th in the morning, in the day. If you're VIP, you get the recordings. And if you're trying to figure out what to get your significant other, what to get your son, you know your son is dating somebody, what to get your son for Valentine's Day. We got birthdays coming up. All of this is $99 for general admission. And then you could just upgrade for little or nothing for VIP. And then you can have the ear. You'll have Joe and Carlos will be able to talk to you in the men's group. Hey, Jesse, sign up. Jesse, it's your birthday. So what a great birthday gift for yourself, Jesse. I want to see you in there. You get to talk to Joe and Carlos and get to listen. You get to share. It is going to be a safe space to be vulnerable. Hello. So come on in. We want to see. Jesse's going to sign up for sure. So we're going to be in there. And so that's what I just want to remind you all. And of course, to know when I go live on YouTube, who knows when I go live on Facebook, YouTube, and some other places, you can text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. And then we'll send out a message and make sure you're well connected. So the Black Love Weekend, be sure to go there and sign up. And okay, so today the title of our presentation today is Breaking Barriers, Men, Vulnerability, and the Journey to Intimacy. And boy, oh boy, Joe, okay, you were talking about stop the blaming. Everybody stop, listen. Any problems y'all got in your relationship, stop pointing the finger. Do not point the finger. There's enough blame to go around, and you can take accountability for your part of the problem. And it's not always 50-50, I find, with a lot of my couples. Sometimes I do find one person being really belligerent toward the other person. And so my work is to try to empower the person on the receiving end of this to speak up some more and then have the other person kind of deal with this. So it's not always 50-50, but there's something to be said. What I'm finding with accountability, and it's not always men, but I will say 9 times out of 10, it's usually the man. And sometimes I have found women. Sometimes for men to be able to open up and accept that they did something wrong is so debilitating to them. They just fall apart altogether. It's like they can't separate what they did from themselves. So they think that if they are to blame in any way, that they are a bad person. And I have to spend time saying, listen, your behavior, you are better than this, but your behavior was very insulting. You violated this person. You broke the trust in a lot of ways. You have to be accountable. And I just want to follow up, just make a comment about how difficult it is for some people, not necessarily men, but that happens where it's difficult for some people to say they're sorry, for some people to show accountability without going into a deep level of depression because they think, oh my goodness, there's something wrong with me, not something wrong with my behavior. And so that's my question to you, Joe. What do you have to say to that?
I can't argue that much with you, honestly. In my experience in couples counseling, if you continuously bring blame to the man, he is eventually going to blow up a lot of the times. That's the experience that I have, and Carlos might have a different perspective, but men do not go into therapy to be told that they're doing something wrong. Most times they have entered the space because they already have understood that they're doing something wrong, and they want to know how to change their behavior and get on the road to redemption and move past it. So if we spend too much time, and this is my experience with the woman, not all the time, but some of the time, she wants to spend a lot of time dealing with the hurt and not exactly ready to move past the pain. Always liken it to, a woman sleeping soundly in her home, and then, in the middle of the night, there's a home invasion, and people come in and they break the windows and set things on fire, and then, the police and the fire department are called. And you're standing outside, and everybody, the fire gets put out, and the burglars are arrested, and you tell the woman, go back in there and sleep peacefully.
Yes.
We haven't changed the security system. We haven't replaced the windows, changed the locks, or nothing. But you expect her to go back inside after you have, basically taken away her safety or her feeling of safety. And, brother, it just doesn't work like that. So, we're not here.
I love that scenario because it's almost like she got PTSD. You don't have to deal with some of her things here.
You have to change the locks. You have to get updated security system. You have to maybe even move. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that you need to do in order for that woman to feel secure in that space again. And same thing for the men. But so basically what I'm saying is that I want you to come into the space not to be blamed, but to just understand your woman's feelings and validate them. I got you. I'm not going to let this turn into a blame session for you. I'm not going to do that. But you're going to have to validate your wife's feelings or your girlfriend's feelings, and you're going to have to take some accountability for it. And then we're going to understand why this behavior showed up with you in the first place, and and then we're going to address it. And then because I'm almost positive that the man is not 100% to blame for him showing up.
Well,
you know what I mean? So it's all about perspectives, man. You just have to be willing to learn and validate each other.
Oh, that is so true. And you're right. It's a signal. The house burning on fire is a signal of, okay, something wasn't right in that house to begin with. There was faulty wiring. There was something that was going on that needed to be addressed. And on the other side of this whole thing, it really could be a very nice, beautiful relationship. But it really is, you really do have to tease through that. And usually what I tell people is just like, is it worth it losing her? Are you willing to lose her? Are you willing to break away? Because if you really want this, you're going to have to dig in. So I use whatever I can as leverage. You want your children to see you on the weekends? What do you want? Because that's where we're going if we don't address this and come to terms with all of this. So thank you, Joe. Okay. Now, Carlos, I want to ask you a question because you mentioned miscommunication and healthy dialogue, which thank you for that. That was a beautiful thing. And in what I'm finding too, and I do find this with men, and I don't know, listen, women, we got our own set of problems that we bring to relationships. But I'm finding this sometimes with men too, where growing up, I'm finding that men who aren't comfortable or weren't encouraged to talk about what they want growing up, communicating what they need, because hello, as women, and Deborah, you can put this in the chat if you want to, like, I can't read your mind. I don't know. I'm trying to be psychic. I would love to be clairvoyant, but I'm not clairvoyant. Like, if you don't tell me what's going on, I'm going to assume everything is okay. Right. And so I'm finding that sometimes it's hard to get men to like finally open up and say, let her know what you want from her, open up. And partly is that they're just not encouraged all the time to open up. And sometimes it's scary because if you start opening up and you start asking for what you want, that's even more frightening. It's easier to just not say it at all, because if you ask for what you want, so much anxiety comes over men where they're just like, okay, is this person going to give it to me? Because if they ain't, why did I just make myself vulnerable asking for what I want? And I'm sitting here waiting on it to happen. So it's so difficult. And you brought up just wonderful point there. Can you expand on that?
I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, it really is a thing that I've seen a lot with a lot of the men that I work with, that finding that voice, like ownership of that space. And I use terms like advocate for what you need, advocate for what you want. It's self-advocacy, right? Showing up in that way. And, when it's in reference to couples, I spend time trying to kind of teach them good rapport building communication skills using what we call I feel statements, or when this happened, I felt this way about how so-and-so went down, and et cetera, et cetera. Another thing is just before we get into the communication of what it is that we want, I've spent a lot of time with men and just learning how to tune in to the body. Emotional attunement, body attunement. Let's sit with ourselves for a minute. What's coming up for you in this moment? When this comes across your mind, when that comes across, what are you feeling? Again, as I said at the beginning, once I understand that relationship with myself, then it's much easier to begin to communicate those things. But if I'm not even really aware how to, like, that level of self-awareness does take a little bit of practice. Again, as you mentioned, with not being taught how to do that or not being encouraged to do that. And so therapy can be a wonderful tool to learn how to just sit with yourself. Yeah, I enjoy doing emotional attunement, body attunement work. And really, it sounds lofty, but it's literally just, we're going to sit here for 5 to 10 minutes. I want you to just tap into your breath right now, like a little mini meditation period. I want you to notice your body, what you feel, any tension, any tingling, any weird sensations, getting in touch with that part of yourself. And not even surprisingly, but it's just cool to see how when I do that, they're able to be like, I do feel this, and I'm sensing this, and this is what's on my heart, or this is what's in my shoulders. I feel this emotion in the back of my neck. Just all of that starts to stir up because they finally gave their body a chance to speak up. They start to tune into what their body has been trying to tell them. So when it comes to when she, as if they're in a relationship, if she like says something in a certain tone of voice, right? A snide, remark, or when this is going on with the kids, or what happened at work today, things become compounded, and then I'm able to kind of offload those things, maybe write my thoughts down before I go into that conversation, be able to kind of systematically look through what it is that I'm feeling in that moment, and then broach that conversation when you feel it's safe, when you feel it's appropriate. You have their ear to begin having those conversations with your significant other. But it first starts with just that attunement to self, I believe.
And it really means that you have to break away and take some time for self-care. Self-care is self-love.
Mm-hmm.
And get into a mindful place.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to, and I've always felt this way, but I'm starting to really believe that mindfulness is the answer.
I'm on that wave. I've been on that wave for a little while in my practice. In fact, if I wasn't on that wave, I don't think I would be a therapist, because I had to coach my own body back to wellness. I'm just be honest. I went to the hospital. I went to a neurologist. I went to therapy. And it wasn't until I really just began to be okay with just sitting in whatever the discomfort was that the healing process started to happen for me. And so that's my wave. Like, we're talking about mindfulness, breath work, somatic experiencing. That's the wave.
Let me tell you, and we don't even need to talk about plant medicine and all sorts of stuff. I'd be dabbling and all that stuff, but I need it. I mean, as therapists, we need it because I think we just hold on to so much. We absorb. I really have to have a daily peaceful meditation every single day, twice a day, to just do this type of work. We're healers. Mm-hmm. We are healers. We are. And I have to go away for the weekend just to sit and meditate and have my plant ceremony and my Native American chants and all of that happening. Yeah, I love it. In order to like totally release it so that I can do the work that I'm here to do as a healer. Go ahead.
Add on to that, like, let's make it practical, right? So if there are men out there that are not actively engaged in therapy right now, or if you don't have time to go on a solitude retreat and do all these extra things, I'm simply saying, first thing in the morning, can you just sit up in your bed and just take a few deep breaths? Can you just pause before we get the day started? Before we look at the phone, laptop, all the things, you can start a mindfulness practice just by taking a pause. It don't have to be this lofty, we're in the Himalayas, you know what I'm saying, in our nice
Costa Rica,
no,
5 minutes of silence, man. Just
5 minutes of silence, and just begin to tune into that clarity that comes from the inside of you, and then you're able to move differently, so that when things come into your awareness, into your space, you'll know, like, I'm feeling some dissonance right there's some incongruence with me right now. I need to speak up on this. I need to advocate for what I need. And the words don't always have to be perfect. It just has to be honest and just speak from the heart, right? You don't have to be rude about it. Like, I'm feeling this way right now.
That's right.
I will say my husband meditates almost every day. He does a lot of quiet meditation, and it really, that's what I liked about him. I'm like, you meditating too. Both of us are meditating, but he meditates all the time, and he's always in a meditative place. But when he finally opens up his mouth and starts talking, it's the most profound thing that you ever want to hear. I'm just like, all right, you done blown me away today. I'm done with you. I'm done with you, But it's a whole, we're just crazy and unique anyway. how we are anyway. Y'all don't be listening to us. We crazy. We unique. There is no other relationship I've ever seen quite like the one I'm in now, but it's very, very unique. But it's something being married to somebody who is so meditative and very powerful person. And so it just there's something to it. But I think that you get to that point when you meditate, it's like that sort of piece. If you don't get to meditate, you're going to be like, I gotta meditate. I can't do nothing else unless I meditate. You'll start to lean on it and know that you need to do that. You start to understand, hey, before we make a decision, let's sleep on it. You start to trust. And what I find, I think this conversation is going another direction, but what I find is that the more you lean on meditation, the more you start to get in tune with what's going on, and having that as a way of showing gratitude expressing gratitude, but also making decisions mindfully, that the more you practice it, the more it comes to you, you know, the more you're strengthening a muscle in your body. Absolutely. Where it's just like, I have to meditate on this because I trust myself more than anything, and I can move forward in myself. Joe, you want to come in?
Yeah, no, we're not, you're not taking the conversation. It's the same conversation, right?
Okay.
Because a lot of men need to understand what Carlos is saying about, starting your day, with a different, in a different way, in a meditative state, and practicing self-care and mindfulness. Because a lot of what we're feeding our mind in the morning, I don't know the percentages, but I would say a large percentage of people reach for that phone in the morning, and they start feeding their mind with the outside world. And the outside world is a comparative place.
Grind.
Right. Is past the negativity and all the other things that you're going to put in, you're going to start comparing yourself. A lot of what you're seeing on social media, and that's making you feel inadequate and adding more pressure to, what you're trying to accomplish or who you're trying to be. And as a man, when you don't feel adequate, you find the most unhealthy ways to feel masculine that you could possibly find. And that's when you find yourself getting in trouble, man. You look for the situation that's going to make you feel like a man, or make you feel like you're in charge or something. And that's when, you're doing damage to your life. It's those unhealthy behaviors. But if you start your day, in quiet and in peace and meditation, you'll find that you can focus more on what it is you're actually trying to be. You're not going to make decisions that go against the person or the man that you say you are, because most times when you make those decisions that, those bad decisions that make you feel more like a man, more masculine, depending on the kind of man you are, you usually hate yourself for it, or you feel worse about yourself. And then you're just making the real situation, the authentic situation, worse. And then you're separating these two things, and then you're going to find yourself depressed, anxious, or less than, because ultimately, if you are a certain kind of man, treating your woman poorly will make you feel more or less like a man than anything.
Treating your woman poorly is going to make you feel less like a man
than almost anything.
I love it. Yes. Let's say, ladies, come on. you feel that one. Yeah, because Kenneth is talking about, I put his comment up here because he's like, what's the first step to begin meditation? I have never meditated. I think meditation is the simplest. It's easy, but maybe not that simple. What do you say?
If you can't figure it out, go into your Apple Music, type in, or if YouTube, tap in guided meditation, and just, it'll tell you it's more, you're focusing more on your breathing, pushing out your thoughts. And it's really crazy that if you start focusing on your breathing, how you're concentrating on that, and sometimes some outside thoughts will come in, and you just gently push them out, you know what I mean? And just kind of focus on, being in the present. So it's really easy, man. There's all types of guided meditations out there.
Yeah. Netflix has a whole series on them.
Yeah, right. Go to Netflix. Go to Netflix, Apple Music, YouTube, whatever, man. Just go, find guided meditation. You can learn just simply how to sit with yourself and push those thoughts out of your mind, and kind of start your day off focusing on really what's important to you.
And can I add on to that, Joe?
Go ahead.
When I think about, we talked about narrative a little earlier. When I think about narrative, technically we are, when we're, obviously developing and coming up as children in the world, we're inheriting stories from our family, from our ancestors. There's just a lot of things that are just kind of downloaded into our DNA, into our bodies, that help define and shape who we are. And I look at meditation as an opportunity to detach from those parts of our story and our narrative and our existence that no longer serve us. And the things that do serve us, obviously we can take those in and continue to cultivate that. But all of that other stuff, all that noise that's in our head that he mentioned from the cell phone, from television, from mom and them, from daddy and them, from grandma and them, that just no longer serves us. I'm pushing that out as I take in these deep breaths and I'm exhaling, right? I'm inhaling who I want to be, and I'm exhaling out what no longer serves me in this moment, to be grounded in this present moment and becoming a detached observer of my own life experiences. But our lives are just dictated by all these stories and these scripts all of the time. And meditation is an opportunity to see ourselves separate from that. Over time, it's just the practice of, again, if it's just 5 minutes, set your timer for 5 minutes, focus on inhaling deeply through the nose, exhaling through the mouth as if you're blowing through a straw, or blowing into a leaky tire or something like that, and just focus on that repetitive motion over and over again.
You know, I really do believe that we all have in us the natural desire for health.
Yes.
And healing.
Yes.
And if we really tune into that in ourselves, it will immediately emerge. It can't help. And detachment is how you really get in touch with that. You're detaching from all these things that don't mean nothing anyway. And really getting into what's important. Every decision that you make. And, you know, really, my goal is to have every waking hour a meditation, a ceremony. I take the ceremony with me everywhere I go. You know, may everything I say be part of this whole detached ceremony, to be in it but not of it, of course, because, you know, we got some real life problems can kick you into you know what.
Right.
Easy to detach and to be all meditative, but then as soon as somebody say something to you and you get all triggered, you start going back. You be like, leave me alone. And no one can do it to you like your significant other.
Yeah. Right.
You'll be coming back. I know my kids do it to me. I'll be coming back. I'll be so meditative. Then they say something, I'll be like, get out of here. We want to go. But, you know, this is where mindfulness has to come in place. But, you know, this is life just happens to us. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. And we're like beyond the top of the hour. And I promised that I would only have these gentlemen in here for the top of the hour. But listen, hey, everybody. I am Dr. Alicia, and this is Mental Health Monday. And today we talked about breaking barriers, men, vulnerability, and the journey to intimacy. Let me tell you something. Joe and Carlos here have dropped a whole lot of wisdom. They are male therapists, and they represent manhood. This is what manhood is about. We have a lot of examples of toxic masculinity, but not here. Here we got what real manhood is about, and it's not about whiteness. It's about who and what we really are. Thank you very much. It's not about whiteness. I don't even want to get political on us today, but you know what I mean. But I just want to say that this is beautiful. And these two gentlemen are going to be joining me for the Black Love Weekend, but they're only available for the VIPs. And I got a special going on right now. If you go to theblackloveweekend.com, you'll be able to further this conversation. They're doing a men's group. So Chris, the men's group, join us. I feel if you wake up on the side of a woman in the morning and you see the real her, and you don't jump up and run out the room, I feel like you're going to be that woman for a long time. Chris, you are hilarious. I love that comment.
That is not the parameter we're using, Chris.
Let me tell you, I just randomly picked the comment. I thought, waking up with a woman. Anyway, Chris, you join, because these two men will put you in your place with these comments.
Yeah.
But I just want to thank you two for being here. Y'all make sure you go to theblackloveweekend.com. It's $99 right now. This is the early bird. It is Valentine's Day weekend. It is Saturday. During the day, y'all can do what y'all want to do at nighttime, Saturday night. But during the day, you'll be with me. I have a wonderful workshop for you guys about intimacy, about how to love each other. Black people need to learn how to love each other. We definitely know how to hate each other very well. We got that nailed down. So let's get into loving each other, figuring out how to love each other. We're going to be talking about that. On Saturday, you're going to have Joe and Carlos in the afternoon. They're going to be coming in and they're only meeting with the VIP. So make sure you get your VIP ticket. It's digital. So, and if you're VIP, everything is going to be recorded. You'll have access to the recordings. But if you just want to drop in and say hey to everybody, you could just do the general admission. It's $99, y'all. That's not that bad. And then it could be a nice little gift for you and your boo. You and your boo, if you're trying to find a nice, beautiful gift and you're trying to like racking your brain, you don't know what to do. Lexicon, cuddling a woman is like a teddy bear. Okay, so these men love physical touch, by the way. I don't know what it is with y'all men and physical touch. They talking about cuddling a woman and sleeping and waking up next to a woman. This is what the comments are saying. Anyway, so
physical touch is one of the easiest love language to understand for the most part. So
men love physical touch. I know my boo, he loves physical touch. So I'm like, okay, physical touch, that's good with me too. So yes, cuddling with a woman like a teddy bear is intimacy. Yes, Black Lexicon, I want to see you there. Anyway, so, okay, let's wrap it up. We got to wrap it up. Can you do this again? Patricia wants y'all back again. Listen, if you wanted to come, be sure to go to theblackloveweekend.com if you want to know when I'm live, because who knows when it's going to be these days. I'm very busy, but it's text the word love to 87948 and you'll get information from somebody be sending you information on that. But really, the best thing for you to do today is go to theblackloveweekend.com. You'll see Joe and Carlos, and then we'll end with Joe and Carlos. How about you just give us what question can I give you guys? Parting words. We need advice. These men and women in the chat need advice. What would you say to us? They are loving this physical touch thing. Men who love physical touch. And anyway, parting words. We'll start with Joe, Mr. Joe. Parting words and last thoughts about men vulnerability and the journey to intimacy. And then let everybody know how to find you, Mr. Joe.
Sure. My parting words is going to be with I'm going to steal some words from my brother Carlos earlier when he was talking about using those I statements and whatnot. When this happens, I feel this and I need this. When you are discussing things in terms of your own feelings, it's very difficult for someone to argue with your own feelings. If it makes you feel hurt, if it makes you feel sad, if it makes you feel disregarded, how can I argue with you feel that way? So my only perspective should be is to understand why are you feeling instead of getting upset about the fact that you feel that way and taking it personal as to why you feel that way. Let me understand, well, what am I doing or what am I saying that's making you feel so disregarded? Why is this occurring? I don't get it. Get there, and I implore you to call one of these brothers here or Dr. Lisa herself and get some help in understanding where the communication gaps are, because most of the time we're talking about two people with the same mission. You may want to run the ball left. I may want to throw the ball right, but let's agree that we both want to score a touchdown, right? We have the same goals. And if we don't have the same goals, your relationship is on a whole different situation. But in a healthy, typically loving relationship, we have the same goals. So it's illogical for us to fight, is what I'm trying to get you, basically what I'm trying to say. So start with your feelings. And you can find me, to set up any type of session or appointment at consulting.com. You can book a free consult right on there. And tomorrow night, I told you every Tuesday night, but tomorrow night we're going to have a very, very nuanced conversation about gender wars. I'm going to be very specific about how we're doing it. We're not coming to the space to argue about men versus women or anything like that. We're really trying to understand how to communicate with each other so that we can meet each other's needs. So I implore you to join me tomorrow on the Boss Network for Vulnerability is the New Sexy.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. Okay, Carlos.
Yeah, I want to just say a couple of things. That first, men, please understand, or just anybody in the viewing audience, please understand that your emotions are not the enemy. We are taught to look at this separation between our emotional selves and our lived experience, but your emotions are not the enemy. In fact, your mind, your body, all of it is inextricably linked together. It's just more important for us to move in harmony with all of it in a way that becomes more intuitive. And the other piece is when it comes to vulnerability, understand that my starting point for vulnerability is not necessarily about the other person's reaction to my decision to be vulnerable, if that makes sense. It's more so about me being honest with myself, first of all, acknowledging what my true feelings are, what my true thoughts are, and my expression is, and then being willing to share that with another soul. But it can't first start with being concerned about the other person's reaction, because then we begin to people please and kind of edit ourselves based upon what we feel somebody's going to say or think or have an opinion about my true self. So just keeping that in mind, that your emotions are not the enemy. Vulnerability has to start first with an authentic acknowledgement of your truest self. And then lastly, if it just comes down to, wanting to speak with a therapist, I think a therapist is going to help you along your journey. We don't fix all of your problems. We are not here to just give you the aha advice magic potion to all of your problems. But I want to say that if you are with the right therapist, they're going to help you get the tools so that you can go run this race and do it even on your own. Just be equipped to go be that authentic man. And so if you want to journey with myself, I love to work with any of your viewing audience. If you're in the state of Texas, I'm credentialed in the state of Texas. And so I'm on the Davis Counseling Center, which is daviscounselingcenter.com. You can find my profile on Psychology Today. That's Carlos with the K, Carlos Lyons, Lyons. And then I think I'm on Instagram. Yeah, I'm on Instagram at Mr.K.Lyons. Mr.K.Lyons. That's Mr.K.Lyons.
All right, I'm going to follow you on Instagram. Mr. K. Lyons on Instagram. Okay, y'all. I don't know how much I don't think people understand this is a treat. It's a treat to get black male therapists to answer my phone call when I be calling y'all. Y'all be too busy. I don't know what's going on, but I be making fun of y'all. So, okay, we learned a lot today. I've been taking notes. I statements. Make some I statements when you talk about how you feel. Just say, when this happens, I feel this way. Get a community. Y'all men out here, it is so important to have a community of which you can take off that mask and be your authentic self. Understand your triggers. Understand how to deal with anger. Anger is sanctioned emotion for men. And there's probably a lot of other feelings that you have. We also talked about how sometimes us women, ladies, we be putting pressure on men to be the breadwinner, provider, protector. We put a lot of pressure, and then we want them to be good in bed at night. Then we want them to share all their feelings. We put a lot of pressure on men. We need to stop and think about that. We put a lot of pressure. All of these roles that they have to play. We got to take accountability. Stop blaming each other. Take accountability. We got to get into Brene Brown. Y'all look her up. She's a fellow social worker. She's talking about being your authentic self, transparency, being honest with yourself. Hello. Then we talked about how to communicate. Sometimes we mistalk. We miscommunicate. We need to have this healthy dialogue. And we need to advocate for yourself. And if you're having problems with that, you got 3 people right here. I'm licensed. All of us are licensed therapists. And by the way, to be licensed is very important. That means that protects the public. The license don't do nothing for me. The license protects you. That means I have to be on top of evidence-based practice. That means every word that come out of my mouth, a lot of it is my opinion, but most of it is evidence-based, or why am I saying it? So anyway, that's the thing. That's my public service announcement, because there's a whole lot of armchair therapists to be saying, do y'all know 80% of these armchair therapists have that stuff be wrong? I feel like this is wrong, bad advice on the internet. This is information that you can trust. And if you want more of this, go to theblackloveweekend.com. Support us. Support me. Support all of us. All these good things that are happening. Theblackloveweekend.com. And of course, if you want to work with me, you very well can. I am got a lot of good practice. You can follow me on Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. And of course, you can come to my website, there it is down there, coachingwithdralicia.com. Fill out the intake. I got to charge for consultations now, Joe. I'm at that point. Ooh. I got to charge. It's only $20 for consultations, but I have to because I'll tell you off air why I have to charge people. But anyway, people just no, I'm not relaying a message to my husband. If you want to talk to him, so you can get a hold of him on your own. I'm trying to talk to my own husband. Don't send no messages through me to talk to him. But anyway,
I get it.
Boy, oh boy. But thank you, everybody. Thank you, Alfonso. Thank you, Wayne. I see y'all in here. I see some people have signed up. I don't even want to call y'all out, but I really appreciate you. Look at all the men in here. Black Lexicon. I feel like that's a man energy right there. Raymond. Come on. Walter, Ella. I guess that's a lady named after her father, probably. We got Wayne. We got all these men in here. Lots of men's in here. So I appreciate y'all for coming in here. And thank you, Joe and Carlos, for joining me. We're going to have some fun Valentine's Day weekend. So bye, everybody.
Good night, y'all.
Oh, hello, everybody. Excuse my hair. I'm taking my hair down. So excuse my hair, but hello, everyone. Welcome to the Healing Haven Book Club, where we are continuing on with this book, How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's all about being mindful and how we have our conversations with each other. We are talking about the 5 keys to mindful loving. We have been going through chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we're on chapter 5 that focuses on conflict. So we've been having this whole series on conflict, and I think that we need a lot of help with conflict. You can see I'm taking my hair down. It's time to get rid of the locks, and I'm having just in the middle of doing all of that tonight. But hello, everybody. I just welcome everyone. I really appreciate you joining me as we talk about these topics today. We've been having some conversations about conflict, how normal it is, and how to deal with conflict. And today we're going to be talking about what to do if you're an introvert and you're dating someone who's an extrovert. Oh my goodness. So conflict looks different based on how you are comfortable with interacting and how frequently you like to talk and interact with some people. And I think this really makes sense. And the purpose of today is to really use different styles of introversion and extroversion so that you can understand each other better and not say, oh, it's better to be an extrovert. I really think that, my understanding with taking the Myers-Briggs, and that'll give you an understanding if you're an introvert or an extrovert. The Myers-Briggs was never intended to be used in workplace settings, but it's just intended to be used where you can understand yourself better and understand, I think, each other better. So being an extrovert is not always better than being an introvert and vice versa. It's just a difference. And you can definitely have a healthy relationship with somebody if you're an extrovert and your partner is an introvert, or if you're an introvert and your partner is an extrovert. It's not about saying one is better than the other. It's just about understanding and not internalizing and thinking there's something wrong with you or something wrong with your partner. So that's what we're going to talk about today. It's a really interesting nuance when it comes to conflict resolution. I'm going to talk about it today. So, hey, everybody. I see y'all coming in here, joining me. I want to say hello to people. Linda, how you doing? From NYC. It is super cold, y'all. It's cold here. It's supposed to warm up next week, but let me know where you're coming from. We got Tiffany from Dallas, Texas. Artery, hello, good night from Virginia Beach. How you doing? Derek, hey, Derek, how's it going? Natasha, hello, everyone. Good evening. Natasha. So, oh, Alexander. Yes, Diane Alexander from Chi-Town. That's where I'm calling. Actually, I ain't from Chicago. I'm from the suburbs of Chicago. Greenville, North Carolina. Oh my gosh, Natasha, we are all over the place today. So, and Derek is from Cali. I don't know what part of Cali. All the best to all the folks in California. Hope everything is well. Let me grab a sip of my tea before we continue. We have Marina from the Queens, New York. Yes. Derek is in Oceanside and he is good. He is settled in and he is good. You got to check in on your California people. And then, oh my gosh, we have somebody from New Zealand. Oh my goodness. Welcome from New Zealand. I'd like to go to New Zealand. I hear it's really pretty. My girlfriend, she worked in Sydney, Australia, and I don't think that's that far from New Zealand. She really enjoyed it. And San Diego. So we got California. We're all over oh my goodness. I can't even say all over the country. We're all over the world. So I appreciate you joining me tonight. And so, and I think my husband is coming in tonight. I really want Dr. Boyce to come in. I think he's eating dinner. I gotta go. He's out there eating dinner. So I don't want to bother his dinner time. Normally I'd be eating with him, but I'm here today with you guys. And so hopefully he will come in here because I really think that what I want to talk about today absolutely 100% explains the relationship between me and my husband. I am a little bit of an extrovert, not terribly an extrovert, but Boyce is a big introvert. Like he took the Myers-Briggs recently, and I hope he doesn't mind me talking about this, but he took the Myers-Briggs a few years ago and his introvert number was, you know how everybody take the Myers-Briggs, put it in the chat. Let me know if you were introvert or extrovert, put it in the chat. Let me know. All the introvert people, all the extrovert people, if you know, please put it in the chat and let me know where you are. But he took the Myers-Briggs and he sent it to me and wanted me to look at it. And his introvert, his eye was so far over to the side. I've never in my life seen anybody so introverted like that he is. And it made me kind of think like, oh my gosh, like every time I come in contact with him, I am talking and going on. I probably totally exhaust him interacting with me. So we got all the introverts in here. Who is the extrovert? Let me know if you're extrovert. Christine is an introvert. Iberi all day is an introvert. Abel is an introvert. Linda doesn't know. Natasha is an introvert. So we got a lot of introverts in here. So hopefully Boyce will come on and y'all can vibe with each other. But I am not an introvert. I did take the Myers-Briggs. I'm a little bit, it's interesting. For Myers-Briggs, they have like degrees. My extrovert, it's called the Myers-Briggs El-Haj. You can take it online and they'll tell you. But the line in the middle is kind of like no, but then I'm an extrovert, but not too far. I'm kind of like a little bit hovered in the middle. So I'm an extrovert leaner. So when I am in social situations, I do get kind of charged up. And then if you're an introvert, when you're in social situations, it drains your battery. So that's the difference between introvert and extrovert. So Diane is an extrovert like me. Yeah, I'm a little bit of an extrovert, but it was really interesting to, and I'd like to have my husband on here to talk about what it's like dating just in general and interacting with people and just having relationships with people in general, not alone. A romantic relationship with somebody, what that's like when you're so heavily introverted. He's very introverted. When he finally does talk, he's got a lot of very deep, impactful things to say. So that's the beauty of being an introvert. You're very reflective. You process things deeply, but we'll get into that in the book. Okay. So I am on page 144. This chapter is all about, let me see. Let me go to the beginning of this chapter. This chapter is all about when conflicts arise. So this is chapter 5, when conflicts arise. Chapter 4 is all about falling in love, romantic falling in love. And this is conflicts that arise. So you see the natural roller coaster of relationships. And as we've been talking about what to expect, how to deal with things when conflicts arise, today we're going to talk about introvert or extrovert. Okay, so I'm on page 144. Okay, here we go. Though gender differences certainly exist, so we know there's gender differences in communication, it may also be true that characteristics we ascribe to a partner's gender, okay, though gender differences certainly exist, it may also be true that characteristics we ascribe to a partner's gender or to our fears about it actually reflect the partner's natural introversion and or extroversion. Understanding a perspective or present partner may mean reasoning with the differences between introvert and extrovert. These these two inborn psychological typologies are equally healthy. No one is no more superior to the other than brown hair is superior to black hair. Indeed, the world needs to function creatively. But the 5 A's, y'all know the 5 A's? The 5 A's are given and received differently by extroverts and introverts, as will be seen in the description follows. So listen, attention is one of the 5 A's. It's going to look different. How to love someone who's an introvert and extrovert is going to look different when it comes to attention. Acceptance is going to look different. Affection will look different. Appreciation and allowing, all of those are going to look different based on how many people, based on where you stand, if you're an introvert or an extrovert. So today we're going to know. Today we're going to learn what is the difference. Okay. An extrovert is animated by the company of others. An introvert is depleted by it. So, okay, who said they didn't know? Linda. Linda says she did not know. So tell us, Linda, when you are in the company of others, are you depleted? Or do you feel like it absolutely energizes you? So depending on how you answer that question, that lets you know if you're an introvert or extrovert. An extrovert seeks people with whom to socialize. An introvert avoids socializing. An extrovert is in danger of burning out because you socialize so much and you really love the attention. Sometimes you really burn out. Okay, so Linda says she does not like a crowd. Well, okay, don't like a crowd. Does it drain? Is it draining? When you're out in public and you're around different crowds of people, are you drained by that? That would be interesting to know. Okay, so we're gonna help Linda understand who she is. Okay, Deborah says half and half. That's where I am, Deborah. I'm a little half and half, but I think in general my default is extrovert. I tend to be extra. Okay, so Linda's like she's feeling that she's an introvert. So let's continue on and see if we can help her out. Okay, an extrovert gives priority to immediate experience. An introvert gives priority to understanding over experience. Okay, an introvert gives priority to understanding over an experience. For an introvert, the inner alarm of physical sensation generally warns, I have to get out of here. I have to get out of here. For an extrovert, the inner alarm blares, I have to be with someone. Both of these reactions may feel compulsive to the person experiencing them. Okay, so what does this look like in a relationship? Oh, wait, Eric is weighing in. Eric, I am an extrovert with women and an introvert with men. That's very insightful. I wonder why with other men you feel the need to listen, where with women you feel the need to speak. So maybe, I don't know, connect. How is that familiar to you? How is that reminiscent to you? That's be interesting to know. Okay. And so Linda is saying, I'm lonely, but not a loner. Thank you for sharing, Linda. Okay, let's continue on. How are you in relationships? So listen to this and see if any of this makes sense. In a relationship, these opposing styles can lead to a conflict. I am an extrovert. You are an introvert. I jump in without looking, and you see this as foolish. Oh my gosh. You look first and pause. And this feels to me like timidity, being timid, and lack of spontaneity. When I feel bad, I seek people out. That's me. When I feel bad and I'm having something going on, I actively look for someone to talk about these issues. When you feel bad, you want to be alone. That's my husband. If he's having a bad day, he just needs to go off on his own. And then he'll come, when he's ready to talk, he'll come out of hibernation and then he'll have something to say to me. But initially he closes off on his own. And so it always leaves me scratching my head, like, what's going on with him? What's happening? Okay. I believe you are rejecting me and you believe I'm invading your privacy. Oh my gosh. So as an extrovert, when I see my husband go off on his own, it feels like rejection. And then I'm like, hey, tell me what's happening. How are you feeling? And that to him could feel like I'm invading his privacy. It makes sense. It's not personal. It's not personal. I want to go, but you want to stay. I come home to talk. You come home to get away. I welcome questions and appreciate them as a sign of interest in me as an extrovert. You resent questions and find them intrusive. I'm not trying to be intrusive. I'm just trying to interact, right? I reveal myself and my wishes and feelings very easily. You see this as superficial or dangerous. It's dangerous and it's true. Both of us are right. You know, sometimes it is dangerous to just come on out and talk about how you feel and think about things. And that's second nature to me, right? You keep things to yourself. I see this as secretive and a sign that you do not trust me. You know me. You can tell me. Come on out with it. I need to keep talking to clarify my thoughts. You do not think well on your feet, but require long, silent cognition. In a strange town, I ask for directions of someone. You look at the map and to find your way. Wow. See how this can be in relationships, conflict that has nothing to do with anything but just style. Oh, wow. If I am an introvert, you may be angry at me because I do not want to socialize with friends as much as you do. But if you accept my introversion as a given of my character, you will understand my need for aloneness and not take my absence so personally. In short, type is a fact, not a fault. It took me a while to realize that, that not to take it personal. It took me a while to realize that. And I think that I think my husband is the very first introvert I've ever spent a lot of time with. And so it took a while for me to understand that and not internalize it. Like, what did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. He would tell me, Alicia, you're fine. You didn't do anything wrong. I just want to be by myself for a while. And so it did take a while for me to be like, okay, he's like that. And then he's really accepted the fact that I'm very outgoing. Actually, he likes it. He's like, I like that you're outgoing because it saves me from having to be outgoing. So I think this is interesting is that this is a perfect example of how you can take differences and not see differences in each other as a problem, but use it where it feels more like we complement each other. So it is a compliment. Sometimes when I'm talking and we're meeting a bunch of different people, my husband sitting back and observing can learn things and can have insights into things that's different from what I'm doing because I'm interacting. So we actually complement each other. And that's what I encourage all of you all to do, is to see your differences as compliments, not as what's wrong with him. He don't talk to nobody. He all off on his own. No, you accept that about each other and not take it personal. So, the 4 agreements always tell you not to take anything personal. So read the 4 agreements, and it definitely applies here. So how y'all doing? How's it going? Thank you for joining me today. I do want to remind you guys, as you guys start to pull in here, you don't want to miss this content. So I really want you to text LOVE, LOVE, to 87948, and then that's how you know when I do this conversation. I'm a little earlier than normal today because excuse my hair. I got to take my hair out, so it's looking a little straggy. So sorry, I'm trying to pull it down, but it's time for me to say goodbye to my soft locks. And but anyway, it's so important for me to be here and to talk to you guys and to really go over differences in personality and not make them not make differences come between you and your partner. Make the differences be appreciated and understood. So all conflict is just about understanding. And so I'm trying to get y'all there quickly. Make sure you get there a lot faster. Oh, I got something exciting to share with you. I forgot to talk about this. I am having the Black Love Weekend. It is Valentine's Day weekend. I'm going to put the website in the chat. Oh my God, how could I forget? I've been working on it all weekend long, and I'm going to put it in the chat here. And if you guys, I would love for you guys to join. I just put it in the chat. Be sure to join me. It's $99. It's less than $100. You can buy this for your partner for Valentine's Day. And if you get the VIP, you'll have the recordings. So if you're not able to look at everything, if you're not able to make it, you can get the recordings for the VIP. It's $99. And I think we're having we are having a early bird special. So be sure to go there and get your ticket, y'all, because this is going to be me getting into all of the things that you need, everything that you need to be able to have a healthy relationship. And I'm talking about intimacy. We're talking about intimacy, everything that we've been talking about, and how to be an adult in relationships, the 5 keys to mindful loving. This is the book that we're talking about today. If you go on to the Black Love Weekend and you look in there, you'll be able to have the most beautiful gift you can give to your partner, which is learning how and being able to deconstruct how to be connected to each other. So anyway, I hope you take a look at their website and join me Valentine's Day weekend. It's February 15th and 16th. I would love to see you guys there and to join me. Let me not forget to talk about that. Okay, so we're moving on. We're talking about how to be an adult in relationships. It's the 5 keys to mindful loving. David Rico, that's how you pronounce it. And I'm on page 145, and I am talking about differences in personality styles. And so, okay, so let's move on. We're basically describing myself and Dr. Boyce. Hopefully in a minute, he'll come on here and be able to really elaborate what it was like dating each other, because he is the first introvert I've ever dated. And it took me a while to get used to this. And I didn't know, I knew about introvert and extrovert, but I did not know what it meant to date someone who was different than myself in terms of introversion and extroversion. So just to hone in on that. Okay, so we continue on. Introverts may have learned that anger is sometimes the only way to get people away from them. Anger means a lot to a lot of different people, but sometimes you need to protect yourself and if you say it nicely, people don't take you seriously. So sometimes you got to be like, hello, you got to be a little more stern and say, listen, I need my space. Give me my space, please. So you have to be a little upfront with that. This may make them look grumpy. Oh my God, grumpy. To an extrovert, an introvert needs to get away, may feel like rejection. Oh my God. That makes perfect sense. When Voice comes on, I will talk to him about how many times have I talked to him about this feels like rejection. And he's like, I'm not rejecting you. I love everything about you. I just don't want to hang out with you right now. It's so funny. An introvert may seek projects he knows he can do, or he may have learned to find some time away through watching TV, going out for a smoke or a drink, sitting at the computer, and so on. When an inner alarm tells the introvert he is peopled out, he's all peopled out, he has to doze off or totally disassociate. I get it. This again may feel like rejection or abandonment to a partner. Yes, it does. Even his hours of reading without looking up may be thought of as a form of distancing. This is not distancing. Boy, did it take me a while to learn this. This is not distancing. I have done nothing wrong. It's just the way he is, and you have to accept it. You have to accept that. Some people are so deeply and extremely introverted, they are better off not being in a relationship. Yeah. If you don't like being around people at all, and it totally drains you to be around people, you probably shouldn't be in a relationship. An extrovert who marries an introvert, may have to realize that a partner's need to be alone may be stronger than his need to be with the other. An introvert is well-trained in self-reliance and less well-trained in cooperation. That's the problem. They may have an issue working collaboratively and cooperating. They rather work independently. It's like, you do your thing, I'll do my thing, and I'm in a happy place. So cooperation it may come across as cooperation is just not the best. And he may feel guilty about this and about his time alone. And I think you need to be cognizant of that and not make that person feel guilty. I have learned not to do that. Like, I don't want to make Dr. Boyce feel guilty because he wants to work on a project till wee hours in the morning and he feels passionate about what he's doing. And I want to make sure that he is encouraged to do that. So I am cognizant and I don't take it personal. I'm like, go and do your work, like do your thing. And we've gotten better. We've gotten a ton better with that. So they need their time. An introvert sometimes feels like a left-hander and in a right-handed world. And so he may always be uncomfortable to some degree. Like all minorities, he has a unique set of givens and choices to face if he is to relate well to those who aren't like him. So I got to keep that in mind. Sometimes you feel out of place because you don't want to interact. And, we all live in a social world, so it's tough. It's got to be a tough feeling knowing that you get drained so easily interacting with people when we live in a world where no one can read your mind. You really do need to talk and speak up. Okay. Since an introvert is easily misunderstood, I can't imagine what that's like to be misunderstood all the time. He will sometimes find it necessary to explain himself and his behavior, lest he feels like an outsider. When he feels the need to pull back, he will have to ask for a timeout rather than withdraw unilaterally. So these are things that introverts, all y'all introverts, there's more introverts in the chat than extroverts. I think it's interesting. Maybe more introverted people look at YouTube. I don't know, but it's really interesting. Interesting thing to think about. He will have to ask for a timeout rather than withdraw unilaterally, which may feel to the other like rejection. So that's how you can, all y'all introverts and then that are watching today, when you feel like you need to withdraw, you really need to take a step. This is where mindfulness really comes into play. It's like being aware of what you need in that moment and being able to, at least for the second, vocalize it. At least say, instead of just sauntering away and left people wondering where you went, you need to say, hey, I just need a moment. I'm going to go off real quick and I'll be back when I'm ready. Okay. So I think that's important step, a mindful step that you need to take. So it doesn't feel like a rejection. An introvert will also most likely have to fight for the right to be himself. I don't know what that's like. That's pretty. Then, when his partner needs him to be the other than he is, he will feel pressure to be false in order to be loved. Are you listening to this? Does this describe you, boys?
I didn't catch it. What did I miss? Do
you ever feel that when I need you to be something other than what you are, that you feel pressure to be false in order to be loved?
I plead the fifth.
That's probably true, right? I think that might be true. An introvert may even feel lonely or so afraid of being lonely that he learns to act like an extrovert in order to obtain approval. In his true self, he is an introvert, but he has learned to be an extrovert in his false self. I don't think you're a false. There's nothing false about boys. But I do feel like sometimes you feel like you need to socialize when you would rather just go somewhere and lay down. Sometimes I feel like that happens to you.
Yeah, I had to pick up special skills to do what I do for a living. You know, like I go, like when we have the convention, you know, I have to be extroverted. I want to be, you know, I want to show my appreciation to all the people that support what we're doing. And that's when I just do what I got to do, you know, but I admit after it's done, I want to just go sit in complete silence by myself, you know, and just meditate. Something about it. Like, I feel like I lose connection with me, you know, and I used to want people around when I was like 21, 22. And when I was in college, I got my first apartment off campus and it was very, very lonely. There was nobody around. I had this girlfriend at the time, not as pretty as you, and she lived all the way on campus, right? And she lived all the way on campus, and she stopped coming to see me because she was like, "Well, it was easy to come see you when your dorm was across the street. Now you live 20 blocks away." And so I was up there by myself, and I remember just being very like lonely for a while. And then when I got to IU, and that was when you and I met, I was still alone, but I started to adjust to it, and I started to learn how much insight I would gain in life by just sitting by myself. It was almost like how when people go to jail, how they come out, sometimes they'll come out real wise because you're sitting there by yourself and you're just thinking. So I started to really enjoy it. When I was 23, my secret dream was, I said, I hope one day I get to be a famous teacher so I can tell everybody all the things that I'm noticing when I'm sitting by myself, you know? So yeah, so it's real. I like the introvert part, but it's hard though sometimes, you know, because if people think that that you're being rude because you're not talking, you're not being rude. You're just thinking.
Me. That's
wow!
True.
Oh my God!
That.
My wife is confessing to something. That's amazing. Continue.
I do gotta confess. Hey, Dr. Boyce is as real as it gets. I am too. I think. I would like to think, but. No, I used to be, you had to explain it to me. I really had a hard time. I was like, what do you mean? You don't want to hang out? Like, I don't know if people know, but we be kicking it. I'm like, we kick it. But you were like, yeah, but I ain't feeling it today. I got to go. And I would be like, that would be so hard for me. Okay, let me see. Does this sound like you? Part of the work. Oh, what do you think about this, boys? Part of the work of becoming healthy is knowing our authentic psychological type okay, the way Deborah talked about, our authentic psychological type, and then making choices that are consonant with it. If we are introverted, we need a job that does not require us to work with the public all day long. If we cannot think on our feet, we need to ask for time to make decisions or give an opinion. In any case, we acknowledge that as introverts, we automatically have to be more assertive than most people, even though assertiveness doesn't come naturally to us. The trick is to have to find a balance between asserting ourselves and being true to ourselves. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are times where you have to kind of deviate from what you actually really want to do. Like, you know, like I'm the person that I don't do well at parties where you're supposed to network and hobnob with everybody, because I'd rather just find one good person to talk to and talk to them for an hour. You know, like that to me is more meaningful. I like depth, you know, as opposed to like bouncing from person to person and every conversation feels fake. You know, like you really can't get to the heart of the issue, you know, when I'm like, hey, how you doing? All right, I gotta go, you know. So I do think that there is pressure sometimes to deviate from who you are to try to fit in and appease other people, you know. But I do think that having a multitude of skill sets can be beneficial. Like if you learn how to, because sometimes you gotta talk to people, you know. But it's so funny because my dad is an extreme introvert, and I called him, and, you know, after my mother passed, you know, everybody in the family, we've all been kind of sad about it, especially him, because he was married to her for 50 years. And I think he kind of felt like everybody wants to talk. Everybody is like, let's talk. He's like, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
And I said, well, if you're saying that to me, just know I'm not one of those people telling you to talk about it, because I don't want to talk about it either. I'm only forcing myself to talk to you about it because I feel like that's the right thing to do. But if it's awkward, then just know we can both sit here in complete silence. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I like that, because I noticed, because when we were down and your mom was really struggling, if you don't mind me sharing, I remember talking to you and your dad. We were all sitting at the table and I said nothing. Did you notice? I didn't say anything because I felt like you all needed, and myself included, just needed to reflect. And I would sit, it was really me and your dad sitting there, and I would just sit there, and then he would say something. He would be in deep thought, and then he would speak. I won't say what he said, and then I would be like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. And then he would go silent again, and I would just sit there. And then he would be like, and you know, another thing. And then he would talk. Like I could tell he was reflecting. And then when he was ready, he would say something. And I'd be like, yeah. You know, I just remember just being there listening to him. And then you came later, and it was the same thing. Like the two of you were just in deep thought, and then you would say something, and it made sense to me. So I have learned to like adjust to the fact that not only did I marry a man who's really introverted, but your whole family is probably introverted. And not to say that you don't have good social skills, because y'all are real good. So, and that's what people need to understand the difference. Some people believe that because you're introverted, you're not good socially, but you're good socially. It's just that it drains you. So introverts have good social skills. So I don't want people to walk away and say that introverted with no good social skill. We need to not do that. I think the book talks equally about one is not better than the other. So whether you have good social skills depends on the type of family you come from. Was good social skills modeled to you? That's it.
Yeah, what's really funny is I am an introvert, but I probably talk to most of my family. You know, my except my mother. My mother would probably talk more than me sometimes, but even she was pretty introverted, and it's kind of like
she was a little more extroverted, I think, than anybody. Yeah, it's interesting because when I go to visit your family, y'all sit around and watch TV a lot. And if you go to my family events, the TV may be on in the background, maybe music on, but we are sitting down and we're talking to each other. We're very loud. Y'all are very quiet. It was just really, and I think the irony about it is that an introvert is going to start dating someone who's an extrovert. Like that's just how it goes. And I was talking earlier to people about just because you're introverted and you're dating somebody who's extroverted, you guys complement each other very well. It doesn't need to be a point of contention. It needs to be a point of understanding and complementing. Because I know when we do a lot of talk, we interact with a lot of different people. I know at the end of the day that you are going to pick up on a lot of things, and I'm going to pick up on some things too, but I know you're very reflective. And I love when you actually come out and want to say something. Oh, I love it because I know it's going to be good.
Wow. Well, thank you. Well, it's a process, right? We all learn who we are, and I think it's like there's a process. There's a part of the process of accepting who you are, right? Self-love. I think that's huge. I think when you love yourself and become very comfortable with who you are, you quit all the faking and pretending for people. But then also the hard part after that is then like, what if the world doesn't accept who you are? And then it's always like a battle, right? You're always fighting, and to defend that, and it's kind of it's hard, right? And it becomes a balancing act, like where, like I have no problem defending who I am, but then you're like, well, am I being selfish by insisting on being who I am instead of trying to be who people need me to be?
Yeah,
and that really is a balancing act.
How do you know? It's hard to know, and that's where mindfulness is so important. And putting that in there mindfully will make you be able to understand, okay, how much of this is me being myself, but how much of this is me being, I need to really adjust. So, I mean, that was something I had to learn dealing with you. I'm like, how much of it is just me needing attention? Because I love attention. I love hanging out with you. You're so insatiable. But how much of that is just let Boyce leave him alone, let him have his peace. So I had to think about that. Like, how much time do I really need to spend with you? And I need to stop being so insatiable. You're insane. I don't know if people know this. Boyce is insatiable when the good twin is out. When you're being your best, you are insatiable. And so that's the thing. Like, what do I do? Let's move on. Okay, tell me if this is true. Okay, so the question arises, if introverts and extroverts require such uniquely tailored responses in daily life, are they also to be loved in diverse ways? This chart may help. So it has all this chart about how you need to be loved. Okay. So attention for you. How to love you as an introvert when attention. Do you like this? Show an awareness and loyalty that you will not interrupt as scrutiny or intrusion. How to love an introvert. So I have to show awareness to you and loyalty that I won't interrupt you. I will not interrupt your need for attention as scrutiny or intrusion. Scrutiny or intrusion.
So you're basically saying, are you saying, sorry, keep going. Keep reading. Sorry about that.
Attention. How to love an introvert. How to give you attention. So show an awareness and loyalty that you will not interrupt as scrutiny or intrusion. That I won't interrupt as scrutiny or intrusion. So I think that when I want to give you attention, that it can feel like intrusion. So you need to be able to say, I think I have had enough attention.
Interesting.
It's scrutiny or intrusion. Because I think sometimes, like, if I ask you a bunch of questions and I talk to you and I give you attention like that, it feels like you're being scrutinized. It feels like I'm intruding on your privacy. So how to love you is not to interrupt your need for aloneness and not see it as intrusion or.
Wow, that's really deep. I mean, that you are right. I don't know how other introverts operate, but I get in a zone. I get in like a workflow, like when I'm working, and it's like I don't know if it's ADHD or some kind of weird Asperger's type thing. I don't know, but sometimes it's like any little noise, any little distraction, it throws me off. So that's why I turn my phone off. I don't take any calls. I don't want to hear buzzing, beeping, dinging, anything that's going to distract me, because it's like I'm my best idea is here, and I need to massage that idea and get to know it and execute and get to the end of the finish line. But then if somebody comes in and they're like, hey, let me tell you about this thing that happened over here down the street, it's like, and it's and it becomes one of these things where you're just like, okay, am I a weirdo, or how do you do that? But I think it also kind of helps me understand you in terms of me handling that appropriately, without kind of, because you know how I operate, how I work. It's like I gotta focus, and it's hard. It's very challenging for sure.
Well, here's what I need for attention. I need take frequent notice of and an active interest in what she is doing.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay. I could do that.
Okay, you can do that. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
I got you recorded. I'm gonna play it back to you. Okay, acceptance. Here's what you need for acceptance. Validate him. I'm saying him. Invalidate him, his need for distance without taking it as rejection.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Remember that song? Just one of them days. You know what I mean? Like, don't take it personal. I just want to be all alone. Something I don't remember the terms, but or the phrase, the verses in the song. But it was like that song. It's like, I get it. Like, just one of them days. Like, don't take it personal. I just want to be all alone. And it was Monica who sang that song. Keisha. It's funny her name's Keisha because I think about Keisha Cole. But yeah, like that was a great song, right? Because I'm like, yeah, that's me. Like, don't take it personal.
I don't ever feel like that. I never ever feel like that, by the way. Like,
Wait, you never feel like you want to be all alone? You never feel that way?
You know what? A long day of therapizing and interacting with the kids, being a long day of therapizing, being a mama and being a wife, I do feel like that, but not for long. I don't need it as long as you do. Okay, here's what I need for acceptance. Show that you are on her side and at her side.
What does that look like?
I need you to say, I'm on your side. I'm on your side. There's another song. When times are hard. So I really need you to be on my side.
Okay.
I really do need you to say, I believe you over that. I want you to put me over other people. I really do. Okay.
I'm learning.
Affection. Okay. Let him give the signal for closeness of any kind.
Ooh, buddy. That's a lot of work.
Well, no, you do have to. Okay, so the insatiable thing, I think that's the issue. And I'm telling you, I just let me know when you're ready to interact. Although I have complained, I have threatened to get a dog because I need more companionship. Okay,
I'll be okay with getting a dog. Whenever they invent a dog that doesn't crap all over the floor, then I'm sure they'll have some AI dog we can get one day. That's what.
Okay, here's what I need. Be frequently demonstrative, physically and verbally, of your love.
I can do that part.
Yeah, I think you're good at that. You're good.
That's easy. That comes natural. I mean, I'm naturally attracted to you, so that's not hard to do. If you was ugly, maybe it'd take a little more work.
It should not be a reason.
Well, Well, I live in I count my blessings. Even when my mother was here, I didn't have regrets when she passed, because I know that I really appreciated every moment I had with her. I always made sure I let her know I loved her. I always made sure Mama knew that Mama was important to me, right? So it was no like regrets about that, So because I think you should count your blessings, right? Just every day be grateful, because it could be taken away at any moment. So you gotta really don't waste time with that.
Okay, so the ball's in your corner with affection, and I'm okay with that because you're pretty affectionate. Okay, so in case people don't know, we're talking about introverts, extrovert. I'm an extrovert. Wait, Boyce is an introvert. So we're having conversations about potential conflicts with being an introvert and extrovert, and how to understand each other better and not make it like exhausted and want someone to change. There's certain things that you cannot expect them to change. You can ask for them to adjust. You can invite someone to adjust, but pretty much this is you. This is stable you. So that's what we're talking about today. Appreciation.
And you should also talk about your Black Love Weekend.
I did talk about it.
The people just came in. You should tell them what you're doing. You're doing your Black Love Weekend, the weekend of Valentine's Day, right?
I am really excited. Like I don't know if people know this, but I have been thinking about this Black Love Weekend for several years. And I set aside this weekend. I don't know if people know this, but I have been pulling together information on this for many, many, many years. And I said, you know what? I did not have class on Friday. And I needed to take my hair down. Excuse my hair, y'all. Look, it's just looking crazy. But I'm taking my hair down, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm taking my hair down. I should work on this. And I thought it was going to take me a long time to work on it. And it just poured out of me, boys. I'm like looking back on it. And then when I finished it, I went back to it and I looked over it again, and I was like, this is so damn good. And it's only $99.
Wow.
For the weekend.
I think that's, and by the way, for everybody who wants to know about it when it happens, if you text the word love to 87948, a lot of you already have, but if you haven't, you can do that. And we'll send you a link.
Are you going to text it out for me?
Yeah. And it's going to be online. It's all virtual. So you don't actually have to go anywhere. You can just,
I know. I was back and forth on that, but I think that if you're struggling to figure out, fellas, if you're struggling to figure out what to get your ladies for Valentine's Day, I think this would be so beautiful. You can also have access to the recordings. So I have the VIP package, and the VIPs get special invitation to the afternoon sessions where we do a lot of small group work. And I think it'll be very beneficial. How sweet. What a sweet Valentine's Day gift.
I think so.
And I get to I'll sign the books. So
yeah.
So Irma wants a retreat. I'm working on a retreat, but we'll see.
Yeah, retreats are so costly, it's costly on your end and on the end of the person coming, right? Because the person coming has to leave the house and get a plane ticket and all that, and then on the back end, just the expenses of getting the hotel and putting all this upfront money up. That's what makes retreats difficult. But I think if you get enough people that are interested, I think you should do that, right? So
you don't understand. My retreat, I have it all in my head. Like I already know exactly what I want to do from the beginning all the way to the end. I totally understand it, and I just got to get the oomph to execute. For real.
Well, maybe I think maybe you can talk about it. It looks like DJK is saying talk about it more. So maybe explaining more about what you're going to do, because I know you went through a lot of work. You have the sex therapist that you'd worked with that you brought in. You're bringing in male counselors to talk about men and intimacy. Yeah. Is the Reiki lady?
No, she's not doing this one. She does my healing stuff for me.
Okay, and what I think is interesting about it is we know that it relates to what I do, because we know that our wealth is dropping because our relationships are failing.
Yes.
And, when your relationships are failing, it's very, very hard to build wealth. In fact, a divorce is going to be very expensive. Breaking up is expensive. When you have kids, out of wedlock, that's expensive. That's hard. It creates a lot of economic stress. So it's all connected. The economics connects back to really building your relationships in a way that's beneficial or maintaining those relationships. So I'm going to be there. I'm going to be listening in. And I think it's great also because it's based on science. It's not just a bunch of people's opinions. And that's like another thing I noticed is that you have so many people that just have an opinion, and they're just like, this is what I think you should do. But it's like, no, it's not about opinions. It's really, there's science behind it. So I see you sharing the link.
It's the blackloveweekend.com.
Is that the URL? Okay.
Yeah, I should probably put that URL in there instead of the other one.
Yeah. Well,
I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying to be a businesswoman.
Oh, this is a great website. Wow. Look, we should share this website so everybody.
You want to share the screen?
Yeah. Let me see if I can share the screen so we can take a look at it. I hope everybody will think about coming. And you should offer a discount. You should maybe offer a discount to everybody.
It's a discount, boys. The discount is $99.
Well, the regular price is what, $199?
No, it's. Let me see what it is. One. See, I need to have it on top of my head. Therapist, I got that right.
Yeah. Look at this.
It's $129, but the early bird is $99. Hello. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, this is great. I like this.
It's good, right? I would come to this. I would come see myself.
I mean, one of the things I was talking about today, I did a whole conversation earlier about DEI and the end of DEI. And I changed the definition of DEI. I said the real DEI they don't want you to know about is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. And when I talk about investment, I was talking about the financial side of investment, which is, what you put your money into. But there's also the investment in the things that are going to help you to become successful. So love, there are very few investments in my life that I've made that are equal in importance to the investments I've made in Black women in my life, from my daughters to my wife to my mother. Right. And ultimately, I would encourage everybody to think about investing as not just something you do with money, because, other people have more money than we do. White folks have more money than Black people. If you think of investing as anything that I put energy into, anything I make a sacrifice for, anything that I engage in delayed gratification with, where I'm actually going to put something in now to get something else later, that's an investment. And so spending the time to really learn how to properly treat that woman, how to properly deal with that man, how to properly raise those kids, that's a massive investment. And so the Black Love Weekend is basically something, as Keisha's asking, something that does that, where you're bringing together Black scientists, not just people with opinions, but Black scientists in this field to allow people that want to improve things and make things better and work things out to actually do that. Is that correct?
That is true. I did bring some really great therapists to work with myself and the VIPs. It's a 2-day event. It is Valentine's Day weekend. Saturday, there's a 3-hour workshop that I'm doing on intimacy, reconnecting with each other. What are some of the barriers of not connecting with your partner? How to overcome those barriers. It's Saturday and Sunday for 3 hours, and then we'll take a break, and then in the afternoon we'll meet with our experts for the VIPs. And I think it is a beautiful program. We did the Black Love Weekend, remember, a few years ago? We did the Black Love Weekend. So this is the second installment of the Black Love Weekend, and it's something that we probably will continue to do. I definitely want to do another Black Love Weekend about how to meet a partner and how to say goodbye to somebody who, in a way that you can keep your dignity. So that's another one I've been working on, that I don't like some of the things that I'm seeing.
Well, so anyway. The other thing about the Black Love Weekend that I think people should know is that it's not just for couples, right? It's for anybody who ever thinks that they might be part of a couple, right? A lot of times I think the reason that we don't have what we want in our relationships is that we try to make decisions during the relationship that we should have made before the relationship, right? We spend a lot of time trying to repair something that is dysfunctional when it would have been easier to prevent choosing the dysfunctional situation in the first place, right? Like if like I don't know, like if I'm in the middle of a burning building, then I need water to put out the fire. but maybe there was a decision I could have made in the beginning that would have kept me out of the burning building in the first place, right? So really sort of being able to make these decisions as early as possible in terms of learning yourself first. And then as you learn yourself, you know what fits you, you know what works. It's really a lot like investing. If I have a portfolio, people think that when you make an investment, you're supposed to pick the asset or the stock or the real estate that makes the most money. That's what they think. And that's not true. You're not supposed to pick the thing that makes the most money because you're going to get it wrong. What you do is, one thing that people don't know is that what you do is you have to pick your next investment based on what if you've already invested in. It's like fitting a piece to a puzzle. You got to make sure the new piece fits with the old piece. Like, so for example, if I pick a woman and I pick a woman because she's the cutest girl in the club, but she does not fit with my family, she does not fit with my mama, then I'm already walking into a dysfunctional situation because her and my mama are fighting, and now I got to make a choice, right? Whereas if I was conscious and thinking ahead, thinking several steps ahead, then I would say, okay, I'm not going to pick a woman that I can't bring home to my mama. Right. So that's literally how you pick stocks. You pick stocks the same way. They call that correlation. You pick an asset that correlates properly with the assets that you already have. So to do that, I got to understand where I'm already at. I got to understand what I have to offer and what portfolio I already have. And then I can figure out what the next piece is going to be. So I think that in my opinion, part of the key to picking the right person for you is you got to learn yourself. And most people don't know who they are because they never ever did the work.
Yeah, I really like what you're saying, because you're not saying pick someone who's identical to you. You're saying pick someone who complements you. And, that is the reality of it. But when you pick someone who complements you, you have to be able to see it that way and to know that potential conflicts could happen. But you got to stick to the original plan that this person is not against you. It's just difference, and difference is not bad.
Well, think about it like picking out a car.
Diversity.
Right?
It's diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Well, if you think about a relationship, like fixing a relationship, if you compare it to like fixing a car, if I got to fix a car and it's got all these problems and it's breaking down every week, a lot of times there might be a mechanic who says, why did you buy this car in the first place? Right?
This car is not getting you where you need to go.
You're spending all your money and you're draining yourself. So the amount of maintenance that would have cost a regular person $500 a year is costing you $5,000 a year because you picked the wrong car.
You pouring into this car and it's never going to give you what you want it to give.
Yeah, a lot of mechanics would have told you, like, don't get a Jaguar unless you're prepared to spend a lot of money getting it fixed because it's harder to get the parts to fix it. So I think that the same thing is true with maintaining a relationship. If I do the work in advance while I'm single, then I'm going to do better when I'm in a relationship. A lot of people do the relationship work after they're in a relationship. I believe you start with the relationship with yourself. So I think there should be as many single people in the Black Love Weekend as there are couples.
Yeah. Because then you would have learned, okay, I'm going into this relationship and I know what to expect. I now know what to do when I come up on this. And there's going to be couples there in that weekend to be like, dang it, I wish I had known this before. I could have saved myself.
Mm-hmm.
I really agree with that.
Yeah, I get that a lot with Money in the Morning, the morning class that we do, where there are so many people who are like, dang, I wish I'd learned this when I was younger. It's like, yeah, because now we're trying to play catch up. And we're trying to fix a bad situation, or like health or anything. Anything that you start preparing in advance before you make your moves and lay out a strategy is usually going to be more successful. And if you think about it, we're not trained to think about relationships in a strategic way. I get it if a lot of it's driven by emotion and romance and everything else, but that can't be everything. There must be some strategy there as well. And I don't really know if there's enough discussion about relationship strategy, or when it does come up. I feel like when it does come up, it's kind of taboo, like people like, girl, you're a gold digger. You're supposed to just fall in love and blindly and not know who.
No, love is not enough. Love is not enough. And money is not enough. There's a whole bunch of things.
Yeah. Right.
That you need to, you don't marry somebody just because you love them. They have to fit. They really have to fit, and I hate to say it, but that's the reality of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You cannot marry everybody you love.
Well, you know, babe, I'm gonna let you have your.
Let me go through. Did I do appreciation? Let me do appreciation and allowing.
You can tell me how much you appreciate,
and then you'll go. Okay, so appreciation. Okay, this is what an introvert needs in terms of appreciation. Express gratitude for and recognition of kindness and a willingness to accommodate. That's what you need.
Is that for the introvert or the extrovert or both?
That's the introvert, what the introvert needs.
Okay, so the introvert needs what? You said gratitude and appreciation. And what else?
And recognition for kindness and a willingness to accommodate.
Interesting.
I have to be willing to accommodate you.
Wow. Well, you know, I'm gonna tell you, I didn't know that was an introvert trait. I thought it was just, I don't know. I've conflicted with that. I thought part of it might be just acceptance. Like if I accept you, then I'm gonna accommodate you. Like if you say, "Oh, I was late because I had to do this or I had to work a little bit longer," I'm gonna accommodate you. But also, I get used to I wondered if maybe I was spoiled because when you're kind of the boss or whatever, people accommodate you a lot. I get it. You know, if I have a meeting, usually the meeting starts when I arrive. And if I can't make the meeting, like I can tell my assistant, "Hey, I'm too tired to meet. I'll call you at 4:00. And she'll say, "Okay." Right. I'm not used to somebody saying, "No, you need to be here." You know what I mean? At 4:00. I don't care if you're tired. Right. I haven't had that experience. You know, I haven't worked for anybody for probably since the 90s, really. Because even in Syracuse, I didn't really work for them. And I thought, well, maybe that's just me. Maybe there's like something about being a father. Because when you're a father of a household, you can't do all that. You kind of have to adjust to the environment and respond to the people around you. You can't be a big boss around the wife and kids. You have to kind of, so I've had to work with it, but really,
kids ain't gonna be that accommodating.
Okay, so
you have to adjust to the child. I mean,
kids are not impressed with anything. They don't care. They just truly don't care. You know, so I kind of feel like, but I will say that it helps when people are accommodating, when people are just kind of understanding, because there's a lot of stuff I have to do, a lot of pressure, a lot of, and the introvert side of me helps me cope with that. Right. So I'll go out, fight the whole world, got a million things to do, busy as hell. And then it's like, after I'm done, I got to take a breather and I got to go and recharge my battery and decompress and silence and process everything properly. And I can't really do that when there's a bunch of stuff happening all the time,
Okay. So, well, let me tell you what I need for appreciation.
Okay.
Make frequent mention and on special occasions, a special mention of your recognition. I don't know if I need that necessarily, but personally, privately, I need that. I don't need it publicly. Okay. Let's move on. Allowing. Last one, allowing. Here's what you need. Respect his need to be alone until he asks for time together.
Ding, 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 ding.
What you get married for if you want to be alone? Like, that don't make sense to me.
Well, I don't want to be alone all the time. And I like knowing, like, I like the fact that you're right there in the office next to mine. I like that. But sometimes I just I have to focus. And it's like, so it's also, and also, I just think that in general, with anything that you love, you sometimes spending time away from that thing is what makes you really love it. Like coffee. Like, I love my morning cup of coffee, but I would probably go crazy if I had to drink coffee 7 times a day.
Yeah.
I want one real good cup in the morning, maybe a good cup in the afternoon, and that's it. I don't want to drink 6 cups of coffee a day. I need time away from coffee to really appreciate the coffee. Or if I detox for 2 days and don't drink any coffee, that first cup is really, really powerful. So, you're my cup of coffee sometimes, and it's hard. It's a hard thing to explain, but it's like, because the big thing that I learned is, like, sometimes you don't appreciate stuff until you don't have it anymore. And I don't want to go through that. I've gone through that, where you have something and it's so readily available that you're like, oh God, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of you. Get away, And then, like, a couple of years later, you're like, dang, I miss so-and-so or whatever, right? And so because I know that that's what we do as human beings, I will deliberately spend a little bit of time away from my wife so that when I see her, I can get a piece of that first reaction I had when I first looked at you, and you were the most beautiful woman I ever saw in my whole entire life. I want that. I love that.
If you put it like that,
Yeah,
it makes sense.
Yeah, you were like, it's like the first hit of a drug. Like your beauty was just freaking intoxicating, and I like that. I don't want to ever forget that, because I mean, some parts of marriage can be a grind, and it's easy to take people for granted, and I don't want to take you for granted. I don't want to take my family for granted. I don't want to take my life for granted. I don't want to take the people that support us for granted. None of that, so sometimes you got to back up and say, hey, wait a minute, think about what you got here and make sure you always remember the big picture.
Okay, well, here's what I need for allowing. I need to join me and share in my interest in some way as often as possible. Okay. Well, You've just done that today. So goodbye to you. I know you're ready to go. Your introverted self as I continue.
I am so excited about the Black Love Weekend that you're having. Oh my God. I am just thinking, I really am. I'm into it. I'm there. I'm with you. Okay. Did I do?
And thank you for helping me talk about it, because you know how I feel about talking about my stuff. But
all right. Well, I'm gonna get out of here. All right, everybody. Have a good night. It was great to see you.
BlackLoveWeekend.com. That was so smart to put that up there.
Yeah. There's the URL. So and don't forget, text love to 87948 so they can get your stuff. So all right. Have a good night, everybody.
Okay. Goodbye.
Take care.
That's enough.
All right, bye, y'all. See you later, babe.
All right, bye-bye. Okay, we will continue on page 147. Excuse my hair. I'm taking my soft locks down. Oh boy. Okay, and I'm in the midst of it, but I think it's important that we talk about this. Okay, so this is what an introvert and an extrovert, how they show love. Okay, so an introvert shows attention by, I notice, but I do not say much. So this is what an introvert might do. They may notice things, but they don't say much. An introvert, in terms of acceptance, I am not critical. So an introvert is not critical. They notice a lot of things and they may not say much. In terms of affection, an introvert, I will get close only when I feel ready. So you have to know, it's not that they're standoffish. They will get close when they're ready. Appreciation. For an introvert, I always feel appreciation, but show it only when I do so. But show it only to do so is not embarrassing or required. And then for allowing, an introvert says, I grant full attention to you and your lifestyle. That is so true. Boyce really doesn't, he's really never said don't do anything. So I would agree with that. So all y'all extroverts out there, this is how we show love. Okay. I show love with attention. I notice and I tell you what I see. Oh yeah. Well, I'm a therapist. So when I notice something, I normally just come on out with it and say it. If y'all notice, that's how I am. And in terms of acceptance, I actively want you to be yourself. Like, just be yourself. Come on out with it. Be who you are. Don't be trying to hide who you are. Affection. How I show affection. I always love to give physical touches. So this is how extroverts show affection. They love to give physical touch, where an introvert is going to say, I will get close only when I feel ready. Okay. So an extrovert, in terms of appreciation, an extrovert will say, I show appreciation with words and actions that are meant to evoke a response from you. That's how extroverts like to show appreciation. I'm showing my appreciation. Say something. Come on. Extrovert. Allowing an extrovert. I offer to include you in what matters to me. So I'm going to give an invitation to you. I want you to come along. I want you, as an extrovert, want you to be part of what's going on. I'm going to invite you to things. Where an introvert says, I'm just going to let you be. So these are the nuances in being an introvert and an extrovert. And finally, as a practice, it may help to respond to these questions in your journal. So he's talking about pulling out your journal and having some dialogue in your journal. Do I accept myself as I am? Do you accept yourself as you are? Do I accept my partner as my partner is? Can I answer yes if I'm not trying to change myself or the other? Do I accept that both introversion and extroversion are completely legitimate? Completely legitimate. I can answer yes if I do not complain about my partner's style or feel ashamed of my own. I can also acknowledge that I may be so far at the end of the spectrum of introversion or extroversion that I have a limited ability to relate to someone on the opposite side. And that is how you can identify and find out if you're an introvert or extrovert and understand the differences in mindful loving. The 5 keys to mindful loving looks differently based on whether you're an introvert or an extrovert. Attention, acceptance, affection, appreciation, and allowing. Those are the 5 things that mindful loving entails, and it looks different based on your personality. If you're an introvert or an extrovert, not to make this as conflict, but to accept that in yourself and also accept that in the others. Nothing wrong with them. Nothing wrong with them. They don't want to talk. They're not being stuck up. They ain't being standoffish. They're just being who they are, and that's okay. Okay, so I do want to thank you all for joining me. I want to thank my husband for coming on here. He's very introverted, very much introverted, and it took an adjustment for me in dating him, especially being married to him, about being different from me, and it's a compliment. So understand that your differences in conflict doesn't need to be the end of the relationship. It just is something to get over and something to understand about each other. And please go to the blackloveweekend.com. It is a 2-day event. It is February 16th, and February 15th and 16th. That's Saturday and Sunday. The VIP gets recording. If you're not able to be there live, if you got something going on, you can come in. If you don't have anything going on, come on in. It's $99 for the early bird special. If you can upgrade to the VIP and get the recordings and the handouts and all of that. And I hope to see you there. And I'll be back tomorrow. So text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. I'll be back tomorrow night. Hopefully I'll take my hair down by then. If I got time by tomorrow night, I would have taken these soft locks out. I'm sorry, I'm looking kind of rough today, but I'll see you later on in this week, and we will continue talking. Tomorrow, I'm going to bring on some men's are going to be on tomorrow night. We're going to talk about men and intimacy. So we're going to continue this conversation, and I hope to see you guys there. Goodbye, everybody. Hey, hello, everybody. Hey, did you get it? You didn't have to rush.
Where's that?
You didn't have to rush.
Okay.
I'm live now, finally.
Hi.
I'm sorry I'm late. What happened? A lot happened while I'm late. I'm sorry. Starting dinner.
I made the lasagna. It's in the oven.
Thank you. Sunday dinner. Hey everybody, how you doing? Welcome to the book club. How to be an adult in relationships. 5 keys to mindful loving. I just want to say hello. I see you all in here waiting on me. Edna Little from the DMV, right at 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern time. Right on time. Y'all are right on time. Y'all got your book? You have this book? I interviewed him, and he's on this platform. You can look and see my interview with David Rico. He is a social worker, a fellow social worker like myself. And so welcome, everybody. Yes, where you from? Rochelle from NOLA, from New Orleans. Nice to see you. Let me see. Valerie Hill from New York. Where are my California people? How y'all doing? How y'all feeling? How's everybody? Anybody from California, y'all come in and let us know how you're doing. Max, hey, how you doing, Max? Max sends me messages on Facebook. I really appreciate that. I love my Facebook pals. Max is doing the work out there. So how you doing? Put in the chat, Max, how you feeling, how everything is going. San Diego, I know y'all can see some of the smoke in San Diego. It's made its way to San Diego. My girlfriend, she lives in Long Beach. So she's a little south of Los Angeles, and she seems to be okay, but she's like very devastated. Miss Chris, y'all know Dr. Chris. Sometimes she's on, she comes on to talk about politics. And I'm going to have her on. She's actually going to come on next week, and we're going to talk about the inauguration. That's Inauguration Day. So we're going to talk about politics a little bit. What does politics means in terms of mental health? What does politricks means, and the new administration that's coming into Congress, coming into our presidency? We will talk about that. Yes, we will. Max, it has been a very rough week. It's been a rough week for me emotionally. I don't know how y'all feel, but I've been in tears. Every time I look at a video that comes up, I've been like, it's the helplessness of the whole thing. I can't help but to get all worked up about it. Because I was just in Los Angeles. I feel so connected to everybody there. And some of the great transformation, spiritual transformation that I have gone through happened in California, was sparked in California. And I'm just really sad about the whole thing. Hi, Anita, Shelton, how you doing? Hey, everybody. Virginia Beach, we got the East Coast area. DMV is my favorite area in the whole United States. If I could pick another place to move to, it would be the DMV area. That would be one place I would love to reside, is the DMV area. So anyway, we are here. I thank everybody for coming in. We are here because we're going to talk about how to be an adult in relationships. Specifically, we're going to have a conversation about conflict. We are of this book, we are right now on chapter 5. And last week we talked about how conflicts arise. And today we're going to talk about working it out. We got to work it out, y'all. How do you work out conflict? I think that's a very helpful, helpful topic. Last week, of course, we talked about the importance of conflict and what it does and how it can help us to grow together. And today we're going to talk about how to work things out. And it's really good. The author, David Rico, has a really great model on what steps you can take when you have conflict, how to work it out. So that's what we're going to talk about today. If you want to know when I go live, and hopefully I will commit myself to actually going live when I tell my husband I'm going live, you have to text the word love, LOVE, to 87948, and I will be on here. I will be reading this book. Let me see what's going on next week. Nothing's going on my calendar next week. So wait, next week. Yes, I will be available next week. I'm not doing any travel or anything, so I'll be available. Nothing will get in the way. Even if I am traveling, I'll still stop what I'm doing to make sure that I reach out to all you guys. Hey, Dr. Vibe, how you doing? Juanita, how you doing? From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, by way of Tennessee. How you doing? Yeah, glad to be here. I'm glad to have you here, Courtney. How you doing? Oh, I appreciate the kind words. If you feel like this has been helpful, hit the like button and share it with your friends, share it with your significant other, so that the both of you can figure out ways to get over the inevitable conflicts that you will have in your relationships. Hi, Rhonda. No, you didn't miss me. You're on here, Rhonda. Welcome. Welcome, Miss Rhonda. Here she is. Yeah, a lot of people from New Orleans. How y'all doing? Kendrick, B1. Kendrick, B1. Yes, B1. I love it. Oh my God, the comments are coming in here so fast. Elizabeth, how you doing? Elizabeth. That's not Elizabeth. Elizabeth, how you doing? How's it going? How you feeling in Los Angeles? Are you safe? Are you physically safe in Los Angeles? We're going to talk about how to keep each other emotionally safe, but you need to be physically safe. Yeah, Dr. Vibe says this series has helped you out a lot. Reading the book. It's one thing to read the book, but it's another thing to be in a book club where you can kind of digest bits and pieces of this text. And it's really an excellently written book. So I hope, Melissa, yes, Elizabeth is safe. And I hope you remain safe. I hope that we can help to build Los Angeles. It's like all of Los Angeles is going down in flames, unfortunately. So anyway, let's get started with our book. We are on chapter 5. Chapter 5, the title of chapter 5 is about when conflicts arise. Today, we're going to talk about how to work it out. What song is that? Work it out. Brothers gotta work it out. That's what that reminds me of. How to work it out. This is my website, coachingwithdralicia.com. So be sure to hit me up. Go to my website. You can click on individual work, or you can, if you want to take some opportunity to work on your relationships, you can also, I also do couples coaching. Got a lot of new couples that's been onboarded this week. So pretty cool to start the year off dealing with your issues. And today we're going to talk about exactly how to do those things, because sometimes it's not very clear to us what to do. And I know last week I did talk about a little bit about how scary conflict is for most of us, because conflict has been paired with not working it out. Most of us do not understand how to work things out when you have the inevitable conflict. Most of us don't know how to work cooperatively together to work things out for communication and mutual understanding, having shared goals. A lot of us don't know how to collaborate because we haven't seen it. We've never grew up with somebody collaborating with us to work on conflict. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Let's get started. It's on page 136 at the top, working things out. And you see my notes in the margin. I have to have little notes in there to remind me to talk about certain things that come up for me when I review the passages for the week. Okay, we get started. It is the difficult demands of love. The difficult demands of love turn out to be the only ingredients of wholeness and adulthood. That should change your expectations about what love is about. Sometimes we're given that fairy tale love, that everything is supposed to be easy and breezy and everything is supposed to be wonderful. But no, it's a difficult demand of love. Love demands certain things from you and from your relationships. This is because we can work cooperatively with our partner to make things better, and or we can build our own self-nurturing powers if a partner fails to come through for us. So all of the inevitable conflict that you have in relationships, you have to approach it in a collaborative nature. Erickson, hey, Erickson coach, how you doing? We're on page 136 in the paper book, because I'm old school and I like paper copies. I really should get the Kindle version and read it on my Kindle, but I just love paper. Something about paper. I'm 50, so there you go. That's what happens when you're 50. I'm old school. working collaboratively. That's what adults do in relationships. They recognize that there's a problem, or they have a partner bring a problem to them. Adults work on issues collaboratively. And these are the skills really that we try to teach our children. So if our children come to us and they have an issue, we encourage our children, try to work it out. What do you do? You have a child comes to you with an issue with their friends. You want to be able to not only verbally teach them, but you want to teach them with your actions. You don't want somebody to have a negative stance towards somebody and not listen to their issues and just take assumptions and run with it. We have to have a way of dealing with it so that we can connect with another person. And then it also says, or we can build our own self-nurturing powers if a partner fails to come through for us. So this is about self-care. Being an adult in a relationship is knowing that you have to participate in self-care. Self-care practices, mindfulness, all your personal interests. You don't have to share everything with your partner. You can have personal interests outside of the relationship, and it's okay. And you have to prioritize your mental, your emotional health so that we can reinforce our inner strength and resilience. You can't expect your partner to be everything for you. And if you need to farm out certain tasks in your life, like my husband doesn't have to go on every single race that I go on. I invite him to come. Like if I'm going to do a half marathon or if I'm going to do a 5K, and I invite him to come with me. But if he says no, that's okay. I won't go with somebody else. It's okay. As long as I'm not crossing boundaries, it is perfectly fine for me to go on races with other people. He's welcome. He comes along. He's very supportive of what is important to me. And that's what's important. Okay. So we just got through the first couple of sentences here. Defending our position is the opposite of addressing it. And commitment to a relationship entails addressing, processing, and resolving. So commitment to a relationship entails addressing the problems, processing the problems, and resolving the problems. Not solving the problems, but resolving the problem. Most problems in relationships can't be solved, but it can be resolved in a way. It can be managed. The problem can be managed. And that's what commitment means. This is how we addressing, processing, and resolving our personal and mutual issues. Regarding conflicts, addressing means allowing ourselves to see what is happening in us and in the relationship, what our triggers and reactions are, what we need to look at and explore rather than deny or cover up. That's defensiveness. It's a nice way of saying being defensive. Having a defensive stand, defending your position does not work in relationships. But addressing it, processing it, and resolving it helps. Processing refers to showing our feelings about the conflict. How do you feel about what's going on? Showing our feelings about the conflict, noticing its roots in our past, and genuinely opening to the feelings and childhood issues of the other person. Conflicts contain an underlying, often long-standing issue, unaddressed, unprocessed, and unresolved. Addressing and processing reveal to us what the issue is. Healthy adults love, finding out what and where their issues are. And they want to ferret out everyone and take responsibility for all of them. Taking responsibility for all of them, seeing your part in that and not pointing the finger at another person. The alternatives to blaming others for them. So you don't want to blame people for them. You want to explain. You want to talk about things. Finally, we move to the third part of our program for handling conflict, and that's resolving. We feel a sense of closure, of being mutually heard, of letting go. We lay the issue to rest rather than save it up for future retribution or as ongoing resentment. No saving it up for resentment. We make agreements that heal the conflict and stave off a repetition of it. Thus, we begin with a look and see and end with a do better. I like this because sometimes we defend our position. We defend our position in the midst of a conflict because we fear being vulnerable. And conflict should be met with vulnerability. And I think sometimes being vulnerable will help you understand your actions, and your feelings are there to protect you. Because sometimes we feel criticized or judged, but we have to kind of be mindful of those feelings of criticism, of judgment. And we do need to be mindful of our feelings when we want to be defensive. Instead of being defensive, recognize that that feeling of defensiveness is coming up and being mindful of it, but don't act on it. Instead, use a winning strategy because being defensive is a losing strategy. Being defensive in the midst of a conflict does not help that conflict at all. So on the other hand, we have to pause and reflect on what is unfolding within us and your partner. And that's the dynamic of the relationship. And I think this process that's laid out here, what it's saying is that we need to address, process, and resolve. And what I think it happens, it invites us to explore our emotions, our thoughts, our behaviors with curiosity instead of resistance. And that's an opportunity to openly communicate. So get away from the defensiveness. And I know being defensive it's just a habit of doing. It's just a habit of being defensive. Well, you did this to me. Well, you did this to me. Well, you did this to me. And it doesn't do anything but escalate the problem. Oh my God. So you have to consciously tell yourself, I'm not going to get defensive. Instead, I'm going to listen to what this person has to say to me because I want to gain deeper insights and use it as an opportunity to grow together. And I think so that's what addressing the issue is. And Rhonda is saying, oh my gosh, she's saying connecting the heart to your partner's monumental to learning about the crux of what the issue might be. Yeah, and to do that, you have to be vulnerable instead of defensive. So that's the first step, is to allow yourself to be vulnerable and not defensive. So processing is the second step. And the second step is processing. And that's how we act by showing our feelings about the conflict and noticing how it's connected to our past. So, a lot of times we have these childhood issues and it's connected to it. It doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. It just means that you need to take this introspective step. And both of you have to do that in a relationship. You have to be introspective. Tell me how this is connected to your childhood. I'll tell you how it's connected to my childhood. You have to be vulnerable to do that. And then to resolve things, takes a step further, making a sense of closure. So it involves feeling mutually heard. And if you're not heard, you're never going to resolve it. So you have to feel like you're being heard, and you have to let go too of lingering resentments and make some agreements. You have to make some agreements. Something needs to be made. What are we going to do now that I've shared this story? Now that we've talked about how we felt, what are we going to do going forward? How are we going to manage these issues going forward? And that's where you have the commitment to each other, to make a commitment about limits in the relationship, about things that you wish would happen, because clearly a wish was unfulfilled in some way. And he ends with a look and see. I think the look and see, we begin with an intent to understand. That's look and see. And then we conclude with actionable steps. What can you do better going forward in a do better place? I mean, I think that all makes sense, right? How to process things, so that things are fair. Sometimes things aren't fair, and you have to be able to articulate what's not fair. And sometimes when we were growing up and we see things that we perceive as unfair, and sometimes as children, we weren't allowed to speak up about things that we saw that was unfair. We were just kind of pushed away and ignored. And so sometimes it's really difficult for you as an adult if you didn't grow up in an environment that encouraged you to talk about how you feel and what you need as a child growing up. How are you going to do it in an adult relationship? You get into a relationship with somebody, and you could be saying, I can't read your mind. I don't know what you want from me. You need to say it. Come on out with it. But if you're not comfortable coming on out with what you need from me, how am I supposed to know? I can't read your mind. Sometimes it can be, frustrating that way. So how y'all doing? I see some people in here saying they get defensive. Who's my defensive people? How many of y'all get defensive? Raise your hand. Oh my God, it's such a habit. But now that we're getting into this mindfulness, start recognizing when you get defensive, and you might want to even articulate it. You might want to say, okay, I'm starting to get defensive. You might want to say that. I am really starting to get defensive. Let me stop doing that. Let me stop getting defensive, and let me listen to what this person has to say. So it is just important. Yeah, Terry's like, yeah, I get defensive and I get impatient. Yeah, so mindfulness is the opposite of that. So Terry, try to get into some mindfulness to recognize when you get impatient and when you get defensive. Sometimes you get impatient because things ain't going the way you want it to go. So so thank you guys for disclosing. Sometimes you guys feel safe enough to say that you get defensive. Yeah, I appreciate that. And it's okay when you get defensive, because you can always, once you recognize it, you can stop yourself in the moment to say, okay, wait, I've just got defensive there, but that stops us from going forward. Let's deal with it. Let's address it. We're not going to sweep it under the rug. I think y'all get it. Okay. Moving along. If we fear real closeness, we will run from the thought of such a program. Oh, wow. Isn't that something? Getting defensive is actually the result of fear of closeness. Not dealing with conflict is a way of being afraid of closeness. That's really interesting. You won't be able to work out any of your issues in an adult fashion if you are afraid of closeness. That's what the book is saying. Yeah, I think that makes sense. You're afraid of closeness, so you put up defenses to protect yourself. That makes sense. You want to protect yourself. We have to feel safe enough to look at what we may have kept hidden from ourselves or avoided addressing in our partner. So we may be running from some things from ourselves. So not being able to deal with issues means you're not being able to look at yourself. You're too afraid of the vulnerability, and you're too afraid of the closeness. You can't have intimacy without vulnerability. Of course, most of us have the knack of not heeding what we know will require a difficult or painful response. Sometimes we ain't ready for that. But such denial can cost us our own sensitivity and vulnerability. And it can cost you the relationship, because if you're not willing to be vulnerable and if you continue to be defensive, you will lose the relationship. Your partner will see you coming and run the other way. And like any virtue, the courage it takes to address painful issues is easily assessed by practice. What follows shows how that can happen. What follows shows how that can happen. Let's listen. He goes with this scenario. A leaky faucet is not a tragedy to the household. A leaky faucet is not a tragedy to the householder with tools and skills. You know how to fix the leaky faucet? Then it's not a tragic situation. Our conflicts can have wonderful results for us if we show mutual respect. Yeah, that makes sense. And use tools that help us cooperate rather than strategies that show we're right. That's a losing strategy. When you want to have a strategy to be like, I'm right and you're wrong, that's a losing strategy. So those tools don't work, but you need to have a tool of cooperation. To work problems out cooperatively is to turn conflict into commitment. In fact, commitment is articulated in our willingness to handle obstacles rather than evade them. Be stymied by them or hold resentments because of them. So when you want to sweep stuff under the rug and you don't want to deal with things that are going on with you, you don't want to deal, you're running away from things, you're conflict avoidant, then that means you're not committed. You're not ready to commit. If you're not ready to deal with conflict, you're not ready to commit to the relationship. Interesting. Working things out is one threshold on the heroic journey to intimacy, in that that's a painful challenge. But you don't need to suffer from them. You don't have to suffer from that challenge. Working things out means commitment. So if you're in a relationship with somebody and they never want to talk about the problems going on in that relationship, then they don't like you. They ain't committed to you. And as a matter of fact, they don't like you, and it has nothing to do with you. It has to do with their fear of vulnerability. So if you're in a relationship with somebody and every time you bring an issue to them, they want to have a meltdown, they're not ready to be in a relationship. You sometimes can find someone else who's mature enough to work on problems, mature enough to work things out. And if you're in a relationship with somebody who's not willing to work things out, they're not committed to you. I know if a man loves me, ladies, you want to know if a man loves you? He's willing to hear you out. He's willing to listen to what bothers you, what ails you, what all of this stuff. He's willing to say, let me stop. Let me listen to what the lady got to say that means he loves you. He's committed to you. A man that don't like you, as soon as you start complaining, he ain't answering your phone calls no more. I get it now. I don't even know if men are conscious that they're doing this, but I really get it. That's how I knew my husband loved me. I came to him with some issues. As much as he was bothered by it, the whole thing, he was kind of like, okay, what do you got to say? That was enough for me. I'd be like, boys, I need to talk to you about something that bothers me. He'll be like, okay, what's on your mind? Because he's committed to me. And if a man don't like you, he don't want to hear what you got to say. And he know he messed up. Usually some of these men out here, I don't know why I'm ranting about men, because women do this too, but I'm a woman and I'm going to talk about what we go through. I've seen this happen a lot. And I don't know like how to be like a good friend without saying, girl, he don't like you. You know what I mean? As soon as a man, like, he'll put up with all of that. He just put up with, you know, he wants to please you. He wants to work it out. He wants to try to figure out what's going on. Men in particular, when they're serious about a relationship and when they're serious with you, they will be graceful, you know. That's what I think. It didn't say it in the book, but that's what I think is going on in particular, for men in particular, because sometimes women, we just naturally want to talk it out. Okay. It's a painful challenge that leads to change. And part of that is working things out. It's a painful challenge that leads to change. When we have successfully crossed the threshold, we transform a hurdle into a bridge. It's not a hurdle that we have to get up over. It's a bridge where we can go over much easily. The energy once tied up in ego competition now fuels responsible adult behavior. We say, I can negotiate with you and we can grow closer through our struggles. Our love is not about being lovey-dovey. That's part of it, but not about that. It is about an adult commitment to deal directly with our feelings and concerns. Our love is not about lovey-dovey, but it's about an adult commitment to dealing directly with our feelings and concerns. Most of us have a hard time being with each other, yet love involves a choice to keep working things out. That's a choice you make. Love is not lovey-dovey. Love is making the choice to work things out. And to do that, according to this book, you have to do 3 steps. You have to address it, you have to process it, and you have to come up with changed actions resolving it. That's what it takes to be an adult in relationships in the midst of conflict. When we refuse to do that, or we do it only reluctantly, we do not really love anymore. When you reluctantly, half-ass, work on problems, when you say you're going to change and you never do, that person does not love you. That's sometimes what people do. You come to them with the issue, you tell them how it bothers you, you work on things, you process it, and you resolve things, which means making a commitment to changing things. You make an agreement on how you're going to change, and you trust that that person is going to come through for you. You trust that that person is going to mean what they say and say what they mean, and they do not. That means they do not love you. And for some people, they don't even know what love is. They never got it when they were a child. They deceive you because they were deceived as a children. That's what happens. And that's a signal that sometimes people need to work on themselves. I'm sick and tired of grown-ass people acting childish in relationships. You made a commitment to each other, and it has nothing to do with being married. Marriage is a state of mind. It is not a piece of paper. Most marriages I know, some marriages, most of them are very prosperous, but some marriages I know is just on paper only. It's a state of mind. And there are some people who aren't married, but have the level of commitment of an adult with each other. So if you love somebody, you'll be committed to them. And that commitment requires you to deal with your problems and to work it out so that I'm not going to do it again. I understand how my actions hurt you. And I'm never going to do that again. I'm not going to put our relationship in jeopardy. I'm going to demonstrate my love for you by my changed actions. We may still feel a bond of sentiment or history or obligation, but that is not love. How about that? Just being in a relationship with somebody because you're obligated to do these things. Being in a relationship because we have a long history. Being in a relationship only because it's sentimental. That is not love. Nor will it be enough for a happy, effective relating. Not enough. It's making a choice to work on problems. How y'all doing? How's everybody doing? Let me bring it down a little bit. I like this book. I don't know how y'all feel. Text love to 87948 if you want to know the next time I go live. Hopefully I'll be committed enough to start on time. Sorry I was late, everybody. I'm trying to cook Sunday dinner. I solicited my husband, who he finished up the dinner. So I don't know. I hope it turns out okay. I trust that he followed the steps and put the dish in the, we made lasagna. So hopefully he put the lasagna in the oven and it's cooking now and we can eat it when we're done. So anywho, let's go back. I'm on page 137 of this book. People who are just joining, here's the book, How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's the 5 Keys to Mindful Loving. Y'all know the 5 Keys to Mindful Loving? Oh my God, I feel like I talk about it every week. The 5 Keys to Mindful Loving. Let's see. They are attention. They are allowing. The 5 keys is attention, appreciation, acceptance, affection, and allowance. And those are the 5 keys to mindful loving. You got to go back to the old recordings to get a breakdown of what that is. But those are the 5 keys. And I think we need to incorporate this. Y'all got to understand a lot of this mindfulness, although a really nice and very informed white boy wrote about this, and he is amazing. David Rico, he is really amazing. A lot of this stuff is African science that got taken away from us through the colonization process when they brought their guns and their Bibles. Peace, everybody. And really ripped us from who and what we are. The concepts of mindfulness. A lot of the concepts, not all, but a lot of the concepts started with us. And so this is us reconnecting with our science, how to be mindful. So I want to take this opportunity to really talk about this and to get us reconnected to who and what we are and what we can be. We got damaged. Most of us were damaged in slavery, and we were damaged with the continuance of all of the things y'all know about that happens. It has damaged us, and we need to repair ourselves and get back to the wonderfulness of who and what we are and to deal with our stuff. So we are dealing with our stuff today on a Sunday. So I'm on page 137, and we're talking about how to work things out. Brother's gonna work it out. I feel like that song. Anyway, okay, here we go. What makes relationships so perplexing is that they are not based on logical discoursive thought, but on ambiguous and confusing feelings and needs that elude the mind and stagger the heart. So it's a tough thing. Love works automatically at times, but mostly it works because we work on it. Love works because we work on it. We can easily locate what has been worked on. Whatever does not work requires work. So if something's not working, it requires work to fix it. Yeah, I agree with that. Since every adult has things to work on, refusal to work is the equivalence of reluctance to relate as an adult. Wow. So your job as an adult is to recognize the fact that you have work to do. And refusing to work on yourself means childishness. You're not being an adult because you're not working on yourself. So working on yourself and not working on yourself is refusal to be an adult. And if a reasonable amount of work has been done and no change has resulted, if a reasonable amount of work, so if you're working out your issues with your partner and no change happens, the relationship is ready to be released. So both parties can move on. I get that question a lot. How do I know it's time to move on? When the person you're with refuses to work on themselves and the relationship. It takes two. Why would you be committed to somebody who's not committed to you? And if you are lending your commitment to someone who's not willing to work it out, you need to look at yourself and find out, what am I trying to get from this person? You can't get blood from a turnip. You cannot get blood from a turnip. It is time to move on when that other person refuses to actually take actionable steps towards a direction of getting things better. If they give you lip service, they don't love you, they're not committed to you, and you should not trust them. If they tell you what you want to hear and they go behind your back and do something else, they don't love you. And you need to let them go. I get it. Some relationships will never work. And when we waste our energy trying to rejuvenate them, we simply end up feeling depleted. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time being in a relationship where there's no commitment. They don't want you anyway. Why would you want to be with somebody that doesn't want you? If you do, then you need to think about that. Thus, it is not selfish to want to let go of a relationship that does not make us happy. Not selfish. The purpose of relating is not to endure pain and suffering. I added the suffering part. Your job in a relationship is not to continuously be hurt by somebody. You do not need to suffer. Although pain is a part of every human life, our challenge as adults is to live through it and move past past it. Why are we still talking about this? Didn't we make a decision a long time ago about how we were going to change and make it better? Why are you still deceiving? Why are you still doing these things? We've already talked about how it doesn't work. We've already processed it. We already came up with actionable steps. I trusted that you would take them, and you did not. So why be in a relationship with someone who does not love you? It is not to say that we should drop a relationship at the first sign of pain. Anyone can feel the difference between endless volumes of pain and occasional chapters of it. The former are unacceptable. Endless volumes of pain is unacceptable, except to a victim. You don't have to be a victim. The latter are a challenge fit for a hero, one who works through pain and is transformed by it. A model from the stock market, I texted my husband this today. A model from the stock market also applies to healthy relationships. So this is what I text him. Volatility in the short run, but growth in the long run. And we laughed about it because we thought it was really funny. I really like that model. You know, in the stock market, healthy relationships experience volatility in the short run, but growth in the long run. So conflicts, misunderstandings, adjustments are a natural ebb and flow to any close relationship. However, two people are committed to each other. They learn from each experience. They are supporting each other. Short-term challenges, when worked it out, can lay the foundation for long-term intimacy and stability. That's what I think. So you're investing. So if you think about it in terms of that, you're investing patience, communication into the relationship so that you can weather temporary storms that build a connection and flourishes over time. That's what you're looking for, not something stifled. Something that's going to flourish. Okay. How y'all doing? How's everybody? Oh gosh, we are reading How to Be an Adult in Relationships. I think this is the most important chapter about how to deal with conflict because all of us have it and none of us know how to deal with it. And so we're learning it today. We're learning about it today. So I really think this will be helpful for you guys. I know I got to say this. I do want you to text love to 87948 because that's how you'll know when I plan to go live. Hopefully not too late in the night, but it just happens. So, hey, Patricia. Patricia says she's great. Thank you, Patricia. Patricia says she's great. Welcome, Patricia. Cleopatra, what's up? Yes, Cleopatra. Okay, we're moving on. Page 138. We just went one page over. So, okay. We grow in relationships. This is all about growth in relationships. We grow in relationships when we have a program of spiritual practice that teaches us to let go of ego entitlement and expectations and preconceived notions about what relationships are supposed to be like and what our partner is supposed to give us or how he or she is supposed to look and or behave. So, okay, isn't that something, right? In spiritual practice, we also let go of old habits of manipulating and others of hiding ourselves and begin to let ourselves be seen, exposed as we are. Okay, as a result, we can cooperate with each other's energy instead of needing to conquer it. We cooperate with each other's energy. I wonder what he means by that. We can make agreements to change, the keeping of which is the best sign a relationship will work. So the best sign for a relationship to work is making agreements to change and letting go. And that's how we grow. That's interesting. Releasing the ego. You have to release the ego in order to connect. So you have to release the ego of I'm right and you're wrong. Because saying I'm right and you're wrong is saying I'm better than you and I know better and I do better. Instead of looking down on somebody, release that part of your ego and try to connect with that person. And that's how you grow. So I think it's interesting. The spiritual part of it is very fascinating. The spiritual practice is what encourages us to relinquish entitlements. And you do, in order to compromise in a relationship, you're going to have to let go of some of your expectations, right? About what a relationship's supposed to look like. The two of you got to be on the same page about how you want your relationship to look. And part of that, you have to let go of your ego to do that. And that's how you become flexible. So I think what he's saying is that we need to be flexible, and to do that, we have to let go of the ego. That's a spiritual practice. Nothing's more spiritual than letting go of material things in particular. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow on Mental Health Monday. Y'all text love to 87948 and you'll get a notice text to you a bunch of other things. But one of the things you'll find out when I go live tomorrow, y'all know Cinda Williams from Mo Better Blues. Da, 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 da. Y'all know her. I'm going to interview her tomorrow. We're going to talk about Hollywood. We're going to talk about the spiritual process of letting things go and starting over again. And I don't know if we're ready to kind of process the fires in California and get into a spiritual practice. I don't know if we're ready because it's still happening. In the midst of danger, you don't want to get spiritual. You want to get to safety. But eventually, hopefully, that video and the lessons thereof will be really helpful for people to look at and to be able to help process the very painful things. It is so hard for me to sit and watch people lose their homes. Just the thought of this, of losing their home, I'm putting myself in their shoes, and I would be absolutely devastated if something like that had happened to me. I'm just overwhelmed with that whole thing. So anyway, we're going to talk about spiritual practices tomorrow. But for today, I think we need to stop hiding behind a facade and allow ourselves to be vulnerable. Who said it? Someone says that. Yes. Patricia said it. Spiritual is being vulnerable and open to be taught things within yourself and thoughts and perspectives. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Another person wrote something else in here about spirituality. I can't even find it. Okay, but that is so true. Absolutely true. Yeah, so I think, there's certain activities that we participate in to kind of hide our true selves, but to really be able to deepen your intimacy, you're going to have to surrender. And you're going to have to open up that veil that you're hiding behind and let your partner see you. That's how you connect. You have to it was Odessa, right? Yeah, someone, I can't see all the comments in there, but yeah, you have to just be able to kind of let that go. And that's an ego release. And you have to just embrace your true self, boy. You got to know your shadow side, the things you're hiding, the things you're insecure about. You're just going to have to connect with that and just let it out. I'm insecure about this, And that's how you experience growth and fulfillment in your relationships. I don't know what else to say about that. I think, you need to stay open to growing and willing to address the issues that come up. That's all it is, right? Okay, moving along. Cooperation partnership is the heart of conflict resolution. Cooperation partnership is the heart of conflict resolution. We are not working individually for the ascendancy of our own positions. We work together for the health and happiness of the relationship. Wow. So it's not about me getting better, thinking about myself. That's not partnership. That's not cooperation. When you're only thinking about what you're getting out of it. You're only thinking about what's important to you. That is not cooperating, and that is not a partnership. A partnership is how you and your partner work together for the health and happiness of the relationship. And anything outside of that relationship that can infringe upon it is being selfish, is looking at you as an individual. So it's working together for the health and happiness of the relationship. As in Eastern martial arts. Ooh, martial arts, interesting. Harmonious movements take the place of adversarial struggle. So no struggle bus, harmoniousness. This non-resistant, non-dominant, non-passive, non-violent love arises from unconditional disarmament, and thus has no place for I am good, you are bad. I am right, you are wrong. If we get caught in such dualism, we project the face of an opponent onto our partner. And both of us have really lost. When your partner is the enemy, the relationship loses. Both of you. Free of such dualism, we alternate as teacher, student, and friend, but the only way to get there is by being more humbly loving than we have ever been. In the midst of conflict is when you need to be as gentle as possible. If both of us are merely fair toward one another, need to be fair to each other, if both of us are merely fair toward one another, love will never begin, let alone last. Someone has to be generous first. Someone has to be the person to repair things, to be generous, to give. You have to be eager to be the first person to give. That's a good lesson. Yeah, that's interesting that I don't know. I remember y'all remember that Chinese, well, first of all, long time ago when I first began as a social worker, I worked at a school that part of their catchment area was in Chinatown. So we got some Chinese Asian students, and they would come and they would have those Chinese finger puppets. Y'all seen the Chinese finger puppets? I usually have one around, and how you stick your finger in there and then you try to pull them out and everybody's pulling. So when you're pulling in two different directions, you're pulling apart from each other, your fingers get stuck, right? But you only win when both of you put your fingers together, and then you can take your finger out of it. So it's a really interesting that martial arts, like Eastern martial arts, kind of picks up on this because, and I used to take martial arts. I used to take karate, or I don't know, some martial arts. I think it was karate. Some of us, I take martial arts. One thing that they teach you is that when somebody lunges towards you, the idea is not to push against them. The idea is to step aside and let them use their own weight to fall down, right? So you don't want to push against somebody. You always want to be a little more harmonious. If this person is taking, maybe you're giving. It's almost like this approach centers on a form of love that is non-resistant. You don't want to dominate over somebody. You don't want to be violent toward that person. So you can choose to disarm your partner by being gentle. So if you see your partner upset, the best response to that is to be gentle. I like that philosophy. Yeah, okay. Maya knows what I'm trying to say. Maya is saying, thank you, Maya. Bruce Lee speaks on becoming like water because it takes on the shape of any vessel that is poured into. when I take on being open to developing a relationship, I'm open to being vulnerable with the partner who is also open to being vulnerable with me. Yes, you're taking on, you're allowing. And if it's just interesting because even water, if you see like water flowing and you put a big boulder in the middle if you put a big boulder in the middle of a stream, what's the water going to do? The water just goes around it. It doesn't stop and say, how dare you here stopping me? What it does, the water just kind of goes around the stream. So I really think that's really a cool, that's a cool philosophy of moving together, dancing together, resolving challenges collaboratively instead of competing against each other. And it's hard because if you grew up in a household where everybody was competing, you grew up in a household that's hostile, or it doesn't have to 100% be hostile. Like sometimes there can be pieces of calm and peacefulness, but there can be moments where things were kind of hostile and you're running against stuff. It can be difficult. All right. Let's see. Okay, where are we? I'm talking about martial arts. Okay, I'm on the bottom of page 138. Okay, so what does it say? This may seem like giving in. Oh my God. This may seem like giving in. Oh. Being gentle when your partner is upset sometimes may seem like giving in. Having the Bruce Lee mindfulness. Hey, how did it turn out? Is it done?
Well, Taylor put a note on the stove and she said, I smelled food burning, so I took it out. So it was a little burnt, but it's delicious.
The food's a little, did you put?
Mm-hmm. Can they see? Are they there?
Are they there?
Hey, everybody. I made lasagna. I'm proud I never made lasagna before.
Now you know how to make it. So it's not burnt?
I mean, the top a little bit, but.
Did you put aluminum foil over it?
I forgot about that part.
That's why it's burnt. You got to put aluminum foil over it. But that's okay.
It's still good.
Is it good? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Sunday dinner in the middle. Okay, let's keep going. Okay. It may feel like giving in, but strength does not always mean assertiveness. An adult finds the balance between asserting her autonomy and acknowledging her interdependence with others. Consider Margot. Okay, so he's going into this scenario. Consider Margot, for example. She is married to Evan, a loving man, but one who construes any no as rejection. This intimidated her in the first years of their marriage, when she was always conciliatory and walked on eggshells. But as Margot did the work of becoming an adult, she grew stronger. She felt compassion from Evan with his fear and his automatic defensiveness. Okay, she became compassionate with his fear and automatic defensiveness. Evan's antennas were so sensitive to rejection because of its force in his past. So he had some past painful memory of being rejected. And so every time he's in this relationship with Margot, any no felt like a catastrophe. It felt like complete rejection. Okay. So because Evan's antennas were so sensitive to rejection because of its force in its past, that he could not help but to find it everywhere. He found rejection everywhere. She realized that it would help him if she were careful about how she phrased things. So she's taking that information and she's changing her words. She's careful with her words because she didn't want to come across as hurtful to her husband by rejecting him. Formerly, Margot was critical of Evan's sloppiness, using accusatory you statements. You always make a mess and you never clean it up. To which he bristled and exploded. She now uses I statements that report her personal reactions to his habits. I feel hurt when you make a mess in our home because it makes me feel like I don't matter to you. Evan gets the message without feeling scolded. In such a context, a holding environment, shifts in behavior happen more easily. Processing her own fear in the light of this, she stopped tiptoeing around him. She picked up on his wavelength. Now she can accommodate his fear without having to pander to them or feel diminished by them herself. So she was able to change how she communicated with him so she can get her own needs met by asking for what she needed from him in a way that didn't offend him. This is a tough thing to get over, right? This happened because Margot was letting go of her ego and letting love in. She was behaving in a way that was more loving to him, having noticed that just the right partner can come along at just the right time so she could do her work. That is becoming a more understanding adult. Understanding. And she has to approach it that way. She can't approach it and say, Evan, what's wrong with you? You're so damaged. No, she's being compassionate about him and his struggles and his issues with rejection. Rejection is horrible. I think rejection is the worst feeling in the world. Margot and Evan made changes fairly quickly in the relationship. One person may be ready to deal with an issue as soon as it comes up. Another waits a while in order to incubate a response. Yeah, you need to know that about your partner. They need time to process things internally first before they can talk about it. Some people do need that. And some people want to address it right away. So you got to give each other that. You have to give each other that. We need to respect each other's unique timing and not take personally if another partner does not respond as quick as desired. It is like the speed at which a phone message we leave on an answering machine is returned. It does not reflect how much the recipient of the message respects us. So just because somebody returns your message right away doesn't mean that that person respects you more than someone who took a few days to return the message. It is entirely about his own timing. One person calls back the minute they get a message, another person a day or more. It is all about personal style and not a question of insulting or respecting us. Indeed, a slow response may actually be a good sign, a sign of slow, deliberate processing. In great drama, each event is processed, while in soap operas, nothing is processed. They don't process anything in soap operas. Shakespeare's colloquies process the action that has just occurred. In melodramas, events simply pile on top of each other without closure, resolution, or transformation. Oh, Lord. So what y'all say? Maya is weighing in on this. Maya is is analyzing Evan. Sounds like Evan needs to heal from those historical wounds. Yeah, but you can't change your past. You can let the other person respond to you in a way that's a little different so that you can. This scenario is weighted because Margot had to be intentional on how she communicated her observations. Yeah, I think it's important to adjust. She gave up the ego and adjusted. She didn't say, I ain't changing. You just need to get over it. You don't treat somebody like that you love. Margot is demonstrating love to her husband. Sounds like pouring out grace with the setting aside of one's egos. Grace is definitely an intentional act of love. Yeah, it is. It is an intentional act of love. Yes, most men need things written down, time to read and internalize it. Yeah, a lot of men do. You're right about that, Patricia. Patricia knows. A lot of men, and some women do that too, but mostly men. I would agree with that. Okay. We all need time to be transformed. Processing experience means we bring consciousness to it. Okay, so to process an experience means we can't squish it away, we can't deny it, we can't bury it, we can't suppress it. That means that we have to be conscious of it. Bring it up to our conscious mind, recognizing it. Without it, life becomes a series of episodes, one after the other, with no movement through them toward new insights and growth. You're just moving from one situation to another, one argument to another. Episodic living is the opposite of cohesive living. If an adult daughter of an alcoholic marries 3 alcoholics in a row, and her worldview is episodic, she sees her failed marriages as a coincidence and laments her bad luck. It is not a coincidence. We know that. If she sees her life in context and cohesively, she recognizes her pattern and its connection to her childhood. She then is more likely to explore the organizing principles of her life and look for ways to reconfigure them so that she may have healthier relationships. Yeah, I think this is really good. You have to process some of these experiences that you have and intentionally look at the underlying emotions. And I think without this mindfulness, all of these disconnected episodes can occur and you're not able to pull it together. I think that's why journaling is important. Sometimes when we journal, you start making connections. So I think that's important. And I think, like when couples really take time to process some of their shared experiences, I think that can be very transformative. So anyway, this is sort of what happens. Okay, to redeem our past experience, we need to see ourselves and our story in its context and with continuity. To see our story this way is to see where we need work. In attempting to establish intimacy while personal issues remain to be cleared up, when you establish intimacy and you still have personal issues that need to be cleared up, it's like attempting to construct a seaworthy vessel while at sea. First, we have to make an individual commitment to address, process, and handle our own log jams and our own demons. Some of us have personal issues so deep that we may require many years of working on ourselves before we can relate intimately to someone else. So instead, sometimes we don't address our internal struggles, but instead we find it easier to blame everybody else. What's wrong with these men? She had 3 marriages that failed. She's not looking at how she is a common denominator in all of these failed relationships. She's blaming it on somebody else, but she needed to attempt to understand internal struggles that was happening to her that needed to have been addressed. And that's how she can establish intimacy. But if you try to establish intimacy and move on to all of these different relationships, one person after another, without processing it, your personal issues remain unresolved. What's going to happen to you? You're going to have instability. You're going to be frustrated, and the relationship is not going to work. It's going to collapse. So for a relationship to flourish, you have to be committed to do the work on identifying and addressing your own unresolved emotional struggles. That's both of you in relationships. Okay. That's deep. I don't know. I kind of feel that one. I got to kind of move around a little bit. Oh my goodness. We are reading How to Be an Adult in Relationships. In order to be an adult in relationships, part of what we're learning today is you got to deal with your stuff. And you have to deal with it in a way that's mindful, not childish. And you have to draw the connections. Thank you. Who said that? Lord, was I not thinking about J-Lo? Oh my God. Jenny from the block got some issues. There's a whole thread. I'm a social worker and I have a Facebook group. There's an entire thread where we just break down Jennifer Lopez on that thread. We're like talking about all her attachment issues and all her problems. Let me tell you, we in the therapist world, we're looking at J-Lo like, oh my goodness. Yeah. But at the same time, you don't need to have shame connected to multiple relationships that don't work out. So I don't want to put shame to it. I just want to put, she got some stuff to work on. She really has some stuff to work on. Hopefully this relationship will help her to look at some of that, because it'll also, if she looks at some, and all of us, but if you look at some of those things, it will help you in your career. Like it'll help you be a better employee. It will be, it just helps you become a better person in general when you look at these things in your relationships. Lord. Okay. Moving on. Okay. We're on page 140, How to Be an Adult in Relationships. And let's see. We're on page 140. Let's read on. A commitment to processing also means a commitment to stop making unilateral and preemptory decisions. Instead, each person shares his or her feelings about how the relationship is going. Everybody shares their feelings about how the relationship is going. Each declares what feels good and not so good. So you want to talk about things you love and things you don't love so much. What works and what may need changing. What it feels like to be in a particular situation and how things can get done differently so that both partners are happier. What needs to get done differently so both partners are happier? Not dismissing the other person, but understanding what needs to change. When something feels good all over, head, heart, and gut, it usually means that a need has been truly fulfilled. Working things out involves 2 steps. Okay. Step number 1, articulating the truth as each person experiences it. And 2, acting in accord with it. Frustration results when we articulate without acting. Your truth includes your feelings about the issue at hand, as well as your personality type. That's true. Your shadow side, things you're insecure about. I like the word shadow side. Your needs and wishes, your moral standards, your life goals, your aptitudes, your gifts, your limitations, your family heritage, your personal history, and the impact of your past experiences on your present life. All of that makes a difference. To act in accord with personal truths means making allowances for your limitations, activating your potential to use your gifts and talents, and making choices that reflect your standards, values, and integrity. Excellent. That's very straightforward, I think. Processing leads to resolution. When each person feels heard, not dismissed, but heard, on the level of emotions, receives something he wanted, and makes an argument that leads to change. If you and your partner cannot do this together, you can ask for help. come see me or anybody you feel comfortable with. Or any objective friend who can mediate. Caution, thinking I can handle it all may be a cover for fear for asking for help. Healthy relationships use therapy to resolve conflicts that stump the partners. You don't have to resolve everything on your own. Therapy also means regular checkups. We would not think of omitting such consultations for our physical health, but we might omit them for our happiness, our mental health. You go see the doctor every year. Why not go see a therapist every year? A checkup. One caveat. Some conflicts do not respond to addressing or processing. Some conflicts are not going to respond to addressing it or processing it. Only time and grace can heal them. Similarly, heroic journeys often begin with a situation that has no solution. Such difficult situations are meant to deflate the ego's belief that it can resolve all life's problems by its own willpower. Such difficult situations are meant to deflate the ego's belief that it can resolve all life problems by its own willpower and without relying on grace. Without relying on grace. In all of us, there is something that does and something that lets. To become fully human, we need to honor both those inner powers. Wow. And the quote at the bottom says, "It was an unspoken pleasure that having ruined so much and repaired so little, we had endured." Oh my God. It's an unspoken pleasure that having weathered the countless storms, that endured countless trials, and you face moments that really could have torn the two of you apart, to find strength and unity. So this sort of sentiment is really interesting. Interesting. I think these words kind of underscore what resilience means, and the pride that can come from enduring hardships together, I don't know. Enduring in deep pain. Yeah, Patricia, I'm with you. But, it's not clear-cut thing about what to do. So anyway, we are going to end there. I want to thank everybody for joining me. We are reading I think the most important chapter in the whole book, which is chapter 5, When Conflicts Arise. We now know how to deal with them. How do we deal with it? When conflicts arise, we do 3 things. We have to recognize it. Wait, where is it? Let me make sure I say it correctly. We have to address it. We have to process it. And we have to come up with a way of resolving it. And so to recognize it, we're going to have to talk about how we feel. We're going to not be defensive. We're going to really listen to each other. And the second thing we're going to do is we're going to process it. What is this problem reminiscent of? What did this trigger inside of you? Not as a way to come down on somebody as negative, but really as a way of being vulnerable. And in that vulnerability, what are new ways of going forward that both of you are happy with? And if that person that you're with is not willing to make any changes to make the situation better, then you need to rethink that person's love for you and their commitment to the relationship. Goodbye to everybody. I will see you next week. Please text love to 87948 so you know what's going on. I will be talking about spirituality tomorrow with the lady who was an act. I love that movie, Mo Better Blues. Her name is Cinda Williams. We're going to talk about spirituality. She is an actress, and I'm certain she's got a lot of friends in Hollywood who are losing their homes. I got to tell you, I have been so impressed with the mature way a lot of people are handling the loss of their homes. I would just be a basket case, but it's so much love pouring out of Los Angeles right now, and all of the giving and all of the beautiful things I'm seeing in terms of people coming together. This is not the time to tear people apart and to put things down and to blame it and to get political. It's not the time for that. It's a time for people to come together, and I'm really encouraged by that. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow night. So text love to 87948. You'll get information about when I'm going to talk about that. It's going to be probably 9 o'clock Eastern time, around 9:15 Eastern time. I can't wait to talk about it because I got a lot of thoughts that I have about losing it all. Oh, can't even imagine. I'm not even going to try to imagine what that's like, because my mind just can't wrap itself around the beautifulness of Los Angeles, all of the greatness, all of the artists and beautifulness that come out of Hollywood is just not going to be anymore. And that makes me feel sad. So anyway, goodbye, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow. Okay. Bye-bye.
Oh my gosh, what's up there? Look at this beautiful panel here. Hey everybody, what's up? This is hey Joe, you better say hey. You bet I can't stand him. What's up? Listen, y'all, this is the Fly Nubian Money, where we help you to master your mindset and maximize your money today. We talk about power, controversy, and the cost of staying on top. Now, first up, we're going to talk about Drake. Drake versus Kendrick Lamar and the NFL. The internet is on fire with rumors that Drake is preparing to sue the NFL for defamation after Kendrick Lamar called him a pedo on national TV in front of hundreds of millions of people. If y'all didn't know that they had beef before, if the world didn't know that they had beef before, they certainly knew after the Super Bowl. Did you guys know, by the way, that the halftime show was the highest rated halftime show in the history of the NFL? People came on just to watch the halftime show and then logged back off. Did you guys know that? Were you guys aware? Well, so is this bad for, he did this from hundreds of millions of people. If this lawsuit is real, it could change the future of rap battles forever. Is Drake standing up for his name, or is it just a bad move that could backfire? And what does this mean for Kendrick Lamar, the rap industry, and even the NFL's role in entertainment? Then we have this motherfucker, Kanye West, who is proving once again that controversy sells. He's now selling swastika t-shirts for $20. But an influencer, one of our own, baby sis, says that there's more to the story. Is Kanye's truly untouchable? Is he? Or is he playing a dangerous game? These aren't just rap beefs or publicity stunts. These are billion dollar business moves. So the question is, how does Kanye and Drake turn controversy into Black power, or maybe just power? And when does the backlash finally cost them? We're going to get into it, y'all. We're going to get into it. But before we start the conversation, I have the most wonderfulest, most amazingest, most dopest panel on the planet. Whoa, this chick right here, who's this? She is the dopest producer, actress, singer, dancer, triple threat, Miss Tierra, Miss Black Hollywood. Hey, girl, hey. And then over here, we got Miss Vanessa Gopal. You know what, y'all? I think she has a master's in public policy. She ain't got no AA. She ain't got no bachelor. This chick got a master's in public policy. And so she gonna break all the way, like all the legalities and stuff down. See, we had to have this. We had to have a very diverse panel so we can really get into it. And then over here, we got the B.Big Coach. What? The B.Big Coach. Hey, the B.Big Coach. She gonna therapize all of us because, she always got to bring us back down to reality, because these ones over here, they just be talking shit. But she always has to bring us back to reality. And then we have the man on the panel, Dr. Joe Corley. He's actually going to get us in check too, because he's going to bring a male perspective, which is probably going to be, maybe a little bit different than the rest of us. We'll see. Let's see what Joe has to say. I don't know. But let's get into it. Who actually, and for the people in the audience, who actually watched the Super Bowl, like the entire thing without just the halftime show? And then who only watched the halftime show? Because like I said, the halftime show was the highest rate, bigger than Michael Jackson, bigger than Usher, bigger than Dr. Dre. The Kendrick Lamar was the biggest halftime show of all times, highest rated. And it's so funny when you see white people, oh, this sucks. Oh, they're looking like this. And then black people, where I was at, it was like, so it was totally different experiences. But who watched the halftime show and who actually watched the whole entire Super Bowl? Dr. Joe, let's start with you.
I went back later because everybody was talking about the halftime show, and I watched it. But I didn't watch the halftime show. I didn't watch the Super Bowl at all. It's very well known. I took a knee with Cap.
Facts. We the only two sitting on the knee, Joe. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Ain't got back up yet, so
we ain't got back up.
Okay. Your knee still on business, huh? Tiara, did you watch it live or what you do?
I did not. I'm still, like Joe said, I'm still, I know black people forgot because we just got, we forget. But I ain't forgot. I ain't forgot to take this knee. So I'm, like Joe said, I'm still kneeling. And when I heard that the NFL was taking in racism off their end zone, it just made me even further be like, I'm not watching that. And Donald Trump was going to be there. I didn't like it.
But so you missed all the things. You missed Donald Trump getting booed. So
y'all gonna tell me today. Y'all gonna tell me what happened. So it's cool. I didn't have to watch it. But I did check out I did go back and watch the Super Bowl halftime show on YouTube.
Okay, so you didn't watch it live. Okay, what about you, Vanessa? Did you watch it? Did you watch the entire Super Bowl? Or was you standing on knee business?
I was honestly just waiting for the halftime show, and I wanted Philly to win because I like their black quarterback with his.
Me too. The all black.
Right. So all black Philly in there, but Philly was stomping out KC, and it got kind of boring. So after the halftime show, I tuned out, but I was definitely there for the halftime show, and thoroughly enjoyed it. Kendrick did his thing, West Coast.
Yes.
All right.
All right, Big Dot Coach. Did you watch it live or did you watch the replay?
I watched it live. I watched the whole thing because I wanted, being from New York, I wanted Philadelphia to win. I'm a huge supporter of Jalen Hurts. It was time for the Kansas City Chiefs to kind of sit it down. So I was so happy, just to be able to support and see it all the way through, because Kansas City has a way of always coming back. So you really couldn't get bored with it, because they have a history of being able to come at the end and change things up, but they didn't, and that was good. And so I watched all of it, and that
you a football fan?
I'm not gonna say anything, but yeah, I like football, and that was the highest rated NFL show too. Like that was the highest rated Super Bowl period. Like 126 million people tuned in. So it was just highly rated overall, and it probably had a lot to do with Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah. Well, I watched it live. I went to a little shindig, but I just went for the men. So I'm gonna just keep it real. And I watched it because I needed Kansas City to lose, because they keep beating out my Niners. Like, no. So I was ready. And I have a friend who, I couldn't take another KC win. So I was definitely going for it. Now, let me ask you a second question. This is part 2 of the question. When you watched it, before you seen all the explanation of what was really going on, did you understand? I know you couldn't understand all the symbolism because they really had to break it down, but did you understand, some of the symbolism that was happening? Did you understand that Samuel Jackson was Uncle Sam? At the time when you were watching it live, before you got the commentary, because I know for me, I was just, hey, but after I went back and there's a game. So I didn't, notice live because I was too just into the song. Vanessa, did you notice the symbolism initially?
Not initially all of it, but for sure, the way that Samuel L. came out and he played Uncle Sam, I thought that was genius, especially when they said, "You too loud, you too ghetto," and then he immediately went into squabble up. I missed I missed the coordination of how they did the flag with the colors and the dancing initially, right?
Yeah.
And I went back and got to see that. But I definitely knew once we saw Samuel L. and he was saying that, I was like, oh, he about to send a message. And he opened it up with saying, you picked the right time, but the wrong guy, letting you know off top, I'm not going at gunpoint. So, I mean, I love Kendrick. Tierra knows Kendrick can do no wrong in my eyes. So yeah, I loved all of it and the breakdown. But no, initially, not everything. I didn't pick up everything because I was like you, Constance. I was bopping and getting it in and
I was
having fun.
walking over there. I had to
Yeah.
represent the West, so I
Yeah.
was doing I was showing out, I was doing all the things. What about you, Felice? Did you notice the symbolism?
I noticed the red, white, and blue, and all the Black people in the red. So I noticed the flag. I did notice Uncle Sam. I noticed Serena Williams. So I noticed those obvious ones. But when I went on the internet and I saw people breaking it down, like the games that they had, like, I didn't get that piece. So like,
well, because they didn't show the camera at that angle. Like I didn't see I didn't see the camera at that angle really, but maybe I was just
they did like you saw like the games and different things and the different pockets that they were in, and he's absolutely right. And then my daughter, she was breaking it down even further for me. Like she went back into the history, and like when she shared that, really he should have left Kendrick Lamar alone. She was like, he was asleep, spending time with his God, and he should have left him alone. That's what he should have done. So when she came to history, like it just really was like, when you know the history of everything, and when you saw how people were breaking it down, when you realize his genius, that he probably is savant or something, like it's just brilliance to see that brilliance, and that's what people missed. Like they got all caught up, but they missed the brilliance of this man.
Yeah, that's the thing I love. And then I'm going to ask you two who went back and seen, did you guys get the cheat code and you guys kind of, got the answers to the question, or did you know what it was? But we're going to talk about it when we come back from commercial.
Woo! It's a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tierra Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com.
Who said my sis didn't have bars? Who said my sis didn't have bars? You got to know to grow. Flynubianmoney.com. All right, so the two of you, did y'all get the cheat code, or did you just go in real virgin like the rest of us? I'll start with you, Tierra.
Me. No, I was virgin. I didn't. Lauren was like, "Oh, we gotta watch it, Mom. We gotta watch it." I said, "Okay," because she is the biggest Kendrick fan. So we watched it together, and well, actually, she had already seen it, so she was like, "You need to see it." So I just was watching, and I was like, and then I kind of was like everybody else, like if you're expecting, I didn't see all the angles, I couldn't see the controllers. All I saw was him with the mic, and I was like, I got Samuel, and I got there was just dancers. I was just like, okay, right. I get it. But when you said it was what he was saying, like the revolution is about to be televised, basically, and all of the things, right? So I caught some of those things, but I also know that Kendrick also takes the moment to make it a moment. Like that's just who he is in his artistry. Then we went back and watched him at the Grammy. He's always going to make a statement. So I knew that there was a statement being made, even though I was watching it like from one angle. Again, it was just I didn't see the controller,
right? Yeah,
and, you know, and then Sony owns the controllers. You know, all the things. It was like, okay, I see what's going on. All right.
Yeah. So yeah, it was like, okay, I don't know anybody who sat there and was in the moment watching the Super Bowl who actually like, oh yeah, I know he talking about, you know, I think everybody had to really analyze. But Joe, did you get the cheat code when you ended up going back and watching?
I didn't know all that stuff was going on. So I went back and watched it, I think like right after the Super Bowl. So all those cheat codes and all that stuff hadn't really got onto the internet yet. So, and I really wasn't going to watch it at all until I heard Serena was out there. So I was like, okay, Serena's out there. I'm going to go watch it. That's really all I saw. I didn't get nothing else. I mean, to be honest, I'm not the hugest Kendrick fan anyway. So I don't never really be understanding. I guess, you know, I look around. I'd be like, well, I guess I'm just not smart enough to get it because I don't always get it. But I'm going to go back and look at one of those broken down post on Instagram and see if I can get all the symbolism involved. I mean, if it's important, but I'm not looking for it. I'll be honest with you.
Now, let me ask you this. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say you have to have a certain appetite for Kendrick Lamar all the time. You got to be in the mood for Kendrick. I don't know, Vanessa don't, but you know, when I'm listening, so I understand. Sometimes I got to be in the mood to be like, okay, I'm gonna do Kendrick Lamar. My daughter does not. She be like, anytime.
Mine too.
But I understand. Initially, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I said, now if this would have been Drake got more like singy hits because in my mind I'm thinking that's what the Super Bowl is about.
The
like
entertainment,
commercial, yes, and the commercial hits and how many songs people can sing along with you. And I was like, does Kendrick have that? Like, I mean, outside of like They Not Like Us, but he showed me that it doesn't matter because as long as A minor is a thing, people going to
A minor. Now let me ask you this, because there's so many things I want to ask you, but let me ask you this, because people was up in arms about Cash Money and Lil Wayne, and for me, and I was like, who wants to see Lil Wayne on the Super Bowl? And he was crying that he wasn't on. The Super Bowl has never been about like just because it's in New Orleans, like we got to have New Orleans. They had Harry Connick Jr. That's all y'all New Orleans. That's all y'all needed. Let us see she really from New York. That's all y'all do. But like they act like it's not a rap concert. Just because it's in New Orleans, it doesn't mean you have to have like. Did you guys feel some kind of way by them not having Lil Wayne on there, Vanessa? Did you think that they should have?
Absolutely not. I didn't feel a kind of way. I mean, if you look at the Lil Wayne that, you know, we grew up with and the Lil Wayne that's now, I mean, when Lil Wayne talks, I don't even understand what he's saying half the time. He's incoherent or drugged up, if we're being honest.
Right.
But with Kendrick, you know what I thought was absolutely dope is I thought that Kendrick brings a realness to hip hop that is unlike anything in current culture. He actually talks about things that matter. His messages are actually deep. Like he's actually trying to uplift people, trying to educate people, and do it in a way that's witty, still cool, but still uplifting. He really doesn't care about fame. Dr. Felice mentioned, you know, he was chilling with his family, and then Drake decided to wake a sleeping giant. And so, if you know hip hop, right, then you can respect the artistry, the deep thoughts, all the double entendres. Like this man is genius. So I think that when I'm looking at the Super Bowl and he's so black, right? So
unapologetically
black. Yeah. Like he's not looking to be stamped by white people or none of that. He's like, this is who I am. This is what you get. You know who I'm for. I'm unapologetic about it. And I really love that about the whole TDE camp, if I'm being honest. But I just feel like the Super Bowl, it was such a great moment when you go back and you dissect it from Serena sea walking, because it's like, y'all always trying to tell us how to behave, how loud we are, what to look like, what we can and can't do. And you see the game of America. That's what the game of America is. So like, I think he brought that, and anybody that looks at that and dissects that, you know, can take that away. That like, listen, we gonna do us. At the end of the day, there's one specific place in there when I went back and watched where I saw a group of black men. It was like the Bay Area kind of like vibe, and Kendrick was in front of him. And then if you hear him, he's like, Uncle Sam's getting mad at him, and he's like, deduct one life. And that's literally how they do it. It's like, oh, it's a group of black men just hanging out. How can we break this up? How can we
gotta go back
kill
and
one
look
of
at
them?
that. Girl, listen.
Yeah.
Whoa, okay. Let me go
Yeah.
back. Go ahead. Yeah, I love that.
So I could go. He knows. Listen, I'm with intelligent hip hop. I'm with Kendrick. I don't like
and can
this
we also
watered
mention?
down.
And can I also mention that Vanessa spent some time working in the music industry and toured with Kendrick and them, so she has an extra layer of love for
yeah.
Kendrick
so nobody
Lamar.
knew, and that's
So
that's actually good content.
She didn't say that. She spent months and months and months on tour with SZA.
That's good
Kendrick.
context to have.
Yeah. What makes it is because this all he did was read. So you got these hip hop artists that coming out. You don't understand what they saying. They off lean. This man don't smoke, don't drink. All he does is read. Like he is so respectful of hip hop and rap culture that anyone, in my opinion, that don't like him, you just don't like hip hop. Because hip hop ain't never been dumb or drugged out or man. Lyricists back in the days were smart. Hip hop was smart. You had to be smart to be a lyricist. So that's where I'm coming from.
I love that. And thank you for that insight. That actually even puts a more layer of respect that I have for Kendrick, is to know how smart he is. Because, you don't see that. You definitely don't see it. Everything is dumbed down. And the thing that they're promoting is the dumbed down hip hop. So it's refreshing that somebody was able to see through the cracks of all that dumbness and just be the biggest thing in the world. So hopefully the powers that be will follow suit and start promoting what we know to be true of what people really, really want. Tired of that stupid ass shit.
Black Constance, did you guys see that that the performance is banned from the NFL supposedly because the guy or the dancer had a Palestinian flag, and Kendrick and them didn't know, and I guess he pulled it up from under his shirt and started running back and forth.
Yeah.
And they didn't know that he was gonna do that, and so he was just running up and down the field with a flag, and then they had to
the dancers.
Yes,
Yeah,
and they had
Sudan and Palestine. Yep.
Yeah, Sudan and Palestine. So
he wasn't supposed to do that, so he was out of formation.
He was out of formation, but I'm actually glad it even furthered the agenda to me because I thought it was on purpose.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if they went back and they said they banned the performance is what I read, but I wonder if they definitely banned him from NFL. And I'm pretty sure he I don't care. My point is, the point is made. Like, I'm gonna take one for the team and get out there and do it in front of all these people. So I don't know if you guys saw that, but that was a thing as well.
So speaking of intelligent hip hop, J. Cole, he bowed out, of the beef, because when Kendrick came out, he was like, shots fired at Drake, shots fired at J. Cole. And J. Cole said, listen, first he came and he was like, you know what, this shit is whack. Do you think, and for you guys in the chat, do you think that he was scared? Do you think he dodged a bullet? Or do you think, he was just way above that? What do you think, Dr. Felice?
I think he used wisdom. And, I think Drake needs to follow suit, right? Squash the beef, right? There's a thing called humility, and there's nothing wrong with it. Use this as an opportunity to grow. Use this as an opportunity to have dialogue, real dialogue. Use this as an opportunity to speak truth, around some of these things, but squelch it. Try and rise up and be the bigger man and say, look, my bad. I'm sorry I woke you up. And let's squelch this. Let's be friends again. Let's not.
Oh, they'll never be friends.
Or not even friends, but let's be cordial. Let's treat each other like two respectable men. And let's move this thing along. The suing and this stuff, it's just going to prolong it. I don't think it's going to help Drake in the long run. I really don't. I don't think it's going to feed or subside the truth. The truth is that Kendrick Lamar is a brilliant man. Period. And thank you, Vanessa. I stand behind you 100% what you said. I grew up with hip hop. I grew up with the KRS-Ones and the Public Enemies, Sister Soulja, who was dropping knowledge, right?
Yeah.
No more
missed that. And
we had a platform where people who didn't like it because they weren't entertained, those people don't read. And so if you start going back to the basics, just learning how to read, expand your mind, grow. People were uncomfortable. And I said, I did a post this morning saying, let's lean into the discomfort and see what that means, right? You felt uncomfortable for a reason, and why? Why were you uncomfortable? And it has something to say about you, not Kendrick. And so if people can just kind of step aside and just really dissect the bigger meaning, like he wasn't even trying to cast shade. He was just trying to educate. And he used this platform that we don't normally get to educate people about the plight, that what's going on in America, because if it affects us, it affects everybody. And so you just can't come from us, because when you come for us, you wind up paying, right? When you come for us and you put drugs in our community, who winds up becoming the addicts? So when you come for us, you come for the whole thing. And so he wasn't just educating. He was literally making a statement saying, if you want to save America, get educated. So
I love that.
Oh my gosh. So
girl, listen, you always can bring us back. And I think it's interesting. We about to go to break, but I do think it's interesting that Kendrick has always been brilliant, just like you said, right, Vanessa? And what got him this much notoriety was a rap beef. But he took this opportunity with this rap beef that just went crazy to really get in there, because they ain't promoting positive rap. They not promoting intelligence, but to really get in there. Oh, fooled ya. And now we got a message. I love that shit. Let's go to commercial.
I know you're busy. You got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us, so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
I love it. She coming to say y'all. Coming to say y'all. Y'all better get on flynubianmoneyclub.com, baby, because she coming to say y'all. Now, Joe, there's a lot of white people up in arms. And they were saying, it's not fair. They didn't DEI white people. There was not one white person on the stage. What you got to say to them white folks that was mad that they ain't had no white people on stage?
Yeah, like I said, man, I'm not the biggest Kendrick fan, and I really wasn't trying to tune in to watch that. But when I started seeing the white people online reacting to it, I started to fall in line. Like, man, why is this making white people so uncomfortable? Like
they were incensed.
Yeah, they weren't there. Yeah, that part right there was kind of what made me tune in and pay attention more. And it's the same old. They cry one way and behave another way, and you just get sick of that shit, man. I'm sick of it. Like I told y'all at the top of the year, I'm not going back and forth with these people at all.
I'm going back and forth.
At all.
We're hiring based on merit, and Black people just dance better.
Yeah. Right.
Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah.
We've taken DEI off the table, and we're hiring Black dancers that can dance.
Straight up.
I loved every
merit
bit of that.
based.
I loved it. Hey, really quick. I want you to do something. Say Drake. I heard you like him. Let me just see that real quick. Real quick.
Say Drake.
Say Drake. Say Drake. I hit you like I'm young. But that I never go to sell Black One to any.
Wait, what's the meme that could come out of that? You know how they be saying memes every time I'm gonna play this. What's the meme that could go with that, man? Oh my God. Okay. So you know what? My baby sis, I love her to. Oh no, this is not that one. Okay, let's do the breakdown. No, we got a breakdown of the Not Like Us, right? We got a breakdown of the NFL video that we can watch real quick. No, we don't got no video for this segment. Okay. All right. We ain't got no video for this segment. Okay. My bad. All right. So really quick.
Didn't we already watch it?
No, we didn't watch no video.
We got an NFL video, don't we? I'm the producer here. I believe so. I thought we just
Months of back and forths between Drake and Kendrick Lamar, things just got even more intense. Kendrick shocked the world by performing Not Like Us, his viral Drake diss track, live at the Super Bowl halftime show in front of millions. And now, Drake is reportedly gearing up for legal action. During the show, Kendrick performed some of his most brutal bars aimed at Drake. But there was one moment that had everyone talking. He left out a certain word from the controversial line, certified bleep, and let the entire stadium chant it instead. That move alone sent social media into a frenzy, and according to reports, Drake is now suing Universal Music Group for defamation, claiming the song makes false factual allegations that damage his reputation. So, could Kendrick actually be in trouble? Legal experts say defamation cases in the US are hard to win, especially with free speech protections. But one thing is clear, every time Kendrick performs Not Like Us, he risks another lawsuit. And let's be real.
Let me ask you a question, Joe. What is a false factual, a factual false? What is that? That sounds like a positive negative.
My degrees are in I got 3 or 4 degrees and none of them in English literature. Okay, I don't know what the hell that means.
But I do. Okay, but here's the question for Joe, right? So like, because I do think, I think there is something to say about, I'm not mad at Drake for suing anybody, because I feel like being on a platform where somebody is telling hundreds of millions of people that you are a pedophile and not having any evidence for real. Like, that wasn't the text message or DM that was sent does not signify that this man was. And I see why he's upset. That's not something that I would have wanted to happen. If it was me, I would sue everybody. It wouldn't even matter. So my question for you is like, in this situation, is it okay for, is this just a beef, or is it okay that they can say things like this and, and be falsely accused in public like this? Is this defamation?
Question.
So let me ask y'all this to counter that question. Is Drake a pedophile? Is he a certified pedophile?
We don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah.
Have you ever been accused of being a pedophile?
No.
Okay. So I have. So I can tell you, I don't like that. I don't respect that. If you don't have the evidence to prove or back that up, I don't respect that. That's just me. I mean, maybe that's coming from a personal place, but going on like all these platforms and the biggest platform in the world and calling this man a pedophile and not knowing, and we don't know for sure if he is one. If he is one, by all means, call him a pedophile over and over and over again.
I don't believe he is.
But saying that over and over again, I would be incensed. Nobody likes to hear that. If you are not actually a pedophile, it is not fun. It is not pleasant. It is not to be. And I don't play with white people like that. Because somebody could take that up and really start digging to this man or find something. It's just too much. And you don't need evidence. I can tell you firsthand, you don't need evidence to get somebody caught up in some court situations over some shit. Like, you don't need evidence.
Yeah, you just need accusations. That's it.
So I personally don't respect that. I understand that, there's everybody's a fan of Kendrick and all of that, but I don't respect that.
So let me ask you this, Vanessa, as a Kendrick aficionado, is that going too far? Or is everything on the table when it comes to rap beat?
I feel like, rap is notorious for, when you look at, battling, rap can get gritty, right? It's notorious for rap battling. So I feel like when you look at Drake saying, oh, the father of your children is your manager, or he's talking about this man's wife and his family. And, I feel like it was going blow for blow. So, if it was a situation where we didn't have several songs going back and forth, but Drake talk hella shit about Kendrick. So I just feel like you kind of open yourself up when you just look at rap battles right? Even when Drake was battling with Meek Mills, I mean, he said stuff that wasn't true. So I just feel like, right, where do we draw the line? You can't in one
It didn't
scenario
go
say,
this
well, this, yeah,
commercial.
but you can't
Yeah, but
say
he
this is
couldn't help
okay.
that. He can't help that.
Yeah,
I
yeah, but
mean,
I feel like
no
you can't.
diss record has gone this
Is that
far.
his fault?
None.
Well,
I don't.
I feel like,
No,
you
but
know
I'm
what,
just saying it
bottom
hasn't.
line,
I'm sorry, Vanessa.
don't fuck with Kendrick.
I mean,
Drake went with it either. You know what I mean? Like talking about that, man. I don't, but I understand. We living in a different time. You know what I mean? What rap used to be and the climate that we used to be in, like some of these things weren't really out of bounds. But we just living in a different space right now in a different climate. That's just how I personally feel. So I don't respect either. Honestly, if you ask me, my opinion, I'm taking J. Cole over both of them. But but I just don't respect neither one, the way neither one of these guys is moving. I definitely don't respect how Drake is responding to it. I don't appreciate that at all.
The whole thing.
Yeah, because I mean, he also said Kendrick was a domestic, like he was domestic, committing domestic violence. I mean, he said some things that could have, if his wife was like, okay, we're done. You know, he talked about him cheating. He talked about domestic violence, about his kids ain't his. I mean, so I just feel like it got very personal.
He just had the bigger hit. Like,
yeah.
What do you do? Is it his fault because he had a bigger hit?
Yeah, when it went viral, it went crazy. When it went viral, it went crazy, and I think that changes the game a little bit. Because it's like a rap beef is one thing. The rap battles, underground rap. I'm a fan of all of that, like battle rap and all the things, right? But it's like once it goes commercial and literally the babies. I'm talking about my 3-year-old niece or my 3-year-old little cousin was like, A minor. Like, I think it just changes something. Like, we gotta, maybe there's some, I don't know about regulations, but it changes things. It changes it for your reputation and you being able to live the life you were living. Because let's not act like Drake didn't give us 15 years of excellence. And one hit can just knock him off and change his whole life. You would be pissed if that were you.
It's sad. And I'm going to ask you, Dr. Felice, because, you know, you're going to get us all together. It is sad. Did Drake put himself in this position to be the target? Because Drake did give us 15 years of excellence, right? Drake had, you know, he had the hits. Drake couldn't miss. But one of the things you said, Tiara, was that Drake had an album that came out in the summer that nobody noticed. I didn't know. I don't know. But then, you know, it was like blow for blow. So is it really Kendrick Lamar's fault that his just went viral? Because if you could talk about somebody's kids and somebody's wife and all that, then it's like free game. And I know
pedophile though, Constance.
So this is what I say: do whatever you're willing to pay the price for, right? If you pay the price on the end of it, by all means, have your way. We live in a country with free speech. We live in this country, and that's what it means, right? Does it make it right? I don't know who's going to be the judge and jury, but don't do anything you're not willing to pay the price for. And I also believe, and you know, I always go back, we all, whether you're famous or you're not, we all have a responsibility of how we handle people. How we lead people is huge in how we handle them. And so, yeah, we can justify it, you know, in the name of Blackness and all that other stuff. But at the end of the day, we all going to meet our creator and we're going to have to answer for everything and how we treated humanity. And so you just want to be careful. And if you're willing to pay the price, by all means, do you. That is your right. Yeah. But I believe that we all matter and that we all have a responsibility of how we lead people and how we help them, the way we carry ourselves. Everything matters. And it's all a ripple effect, because people are like, well, I don't matter. Yes, you do. You do matter, and how you treat people, how you treat your neighbor, how you treat the stranger. And so that's just my take.
You know what I can't get with is that there's all this going back and forth, and everybody loved Drake. I don't know anybody who didn't love Drake at one point, and now everybody has turned against him. All the features that he had and all the people that loved Drake and all the people who was down for him, now he has nobody. Now, on one hand, I can't respect the fact that you're going to start a beef, but now you're going to sue. That's kind of like, you know, that's kind of bitch assness. But like everybody who turned against him based upon this rap beef, That shit wasn't cool. That's what I can't respect out of this whole thing. But we're gonna talk more. We're gonna shift gears after this break, and we're gonna talk about this other maniac. This it's ridiculous. But we're gonna get into it right after this break.
Hey, it's Dr. Javette, brand your brilliance coach and monetization strategist. I am partnering with the Fly Nubian Money Club to help you turn your natural gifts into big business. I help my clients build 6- and 7-figure businesses by branding their brilliance. You know, that thing that comes easy to you, the thing that you can do with your eyes closed. That thing, that's your brilliance. And now it's your turn. Join me on February 22nd at 10 o'clock a.m. and I'll walk you through strategies that can change your life and business forever. Don't miss this opportunity to brand your brilliance. I'll see you in class.
That's my dog. I am so proud and I'm so happy to know such amazingly wonderful people. This one over here just knocked it out the park with sales. Then you had Athena, and then you had me, and then you had like it's just going down. I wonder who's next. This is some good shit. You guys better get on Fly Nubian Money Club because she said she's trying to help y'all. She's trying to help y'all. She said I'm trying to save y'all. So make sure you go to flynubianmoneyclub.com so you can get all this game. So you can get saved. Like E40 said, I want to be saved. All right. Let's shift gears, y'all. There's this goddamn fool out here he's a billionaire, but billionaire, but he out here acting a goddamn fool on these internets. And I know for me personally, like I like the first day he started coming out with all this really weird shit, I was reading that first and I was like, this is just too overwhelming. Let me stop. I cannot spend another moment. But what's happening is Kanye West is now selling swastika shirts. So let me ask you, Felice, when you saw that this when you saw this guy was selling swastika shirts, what was your first thought?
Another case for shock value. Like, so everything he does is about the shock, you know. And I think that's Kanye's way of staying somewhat relevant and in the game. And so what better way than to have your wife come out naked or to, you know, have a swastika shirt, right? So I think it's all about the shock value. And I think that if we ignore him, a lot of this stuff will stop. Like, but we give him, you know, we give into and we lean into the shock, like, but just ignore it. But, you know, hopefully there is a greater meaning behind this. I don't know what it could possibly be. But I do know that I think that Kanye is probably too isolated. I think he needs to come out and fellowship more with people. No, because I think that he's so far removed from people that he's able to stay in his own little shell and make up and conjure up these things that might not be healthy for him. And so I think that he needs to be talking to someone. I think he needs to be opening up to a professional and, you know, help him to change his course, because I think that some of this stuff he doesn't realize how it lands on people and how hurtful it could be and probably triggering to people. So that bothers me if he doesn't care about that piece.
Okay. So I think you said for shock value, I think he's in outer space. What do you say, Vanessa?
I mean, with Kanye, you know, I mean, I feel like he has all these things in his head. It's like Jekyll and Hyde and whoever else is up in there, and you never know who you're going to get. And so he has a substantial amount of money. He has all these different things going on in his head. Huh?
Voices.
Yeah, voices. Yeah, you right. Whoever they are, right? They might whoever the voice is. But I think that he doesn't really like. He's going for too much attention, and he's really not. He really doesn't care, you know, who he hurts. But, you know, the same way we're coming at Kanye, I feel like we need to keep that same energy for Elon, because this selective outrage when it comes to Black people doing something outlandish. And I don't agree with what Kanye is doing, by the way. I'm just saying that it's interesting that when we have an Elon doing a whole hell Hitler sign, you know, twice, nobody says anything about that. Nobody says anything about how he's trying to, you know, say that South Africa is hurting the white minorities and all this other stuff, right? He's very much so driven by a racist agenda. But
Yeah.
we have selective outrage for Kanye, who clearly has some mental health issues, by the way. Like, it's very well known that Kanye is a little, he needs some help. But we have this, everybody makes excuses when Elon does something so outrageous and symbolizing the Nazis. So that's my thing. It's like, I'm not going to sit here and bash. If we're going to bash Kanye, we need to bash Elon the same way, period.
And can I just say something real quick? That a lot of people are not going to educate themselves about the true reason why he's using the swastika. They're not. They're not going to educate themselves and find out that it's a peace symbol. They're not going to take that extra work. And so that's what I'm just saying.
Is that why he's using it?
I hope so. I hope that's the reason behind it.
Yeah, right. So let me ask you this, Miss Black Hollywood. To Vanessa's point, the Jews ain't tripping off of Elon. They don't mind taking Gaza and giving it to your man's. Elon did a whole Hitler salute and nothing. The Jews said, no, I haven't heard anything from the Jews at all. I've not heard nothing from the Jews. But the moment that Kanye did this, now he's getting dropped. What say you, Miss Black Hollywood?
Yeah, I think it's I don't know if it's selective outrage. I think we just, at this point, there's so much power that Elon has, right? We can't pick on Elon. Where are we going to take him when yesterday he was literally in a press conference speaking for the president, literally speaking for the president. So at this point, I don't know what we can do to cancel Elon Musk, because he has a whole, what did they call him yesterday? A musketeer, him and his musketeers. What can we do at this point? Like, we're outraged. We've been outraged since it happened, but
we've been talking, right? We've been
talking about it literally all the time. And so I'm not really sure what we can do about that. But with Kanye, I'm not saying let's punch down on Kanye, but I'm just thinking about where Kanye has come from, feeling like I can't be canceled. He doesn't believe that. Just his perspective, his spirit, how he's just been in the media talking. It's just the spirit that goes along with Kanye. These interviews that he does, it's just like, I don't know. I just think that he's fallen really far from where he used to be, where it used to be like he used to advocate for the Black community. And I just don't feel like old Kanye would have done this. Right. The old Kanye I first came out, that college graduate Kanye, would have had just the mindfulness not to do something like this, understanding what it could be. Now, once we roll the video, we can understand. We don't know what the meaning is. We don't know what his intentions are outside of just being like your president, being salacious and getting ratings and people talking about him, because that's what feeds their ego.
Yeah. Well, I say two things when I think about that. Number one, Kanye has a big ego. And you remember when Barack Obama called him a jackass? Y'all remember that? Mm-hmm. He said he's just a jackass. Yeah. Remember he went up there and he stole the limelight from Taylor Swift, and Barack Obama called him a jackass. I think that sent him like over, like, so that's why this alignment with Donald Trump is just like, a fuck you back to Barack Obama for calling him a jackass, because that probably like killed his whole life. I think just in how sensitive he is. But the other thing is, when I think about like one of our friends who was just being harassed by Kanye, and he's like, this guy is like psychotic. Like, he calls me all the time, and he's like, like, I don't think this is anything that's normal or well thought out, or he's doing it as a symbol of peace. I'm going to ask you, Joe, when we come back from this video about that, and this is Baby Sis talking about the breakdown and the real meaning. Let's see what she had to say.
Okay, so Kanye West is currently selling swastika t-shirts, and I want to read you the definition. All right. So a swastika is an ancient symbol in the form of an equal arm cross with each arm continued at a right angle, used especially in South Asia as a symbol of good luck or spirituality. All right. The swastika in India is an ancient Hindu symbol. That's a, way of putting it in a sentence. The second definition: a symbol in the form of a black cross with each arm bent clockwise at a right angle, used as the emblem of the German Nazi Party. A Nazi with swastikas on his sleeves, used in a sentence. So when you see this, what is Kanye West thinking? What is he trying to accomplish? I think that Kanye West, I know that he lost his mother, but I wonder, when did he lose his mind? And I say that with a lot of compassion and sincerity, because I don't think that navigating the world is easy for everyone. But I will say this: he has experienced a lot of loss. He experienced the loss of his mother. He also experienced the loss of his brother, Jay-Z. He experienced the loss of Kim Kardashian. Kanye West was I think that Kanye West has lost a lot. He's grieving continuously, but I don't believe that's going to be enough to excuse his poor behavior. I think that he believes that he is clever. I think he believes that he is so clever that, no one would know what part of the swastika, he means when he puts it out for a $20 t-shirt. But how the mind works is, here in America, this symbol is not a healthy one, and it would never be a healthy one or a sign of good luck. It's actually a sign of deep hate. So I hope that he gets the help that he needs. But mental health is real for everybody. All right.
You said that here, what it means here is, it might have meant that back then, but here, what it means here is. So Joe, like seeing this behavior and seeing him on the Grammys red carpet and his woman, he's sitting there like, take your jacket off and show them, like all of this. What is he thinking? I know you study human behavior.
I do. And I agree with everything Madam President said about, she kind of extended some grace to him compassionately. And, but I remember the first time I heard College Dropout, and like I almost teared up. I was thinking to myself, like, wow, like hip hop will never be the same. Like it's really, there's a savior coming. And he was spitting all that realness over those soul beats. And then all these years later, I'm looking at this man and I can't help but to feel anything but disappointment. So I'm not in on anything Kanye's doing. I don't pay it any attention. He doesn't, he serves himself. He doesn't serve me. He doesn't serve any purpose to my community other than to, uplift himself and antagonize people, from what I can tell. So to get behind his mind, I don't know, but I'm going to follow in line with Madam President and just extend him compassion and grace, and also let him know I'm tapping out. You can have it.
Tapping out. Yeah. I need to hear what Dr. Felice. I need you to therapize this for me, sis. What? I can't hear you, sis.
There's some possible narcissistic traits laced in this. And I think a lot of ego. I think a lot of possible pain and trauma. I think it's all different layers with Kanye. I think he's a complicated individual. And I think that, he should be talking to someone. That's what I think. I think that he should allow somebody to come into his life and help him to work through those things, right? And so that, he can show up better for himself, mainly for himself, because I think he's got a lot of layers going on, and I think he shows it and displays it to the world in ways that aren't received well. And I do believe that he's highly intelligent. And it's just so weird when you look at the comments, how we pick and choose people's brilliance. Some people can see Kendrick Lamar's brilliance, but they can't see Kanye's. Some people can see and recognize Kanye's brilliance, but they can't see Kendrick's. So it's just, it's just interesting how.
I guess it depends on where you're sitting, right?
But both these men are Black men, and they're brilliant. They really are. If you take away all the stuff, they are brilliant Black men, which speaks to who we are as a people, and that we're complicated individuals who have the ability to reach these great heights, and the power that we hold, and the messaging and what we share. And so that, if we can get back to that, if we can get back to our original state and the power that we have, and the creativity and the innovation and the things that we bring to society as a whole, I think that's where we need to concentrate on.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Thank you for that. Let me ask you this, Ms. Black Hollywood. Joe said, when I heard it, I thought, man, we got a savior in hip hop. And to see this man be a totally different person than who he was back then. And I know you've had personal interaction with him and his mom and all this. Is this a different human being than what you witnessed when his mother was alive?
Well, I didn't meet Kanye when his mother was alive. I just kind of like was in the same, sharing the same space, but I did get to meet Dr. West. And I met her at a woman's event when I first moved to Hollywood. And she was like a warm cup of your favorite whatever, like a warm cup of soup, coffee, whatever your favorite thing is. She was that. I loved her voice. I wanted her to be my mama in that moment. I was like, damn, I get it, right?
Yeah.
And immediately after she passed away, I was concerned because I just remember my interaction and me falling in love with her in that moment. Here's Kanye, who's had her all his life.
Yeah.
And then, just to watch Genius. He did have a 4-part documentary on Netflix that was called Genius. And when I tell you to watch the days of Kanye and his mother moving to New York and her being in the car with him trying to like sell beats out of the car, him just trying to make it is really inspirational. That's where that genius that Dr. Felice is talking about that comes in. You get to see the whole play. And then at some point you see the shift. You see like him becoming much more narcissistic, him becoming much more full of himself, him rambling. Like there was parts of it where literally the producer was like, I just had to cut because he started to like ramble later on. And you just saw you saw a change, a shift in who he was. And so, I know that something mentally happened. It was a mental break because after his mom passed away, there was no grieving. He just went right back on tour. He just continued to go. And when you don't take care of yourself in those moments, I think you pay. You pay tremendously. You don't stop and say, okay, I gotta figure it out. For me, I think it catches up with you. And I don't know if he's ever stopped, y'all. And this is something, and maybe the therapist on the panel can say, like, when you never stop, when you don't even know how to stop, literally somebody got to take you to the 3rd floor for you to stop. Like, what happens when you don't stop? You just become a version of what Kanye West is, being around people who are just be like, that's just Kanye.
Yeah.
Like, what happens?
You know what, man, before I get to that, and we got to get out of here, but I heard somebody say like Kanye West he was like that balloon that had helium in it, and he would just kind of go, and his mom would have that string, and she would be that person to just kind of pull him back. Yeah. But now the person pulling the string back down is gone. So now he's just, but Vanessa, I do want to ask you, so you love brilliance, and Dr. Felice said these are both genius Black men. These are both brilliant Black men. And you was able to, dissect and break down Kendrick. What is the meaning of this for Kanye? Because you have that that forethought about what does all this really mean? What is Kanye doing?
I mean, with Kanye, I do agree that he is brilliant. I think that the way that his mind thinks and the way that he moves musically and as a business entrepreneur, I think that he's brilliant, right? He's so creative. But I wonder if like a mixture of, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but in my experiences with mental illness is that as you age, it can progress and come out in different ways. So if there was some mental illness there in the beginning and his mom was kind of like that string to pull him down, and then now the mom is gone and now you're aging and to my understanding, and correct me, Dr. Felice, if I'm wrong, mental illness can show itself as you get, 30s, as you age. So I'm kind of wondering, is that kind of what happened to Kanye? I think that he's still brilliant, but when you have, and I mean, I don't know what it's like to have a mental illness. I've been around people with mental illnesses, and which is interesting is because I had a really good friend with mental illness, and she was brilliant. I mean, UPenn a brilliant valedictorian at USC, brilliant, but she ended up having a lot of mental illnesses that kind of took her off of a lot of the things that she had worked so hard for. So when I look at Kanye, I kind of match it to that. Like, is that what happened to him? Because he seems so, like Joe was saying, he seems so far from the Kanye that we were all introduced to on College Dropout. Like, he seems like a completely different, like his value systems, his beliefs. He seems like a different person. Still brilliant in a lot of ways, but just you can't look at that Kanye and tell me that this is the same person. So
you mean to tell me, Vanessa, you can't decode this man been doing? You can't decipher.
He need a doctor for that. I'm with Joe. My degrees ain't in that category.
Then we'll go to the doctor
for that.
Because that's what I wanted. Like the way you was able to break down Kendrick, I wanted to see you break down. No.
I ain't got the capacity.
Okay.
There you
All
go,
right.
Dr. Felice. There she
We're
go.
gonna let the doc talk, and then Doc, go ahead and say your point, and then let's do your final thought with it. Okay.
So I just think, I don't necessarily think it's an age thing that he's aging. I just think that when you don't take care of yourself, this is what can happen. It just doesn't stay in the mental health realm. It's the physical realm too. If you've got a ache in your body and you don't take care of it, it's going to take care of it for you, right? And so I just think that him not taking care of himself and knowing that there's something there and he's not doing something proactive about it, I think that's why it's showing up the way that it is. And it's getting worse over time because he's possibly, not doing his coping skills. He's possibly not on his medication or whatever his original prescription was for what he's going through and what he needs to show up better. I just think that when you ignore something, it shows up for you instead. And so I just hope that we are able to extend grace to all of our geniuses and what they're going through. And we really don't know what a person is going through because we're not walking in their shoes. And I don't know what it's like to walk in their shoes. And so I'm going to extend grace, and I hope that he gets the help that he needs. I hope that Drake doesn't sue. I hope that he squelches it. I hope that Kendrick Lamar is able to rest at night knowing that he did a really good job. And I am Felice Hightower Britt, your Be Big Coach. That's b.big.coach on Instagram, Be Big Coach on Facebook. And, hit me up if you need any help and would like to talk.
Girl, you already know what I'm about to do. The B.big.coach. Hey, the B.big.coach. What you say? B.big.coach. Hey. I love it. So let me ask you this, Vanessa, for your final. No, you could have your final thought, whatever you want, but I want you to answer this. Is this even both of these? Is this free speech for both
Absolutely.
of them?
Yeah, absolutely. It's free speech. I think that, we live in a society with free speech where you're going to agree with some things that people say and you're not going to agree with things that people say. And that's the beauty and the curse of free speech. Sometimes it hurts. Sometimes it hurts you financially, but I think going back to it, when you get engaged with someone and you're going back and forth, then, I think there was a comment in here that said, Double D, you can't hit someone and then tell them how hard they can hit back. So I think we just have to remember that within the things that we promote and that we say out of our mouths and be responsible for it. My name is Vanessa Gopal. You can find me at VGopal. That's at VGOPAUL. I had a great sales class that I did this past weekend on the Fly Nubian Money Club. Listen, if you guys have not join the club. It is really amazing. There are some dope queens on there, great information. I'm also having a sales training this Sunday, so you can hit Tierra up out of the Fly Nubian Money Club and get that information as well if you want a more in-depth training. I appreciate everybody in the comments, and I hope y'all have a blessed week.
Yo, thank you, Vanessa. She said, if you don't sell, your business gon' fail. If you don't sell, your business gon' fail. Hey, you don't. All right, Joe. What are your final thoughts, my brother?
I think everyone can see it's very clear that Constance don't have no friends whatsoever.
What? Shots fired. Bang, bang.
I just want everybody to take heed of that and extend her grace too. She's doing the best she can with what she's got to deal with.
You're my friend, Joe.
I am your friend. You're right. But yeah, no, mind your business, man. Extend people grace, and as we got to move forward together. That's all I got to say about that. I'm realuconsulting.com. You can see my website right there. Come book yourself a free consultation. See if it fits you. If I'm saying the things that you need to hear. I do not mix my words. I shoot at you straight, and it gets results. So come holler at me.
Thank you. Listen, we are all Black excellence on this stage, like Double A said. Deborah said she gonna help me sell my mistapes out the trunk, baby. I don't have a dog in a fight either way. I mean, it is what it is. All I'm trying to do is help Black people win, and I don't think either really contributes to the overall win of Black people. I love the fact that we're seeing some things on stage where people are finally, you know, opening up. But I think at the end of the day, we got to get on our money, get on our business, get on our hustle, build wealth. This was a good conversation for entertainment purposes, but in terms of like our overall life, this doesn't, you know, it ain't making or breaking us one way or the other. But I appreciate the conversation, the dialogue, and all the good things that y'all had to say. And what I did learn from Vanessa is that Kendrick is a very smart and amazing and brilliant brother, which is really good to know. And so, you know, shout out to him. And he did his thing on the Super Bowl. But, you know, I love us. We Black. Say Drake. I heard you like him young. All right. All right. So you listen, tomorrow, we're going to be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific, Eastern time, 10 a.m. Pacific. No, 11, no, 1. And make sure that you go to Fly Nubian Money. Make sure you subscribe to Fly Nubian Queen. And we are on Spotify. So if you cannot find us or watch us live, you can go and listen to us on Spotify. Also, every time we come live, we want you to get notified. So if you want to get notified, text word Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. We're going to see you tomorrow, same bat time. And I think we got a little Black History Month video, do we, Gwen? Same bat. So y'all stay tuned, right?
The term Uncle Tom is often misunderstood, but the real Uncle Tom, Josiah Henson, was a remarkable hero. Born into slavery in Maryland in 1789, Henson endured severe abuse, but became a preacher, leader, and abolitionist. He worked tirelessly to help enslaved people escape to freedom. Henson's autobiography inspired Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin, but his legacy was distorted. Unlike the negative connotation of the term, Henson's life was marked by courage and resilience. After saving money to buy his freedom, he was betrayed by his master and nearly sold. In 1830, Henson escaped to Canada with his family, where he founded the Dawn Settlement, a safe community and school for freed slaves. Henson traveled internationally, raising funds and awareness for abolition, meeting Queen Victoria and President Lincoln. He died in 1883 at 93, leaving behind a legacy of faith, courage, and advocacy for freedom.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Fly Nubian Money. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, just depending on when you're watching the broadcast or listening to us on Spotify. This is Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Today, we're discussing a conversation that a lot of Black women can relate to. Should dating take a backseat to motherhood? I am Dr. Yvette, your co-host on this day. Our conversation centers around Tamar Braxton. Recently, she shared that she has no desire to date for the next 7 years until her son turns 18. And she's not alone. Many Black women feel that they have to choose between raising their children and pursuing love. One big concern, bringing different men in and out of their home and the impact that could have on their children. But is putting dating on hold truly the best choice? Does it protect our children and give them stability? Or does it leave Black women lonely and struggling financially? More Black women are choosing to stay single until their children are grown. What does that say about our relationships, our community, and the future of Black love? We are going to talk about it today. Again, I'm Dr. Yvette, and I am joined on this panel today by our Fly Nubian King, Joe Corley, who is a licensed therapist and mental wellness coach, as well as Ms. Moya. Moya is a tax professional and college funding specialist, and Noma Lenga just popped in. She is the founder of padsforourgirls.com. Welcome. How's everybody doing this morning? Afternoon. It's morning for me in Arizona, so it might be afternoon for y'all, but how y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Doing great, Lene. Nice to see everybody.
You too. All right, so let's start with the first video. We're going to start with Tamar Braxton, and we're going to go to that video, and then we're going to dive into this discussion.
My kid is 11. I probably won't date again until he's 18.
Just harder yourself.
No. There's no way I'm going to bring another man into his life to be unsuccessful. There's no way. because, you know, they're broken because they feel like, to get a good woman, these are the things that you have to say. I want a wife. I want a family.
That's what I just said.
I
used to literally be in relationships when you were saying, please don't tell me what you think I want to hear. If you just want to bang, honestly,
say
me
that,
too. Why is you lying? Say it.
Exactly.
They come with a script. Yeah. They come and everything is scripted.
Right.
But you know what? The mask can only stay on for so long. Eventually
It's all, everything in the out. I love that, honey. Everything in the dark always come to light.
Exactly.
So, thoughts when you first see this video, when you first hear this commentary. I'm going to start with you, Nomalingo. What are your thoughts when you're hearing this conversation?
So I thought it was interesting that she thinks that those are the only two options, that either she dates or she doesn't date. I'm sure Joe will have more to say about it. You can actually go to therapy, fix yourself, and become a better partner, get into a healthy, functional marriage, and raise your kids within that marriage. There aren't just two options of I'm a basket case and I keep failing here, or I'm just going to quit altogether. Those aren't the only two options, because it has been proven over and over that children do their very best when they're in a healthy, functional two-parent home.
All right. In the chat, let me know your thoughts. When you see this video or you hear this type of conversation about waiting until your children are grown to date, what are your thoughts on that? Let us know over in the chat. Joe, what are your thoughts when you hear this kind of commentary for Black women?
My first thought is I need a new messenger. I need to talk to somebody. I need to talk to somebody else about this. So let's get some of the queens or someone that's dealing with these same issues, so I can have a real understanding from somebody that I actually want to hear from. I mean, I don't see how at this point, like your dating life has been public and online. Like there's literally a show with your dating life. So I don't see now how that or is abstaining from dating can save your son from, I don't know, whatever it is you're trying to save him from. But ultimately, I don't think any woman should be doing this. I don't think that's the answer. I think oftentimes, especially in my work dealing with teens and adolescents, the parents underestimate how aware their children are and how smart they are. So even when you think you're doing something or you're keeping something from your child, most likely you're not. So I don't think if you asked her son if that's what he wanted, I don't think that's what he would say. But I don't know.
So you're saying you think that, I mean, even as a child, the preference is to have two people, a man and a woman, a husband and a wife, or it may not even be husband and a wife. That's what it should be. But at least there's two different individuals to feed into the child. So a child doesn't necessarily want to be starved of another individual by just having the one.
Let's be clear. The preference is your biological father and your biological mother. You know what I mean? And once we get past that, we gotta make it shake. We gotta do what we gotta do. So if we're not doing what we can to keep the family together at first, then after that, we gotta figure it out.
Okay. The other thing, Lene, is that the child also has a father. That's another option. The child can go stay with their father. Again, statistically, children who live with their father, a single parent home with a father, do better than children who stay with their mother, who's a single parent. Statistically, it's not just my opinion. If you look at how the children fare later in life, and even if you ask them how their experience growing up is, statistically, children who grew up with a single father do much better than children who grew up with a single mother. So that's an option that she's also not thinking about. And then she can go and date whatever she wants or do whatever she wants.
So give her child to his father. Moya, what are your thoughts?
So for me, I was married for 14 years. So we have 3 kids. And from there, I haven't introduced anybody as my partner. Like after we separated, I haven't introduced anybody as my partner. Have I dated? Yes, but not in a way. If they ever saw anybody, they've met that person as a friend. I've never introduced somebody else.
So this is the message. We need to talk to Moya. I need to
I'm kind of in a similar situation. Me and my son's father dated for X amount of years when I lived in California, and then I decided to move back to Arizona when my son was 5, 6. I'm 48, and I was doing the math the other day. In theory, okay, I would say I've been single. My son's about to be 25, so almost 20 years. In theory, I've dated. I've dated. But when you talk about, I think I'm living from the perspective of either you're married or you're single, right? So if that's the case, then I've been single for 20 years. I think I've had 3 5-year situations, and then I'm spinning the block currently with one of those 5-year situations. But it's a difficult thing to introduce people to your children and then take them away, and then introduce them and then take them away. So why haven't you done it, Moyo?
So the way that I grew up, one, you're very particular when you have daughters. And so I have a daughter, so I'm very particular about that. And then the other thing is, I just don't want to be in a situation where it happens again. I mean, we were together 14 years, so I'd rather not introduce somebody that I'm dating. And then, like you said, Dr. Lene, in my mind, we're either single or we're married. And so there isn't an in-between. Well, I know many men are open to in-betweens. I know that it would be a problem for some men.
So go ahead, Joe.
I want to ask both y'all, actually. So after you tell us, Lene, why you haven't introduced anybody, or if you have or not, are you worried about creating connections between another partner and your children, and then possibly having that connection disrupted? Is that what we're saying?
So for him, he's already remarried and they have a kid. And so in that case, and then they had a spat, meaning where they separated for a moment. And my daughter came to me crying, and she's like, "Mommy, like they're divorcing, and what do I do?" And so here I am answering questions to that, and I'm like, "Oh my God, like I'm almost like, why did you do this?" But I get it. In his mind, he's like, that was my wife. That is my wife. So I'm not ready for those conversations. I'd rather have different types of conversations about, like, how come you're not doing your push-ups today? Like you said, you want to go to the league. How come we're not doing X amount of free throws? Like, I want to have different types of conversations than he left. He's not here anymore.
So you end up being the stable parent in a way. But so for me, I'm going to be really truthful and very honest. I didn't want to have to choose between my son and a mate. I knew that my son was my first priority. I'm a single mom, and I'll be real transparent, honest. I didn't want to have kids growing up. And I didn't want to have kids because I knew who I was. I'm a Virgo. I'm a perfectionist. I'm selfish. Don't touch my stuff. Don't move my stuff. I love me. I had a mean streak growing up, and I was just like, I shouldn't be a mom. So I knew that I didn't want to have kids. So when I had my son, when I decided to have kids and I had my son, I was like, I got to throw everything I got into this, because I don't know if I'm going to do a good job. And I thought I was going to be a horrible mom. And so I didn't give myself the space or the grace to try to be a parent and something else. And so I knew that you can't have a man and put him second or third. And so I just gave all that I had to my son. I still dated. I still did what I did. You know what I'm saying? I still saw people, but it's just between my son, my career, and or my school, and or my life, a man doesn't want to be third. And so that was how it worked out for me personally. So we're going to get into this, because I want to hear what Nomalenga has to say. She's a relationship guru. She's a mom, and this is her jam. So we're going to go to a commercial, and then we're going to come back, and I want to get your opinion on this, Nomalenga.
Woo! It's a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com.
So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com. In order to do that, you have to text the word 87948 to Queens to 87948 so that you can be notified when we're live. You also need to go to flynubianmoney.com and register so that you can get the tools and the resources to know and grow. Okay, No Malanga, tell me what you think. What are your thoughts on this whole?
The first thing is, I think I'm not a relationship guru.
Well, you have good advice. You believe family is first.
I really do believe that the foundation of everything is family. You're correct on that part. I just wanted us to look at two things a little bit differently. Number one, let's talk about purposeful dating. I believe in dating for marriage, not just dating to date. And the idea here is that you can date more than one person at a time. The men on my Facebook go nuts when I say this. And I always have to clarify. I didn't say sleep with 10 or 5 men or whatever at the same time. I said date, like an interview kind of process where you're getting to know different people and your relationship is not going to go any further than just getting to know each other until you actually know each other. Imagine that, right? And actually, here's another thing that most people don't think about. You can actually, this person is just a friend that you're getting to know. There is nothing wrong with them being introduced to your child, coming for dinner, everything, sanitary, no boyfriend, girlfriend labels. Because imagine you take 6 months and get to know somebody, get attached to them, they get attached to you, you're sleeping together, you're building a relationship, then you introduce them to your child, and then it doesn't work out. So you want to know in the beginning how your child fits into that whole thing, how they feel, what they think. And you can be honest and open with your child. Like, you know what, daddy's gone or daddy and I not together. You know how well, in my opinion, in my case, it would be, we believe in family, 2-parent family. And, we are open to having a new dad in this home. In this case, it would be a stepdad. And, would you be open to meeting somebody? You can talk to them, feel free, all of that other stuff. And the funny thing is, actually, when your kids get to know people, you actually see how they interact with those people. And that should inform you some more about who that person is. And they can also know, is this a situation that they want to get into as well? Because there are, again, other people who've had great relationships. And then when the kids get into it, they have horrible kids. I'm sorry to say it. And then everything goes wrong. So that's just something to think about, which kind of gives a different perspective on the conversation. So you're not really throwing your kids into new people all the time where they get attached to somebody, but you're kind of giving them the opportunity to get to know the people you're getting to know, and you're letting those people kind of see your kids in a very safe environment.
So I have a question. So when is this happening? Like, so I think you mentioned 6 months. So are you waiting 6 months, or are you introducing your kids to people, not you specifically, just the advice that you're giving? Are you introducing them to people sooner than 6 months?
As soon as possible. I'm saying, usually people say, well, if I haven't known him for long enough for him to meet my kid, they usually say that. Or I don't know him well enough, I don't want him around my kid. But I'm just kind of proposing that, how about if you don't label anything, and just like how you can have an uncle or an aunt, a friend over for dinner, chat, and everybody's having fun, why not do that with your prospects? And actually, again, like I said, it informs you more about that person when you see how they relate to your child or to your children. And also your child has kind of like a say-so, because you're trying to bring this person into their home and into their life.
Okay. Moya, you were doing this, Moya. What are your thoughts? And let me ask the chat. Give me some feedback. What do you think about that in the chat? What No Malanga was saying. What are your thoughts on that in the chat? Moya, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, because I said, like, I do the friend thing, but I need some runtime. Like, there needs to be a leeway of me getting to know the person than that person. Because one of the things that you have to understand, especially in my experience with men really tell you what you want to hear. They tell you what you think will sound nice. So with that being said, I need to have time to decipher what's authentic, what's not authentic, and what this really is. And so, yeah, I would, and I do agree with Noma in the sense that, you might want to bring them around earlier in some settings that are just kind of open settings, but not necessarily the same time I'm knowing them is the same time that the kids will know them.
Joe, as a therapist, what kind of effect would that have on children if they're being introduced to your friends on a regular basis for a minute, and then they're there and then they're not there, or whatever the case might be? How would children react to that? I know my son, he knows it. He can be like, what happened to Uncle John? Where Uncle Franco? What happened to Ben? Remember you brought Ben around? I'm not saying I know all the Bens. I'm just saying.
You just pulled Franco out of thin air, huh? That's quite a name. It's quite a name. That obviously can get confusing to a child without having conversation, which once you are not with the person's biological parents anymore, conversations need to be had, like from the gate. You know what I mean? And an understanding about what our new normal is now. Okay? Listen, mommy is looking for love. Okay? I want to be loved again. Do you understand that? Are you, do you understand what I'm doing? But now anybody that, in my opinion, anybody that courts mom now has to court the children as well. Like, you have, and if you're looking at going into a serious situation. So once we understand that, okay, now we a little bit more than just dating or just friends. Now we have to, see how things go with, you interacting with my children. But I got a question for you, Lene, because you said that you didn't want to choose between your son and a mate. So that made me curious. If you had stayed in a relationship with your son's father, would he then be number one? Or is your child still number one in
So since you asked, I'm going to be truthful and tell the truth. Okay. My son's father. So again, I told you I did not want to have kids. I knew I didn't want to have kids. When I got pregnant by my son's father, he already had a child, and he was an amazing father. Like, he was an amazing father. So the reason I have a child today is because he was such an amazing father. And I knew that no matter what happened, he was going to be a good dad to my son, to our child at that time. I didn't know I was having a son. And so after I had my son, I told you I threw myself into it. And I threw myself into it in a way where I know best. And so a lot of our issues came from, you don't listen to me, you do what you want to do, you think you have all the answers. And so it got to a place of, I can do it better than you. So we kind of just grew apart a little bit. Now let me say this. Some of that has to do with our living situation. We both lived in California. I lived in San Diego, and he lived in like Orange County, Riverside. So I was literally taking care of our son Monday through Friday. He was just coming up on the weekends. So I kind of got into this space of, well, I'm doing everything by myself. So when I'm doing everything by myself, I'm kind of making all the choices and decisions, right? And so that created, distance. And so we got to a space of, I'm doing it all by myself. And so to answer your question, I don't think so. I don't think that I would have put him before my son, because that was some of the problem. He felt like I put my son before him. Like, the choices and decisions, like everything I was doing was geared towards him, my son. And it was because I didn't want to be a bad mom. So he got all my time, energy, effort, attention, everything went into him. So yeah.
Thank you.
Is it worth considering that I'm going to just stick to marriage and not, relationships that are different. Is it not worth considering that being a good wife is part of being a good mother? because what we do when we're parents is we're role models. For our sons, we're role models in terms of what they should look for a healthy, functional wife. And for our daughters, we're role models in terms of what kind of wife they should be. And this is all assuming we are, doing our best and being our best. So that's how I look at it. Like, actually putting your husband first is putting your child first, because what you're doing is you're creating a healthy and functional home that a child can grow up in, and just setting a good example for the child that this is how it works. This is how it should be. And I'm not excluding that there's other kinds of relationships or whatever, but like I said, I'm focused more on like marriage and family and the stability that you can offer a child.
Yeah, we were actually, we were actually in the process, we were engaged. So we were engaged, we were working towards marriage. And somewhere in between in all of that, I knew that he was not the man for me for the rest of my life. Like, I knew that, right? He asked me very point blankly, like, do you love me? I do love you. Do you want to marry me? Yes, I want to marry you. Do you see us being together forever? No, I don't. And I was really upfront and honest. And so we took a step back to try to, regroup and get together and redo things. But I was willing to marry him and be with him for 18 years to be a family. And I knew that we weren't going to be together forever. So we didn't go that route. But he's one of my best friends. Like, we get along great. We co-parent great. We kick it. We travel together. Like, we get it in. We are great co-parents. He's a great friend. And so we're going to come back and we're going to talk about relationships from a different perspective. We have another clip that we're going to talk about around bringing people into your relationship and what does that look like, especially if you have daughters. And so we're going to go to commercial break. When we come back, we're going to go to our next clip.
I know you're busy, you got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
All right, that's flynubianmoneyclub.com. Go and check it out. So we're going to pivot just a smidget, kind of to, I think, what Moya was alluding to, because there's a variety of different reasons why a person may not date, right? I kind of talked about being a mom and those things, but there's also, who are you bringing into your household? Who are you introducing your kids to? And so we're going to watch this video and then we're going to come back and talk about it.
Single mothers, I need you to be careful, because oftentimes guys with wrong intentions seek you out because they know you're too busy to notice their inadequacies. How can you command more of his time when you got a child that's demanding most of yours? Single mothers are oftentimes more understanding of a busy lifestyle than a single woman would. And he uses that to his advantage. I'm saying there's nothing wrong with the way you move, single mothers. I think you should put your child first. I'm saying, though, even though that's what you should do, bad men or men with wrong intentions will prey on that and use your strengths as a weakness. There are men that have no intentions on wifing a single mother, but they will fuck her. They will play with her heart. For them, it's more convenient. They're like, she can't demand my time on a random Tuesday. So now that I got her on my team, I can now find other people to fit those roles. Be careful. That's all I'm saying.
First of all, if you watch any type of social media, you know he getting dragged for being toxic himself in his work environment. But we're not going to talk about that today. That's not the conversation. Moya, what are your thoughts when you hear that about single moms and or men? Because I don't know if it was more for single moms or more about the man, but what are your thoughts?
Well, I never thought in terms of this man is using me because I don't have a lot of time. That never crossed my mind. Like, I've never encountered anything like that. Like, they still want as much time as they can get.
And vice versa. I always tell, even when I was dating, like, because I'm dating through this whole period of time, right? And I used to, just because I'm a mom and my kid's involved in the things and I'm doing the things and whatever, I still have time and I still make time, right? Joe, you're smiling. What do you think? Is that how men think?
I'm smiling at Moya said they want as much time as they can get. Go ahead, girl. Go ahead, girl. At all. But no, I don't. I think that a certain man would think like that, maybe, possibly, but I mean, he more than likely be wrong most of the time. I don't think the fact that a woman has kids or has children has anything to do with her levels of desperation. Maybe sometimes it does come into play, but I just don't know if he is, I don't know if I agree with Floyd or not. Like, is he pandering or not? I'm not really sure. Like I said, I like to have conversations with single mothers so I can get it straight from the horse's mouth. I mean, y'all would be better suited to answer that question than I would. I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, I've never come across a man who wanted less time or who didn't want to engage or who used my being a single mom against me. You know what I'm saying? You don't have the time, you can't commit, you're not around, you're not available. The ones who have, like, I had a really weird situation with a dude once who wanted to come into town to see me and wanted to stay at my house. And I was like, you can't stay at my house. Like, it's my son. He's like, we've known each other for years. We've talked all, and I was like, yeah, but this is my house. You cannot come. You can come visit me. You can come into town. You can go to a hotel, all the things. We can kick it, all the stuff, but you cannot stay at my house. He talked to me for 3 years. We're cool. We're still friends. Like, we talk to this day and we go back and forth. I'd be like, remember that time you didn't talk to me for 3 years? Yeah, he gets it now, but for real,
Franco,
that to him completely never, ever do you have a chance. We could be cool. We're friends. We do all the things. Oh, that little Tiffany's necklace I usually have on every day. He sent me that for graduation. We still cool to this day, but no chance in hell at all.
That was definitely Frank.
Yeah. All right. So for the panel, go ahead, Nomalanga.
The thing is, somebody who's a predator can take advantage of a single woman just in the same way he can take advantage of a single mother.
Right.
If that's what he's inclined to do. A loser is going to be a loser regardless of whether you're a single mother or you're just single, and a good man's going to be a good man regardless of whether you're single or have a child. So I think that's not really relevant. Yeah.
But let me add to that too. We're talking about serial single men who are just like want to be single and get as many women as they can. It's just like sharks. If you put blood in the water from a mile away, they're going to be attracted to that blood. So whether you're a single mother, single woman, or whatever kind of woman you are, if you are constantly putting out the roadmap to your vulnerability, I guess, or your time, or then some men are going to prey on that. They just are. You know what I mean? But you have to you have to meet your vulnerability with an equal amount of boundaries. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You got to be balanced in that type of situations. So you can be vulnerable and feel safe being vulnerable as long as your boundaries are included. You're not doing anything that makes you feel inadequate or uncomfortable. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Okay, I like that. See, this is why we got to have the king. We got to have that male presence on here to give us both dynamics. Okay, so let's go to our question. It was, we'll scroll back up here, and it was a good one for the panel. Do you believe that it would be more difficult to find a suitable marriage partner if you take yourself out of the dating market for a decade or more while your children grow up? Moya, I'm going to start with you with this question, being that you and I are both people who are, do you not date at all, or you date, but you have not introduced anybody to your children? I know we're going to answer that question, but I just want to make sure I understand your situation first.
Yeah. So yes, I date, but So dating with me is very binary, meaning like either I'm dating to take you serious and I feel like there's a possibility of marriage, or I'm dating knowing that this moment is just a good time. Like it's just, we're going to go hang out and this is going to be fun. So with that being said, I haven't dated anybody who I was like, oh, wow, I really feel like this can be more than what's presented. Now, that is a good question in terms of no way, right? So by that time, like I'd be like 50. So no, you definitely would want to date someone now, ideally looking to be with them for a longer period of time.
Okay. Let's ask the therapist real quick. Joe, do you think that if you've taken more than a decade to date, will it be more difficult?
Let me go back to something Moya said earlier when she was talking to her son. If I stop shooting free throws for 12 years or however long it's going to be, is it going to be more difficult for me to get out there and start shooting them and making them consistently? You know, if I take myself out of practice of anything for 10 or 12 years, is it going to be more difficult for me to go back into it? Is it impossible? No. Is it going to be more difficult? More than likely, yeah. You know, because you're out of practice with sharing your space with a person. You know, you don't know what you like and what you don't like because you've just been kind of catering to yourself and your children for a decade. So, you know, you don't know what you want in your space. You don't know what your boundaries are. You don't know what your needs are, what your unmet needs are. You don't know. But you learn those things going through the process of dating and dealing with people. So, I mean, I'm going to say yes, it's going to be more difficult.
Okay. Nobulenga.
So the other thing that people don't like to face is that women have what I call a window, where you have fertility, and that goes away. And people often get upset that you bring that up. But if you're gonna get into another serious relationship, possibly having children, 10 years out of the game is not gonna work. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the interesting thing about us women is that the longer we stay together, the more the longer we stay alone, the more comfortable we become with it. And you just may never get back in there.
So I will say that the longer I do agree with the sentiment, right? Because to like kind of what Nomaling was saying, we're already dealing with a society, and I'm only talking about Black people and Black women, where we say we don't need a man. We're already dealing with that. And I've been combative in that arena to say to Black women, like, you might not need one, but don't you want one, right? Like, don't you want one? And recently I've been having conversations with my spin the block, who is like, no, you need one. And I'd be like, I don't need one. I just want one. He was like, no. He was like, well, what do I want to be around for? Like, am I an option? You just want one? You don't need one? So like, he's been kind of working with me on that. And he was like, if we're doing biblical, the woman came from the man. You are the helpmate. We help each other. Like, he's like, so I'm like, okay, I get it. Like, right. Like, in theory, it's supposed to be a man and a wife. In theory, it's supposed to be a mother and a father. So we need each other. He has a daughter, and I can see where she's missed things because she didn't have a mother. I have a son, and I can see where he's missed things because he didn't have his dad. So I get it. I better understand we need each other, right? And the longer you go without, the more super independent you feel. The more you start to think, well, I can do it by myself, the less vulnerable you are. So when you do actually have to come into a space with two people, it's more difficult to be vulnerable because you haven't had to share. You haven't had to be open. You had to share your space. When I set this here, it better be here when I get back. You move my stuff. It just changes the dynamics of things when you haven't actually had to be open and let somebody else into your space. And so that's the practicing piece, I think, that Moya and or Joe is talking about, where you have to keep pressing it. You got to keep doing it. You got to keep showing up. Let's go
and
to
just
this
one more thing, Lene. Do you know what's interesting is us Black women are the only women that argue that we don't need our men. That conversation doesn't take place with other people in other places. They just don't. That's not even a conversation they have because it's so obvious that obviously you need a husband, and a man, it's obvious that he needs a wife. It's only us that, unfortunately, I mean, we need a whole nother show to explain why, but It's only us who ever even questioned, like, is it a need or is it a want? Because it is a need. It's biological, it's social, it's emotional, it's anything that you can rattle off that a normal human being needs. It's part of it.
We were created to love, to give, and to receive, right? So when we talk about need, it's not to say I think with a lot of times when we say we need, I think we feel like it's a weakness, right? Like, I don't need nobody. I'm independent. I can take care of myself. I always go back with, do you want to? Like, don't you want covering? Don't you want protection? Don't you want provision? Don't you want security? Like the things that a man is supposed to do and bring. I think some of the issue is, and this is another conversation, we just don't have it and see it enough regularly. So we feel like we don't need it because it's not often available to us. And that's a whole nother conversation. Let's go to commercial break and we'll come back and finish this conversation. Hey, it's Dr. Yvette, Brand Your Brilliance Coach and Monetization Strategist. I am partnering with the Fly Nubian Money Club to help you turn your natural gifts into big business. I help my clients build 6- and 7-figure businesses by branding their brilliance. You know, that thing that comes easy to you, the thing that you can do with your eyes closed, that thing, that's your brilliance. And now it's your turn. Join me on February 22nd at 10 o'clock a.m. and I'll walk you through strategies that can change your life and business forever. Don't miss this opportunity to brand your brilliance. I'll see you in class. Yes, brand your brilliance. I cannot wait. I know what you guys are thinking. Am I going to show up with my shoulders out on that day? I'm not, but I do love a good shoulder out, right? Branding your brilliance is all about that, right? It's stepping into the thing that makes you great and brilliant and creating a business and or a brand around it so you can make money doing what you're good at. So hopefully I will see you guys there. Is that next Saturday? That is next Saturday, the 22nd at 10 o'clock a.m. So let's get back into kind of what we left off with, which is no other community debates whether or not they need the other sex. And I think, and this is going to be really quick. I think that some of that is based on how we are reared. Some families don't have a man in their house or a father. And so you have women who are raising kids, and it's unfortunate that women will raise their daughters and nurture their sons. So we rear our daughters to be independent. Make sure you take care of yourself. Make sure you go to school. Make sure you do these different things. And in other communities, they raise their daughters, go to school and find a husband. Like everything is geared towards family and marriage. That's not necessarily how we are raised. We are raised to be self-sufficient and whatnot. And a lot of that comes from how our parents were raised. Joe, what do you think about that? And we're not going to do this one very long. Just I think it came up. So I think we have to kind of touch on it real quick.
Yeah, I think that, you're right about the upbringing and the rearing and all of that other stuff. I think about a time when I had gotten laid off or whatever. And my wife really was like, hey, I got it. We good. And I heard my mind at the time, undeveloped and emotionally immature mind, that you didn't need me. Well, that's not what it is. Okay. All the things that you mentioned about security and a woman can do a man and a woman, they can do all those things independently and be fine. So, but we're all coming to this world with one thing, and that is the desire for affection and intimacy. You cannot do that by yourself. So saying that you don't need someone and you don't need another person for all those things that you mentioned may be accurate, but I think we lose sight of what it really is about, and it's about emotional connection and intimacy, and you just cannot do those things alone.
And that's the emotional, spiritual, why we were created part. Then there's like the business part, like two are better than one. Let's go to some stats. Let's look at some of what the stats say, right? So over 60% of Black children are raised in single parent households, which is the highest rate among racial groups. So we have the highest, right? So 62% of Black women say they are single, with many prioritizing financial security in children over relationships, which if they better understood that two parent households or two people in the house could actually affect that. Studies show that married couples actually accumulate 4 times more wealth than a single individual, which raises concerns about long-term financial security for single mothers. So you need to. A 2018 study found that children raised in a single mother household were more likely to experience instability due to frequent changes in parental figures. Black women report higher levels of stress and loneliness when raising children alone, but also feel a strong sense of independence. So that last slide gets me, Moya. So we feel independent, but stressed and lonely. How do you feel about that? What are your thoughts? Do we got to give up one for the other?
No, I don't feel like you have to give up one for the other. I do feel so, Noah kind of pointed to this, like when she was saying, like, Joe with his notepad, when she was saying to, like, when you're dating, you date more than one man. So this is my thing. And remember, dating does not automatically mean sex, but it's a whole lot easier when you have a list of different male friends that you can go to when you need them, right? So when you're depending upon, and I think many women get it mixed up and they put their all into this one man, thinking that this one man is going to save them and do all of this for them. And it adds a lot of stress and pressure. But if you date and you got to know different men and you were able to assist, like the other day I was out and my tire was flat and I was like, oh my God, what do I do? And so if one didn't answer, then I called the next one and that one answered and they were able to help. Like you need assistance on different levels. Like I just feel like there's a different way to approach this than just, the way that this is presented at this moment.
Okay. Domalanga, you give me you got a little bit of this going on. What are your thoughts?
I hear what she's saying and I if that's what works, okay. But that's not what I meant at all. I did not mean to use different men as substitute husbands because you don't have a husband.
Substituting a husband, but it's like if you're saying like I'm hoping this one person is going to be my husband. If you're dating multiple men, then what are you doing? You're just dating them, bringing to your house, and then being like, my kid likes you, and now we're together.
So the first thing is you're not going to do that forever. Typically, if you are serious about dating for marriage, it shouldn't go beyond about 3 months. Because here's the thing. Within about 3 months, you should have all the information that you kind of need to know if you should continue or exclude. And there's nothing wrong with excluding somebody, not because they're bad or you're bad, but just because they're not fitting with what you have, the vision that you have and the vision that they have for their future. The very fact that, you get tire punctures or you need stuff fixed around the house and all of that is indicative of the fact that a man is needed in the home. And there will be many, many times where you have to call an uncle or a brother or a male friend or whatever. And they are actually acting as substitute husbands because there is no husband in the home. There is no father in the home. In more traditional families, and I will say more African traditional families, you have more like a village raising a child. So what you often find is that the uncles of a child are called when the child is misbehaving or when something is needed where a mother recognizes that as a mother, I'm just not up to this. And the uncles are happy to step in. But that is still meant to be a temporary thing. It's not meant to be a lifelong thing where there's these substitutes all the time, because clearly that child needs a father and that woman needs a husband. It's a need.
Joe, from a therapist perspective, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm taking notes. I'm really taking notes. I'm hearing a lot of interesting things, and what I want to say is that society puts expectations on you sometimes as a woman. For instance, if you are a woman, like that said, 62% of women are mentioned something about financial security or whatever. So you're a woman that's financially secure and you invite a man into your space and he is meeting all of your needs, but he's not, kicking in equal amount of finances and all the things that you think society tells you that you need from a man, then you're saying to yourself, I'm getting taken advantage of. That's the thought process that comes out from that. But in reality, all of your needs are being met. So I think sometimes we take our lead from society on what it is that we actually need from a man, when in reality, those are not the things that you need at all. Like, listen, if you want somebody to come out and change your tire, great. You call me, I'm going to say, hey, I love you very much. Call roadside assistance. Because they're going to come and change your tire. I'll come out there and wait with you if that's what you need. I'll come out there and wait with you or wait for you. You can take my car and go home. But I'm just thinking about some of the certain things that's a silly example, I guess. But when I think about all the things that, you know, and y'all do me better, y'all might do better than me with this. Tell me what you think that is that you need from a man, and what actually do you really need from a man? Like, what do you need?
So the whole thing of the tire thing, that is an example, because it goes back to the whole thing of even when men say to a woman, what do I need a woman for? Like, you guys just do A, B, and C, and I can get somebody to cook for me and do. So it's going along those type of conversations. So obviously what a man and a woman provide to each other isn't necessarily those things in terms of
right.
these acts. It's more something more intangible. So I do understand that. I do want to have a better understanding of this whole 90-day fiance thing. Like, you're just saying, like, within 3 months, 90 days, we'd be able to decide if we're going to, like, how many times do we need to go on a date? Like, is this us dating every day and then we're going to decide within 3 months this is the person for us, or this is us dating every other day? How often are we dating to say, like, I think you and I need to be married?
The way I would look at it is, if you didn't have a job and you wanted to get back into the workforce, how much time and effort would you put into that? How often would you send out your resume, letters? How much time would you spend looking on the internet? And then when you finally do go for interviews, how many would you go on? See? And the answer is, it should be something that you do. Again, this is purposeful dating. This is dating for marriage. And I understand that we now have a culture where you can date for fun or just or whatever, you know. That's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about purposeful dating where you're serious and you're not, you know, you're not going to interrogate people and make them feel uncomfortable, but certainly certain things should come up in those conversations where you're clear about your purpose, and they have to clarify their purpose because you want people who have the same vision for their future, or at least a similar vision for their future that you have. And you should be able to exclude people. You can actually tell in just one date sometimes that, oh, no, thank you, you know, because, you know, you just go, oh, no, you know. And then there are some people that you get to know and you're like, well, you know, he thinks I'd like to know a little bit more. And you're thinking I'd like to know a little bit more, which is why I say somewhere down the line, not too far down the line, you might want to introduce friends. You might want to introduce your children. And again, this is all kind of, I don't want to call it an interview process, but that's kind of what it is. This is a very serious decision that you're making. And ideally, when you get married, it's forever. So you should really take your time and be very intense about it without scaring off people. But the other thing is also is when you're very serious about dating, you're going to scare off people who are not serious. And that's a good thing. You're also going to scare off people who just want to be intimate with no commitment and no future. You're also going to scare those people off because that's off the table, even without you saying it.
So before we go to our final video and our final thoughts, right? I think that the whole process of dating as a single mom, right? There's so many layers to it, right? There's yourself getting back out into the dating field. There's that. There's do you want to introduce people to your kids and when? There's how are you bringing somebody into your home? Or if they have kids, how are you blending your families? Who's going to discipline the kids? There's so many layers to it that it's almost to this place where it's like, I'm just going to make sure my kids get grown. Like it's literally almost like that, because it's like, you know, especially if the child's father is in place, like, are you letting some other man discipline your children? It adds so much to it. But I also see the other side of, I want to make sure that my children have a 2-parent home. So I don't know which one is right or wrong. I think it almost comes down to what's best for that person, those individuals, that family setting. Is there a father around? Is there not a father around? Joe, I'll ask you this quick question before we go to the last clip. Hypothetically speaking, if you and your wife were not together and she remarried, we know you would be an active parent, right? So you guys are separated. She remarries, she gets somebody is in her home. Would you feel comfortable with that person disciplining your children as their stepfather?
No.
So that creates a problem in their relationship. Maybe, maybe not, right? Because if this man is marrying her and blending the family and these children live in his home, he is going to feel like he should be able to discipline the children. So you have to have, there's so many different ways to look at this. It might be a problem. It might not be a problem. You might have two people that can get along. You might not. There's not that y'all can't get along, but there's just a lot that has to be worked out. Go ahead, Joe.
Ask me if I'm the man who is dating a single mother, do I even want to be able to discipline her children? You know what I mean? I don't.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't think as, you know, an emotionally well person, I want to discipline another man's child. I don't want that for myself. I do want to be able to have open conversation with that child as a person, you know what I mean? And be like, hey, if I'm a responsible adult and paying bills in this house, I obviously have some boundaries and some standards that need to be met, and I can have a about that. But if the child is openly being disrespectful towards me, that's an issue for his parents. You know what I mean? So
then you would do that. Wait till your mom gets home.
I'm not going to say wait till your mom gets home. I'm going to say, look, we're going to try to have a conversation about it. And like I said, if it doesn't go well, then I'm going to end the conversation respectfully. And then maybe we can come back to it. I would not enter a relationship with a person if I'd at least give it a shot to have a healthy relationship with both parents. Now, that's not possible all the time, because sometimes these guys don't want to let go of that old thing. You know what I mean? And they hate everything moving in the household. So, but I would give it a shot. I would give it a shot. And if it can't be, then you know, we're gonna have a conversation. That's all it is. I don't want to have to discipline somebody else's child. But speaking from personal experience, you know, my oldest son is not my biological son. So I've raised somebody else's child, and I gave that person an opportunity to be a father, and he didn't take it. So now this is my son. So now I discipline him because he's my son.
And that's different. That's why I specifically said if the other parent was here. So the point I was making is that there's